As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind a covey a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogle, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogle, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogle, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogle, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was, ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London. a fond kiss, and then we sever, a farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy, Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
country land. He's first avowed intent to be a pilgrim. Whoso beset him round with dismal stories, who but themselves confound his strength the more is. No lion can him fright, hail with a giant fight, but he will have a right to be a pilgrim.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those
waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Very good morning to everyone tuning in here, and we know we're a little later than what you were expecting to. We fixed everything though, and we're right on time for the game, so we got everything covered. Thank you so much for tuning back in. You're watching DreamLeague Season 25, Day 1, and once again accompanied by the fantastic PogGen panelists, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us once more. We got a new location, we got a fresh studio, we got a fresh theme, we have some fresh themes. Did I say that just now already? I feel like I did already. It's okay. I'm also joined by some, I guess, less fresh faces. You know all of them already. They are fresh today, though. Don't worry. I got the cast on the far end. How you doing?
Doing good. Doing great in the cold Sweden. Much colder than I expected.
You're nervous. Your hands are sweaty. You're nervous.
Always. Day one.
Yeah.
Never done this before.
Yeah, Jenkins, how you doing?
Great.
Yeah?
Yeah, good. I'm glad to be, feel the representation as an Irishman, that we have the Irish jigs and sea shanties going on during the... I really want to challenge the band, but I know we have to get into the game pretty quickly.
Yeah, we do. How are you doing, Brian?
I'm energized after that tech pause caused us to do some... gave us some time to,
We did. We were doing some...
unironically, they were doing that, so they might seem a little out of breath. So, yeah, that's going to be us starting with our first series of the day. We will have Falcons versus Tundra. And yes, that is a repeat of a couple of finals here and there. Of course, they last met at a grand finals in Jenkins Fisher Playground, I believe.
Yeah, that was the Fisher Playground 1 by Fisher that they met. It was a...
You don't have to call it that anymore.
So many times, like, they really want it to be by Fisher.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, it was an amazing grand finals. We were prepping for it to be a 3-0 when we were, the third game. They picked Tundra picked Sand King. We're like, oh, this is over. And then they reversed swept.
Yeah, I saw BZM and the rest of the team. BZM looked like he saw a ghost. After 2-0, he did wash his face, which actually did help him. I saw him coming out of the bathroom, and after that had an amazing performance. I still think this is going to be a very difficult one if they want to beat Tundra, because Tundra, they just look unstoppable right now.
They really do. We are diving right in with these two teams just to make sure you are up to date. We have group stage 1. It's 4 days long, and we have got every team per group facing each other in 2-game series. So this will be a 2-game series between these two teams. We know that Tundra has been on top of their game, Brian, but what do you hope to see from Falcons in this one?
I mean, I love that both teams are targeting banning the offlaners. I feel like right now what I'm looking to see is, I mean, my prep coming into this series was who's buying all these SNYs and Glimmer Capes, and I feel like it's mainly the offlaners that are pioneering this. And it's funny because in the past it felt like the offlaner's job was to BKB, blink, initiate. Now it's have an SNY so you have status resistance and decent HP pool with a Glimmer Cape, draw a bunch of attention to yourself.
Be unkillable.
And be unkillable that way. So what I'm seeing is the Dooms, the Beastmasters, and the Dons already being banned because these are the creme de la creme SNY run in there buyers. Dawn more so, delivers herself to the fight, and then she's in the fray. But what I'm wondering from both these offlaners is, did they cook anything fresh? Because this whole Glimmer thing, it's only about a week and a half old in the pro scene. And, if we can find a new hero that abuses this mechanic, we'll probably see Bristleback if it doesn't get banned here, then that might be the ticket to winning this series.
I was thinking a similar approach, but the opposite, like to counter it.
Oh, counter.
Yeah, so I was thinking like SD, like Crit played a lot of SD, right? Like this hero...
Remove those barriers.
It removes the barriers, and you're having like 2 or 3 of these per game, right? Like purges feel really strong, but then I guess in that scenario you just go back to the old meta where there weren't Glimmer Capes in every single game, and SD wasn't that good.
And something that Brian said is like banning out the offlaners, but we've also seen Beastmaster being played as a carry. We've seen Dawnbreaker being played as a carry. Same goes for Magnet. So these are the heroes that can be played at multiple roles. People have been theory crafting, especially the Beastmaster carry. I saw a lot of position 1 players toying with it, where you're pretty much building the same items. It's just you're getting slightly more farm priority, I would say. And this is also one of the bigger ones. Abba, enter from position 5, offlaner, and position 1.
Yeah.
This hero looks amazing because it also stops some of these very tanky heroes because of his innate ability, because you're not reaching as much, and you're also building into Orb of Corrosion. You're impossible to kill. Maybe my question is, we're going to see Axe coming through so he can dunk him before he can get the ulti.
That's so hard.
It is, but it's doable.
You need the talent.
You need the talent.
And like a little bit of spell amp or something like that. I mean, it's possible. My take on Abaddon was like, I was playing a lot of Magnus in pubs, like abusing this hero, and every time an Abaddon was picked against me, it's like, oh, I don't want to skewer him in, I don't want to RP him. Like I feel like Lich, Chainfrost, any other hero, full to 0, right? Abaddon, you heal him. So I feel like this hero has gained popularity in particular because it counters a lot of the like full to 0 combos that kind of exist right now. That's also why we're seeing the Glimmer as well.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. We don't need a new patch because I'm seeing a lot of new stuff as well coming out. Because Glimmer Cape, you did talk about it, Brian, and this item has not been changed for a year and a half, and suddenly it looks like an OP item. Then you have Abaddon, you have Beastmaster, who are like, Beastmaster was super strong pretty much throughout the whole time, but we're seeing a lot of new stuff coming out and with the new heroes. Because if you ask somebody like a month ago, what do you think about Abba? Shit hero, right?
It was shit, yeah. It was straight up bad.
I mean, when it comes to Abaddon, it feels like the flex potential of the hero, whenever you have a hero that does that, he can even be a support, theoretically. He's not a bad 5 by any means. But one thing about him is he has the Dispel against Phoenix. You love Dispels against Fire Spirit in lane. Phoenix can be played as off lane or 5, so having the flex match that. Oftentimes when we have like a lane dominating hero, you can counter its mechanic. You want to be able to follow it wherever it goes. Also, I was looking at 33's recent pubs, and I know that Falcons were already picking Abaddon, but 33's been spamming Abaddon in his pub. So both these teams very much value this hero, even though it's very recent. And overall, in Dota, vision's always one of the most important things, and sometimes the most important vision you can get is a hero that just walks in. We talked about the Sanjin Yasha Glimmer for these heroes, but Enchantress as a support of old, like the best face tanker, the ogres, why not do that with a core / maybe a support with the Abaddon, a hero you just don't want to go on.
Yeah. Do we have a preference on where we want this Abaddon to go, considering he is so highly flexible?
I personally think he's strongest in the offlane position, at the very least in core positions, because I do think the Sanjin Yasha into what's the item that drags you?
Harpoon.
The harpoon.
Harpoon,
Like
yeah.
I think these items, if you can buy them, are just generally like very strong, and Abaddon likes to build them. And sure, like it's a little redundant in the sense that like if you build into Assange and Yasha on Abaddon, you're already able to like face tank things, but you face tank and then the fight continues, and then you're still glad that you have the Assange and Yasha, and you can still not use. You can be a little more selective about when like you're using the ulti, wait for it to pop itself. So it still feels really strong, and he's a universal hero, so he right clicks really hard.
That's the hero that can kill Abba before he can get the ulti.
With the
'Cause
break?
If he gets
with
the
the
crit-
break
oh,
mechanic,
the break,
Plus
even
a-
with
plus
the
a
crit,
Bloodthorn.
break plus silence is something that Abba needs to be very careful about. And Phantom Assassin, we've seen this hero being super popular through the last couple of tournaments for a good reason. Super strong laner. I think her innate ability is straight up broken. Like having
It
the
is.
miss chance. If you're trading in the lane against Phantom Assassin, you're not getting the hits. Basically, she has 25% evasion at level 2. Level
I
3.
personally think Bloodseeker is the best carry against this.
I just want to say about the innate from PA is we saw the same story with Alchemist in the past. You had to choose between do I have the kill thread / wave clear of the acid spray and stun,
Or
or
the
do
gold.
I have the Grievous
Yeah.
Greed? On PA, you had to be like, do I take the level 2 blink in order for the kill thread, or do I take the trade from my blur that used to have the evasion built in? Now you
Yeah.
get the ability to close the gap and go for kills while also having the 25% evasion.
We've seen so many times Phantom Assassins joining early fights. Like
Yeah.
before, you would definitely not see this hero join until she gets a Battle Fury, maybe a BKB, but she's much more active nowadays.
He's actually strong, like 10 to 15
yeah,
minutes.
one of the best chasers in the game early on.
Yeah.
A lot of damage comes from right clicks at that stage of the game. Like even supports will try to right click you 5-6 times in a fight. So if you have that extra 25-30% evasion going into these fights at that stage of the game, absolutely pivotal for your ability to survive. Which as carries, usually it's just not worth the risk if
Yeah.
you're going to go to a
Yeah.
fight early and fall down. But PA, amazing chase potential. I love her against Nyx as a carry because the story against Nyx is he's going to be running around super fast in invis because of the facet. You need somebody that when you see him,
you kill him.
You actually kill him, and PA is the best carry at doing that.
Although I will say that goes both ways because the Nyx Vendetta, of course, this is through evasion. She has kind of low HP until she gets to like the Sanj and Yasha Glimmer part of the build. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that I'm even saying these words.
He's not
out
going to
loud.
go Glimmer.
He's not
right?
going to go Glimmer.
He'll go SNY, but he won't go
SNY
Glimmer, right?
Satanic.
On PA?
Yeah.
No Glimmer.
Have we seen Glimmer on PA?
Yes.
Oh my
Duraccio goes Glimmer on PA.
Okay,
He's
okay.
the one who did this. He will go Glimmer.
He does have low mana cost.
I genuinely think like I would bet my left.
You would rush it.
I'm not gonna say what I was about to say. I thought I was still at Fissure. I would bet a lot of money that he goes for Glimmer just because against the Nyx Assassin it makes you unkillable.
That's true.
Like the
25% magic resist.
yeah, that's enough to because Nyx is like he full to zeros you and then he has nothing else left to go in the tank, right? So it's like if you can survive at 10% HP, that's enough to just kill the Nyx and make him kind of useless.
Where are these heroes going? Because the Monkey King with the PA was kind of an interesting second round from
Mid-monkey.
Tundra. You think mid-monkey for sure? Because right now they picked DK into it, which means DK's probably carry and Abaddon's most likely off lane. I know Monkey King's a nice melee dominator mid, but is he strong enough to be picked into a ranged hero that's going to counter it, like the Vipers, like the Razors that Malrine also likes to play?
It's a bit risky.
It is good against Abaddon, to be fair. Like if you're mid of Monkey King, you can go like an early defusal. And one thing that annoys these tanky heroes, we learned it from Thompson, is to just burn their mana.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that Soxa is the type of freak to just be like, just pick me Monkey King, I'll snipe couriers, you know?
It's also really good with Enigma as a 4 position.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've seen it though.
Yeah, Enigma definitely makes up for the Monkey 4's weaknesses in the lane with like Eidolons.
This has
and
been
stuns.
their lane back in the days when they were playing on the old Tundra, when they were laning Monkey Enigma, Monkey plus Dead Prophet back in the days as well. It's doable, but I think that hero from position 4 is a bit of a misusage. You're not getting the value out of the hero.
Yeah, you gotta think about those couriers, Lacoste. You can kill a lot of crows.
Either way, it's nice that they keep it somewhat flexed. The fact that we are discussing it means that potentially Falcons is doing the same, and that gives Tundra definitely an edge, especially considering they are not the team that has overall last pick, and normally they are the ones at a disadvantage here.
Yeah, the cool thing about that Tiny ban, if they had picked it for Tundra, was the Monkey Tiny would both be flexed for mid or 4. And I feel like you want to pick ranged heroes against Monkey, but even against Tiny, those ranged heroes usually get nuked, like in the mid game. So I feel like it would have covered all their matchups. So I really like the bans coming out from Falcons, because they're both flexing between 4s and 2s. I think like all of 3 of these heroes we're talking about, Tiny, Earthshaker, and Monkey, would rather be a mid, but you're also fine with them being the 4 position for the sake of the strategical advantage in the draft, because you don't have overall last pick, and I feel like when the last pick kind of is lackluster, then the team with first pick ends up winning the game.
Yeah, which often tends to be the case, honestly, because there's so many bans to cover, and so many heroes have a facet that counters like the cheese stuff that can come out last pick. Facets really ruined last pick, I think.
They actually did, yeah. I like the Huskar ban though.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one hero with Falcons you can't screw around with. You let it through once, you ban it game 2.
I mean, there's still Viper available for Falcons if they want a last pick. They're going to see the whole draft from Tundra, so they will see where the heroes are going to go. I don't think they're going to be able to flex this Monkey until the last pick. I don't think there's that hero that can go with Monkey that can share the same role, being position 2 and being position 4 at the same time. So there's potentially that Lina can come out, or something like a Viper, even a good Queen of Pain.
Okay, it's Lina. You gotta go Lina, right?
Yeah, I think Lina. It just looks too good. You want to have that burst damage.
Is this mid-morph?
Yeah, BZM mid-morph. This is I hate to say it, it's a classic for him. He was one of the first guys that was doing the mid-morph. And then Kiyotaka kind of became the guy.
What do you think they see about the morph here? Because mid-morph still likes to sit on agility, right? Because of the cooldown you get from it?
You're going to turn into Abba, have lower cooldown on your aphotic shield.
The meta, at least when Kiyotaka was playing it, is he was actually sitting high strength a lot, or like 40-60. Like he wasn't fully going for the cooldown reduction, because at a point it's just kind of redundant.
Okay. A little too much. You don't
it's
even
a little
have, like,
too
the
much,
mana
yeah.
cast
But
it, maybe?
a lot of the time, genuinely, he was sitting like full strength morph, and I remember watching. I was like, "This is kind of boring," but he's unkillable, so it's good.
And they do rely pretty heavily on burst. I'd say coming out from Falcons, the Nyx burst, the Snapfire ulti, the DK stun. Like in that 3-second window, they do want to get a kill. So having a hero like Morphling makes sense.
I love that Tundra is willing to pick this weird stuff. Like they're winning already. They didn't show the mid morph during Blast, and all of a sudden they're just trying it.
But there's a possibility that they are going to be playing more 4 and Monkey as their last pick. So
that's true. They have the flex, yeah.
They actually did find a hero that can.
Is there a chance they cook too much with this though? Like I'm confused
you
looking
think we got
at
an
it.
Overcooking sort of scenario?
Yeah, perhaps. I just think it could easily fall flat because the mid game looks really awkward for them. Phoenix is a slow support. PA, yeah, you can participate in fights, and it is Dyrachyo, so perhaps I'm underestimating. But I think Morphling needs time, does he not? That's not like a 10 to 15 minute hero, right? That hero needs like 1 or 2 items, 15, 20 minutes, maybe?
Yeah, unless you can get like a haste rune or DD or something like that. But this is every mid.
I guess I'm looking at that early Dyrachyo rotation through the Twin Gate to open up 33's lane, because Enigma doesn't want to rotate. Morphling's kind of a slow mid. And I feel like Falcons has a lot of pressure already, just like from the lanes. DK and Abaddon are very strong by themselves. If the Monkey King is not core, which they've not established yet.
They're waiting for the last
I think you want to play Monkey core here, considering that you're playing into 3 enemy melee heroes.
I think
it's
you
such
have
a
to.
good Monkey core game.
It's so good. You're going to destroy DK, right?
But is like Enigma Morphling a lane? Like that's kind of...
I think that's probably what they're discussing. They're like, can we get through the laning stage with these heroes? I'm sure it's fine. Enigma really carries lanes for almost anyone.
Well, I think they were planning on putting Morphling mid 100%, and they expected Falcons to not really call that bluff and not put the DK mid, right? But now they hard countered the Enigma in lane with Bristleback, rotated the DK to mid, and they're like, are we really going to give them DK into Morph when we have Monkey King in our lineup? So, yeah, I guarantee that's what they were discussing, and they ended up going with what they originally planned with this Morphling pick. But I think Falcons called their draft, and I think they've got their number with this draft.
Yeah, I agree. I think probably this was a question for Soxa. It's like, bro, you haven't been playing Morph in your pubs. Like, can you Morph 4? And he's like, nah, just give it to BZM. Or BZM made the call, like, just give me Morph. Like, I'll own this game. Doesn't matter if I get the DK. DK doesn't counter Morph. It's just they'll both farm.
I'm a little worried for Tundra's damage output early, because they have heroes that don't really do much. Monkey early on doesn't provide you with much, and you have 3 really super tanky cores inside of Falcon, so I'm liking what they have.
Okay, we're gonna find out. It's game 1 of DreamLeague Season 25, and we have freshened things up on the caster desk as well. Let's say hello to Odie Pixel and Gunnar.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, straight to us this time. Hello, yes, welcome. What a series, eh? We're going to be starting off this DreamLeague Season 25 with Tundra versus Falcons Gunnar. I mean, these are 2 grand final worthy, championship worthy teams, right?
Yeah, it's really exciting. And Falcons really got their bread and butter. Every time they do tanky heroes, 3 tanky heroes, they got all 3 tanky cores. So I also agree with the panel. I think Falcons draft is really good.
Do you think indeed that there was that discussion being had there towards the end where this Morph Monkey were going to go, or
a bit. I think it's a really good monkey core game, but I like that they put the Morphling mid. I think it kind of gets awkward when you do this flex stuff. It's better to flex for the enemy team than yourself. When you try to like flex, you're like, guys, maybe we do this and this and this.
Yeah.
You get to you're playing too much chess.
Absolutely. Well, looking forward to see how this one works out, Sheev.
Yeah, it's gonna be an exciting game for sure, and we have a lot of positive points here for Falcons for this first game. So I want to focus maybe a little bit more on where Tundra can shine, because this is the team, Brian, that we have seen do so well over the last month.
I mean, my thoughts are that they have really good stalling heroes. PA, elusive on the map. Monkey King, elusive on the map. But they do have the Nyx to scout them out. I'm just envisioning, like, how do you bring down the tanky heroes? Usually you buy items like Spirit Vessel in the early to mid game, but they have the Dispel from Abaddon Shield. So I think they're going to need, like, potentially Mage Slayer or Diffusal from their 4-position Monkey with, like, a Scotty or something like this.
Trying to get that out of your Monkey is rough.
I'm saying, like, if this game goes, like, 40 minutes and his items are the ones that are able to break the tankiness of this, I could see the late game going their way.
Okay, well, let's see if we get to that late game. It's all in the hands of Falcons and Tundra.
Go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get into the action here of this game one of the 2-game series between Falcons and Tundra. And yeah, can't wait to see what's going to be going down between these two teams. I mean, seeing these two lineups, Gunnar, is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to see whether or not it works out for what each of these sides are trying?
I haven't really been seeing too much of the Morphling in the games I've watched, but I really like this as a hero. He's going the strength one, I believe, right? That's what they were talking on the panel. It's not the best strength morph game, I would say. Usually you like that into like a tiny, something with a really short cooldown. For him, he's probably looking to turn into Abba or maybe Snapfire, but it's not really something crazy, which is why I was saying, the panel was saying their damage is low, right? Basically, most of their damage, I think, is going to be Phoenix in the early game. But it looks like Maureen is kind of...
We're seeing quite a bit of that damage already here. Indeed, the two of them chase him down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the river, Crit, he's going to be the first one to fall. Saxa will find first blood here for Tundra. They'll lose to Ratchet in return, but Tundra getting the first blood. That's going to be what they care about the most. Falcons will manage to find the D-Ward down on the bottom side of the river there. You know, able to help snipe that out.
I also really like the Bristleback pick. I think it was a good choice to put the Dragonite mid and pick something to kind of like destroy the enemy on the offlane. Because they show that it's going to be a Monkey or a Morphling as the pause forward. It's not really too strong, and so you can kind of crush the Enigma, make his game really slow. And the only other option I thought Tundra could do was maybe a Phoenix mid. We've been kind of seeing that in the pubs recently, but they didn't do it, unfortunately. So a little more basic of a draft.
Yeah, one day we'll get that sneaking through, as you said. I'm sure there's a lot of teams, a lot of players that are asking to get it through in one of these competitive professional matches. Yeah, this bottom lane. So how do you think this is going to go? You said having the Monkey Kings to 4, it's just not going to be enough to really slow down Skeeter's farm on the Bristleback in the safe lane?
Yeah, Bristleback's one of the probably like top 3 heroes you want to pick first. I think about, so you got the Alchemist, the Gyro, and then Bristle is the big 3. So 33 is a really good player. He obviously, just that dual lane really knows what they're doing. So I don't think they're going to get completely outclassed, but it's definitely one of those lanes that you're going to expect at best going 60-40 in the favor of Falcons.
And what did you sort of think was the call with getting snaking on the Snapfire this game?
Probably just the Phoenix.
Yeah.
It's just solid versus Phoenix. You always can kill the egg. It's like one of the classic combos. You always see a Phoenix.
It's always going to be good.
Yeah, you see Phoenix, you pick like Jakiro, you pick Snapfire, you pick one of these heroes, kill the egg, especially when it's a support. It just makes it way easier. You turn her brain off as a core. You let this guy deal with it. Especially with all the tanky heroes they have, they're really bad at killing eggs. So it's good to kind of have a plan B for it.
So far in the lanes, I mean, as anticipated, it's been easy stuff on this bottom lane for Skeeter, getting complete free farm, and definitely a bit of a slower time for both sides off laners at the beginning of this one. So in terms of timing as well, this game, when you look at these two lineups, is there a team that you feel is coming into this wanting to take over the game a little earlier, try and get the shutdown sooner?
Yeah, definitely Falcons. They don't really have any cooldowns. You can say Snapfire, but it's not really one that you play around. You can fight with or without it. Versus if you look at Tundra, they have Black Hole, they have Phoenix Egg. They really need those two specific ultimates to fight. The Phantom Assassin's probably going to go Battle Fury, be a bit slow. So for Tundra's draft, if they get to this 30-40 minutes where they can consistently take team fights, it's going to be really good for them. And they'll actually win fight after fight after fight. But in this first 15-20 minutes, it might start to just get a really big lead for Falcons. And so it's it's really big on these lanes, I would say, and BZM in particular. If he's able to get away with this Morphling, maybe get really strong, some good rotations, some good spell usage from him, I could see Tundra kind of holding off the game and delaying it to what they need.
So far, mid CS. Just a little bit of an edge here for Maureen against BZM's Morph. Not one of those lanes that's a little bit boring in the sense that nobody's going to die here.
It's always so funny watching Strength Morph. Because you're always so used to it being that he attacks really fast, does a lot of damage. When he attacks super slow, he hits for 20 damage. But now it's like the opposite. He hits super slow for 80 damage. It's like a Treant Protector. So it's just a completely different playstyle for laning stage that I always think it's really funny to watch.
Yeah, just kind of, as you said, goes against what you've been used to with the hero for, I think, over 10 years of Dota 2, right? And Dota, we've been watching Morphlings bottom lane. Looking forward here, Skeeter setting up onto Saxa. Should be able to get the kill here, and they will. They'll bring Saxa down. 33 also has to be careful, and in fact, snaking there with the snipe. Is able to blast him down as well as Falcons cleaning up both kills on this lane. That continues to just be a complete dream start, really, for Skeeter on this Bristol back. I mean, that last pick Bristol already looking pretty good, Gunner.
Yeah, it's just this lane is really hard for Enigma to do anything. You try to go in the Bristol, the Quills kill all your Eidolons, and even the Monkey King, I think as position 4, he wants to play more for an even lane. You don't really have this trading power that a core Monkey has when you hit level 3. And so even now, look, he jumps in with Skeeter being so low.
Maybe. Oh, they got him again!
That was a really sick animation cancel. He like pump fakes it so he gets the mischief out and he still hits it.
Yeah, snaking. He's having fun bringing the Snapfire into the fray here already.
And that's his TP. So now Saxa has no TP. 33 is going to be alone for a really long time. There might even be a dive if Skeeter wants. A lot of the times Bristols can just dive with the creep wave tank in the tower, and he kind of gets free reign now. At this point, when you're Bristol, you hit level this 5 timing, you can do anything. You can farm jungle, push the wave. His game is basically free. From now on, the next 15 minutes, he gets to live his life. And Tundra's only plays, I think, maybe like a Duraccio Gate, trying to like gank him from behind. But it's one of those things that's really hard, and if you mess that up, then the game gets into this really stressful state. So now it's probably better to slow it down, accept the loss, and just kind of move forward with whatever you can do.
Radiant's courier has been
Saxa.
killed.
Well, we'll at least be able to get a little bit of revenge there, sweeping through the jungle, able to catch out Snaking's courier with the snipe. But indeed, yeah, Saxa. It's going to be interesting to see how he sort of gets himself back into this game. There's been a couple of painful early deaths for him in that lane. I'm sure we'll be able to see him recover as we usually do.
He can still always provide vision. Like Monkey King is one of the best supports at setting up ganks. You can sit in the trees with a stun. You can jump around, kill couriers. So it's not like he's going to be completely useless. Even who was it? It was ZinQ, I think, that was playing Monkey King and would be level 1 at like 10, 15 minutes. So we've seen it before. He doesn't need to have a good game, have good impact. And 33 as well, he's the type of player that even no matter how bad his lane is, he'll get something out of the game, will have impact. So I think, if anything, this is just more of a benefit to Falcons as opposed to just a pure negative for Tundra. And I think it's probably doable, especially with the fact that they picked Enigma early. It's something you're used to lose these lanes. Every Enigma player loses their lanes at some point to this Enigma Gyro Bristle, so it's something very common.
Mid lane. They're going to try and see if they've got the setup and the burst to bring him down. He's a tanky Morph, and he's tanky enough to get away there with the waveform. Just walks away from the 3 of them. Showing off their potential and power of this hero in that mid. Looks like he's relatively low, but just because of how much HP he has to work with, it's not an easy gank. It's not an easy kill to go for.
Especially with all the magic damage. The Strength Morphling is super good versus magic damage because he gets HP, he loses armor, but he gets the HP. And the only physical damage Falcons really has in that gank is the Dragonite, so it just makes it so it's almost impossible to bring down the Morph with those 3 heroes.
Skeeter and Snake King, they're going to be able to close the gap onto 33. Saxa
might just dive him.
We'll look to try and help out. Let's see how much they want to try and go for this. They're going to be a bit apprehensive with the potential TP coming in. Same time up top, Amar, he's standing his ground against both Whitemon and Duraccio. Bottom lane, Snake King will get chased down here as BZM comes in with a rotation to back Saxa and 33 up and punish Falcons for their attempt at chasing down the Enigma. And top lane, Amar was able to fend off the 2 of them and ends up surviving.
Almost 1v2 them, actually. It was getting pretty scary for
Tundra. Yeah, they had to be
careful. This ABBA has actually been getting really popular recently. I think it's really cool of a hero we even see some, especially with the ult now that you just like don't go your ult, you wait till the perfect time. The laning is really strong, and with all the Sanch and Yasha, it's just a really solid hero. And I think it fits Falcon's playstyle really well too, because it's kind of this like semi-carry that can also just be really aggressive and tanky. So honestly, so far, everything's looking really good for Falcons. I like their draft. I like the way they're playing these lanes, and it's kind of fitting into their formula that they've practiced for so long now.
Jumped in here. Saxa's trying for Ahmad, but Ahmad just hit the level 6. So it has the potential for the borrowed time. There it is. And Saxa is going to get chased down. They've got him. Another death on the Monkey King as Falcons staying on top of Saxa's rotations.
So this is the big scary thing, which was Falcons having a good early game and kind of running away with the game, and Tundra needs to slow it down. So now on Tundra's side, you probably are going to think about maybe Whitemon should just stay here alone, push out the lane, kind of absorb this pressure by himself while Durachi goes to farm the jungle, and you just tell your other 2 lanes to do their best, because you can't really expect Tundra to fight Falcons. They don't have the damage, and Falcons' early game is so much stronger. Anytime you just delay the game and it's just 0-0 kills, it's really good for you for the side of Tundra. And so even now, this is...
look at this. There's an easy movement from Maureen, right? He just heads up towards the top lane as Falcons are chasing Tundra down. Whitemon will manage to deny the neutrals. Duracho trying to desperately survive underneath the tower. 33 comes in with the black hole. Will manage to hold back both of them. Have they got the damage to bring them down? They do. Maureen to fall. They jump over towards Amar. Great rotation there from 33. Had a difficult time in his lane. Turns up top, comes in big with the black hole, and shuts down both of the cores.
Feeling themselves a little bit too much there on Falcons. Diving the tier 2, not even 10 minutes in the game. And yeah, really good TP, really good black hole. That's kind of what Tundra needs, right? Every time that you get these like turnaround kills, even if the gold is still going to be in the favor of Falcons, you're slowing the game down. If they can make this game, you know, last 30 seconds here, a minute there, just because of like items, timings, it's always perfect for them. You know, it hits this like 30, 40 minute mark. That's when Tundra kind of gets to kick it into high gear and keep playing faster and faster. But for now, it's kind of a battle between showing up to the fights, because they also can't ignore Falcons completely and do nothing. So they have to keep showing up, but try to limit their losses every time they can.
In that sort of move as well, when you're diving into tier 2 like
you
that
have
as
to
a
show
team,
up.
Who on the team's making that call? Is it Amar saying we're going for this, or Maureen saying, hey, I took the time to come up here, I want to get the kills?
It's always the mid laner. You always want to keep going for these fights.
Yeah. Skeeter, bottom, talking about diving tier 2s. He gets away with it on his own here. Walks in, takes out BZM. Duracho's going to try and punish him. Has the help of Saxa. Boundless strike in.
2 more quills?
The quill sprays are stacking up, so Duracho's got to be careful. Saxa really wants to finish off the job. Duracho, he'll jump forward. It ends up being Saxa getting the last touch. And again, it's another bit of a play around a tier 2 where they're getting punished. Whitemon trying to get through the twin gate. Won't manage to make it. Snake King able to shoot him down.
I think he might have clicked it on the way when he was trying to dive. He might have canceled his dive with clicking the gate. That honestly, pretty good for Tundra. Taking down Bristleback, I think you take that trade.
I think you do right, especially when you said, you know, Falcons, they're kind of concerned of getting ahead, and Tundra, if they can slow it down, they're happy. I mean, that's all 3 cores, effectively. What we had up top, Maureen and Amar dying under tier 2, and then a minute later, you got Skeeter dying under tier 2 on the bottom lane.
Yep, it's usually when you're in these positions, it's like you don't want to lose your mid, because he always has to set the tempo. But again, every time Falcons uses a core, it's more time for Tundra. And they're being really aggressive, which I really, really like, but sometimes maybe you gotta step back just like a foot, you know, just give them a bit of space, give them 1 creep every minute. But it's still working out for Falcons great. They're up 2k gold, 10 minutes in the game. They've taken out the top tower. Duracho can't even lane. He has to just jungle pretty much mostly. So just really good pressure. Now they're gonna take the mid tower probably, and it's just constantly pressuring and going back and forth, and it's just Falcons Dota right now.
We're gonna get a lot of focus here around the mid, as Tundra will be showing up for the tier 1 defense. Duracho, of course, also wants to get involved nice and early. I'm going to get set up here on towards Maureen as they jump him in the river. Be able to tell the Dragon Tail on towards BZM. Crit holds back BZM as well with the stun. The kiss is coming in, but immediately put to a stop there by Saxa. Aggressive waveform forward. BZM wants to continue the chase down. Jump forward from Saxa. He's in on top of Snake King. The shield's there. Won't save him. Snake King goes down. Now Tundra, they can turn towards Crit as well. Get the stun off onto the 3 of them, I believe, but it's not enough to save him as 33 cleans up the double kill. And after what was Falcon's attempt to set up for a push around the tier 1, Tundra, they're able to take the fight, take the defense, and now they're the ones beating back onto Falcon's tier 1 tower.
Really good outnumber. They kind of notice that either Skeeter doesn't have TP or doesn't really want to, and he's just sitting bot, so they end up having a 5v4. I also thought it was really scary because they were doing this before the Phoenix had level 6. He dies in level 5, kind of starts the fight off, doesn't even go down, so just really good by them. It's always about this numbers game, right? No matter how strong you are, how behind you are, if you bring more heroes on the enemy team, you can win any fight.
Absolutely, especially the early points, right? Yeah.
Is this gonna be a snipe? There's no way.
So he's going for a Snake King. He's got the blood grenade, but stacks up. Wukong's commands down, and Snake King, he might regret trying to go for that. He certainly will. Saxa down to the ground, gets him, and indeed, Photic Shield's there in time. That will be enough to keep him out of harm's way. Ma able to escape the threat that's set up at the black hole this time round. But still, yeah, you can see on the gold, these little moves. It's definitely Tundra kind of putting Falcons in their place and keeping this game level and making sure that the time's going to be there for this PA to inevitably shine as the moments go on.
Yeah, kind of getting a bit outplayed, I would say, in terms of just like the individual movements. They're constantly always showing up. You have the 33 TPing top, you have them 5-manning mid. Even now, you just have 33 gates bot. After this play top, he uses Black Hole, doesn't get a kill, but now he's bot, making more space for Dracho. So it's just constantly outnumbering them, even though they're, I would say, you know, if you go hero to hero from like role to role, they're probably individually weaker than Falcons. But because they keep outnumbering them, they keep being stronger than what Falcons can kind of put up. And when you kind of get into this snowball, you keep starting to feel a bit weaker on Falcons. They get a little more worried, like, oh, now we just died 4 times in a row. Should we be able to fight them? And Skeeter still feels really good because he hasn't died recently, but for the rest of Falcons, you're kind of in this limbo of, do I want to keep fighting them? I have my Blink Dagger on Dragonite. We have Snapfire, so it's like, obviously you want to go, but now are they going to have the damage? Because now BZM's kind of had a little space, a little levels, and if you missed 1 more gank, 2 more ganks, now the game's kind of just completely in Tundra's favor.
Absolutely, it's only going to get harder. We'll see top, Marine, he's able to close the gap. As the cookie follow-ups from snaking, they'll be able to chain stun, white one taken down. But yeah, just looking at kind of net worth rate, think back to what was going on in that bottom lane. At this point now, out of all the supports, Sax's Monkey King, he's the most farmed on the game after those first early 3 deaths that he had. So just to go to show how much he's recovered. And the same to be said, obviously for 33, had a slower time in the lane as the Enigma, as you say. Enigma players are used to having in a lot of situations. He's back on level with everybody else. So I think, yeah, considering how the opening went, Tundra, they're going to be feeling pretty good. And Falcons, they've definitely got to get things flowing a bit more smoothly. They're going to try and attempt for 33. They'll get him. See if Dracho can punish this. I mean, with BZM, they certainly can. They're able to get Crit. Can they get Skeeter, though? He's still a bit of a tanky one. They've got the Supernova from the high ground. Boundless Strike comes into play to keep him in range of the Supernova stun. They'll punish Skeeter as well. Marin, he still wants to fight this. He's in with the jump on towards Dracho, but Dracho's able to get over towards Whitemon to get out of this. Saxa, he's trying to escape the threat of Amar, and he's able to do so. Keeps out of the way of Amar. He'll get out. And Falcons, they try and get something more in return there, but they won't manage to get much, really, as Tundra, they're able to sort of keep their distance and ensure that Falcons, once again, aren't quite getting those favorable trades. Another time where Tundra is coming out with the outplays.
Yeah, it was just the Bristleback got his Ags. They really wanted to make this play, so it's like, they jump, but you see 2 are already dead. Tundra has 4, Falcons has 3. At the start of the fight, Falcons had 2, but Tundra had like 3 or 4 already instantly there. So it's like they're constantly outnumbering them just by like a bit. Just 1 extra hero in every single situation, and it always ends up being enough. Which is just really, really nice to watch, that no matter what their lane state was, they knew that Dota's a game of fighting. You have to be able to bring your heroes to the right places on the map, and they're constantly doing that, like back to back to back. And at this point now, I would say the game's just in Tundra's favor, even without the gold lead.
They'll just drop the black hole for this. They know that Amar's borrowed time's still on cooldown. He just shows himself in the mid farming and maybe just feeling a bit stronger than he was there, as that area of the map has claimed many a life.
The mid lane. Scary place to be. So now it's starting to be a bit worrisome for Falcons that basically all of their gold is on the Bristleback now that the other cores have kind of been dying back to back to back.
Yeah. And how much of a threat or a problem is a farmed Bristleback for Tundra's heroes, or do they have ways to deal with it?
Honestly, not that big of a problem, I would say. They have percentage-based damage from Phoenix, percentage-based damage from Enigma, BKB piercing stun, even Phantom Assassin, shard breaks. So they have like so many random tools to just kind of deal with the Bristleback as well. I don't know what Sox is going to buy eventually, but if he goes Mage Slayer, that's another way to kind of deal with the Quill damage. So honestly, it's not an amazing Bristleback game in terms of just hero matchups. It's just good because of the lane matchup and the fact that he starts just right-clicking hard, right? As a carry, he's strong, but on a 1v5 scale, this isn't really a Bristleback 1v5 kind of game.
Nice little snipe there, and in fact, they might be able to catch up BZM as well. No, he's able to turn to the next assassin, use the spike carapace against them, buy some time to waveform away. The kisses, they will connect. Can they continue to chase it? I'm up to a tier 3. It's risky, but I wouldn't put it off the menu really here for Falcons. This might be a little too far, though. Yeah, Skeeter won't try chase up to the tier 4s, so we'll have to let him live as BZM gets out.
Yep. All these little things are just looking really good as well. Dracho has his Battle Fury, he's finishing his BKB, so he's starting to hit his timings. I think, again, his big timing is probably going to be BKB and maybe even Shard just to kill the Bristleback, and Dragonite, and Abba. There's like these, all 3 cores are actually kind of get destroyed by break to some extent. For Abba, you do need to silence them, so they don't have a silence, but even Black Hole, I think Black Hole's a silence, so if they break him and he gets Black Hole, they can just kill the Abba as well. So there's actually a really good PA pick it ended up being. And I think, what, 2 heroes were picked into the PA, actually? It wasn't even...
Yeah, the PA was third.
It was pretty
pick,
early, yeah. So
Yeah.
it's just one of those things you don't really think about. I would say the Shard, you don't think like, oh my god, the PA is going to buy a Shard and she's going to break all of our passes, but it ends up happening. And this game, it might actually be very important for Tundra.
Yeah, they'll be able to get something out of this. They were moving around as the 5 of them there. Falcons, they catch Saxa off guard.
BZM's going in.
Oh, he's going to try and go for some cute solo player against Snaking. Snaking, though, has the snap still pretty tanky, but another round of the spells. I mean, BZM.
Another cookie?
He's going to get jumped by Maureen. 33 here from the low ground, ready to help out.
Nice
Same
snipe.
from Whitemon. BZM able to finish off the kill on a Snaking. Again, Maureen and Amar not really able to do much to punish it as Tundra. They're going to walk away. Amar's going to try and chase down 33. The TP backup's coming in. Amar's got to be careful. Black Hole's going to be back up online in 15 seconds. He'll catch Whitemon in the back lines. As Whitemon was caught, but Tundra, they're not going to lose any of their cores here. BZM and 33 can continue to safely retreat. As I say, the Black Hole is back up now, so Falcons, they do have to continue to be careful about how they go looking for these moves.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about Tundra, but Falcons has been up in gold. They're about like bouncing between high 1k, 2k gold lead, and it is because of how aggressive they're playing. If you're constantly running at the enemy, you're pushing the waves into them, you're farming their camps, you're going to have a lot of gold in your cores. So even though they kind of do keep dying, which is bad for their game plan, because they're so aggressive, they're constantly ahead. They're never going to be just fully behind in the game until, you know, there's like 30, 40 minutes where they lose a really big team fight. And so the game state's like completely fine for Falcons, and if they ever keep getting these like random picks, maybe like Duraccio here, it's really good for them. But he's a bit too tanky, and it's also scary now, right? You know that they're constantly together, they're constantly TPing. You don't want to do these crazy dives, because imagine they got Black Hole right there into the tier 2. Massive loss for them. So good poke, get a tower, just keep kind of growing this gold lead if you can for Falcons. And you want to look to maybe play for a Roshan. If they get Rosh, it's really big versus all the ultimate cooldowns from Tundra. So I would say once they get enough responses to this like constant tower pushing is when they're going to look to, all right guys, let's back off, finish our items, we go Rosh, and kind of play a more formula game rather than the constantly like aggression that Tundra is doing.
Do you imagine Tundra would let them go for the Rosh, or would Tundra be pretty hot on trying
Tundra
to get
really
that
wants
Rosh
to
as well?
fight it. When you have these really big ultimates, you always want to fight Rosh if you can ideally, but it's a question of Tundra does it really fast. Between the Bristleback, the Snap, even the Abba, all just really good heroes of Roshing. So it's just based on the map state as to whether Falcons finds this like key little timing to do it. And I really like this rotation for them. It might actually catch Tundra off.
Oh, BZM has the long TP!
Oh.
That's too long, it's gonna hurt him, it's gonna cost him. Dead. I think what must have been heading over the same way as what the 33 was right.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a long TP and he's gone.
It's really good timing for this smoke because it happens at 20 minutes. And usually at 20 minutes, when the team is playing here, they think about Tormentor. So in Falcon's mind, they're like, we're going to catch someone maybe doing our Tormentor, maybe standing for our XP rune. And he barely catches this stun on BZM, and kills like that are really big. Now they're up 3k gold. That kill was literally instantly 1,000 gold lead for Falcons, just bonus. They're going to keep getting more because now Tundra has to play a bit scared. They don't have their mid laner. And maybe this might lead into a Roshan in the next 2 or 3 minutes if Falcons gets good, you know, map state, gets the good waves out. But there's no rush, I would say, for Falcons. They still have 10, 15 minutes of completely being in the lead in terms of...
Oh, well, okay. Never mind, they still get it. But will cost 33 his life there.
And an egg.
And a supernova. Yeah. Yeah, that's still that 2-minute cooldown on that one. But, hey, you know.
Delay the game.
It does, though, yeah.
Tundra, you want to delay the game?
They're going to be all right with that.
We have Harpoon finished up for Amar. So again, a lot of items are kind of being finished up right now. And I think they might actually look to Rosh. You see they're controlling this bot half of the map. Maybe they know that the egg was used. I don't think there was really an indicator because it was daytime, so it didn't switch to day. So they might not know specifically, but if they end up taking this gambit to Rosh, that is really good for Falcons. It just ends up being a perfect timing. 33 is also dead, so we're going to see them walk into the pit. And as Tundra, you don't fight this.
No,
you
you
don't
can't.
have egg,
You can't get
give
it.
it up, you go farm. And at best, they maybe get this catch on crit, which would be a bit unlucky for Falcons, but I don't think it's really going to matter at the end of the day. It's still going to be a free Roshan for Falcons.
Well, Crit's pretty speedy with that Vendetta. He's well out of that. So indeed, he's fine, and all the space in the world for the rest of Falcons. Get this Roshan on the Aegis, and indeed get that that timing back on track that they want to be going for with this lineup. It's still 22 minutes in. Gold lead, only 1k in advance here for Falcons, so still very much feeling like they're walking on a bit of a fine line here in trying to shut this one down before Tundra really hit their stride, as indeed, as you can see on the The net worth
We
as
might
the
walk into
moments have passed.
Dyrachyo.
Dyrachyo.
Pops the blur, but no one really is in position for that.
Yeah, needs a bit more than just himself on his own at the moment. Crit. Dyrachyo very farmed, very close to having the same farm as Skeeter has on the Bristol. So this PA very likely to become more of a problem than the Bristol on the other side.
Yep. The gold matters more for PA than any other hero in the game. PA with 6 items is going to have a really good time, so it's like a ticking time bomb to some extent, but I wouldn't say Falcons is completely out versus PA. They have a bunch of stuns versus PA. They do have decent damage, magic damage, so they have ways to kill her in the game. It's not a complete 1v5 game, but it's definitely going to get to the point eventually where she's the scary one in the game that everyone is playing around, whether you're on her team or against her. And so that's why Falcons, I think, is kind of hitting this tempo, right? It's a 20-minute mark. You have this Aegis, you have all your items, just go, 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 and just at the worst, you force them back. You see TPs, you see their cores in their base, you go back and farm. You don't have to sit there, hit this tier 3 until either I die or the tower dies. You can just play the resource game. You know, get the gold, get the lead. And if you look at the map, the only one that is out on the map is BZM right now.
Yeah, he's getting that extra farm and space, right?
Trying to get caught maybe by Maureen, but even just forcing him back now BZM's in base. And now who really can go out? It's only Soxa, but he's not really getting the gold. So it's always a dance. Dota's a dance between force them back, getting farm, catching the one hero. And so...
And because most of the time with Falcons lineup at this point, if they are going to seriously go for that high ground push, do they need to have the full 5 there? If they're going to try and break high ground, they can't afford to sort of have someone, you know, crit elsewhere trying to scout out these, you know, BZM trying to get the extra farm before he TVs back. He top, Skeeter.
He's completely
back in the mid.
Has the Bloodstone Whitemon.
That's a lot of heals. The BZM's got to be careful himself. Dyrachyo's ready to jump over there with the damage, and Skeeter will go down the once. Backup's on its way from Falcons.
Still has a BKB.
See if they can help him out. Skeeter.
Black hole as well.
Running a step away. They use the Supernova.
Dyrachyo's so low.
One of them. They've got the Boundless in. Dyrachyo's trying to stand his ground and continue to do the damage. They've got the Black Hole to pull in Skeeter on the Bristol. They'll kill him off. Skeeter to fall. The Falcons, they're looking to fight back strong as they take out both 33 and Saxa.
Maureen has a blink in one.
Just want to go into the base. That might be a little too far. So, not a bad fight back there from Falcons. They lose their carry, but they are able to take down 2 in return. So, still holding on to that little bit of a grip that they do have in this game. I can just see a quick smoke coming out from Tundra, though. I mean, they don't have the ultimates, but can they try and go for some sort of surprise play?
They can do some bursts. The Dyrachyo doesn't have a BKB, so he can get kind of chain stun here, but I think BZM feels really strong.
He wants to go in.
Marine Core, so maybe he turns into Nyx, gets a bunch of stuns out.
I mean, there's the crit as they chase down Snaking immediately. At the same time, though, Whitemon does get jumped by Crit and Maureen. Amar's here ready to turn and help out. Dyrachyo not quite able to finish off Crit. Crit again escapes with the Vendetta. They'll turn to Amar. The Crit comes in there as they'll take him out, and now they can turn towards Maureen. Buyback comes in from Snaking, wants to be able to head over and try and help out Maureen. There's the jump again. The cleave coming in from Dyrachyo is enough to triple kill as he takes down Crit. Maureen with the BKB, but he's so low. Dyrachyo, he's ready to clean up more potentially. Momentarily gets helped out by the stun, but he's got his eyes on Snaking, jumps in, ultra kill for Dyrachyo, and you know he's not done yet. He's looking over towards Skeeter as BZM toys around with the Bristol back. There's the break, there's the rampage. Dyrachyo on the PA. At this point, it feels like that in just a moment like that, the game is taken over completely by this PA, right? Dyrachyo is perfectly behind, only just Skeeter and farm the entire game. Turns up to a fight like this, bam! Top on the net worth, rampage for him. Good luck stopping this PA now, I'd say, Gunnar.
One more catch. Has Blink Dagger, he's... Oh, a bit of scary catch.
He might still be in trouble,
He has no
Maureen.
BKB, 50 seconds, no TP either.
Yep, this chase down, it's going to get them another one. And it's been a close game on the numbers, but that moment, it feels it's going to be hard for Falcons. And there's Dyrachyo, huge smiles on his face, of course, getting an easy rampage.
Yeah, the game's kind of gotten to that point. It's a bit earlier, but I think Dyrachyo just made a really good recovery from his lane. His lane wasn't that bad. I think the really big thing for Tundra to get to this point was outnumbering. They didn't do, guys, we're going to go split up, 3 different lanes, go farm creeps, Dyrachyo, eventually you'll carry us, guys, sacrifice everything. They didn't make any sacrifices. Almost every single fight was, you kill one of us, we kill one of you.
Oh, crap. He's going to be able to fight Saxa here. That's the rest of them turning up. Dyrachyo, though, he's looking for blood.
He's so strong.
He's ready to get more. Jumps into the 4 of them to be able to just take Snaking down on his own. And they can't do anything about him. This PA's a problem. They're trying to hold him back, but there's just no stopping him. He turns towards Skeeter, walks in front of him.
Maybe?
He's trying to heal up with the Bloodstone. It doesn't even matter. Dyrachyo's just killing them all. You can't stop this PA now, Gunner. They had their chances early on. There were a few mess-ups from Falcons. You know, not able to use that early lead that they had perfectly. Tundra responding brilliantly in that early to mid game. And now Falcons, they're having to pay the price, Gunner. This PA is out of control.
Yeah, I think honestly a lot of those trades early kind of hurting Falcons by giving... Honestly, Duracho got a lot. He showed up to every single one of those fights, maybe got 1 kill here, 1 kill there. And every time you get these kills, it matters so much for a slow farming hero like PA. It helps her Battle Fury timing, which, you know, 1 minute faster than that is maybe a minute and a half faster than your BKB. And then she gets to show up for a fight with her BKB, and now her Sanji Dash is a little faster. So it's constantly you're making these like little timing plays, and now the game just completely in Tundra's hand. And the question is for Falcons, like, what do you really do in this position to deal with the PA?
What do you do?
And it's really hard. You have the stuns, but now at this point, even if you stun her, she has Sanji Dash. She's not even squishy anymore. You can't really chain stun her, so it probably has to do with finding her completely alone, like maybe like this.
Oh, well, there you go. All right. Well, there we have it.
She got found completely alone.
There we go. That's the other. Easy kill for them. They're just able to end the streak. Mauring's able to get a lot of money.
So
that's
one way.
something.
Yeah, that's something.
They're probably got to do it a few more times.
Yeah.
But they show us it can be done.
Yep. So it's honestly a lot on if Falcons is able to peel Tundra apart. Maybe they get another kill here. Just by hunting them down. If they get a 33 kill or even a BZM kill like this when he waveforms in, might be enough with the Glimmer Cape.
Yeah, he's hard to kill.
What a funny item.
Yeah, there's not a chance for these two to kill this morph.
Octarine Core.
He's got backup coming
Cape.
as well, BZM. And Skeeter can try and chase this. Yeah, Skeeter's got to be a bit cautious. And they're bringing Amar in as well, but stacks are out into the trees before the Harpoon can grab him. Tundra now get away from that sweep of the map from Falcons. Falcons, they can try and push in, but 20 seconds and Duracho will be back in the game.
The Glimmer Cape meta is so funny to me because there's always been this talk of, wow, Shadowblade's such a good item on Core's late game because people can't really carry dust, you can't really carry detection.
Yeah.
And now it's just evolved into, let's just buy an item half the cost of a Shadowblade and can be used during fighting while I'm fighting to just go in and out of invis and makes me tankier. Like if you think about it that way, it's just such a good item to buy with a short cooldown.
I mean, because that's the thing as well. Has kind of the concept in Dota changed with Invis, where I feel like in the past it was like, if someone on your team had Invis or a Shadowblade, it's like, well, don't buy any more Invis, because they're already going to be buying detection. But now with kind of how big the map is and the sort of the reduction of resources when it comes to like being able to counter it in terms of like sentry allocation, is it now better to have more Invis on the team, because then the enemy's got to be more decisive about who they actually want to kind of focus on trying to use the detection for?
Yeah, to some extent, honestly, it used to be bad because the map was smaller. You place a sentry, it was just, 10% of the map. It's just gone for invis. And also, honestly, the big thing is, a while ago, supports didn't get items. So you'd always have, you'd have Brown Boots and a stick. You have 4 inventory slots for dust.
Yeah, exactly.
You have dust, you got sentries, a gem, whatever. But now, every single support's getting their own glimmers, their own force stats, their own even damage items, like the Monkey Kings are scaling. And so now, even the supports are kind of struggling to carry dust later and later in the game. And you want your cores to do it, but the cores are also getting more and more items because there's just so much farm. So everyone's just kind of building up so many items that it gets awkward to have to carry dust just to counter enemy cores. And it's also a battle of, well, if you have it, I'll have it too. Now both sides want to buy the glimmers, kind of annoy each other. And it's just this back and forth battle that I think is really interesting, and especially because it's so fresh. This has only been, what, a week and a half now, they were saying? So we'll see. Maybe it's just a fad. This has happened before where players will get a fad and they think it's like the coolest thing ever for 2 weeks, and then
well, have you got any of those to mind? Any sort of fads that there was like a week or so where people are like, this is it, and then it very quickly wasn't it?
I can't think off the top of my head, but there's definitely been some heroes where I remember at the start of the patch, I was talking to Fogged about Bloodseeker, and he was annoyed people were picking it in pro games because he thought it was like a pub game fad. But I think now it's getting a little more like stabilized, that the hero is like pretty solid. But even this one, I don't know if in the Europubs people know, there's this guy who plays Bristleback, and he goes Lincoln's Glimmer Cape every game for the last 2 months.
Oh, this is Dota Sama.
Yeah,
that's the guy I heard. I think one of the players called him out in a post-game interview on one of the previous tournaments when they were asked about the Glimmer Cape. They referenced him.
His whole meme was, you have to buy Lincoln's Glimmer Cape on Bristle every game. And so honestly, maybe he wasn't wrong with the Glimmer. Maybe the Lincoln's a little much, but the Glimmer Cape has looked really good. So
here we go. Duracho in with the BKB. They're ready to clean up a fight once more at Tundra's. They're just going to be able to slowly run down Falcons. Both supports are gone. Snaking and Crit dead. See what they go for next as Saxon sets from the side with the Wukong's command. They've got the Dragon Tail here as BZM turns into Dragon Tail, hold back Skeeter. Duracho, he continues to chase down Amar. Amar's dead, so triple kill. You know it, he's looking for another one of those old rampages. We'll see if he gets the chance here. BZM's controlling Skeeter. There's the ultra kill. Look for the Bristol. Can he do it? Yes, he can. The second rampage this game for Mr. Duracho.
Unless you're prepared to keep your end.
At this point, Skeeter's not doing enough. He kind of runs in, he presses all his buttons. They completely ignore him. He walks out of the fight for the first like 15 seconds, and I think in total he probably did 500, 600 damage. And that's not enough. And then compare that to Duracho. He just goes in, he one-shots hero, goes to the next, one-shots the next hero, goes to the next, one-shots. And it's getting to this point where you ask this question, what do we do, guys?
What do you do?
What's the plan?
What do you do? I mean, on Duracho, he's having one of the best PA performances I feel I've seen in a while. Just in how he's kind of been involved in all aspects. I mean, you mentioned it earlier how he was being, joining these early fights. You can see it right now.
Look at this chain stun. Oh my god. You think he's having fun right now?
At least he's got an Abaddon.
Yeah.
Am I able to bail him out a little bit?
A little too much?
Oh, Kiss is coming in.
Fine.
BZM should be able to get out right of the way for him. Yeah, he's away. Yeah, he's thinking about going back in BZM. He's like, well, you know what? We could go for another round if you want.
At least force out the ult.
Yep.
Snaking getting a little too up. He wants to help Black Hole.
Black Hole's up. 33's tempted. There it is. Walks up. Grabs the two of them with the Black Hole. That's Snaking gone. Amar. He's getting further back up. Can they finish him off? They can. Amar's gone. Skeeter should be able to punish 33, but he can't do anything about BZM.
Where's Duracho?
Oh, he's going to try for a TP out in front of all of them. And you know what? He's going to get away. They don't have anything to stop it. Saxa gets out.
Just walk casually through the base.
And Duracho, I mean, he's untouchable. He's got the Satanic finish now until the SMY BKB. I mean, why are they even trying to kill this PA? It's just not going to happen. You can't kill him.
Look at that. He's a bit scared now. He actually has no BKB. If they get him once, they might be able to take him out a second time, but that's such a big ask. He turns around, one Satanic, one crit, full HP.
He can heal back up. They've got the Supernova as well here, keeping him protected, ready to do the damage around him. It's Falcons once again. They're just having to run away from this PA. Skeeter's dead.
The Aegis.
Crit, he's going to die as well. I mean, at some point, they're just going to want to have the pain and suffering come to an end here. This PA is bullying them. They cannot do anything about him. I think you might want to go to game 2 soon, Gunnar.
Yeah, I think Duracho, Phantom Assassin, I feel like it's a hero that fits him so well. I would say he's always a player that's been really aggressive, and I think Phantom Assassin really excels in these games where she shows up really early, gets to fight.
Look, it's 16, 2, and 11, right? Quick maths. Been involved in 27 of the 34 kills. It's
you
crazy
get to fight,
stats.
you get to show up, you get to farm too, so it's not like he's completely has to just be an early game aggressor. And I feel like every time I watch this, there's the dagger, the tormentor that one time, but besides that one time, every time it almost looks like his best hero, I would say. So I think it's just really impressive by him. But even all of Tundra, I think the strategy to constantly show up to these fights back to back in the early game was really good, especially based on the laning stage. Whenever you lose your lanes, your mental is kind of, oh guys, they're ahead, it's hard to fight. You want to find ways to dodge, usually is the way you talk about, and how do we pull them apart and pick them apart. But Tundra just constantly was like, all right guys, we're gonna bring 5.
Yep.
And I feel like there's never a time where Falcons also was like, okay guys, we need to bring 5, because they always felt we're stronger than them. We don't need to bring 5, we can be a bit greedy. And whether it was a deliberate choice to not bring 5 or it's just Tundra making really good rotations, it just worked out really well for them in the early game. They just delay it, and now 21,000 gold lead for Tundra, 35 minutes. They still have the Aegis for I think like 2.5 minutes, and there's just not really a big choice for Tundra.
See how much they can play around with him. Starts jumping in. He's got Snaking and Marin and Crit by his side of Mar. Still very tough. I mean, here comes Duracho. It's terrifying for Falcon. Snaking's gone. Duracho's ready to look for his next target. He's already had 2 rampages this game. You know what? He's like, you know what? I could try and go for another one. They do have the stuns upon him.
Still Satanic and BKB.
He's ready to heal up. He's going to be able to find the double kill. He's dreaming of that 3rd rampage. Can he do it? He's looking for Skeeter, but Skeeter's healing up with the Bloodstone. And Duracho's a little bit low on the mana. He's still got that Aegis for a minute and a half, and it's over. They just called it. They didn't want to see him get a 3rd rampage, so they'll tap out of this one. But there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Tundra with this game 1. Quite the victory. Double rampage for Duracho. You don't get to see that every day.
Not that often, no.
2 rampages.
That was very impressive performance. I really liked what they did. I was a bit worried for them because Falcons had this really good early game lead. They had a draft that they really liked doing. but I think especially with a lot of Falcons drafts, they end up having to play honest Dota, where they're just really tanky, they walk at you, they don't have like ghost push. Like if you see every single one of their fights is this tanky hero just walks down a lane and gets jumped. And that's how Falcons plays, but when you're in the positions where you literally can't get jumped, you'll get one shot. The Phantom Assassin will blink on you and you're dead. You can't really play this honest Dota, and I think you kind of see that when they fall behind just like a little bit and Tundra gets this like slight advantage, it just crumbles. And there's nothing really for Falcons to do just the rest of the game.
What do you think Falcons are going to be looking back at most in that game? Are they going to be saying, you know, look how well we did in kind of the safe lane. We were having this good start in the laning phase. These tier 2 dives, maybe we went for a bit more than we should have been trying to bite off.
Yeah, I think it's a bit too much of the dives and the trades. I think you always want to you just have to eliminate that from your games. I want to say the game would be completely different if they didn't do both of those tier 2 dives and their 3 cores didn't die back to back. Would have been way better for their whole team of Falcons.
Yeah, crazy stuff there from Tundra and indeed Dyrachyo. 2 rampages and ending the game 19-2-11. He, out of all his teammates, turned up to the most fights. 30 fights, 30 kills that he was involved in. Crazy stuff.
Especially as a carry. Whenever you just show up to that many fights as a carry, it kind of just proves like as his whole team to just be taking all these fights together. So
yeah, it was a mad showing from Tundra. 2 rampages for Dyrachyo as well. It took a little bit of time to get started, but once it got started, once Falcons overextended just a tiny smidge, Jenkins, it was basically all she wrote.
I think Dyrachyo actually played really bad this game, and that he should have gotten 3 rampages, Shiver.
Okay.
This was not good enough from him. This was not the... No, I think you got to be really careful about the Dyrachyo PA. I agree with what Gundaddy was saying during the cast. I think this is the perfect hero for him. Also, from watching him in the previous 2 tournaments with this team, I think that this is the perfect support duo for him as well. This guy is absolutely insane. And you have Whitemon, who is one of the most sacrificial supports in the entire scene. And then you have Saksa, who is too smart to let a player like Dyrachyo go get himself killed.
Yeah.
So you have 2 enablers for one of the highest skilled and highest aggression carries we've ever seen. And then all of a sudden you have this Super Saiyan Dyrachyo that we're seeing.
And you said Phantom Assassin is the perfect hero for him for a reason, because he does 0 draft preparation, he does 0 VOD preparation, he doesn't watch any of those, so suits him perfectly. This guy is onto something. I always loved his playstyle because he doesn't care too much. He always had like team to back him up, always ready to push the limits. I think we did talk a lot about his playstyle being pretty similar to old CIS playstyle when they were like Quast or Xbox back in the days when he was playing. I'm getting a lot of same vibes from him. I know it's been different Dota back in the days, but he's one of those guys that will go in and the rest of the team will follow him up. I think Parker has pretty much the same idea. If you watch Team Secret, how they played recently, the same mentality that the rest of the team needs to sacrifice themselves just so that he can shine. And I think it's working out for Tundra amazingly.
It is. This game was, of course, fantastic. But Jenkins, we have to talk about the start of this game because we started with seeing Skeeter on his Bristleback having a fantastic time on that bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, the whole time we were watching, we were just like, how is Tundra going to delay the game? Because they did not have that great of an early game. And I think there were some mistakes that were made from Falcons, like diving tier 2s. And this is the thing when you have... Everybody has experienced this in their pubs, where you have, like, the semi-carries, you have like the DK mid, you have the Bristle carry, and then you're playing against a real carry, and that's the PA. And then you do that tier 2 dive when you have the 3k gold lead, it goes back to even, it's 10, 15 minutes in, and you're like, uh-oh. She's got a Battle Fury now. This is rough, and then it's Dyrachyo PA to boot.
Yeah, it was a tough game for Falcons in the end. They did do very well at the start. Part of the reason they did very well must have been some of the vision that went out. Isn't that right, Brian?
Absolutely, Shiver, for the Kadia ward of the game. We're not going to be talking about a literal ward this time around, but we're going to be talking about crit on the Nyx Assassin as he was controlling the entire tempo of the mid game, and this is where Falcons were looking strong, as crit's going to be responsible for setting up every single successful play that Falcons has throughout the course of this entire game. And when that no longer is the case, we saw what happens as the end result. But here, crit actually getting initiated onto by Tundra, thinking that they have the upper hand, but instead, it turns for a double kill. And we even saw them pick off Dyrachyo later on in the game with the use of crit after the Beyond Godlike. But once they're no longer getting those and the fights are on even footing, it was completely in the favor of Tundra. And that's our Kadia ward of the game.
Of course, it was only game one of a 2-game series, so Tundra doing so well here might have just been a little bit maybe underestimating on the side of Falcons.
Which is shocking considering the grand finals of Fisher. I mean, maybe we underestimated them too, honestly. I
think we did. I mean, I think it was pretty clear that we favored Falcons at the end of the draft when the draft was done.
Yeah.
Most of the talk was how Falcons was able to get that bristle because they called the bluff of Tundra and. You know?
Sloppy execution, usually not where we see Falcons. I'm getting mixed up with the old Tundra members. Falcons, they usually tend to close out the game like relatively later if things are
45 minutes.
45 minutes average time. They tend to farm up, but I would say that they were on the clock a little bit more and some uncharacteristic mistakes coming up from them where they're, as you said, already diving the towers, feeding some of the kills. I think with this type of a lineup, you can't really allow to get those mistakes in, especially that early on.
Very true. We're going to find out what's going to happen in the rest of the series. Game 2 coming your way after a break.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
a fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to live.
Welcome back. You're watching DreamLeague. It is season 25, and it is day 1, series 1, game 2. We already had our first game just now. We saw Tundra take down Falcons in one game, and we're going to see if they can do it again, or if this will be a tie to start their run in Group A for this first group stage. I'm joined by Lacoste, Jenkins, and VSJ. We're going to talk about what Falcons should do differently in this game too, because let's be real, Brian, they got kind of outed in game 1. I kind of felt like once Tundra got online, they were just slapped around a little bit.
Yeah, we were all concerned about their early game damage on Tundra to take down these tanky cores, and I think Falcons were concerned for Tundra, saying, no, you can't take us down at all, even if we're at your tier 2s. Doesn't matter if it's Skeeter by himself or Malrine and ATF at top lane, but at the end of the day, they overextended. I don't think there's really anything strategically you have to change here. I think they honestly got outplayed. I think Tundra's draft was harder to execute. I think this game looks day and night different if one of those 3 turns doesn't happen. So for a game that looked so stompy and had such an abrupt ending, I feel like it was also on the verge of just becoming unkillable on the side of Falcons, getting that Aegis, going high ground and ending.
They just needed a few less mistakes.
Yes, but Tundra just like masterclass on how to stall out a game, and we've already, praised Duracio enough as is.
Here, can I do a quick segment sponsored by Intel Arc?
Sure.
Can you get a close-up shot on Brian's camera? Get a close-up shot on Brian.
It's happening.
That's BSJ. Yep.
Yeah, BSJ.
This is Brian. There will be a close-up shot on Brian in a second.
I'm being vetoed by production, it looks like. there's a hard veto.
Well, it's fair enough.
We can do an audio version.
Sure.
Brian, I'm going to give you a player and hero combination, and then you're going to do a reaction for me.
Okay.
Okay. BZM Invoker. Duracio Morphling.
Oh.
Duracio Phantom Assassin.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't Duracio Phantom Assassin the one that got himself killed, the Tormentor? Is that the clip?
We don't talk about that. That was the other facet.
Also,
that was the old
BZM Invoker is S tier.
I think he was more like scared. Like, ooh.
Yeah. That was
okay.
like I envisioned myself laning against it mid. That's
okay.
Yeah. But then for the Morphling, I was kind of like I realized I made them kind of similarly sounded, but the Duracio Morphling is not always the hero I'm most confident in. They did win Game 5 though.
They did, yeah.
The finals with Morphling.
The thing is, art is in the eye of the beholder, and it's all about perception. So if this is his reaction to this sort of thing, that's kind of his interpretation.
Don't invalidate my reaction.
Yeah, your validation, it was reaction.
Thank you.
Very good. Let's focus our attention on the draft, because we are in game number 2. We got Tundra on the Radiant side with first pick. So they once again get first pick. They just swapped sides. Last game, we did see Falcons use that overall last pick, I thought, pretty well, and we all thought it pretty well with that Bristle. And that kind of leads me to thinking that maybe Tundra this time around wants to, I don't know, maybe not be as flexible as they were last time, because kind of ended up almost backfiring anyway.
Yeah, but I like that they're bringing new ideas to the table. Like, all right.
Okay.
This is the
bringing new ideas to the table. Yeah.
Old idea, but different way of thinking. We're just gonna first pick the hero because it's just that strong right now. One of the stronger laners in terms of carries. I think Alchemist is definitely up there, but Phantom Assassin, they are also the one that invented Warlock plus Phantom Assassin as a lane duo, where you don't have to build any region early on. You have basically Ion Shell plus the heal with Warlock, the way the heal works nowadays, and you can also stick to the target easily, and there's going to be a respawn immediately from Falcons picking up that Pangolier that they love to flex.
Well, I think this is also Tundra predicting that Falcons was going to ban PA second round regardless, so they knew that they were only going to get it now or never. And so the stocks are rising already just within this best of 2 for Phantom Assassin. And I don't necessarily think Tundra's buying the hero too high. Like, I think that they've paid the appropriate price for them, which I think Duracio's been like this throughout his entire career on Gaming Gladiators as well, where I always felt good if I saw a Duraccio signature just come out first. Like when they won EWC, it was just a CK or an Alchemist, just first overall pick for Duraccio.
Yeah, he's going to play like he's playing PA no matter what he's playing.
You could give him the perfect game, it'll look the exact same.
Yeah, I think also the supports for Tundra, and like I know the PA win rate in pubs, it's like what, 48%? It's not.
It's not good. Yeah.
It's not that good. It's not terrible, but it's not what is reflected in the stock people are putting it in drafts. And I think it's because in competitive, you can draft a whole team around it and you can play around it.
Where's Lich?
Oh god.
Where's Lich? Like, I think this is a really great counter against Phantom Assassin, because if she uses Satanic, first of all, Frost Shield just works amazingly, and you're also gonna always have the burst to kill her. You have that early shard, she blinks in. But they are removing some of these vision heroes that have been very popular in the last month or so. These position 4 heroes with Invis. We saw a lot of Nyx Assassin, but these 2 heroes have kind of taken priority over Nyx.
I think the big thing about Riki for PA, for instance, is you can't BKB the Cloud Miss on allies.
That's so stupid.
Yeah, and you never want to buy
change.
MKB. And then also the fact that when Riki goes on you, or when you go on Riki with PA, it's not the same as Nyx where you're going to burst him instantly. The Riki has the way to disjoint you with his own blink, his tricks of the trade. And yeah, these heroes are just super annoying in general, and I don't mind they just ban them out.
Yeah, everybody's going for all the cloud facets, or the cloud talents as well, just playing around that thing. I think when people realize that's how it worked, that it does go through BKB, that it's like, it mischance in the actual circle, people are like, okay.
Yeah, it's like the evasion you're effectively giving your teammates.
Yeah, it's
right?
like one part of it is blind, but then you're giving your team evasion. It's really
and
strange.
that part is the part that MKB needs to be purchased for, otherwise the BKB doesn't matter. Because it's a buff on Riki's teammate.
Right, exactly. It's a buff.
Well, there still is that Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, so the one remaining 4 position here that, out of the pool of the Invis or anti-Invis guys is Zeus.
That'd be a cool pick, actually.
It's like on and off depending on the series. Like sometimes teams will value it really high, sometimes teams won't value it high.
I don't think it's as good against Nyx Assassin as it's good versus
the Riki and
yeah, because these heroes can't burst you down from 100 to 0. If you're playing Zeus and you get scouted by Nyx Assassin, you're most likely gonna die.
This is true. I mean, he does have a HP talent at level 10, and people are rushing the Ags now, so you will have the like HP components. So it does depend on how the Nyx is doing.
Well, the Abaddon, I know the Falcons didn't want to pick it into the PA, but it does mean that Tundra will get their hands on it.
33's been spamming it in his pubs. Yeah, I think I saw he won 5 games in a row with it, so pretty straightforward hero. If there's one of the offlaners that I'd say is, you know, I'd trust my player to play it after 5-10 games, it'd be Abaddon. Just very mechanically straightforward. As long as you know the items to buy and your general positioning in fights, like you know your job is to soak spells and provide information. Yeah, very straightforward hero.
But previously you had the Enigma laning with the Monkey King, and that worked out because of that.
Yeah.
How's Abaddon and Monkey King?
Could be Abaddon 5 still.
Sure.
It is Whitemon. That's one of his guys.
He loves to play healing 5.
Yeah, he mentioned Warlocks.
He sits in the trees and heals.
Well, you like Abaddon too, Sheaves.
I like Abaddon. Yeah. He's very nice to harass with because you don't have to do anything.
And you see Monkey King as well, which most likely for Tundra, it's gonna be... I mean, they can flex it, but if it's gonna be another core Monkey, they see Pango, so Monkey can easily follow where Pango's going. I'm still down to pick up Lich. I feel like Lich is just too valuable hero right now.
Yeah, we'll see where Falcons wants to go with this one. They have used significantly more time so far than Tundra did. Of course, they are the team that needs to adjust maybe a little bit more considering the result of game number 1.
Either that or Enchantress, so that they have the spell against Abba and they have the spell against Monkey. It's not the best hero against Phantom Assassin. A lot of the times you would see Enchantress going in, you don't have enough damage to kill her. Phantom Assassin deals with her, but it's also how Falcons play. With the Enchantress, it gives them tempo, they can take control over the map, and also he becomes another core in a lot of these situations. I think snaking is one of the more farm-oriented position 5s right now.
He always ends up surpassing one of his cores as an Enchantress every game.
And it comes down to him being blessed by Gaben. 50-50 chance for snaking to get to Tormentor goes up to like 75.
Yeah, and also he has the Grove Bow luck as well.
Yeah.
And Enchanted Quiver.
Timbersaw. So they're actually banking on this Monkey King being a support again, most likely. You can also probably assume it's an ATF Timbersaw, even though Malrine plays it, but it's just nice in lane versus PA. Have all the stick charges from the dagger so you can spam your spells on her. And if it's a bad in 5, I think you're not feeling too great trading, being up in the face of Timbersaw as well. And Nyx Assassin gets kind of freed up to move around the map. Usually you can pair Nyx Assassin with either ranged heroes, summon heroes, or specifically Timbersaw, because once it gets like level 3 or 4, he can be independent as well. Usually heroes you want to leave alone for levels.
Yeah, it's so nice as Nyx to have a guy you can leave alone, because you just run into the jungle, eat creeps, get really farmed. Because Nyx is all about timings. Like, if you can get to that early Dagon before heroes have a certain HP threshold, you're literally full to zeroing carries. So if you can leave the lane, it's much more valuable than a lot of other supports that are leaving the lane, because a lot of other supports can't just one-shot big creeps in jungle camps.
I still want this one. I wanted to see Monkey Core in the previous game. I'm gonna say the same thing. I want this Monkey to be another Core as well. They're keeping the flex open. They will go for the Warlock, the combination that we mentioned earlier. So now you have Abba Shield, you have Warlock Heal, you have Monkey King with his lifesteal. You also have Phantom Assassin. We know the item that this hero does build with SNY Satanic. So there's going to be a lot of heals coming out. Very easy, I would say, to execute. They are lacking a little bit of stuns, but Phantom Assassin also covers that in terms of the chase potential, because she can go in and out multiple times, so they don't necessarily need to like heavily commit, even though they have Warlock ulti to disengage and a Photic Shield. So not the easiest game for Falcons to just lock onto a target and kill it, considering the counter initiation that they have on Tundra.
Once again, I would really love to see a Bloodseeker. I really think that this is like one of the few ways right now to deal with PA. I think the Bloodseeker like Ag's magic damage timing. Brian, I remember you were really preaching this to me like months and months and months ago, and I tried it in a pub, and I was like, this is good, actually. And then finally, when I saw people playing as a magic damage carry, I was like, okay, finally. Because especially because like PA, she has evasion, and she has like 40 armor. If you're just dealing magic and pure damage, who cares? And she's jumping around, right? You said she goes in and out of fights. Like, this is exactly what Bloodseeker counters, and it's Skeeter. Come on.
My only concern about Bloodseeker is when you specifically tie it with a Batten on PA, like PA is going to buy SNY, so the rupture is only going to be like 8-9 seconds, and then you have Warlock Abaddon, which helps you stand still. You may not actually have to run
can just
away.
Stand there and heal.
If there's no heals, and I know it's my job to rupture this guy, and he's like stranded in the middle of the fight, and we can all afford to focus him, I think it's a very different story. But what Lacoste was mentioning, where like they have so much counter initiation on Tundra, you have them like imagine you go on PA, right? You're getting golemed, you're getting Monkey King Wukong's on top of you, and Abaddon's there to save him. So I think it's really difficult for Falcons to actually choose a target here. And what seems broken about PA to me is she's always been the burst Deso hero that had low HP pool, but now you're just going like BKB SNY Satanic, and we're seeing her crit for like 1,700 damage for some reason.
And still have 3,500
Yeah,
HP.
so I think, like, man, it might just be a conceptually broken hero if you get out of the early game, because that like 5 to 15 minute window for PA before she gets Battle Fury, and like people have high enough level nukes to like burst her. That's the weakness of this hero, and we saw what happened with Duraccio last game. Like, he's just in the fights, actually winning them too, and he's like a level 6 PA with a bad lane, killing a level 8 Bristle because he dove a tower, and I feel like these kind of kills, you can't give a single one of these away this game, and you have the same type of heroes, Pango, Timbersaw, kind of like up in your face, beefy boys.
It seems like quite a puzzle that Falcons has to solve with their last pick. The Lifestealer and the Bloodseeker still end up getting banned.
Yeah, they did
there.
ban the Bloodseeker, nice, yeah.
Is there anything in the pool that we would like on the side of Falcons that could solve this?
Skeeter.
For Skeeter, yeah. That's the one we're looking for. I mean, for Tundra, we still have to see what they go for next. And that will maybe solve their flex as well.
My visceral gut is telling me that they're just going to pick the Bristle again.
I think. Is Gyro available?
Yes.
I don't think they have many options for Tundra. I think I would play this Monkey as a core, put it in a mid lane, and then maybe get some Shadow Shaman. Because I love having Hex against Nyx Assassin, and it's also a hero that doesn't die to Nyx, which is...
They really need a stun, I think, too.
They have counter initiation, but I also wouldn't mind seeing either Lion or Shaman. I'm preferring Shaman because this hero gives you also break mechanic on 15 with the Phantom Assassin. There's a lot of things that you can break in this game.
And another hero with the save, it's Cluster Clock.
Yeah, it's such an insane. There's another save, but this one also gives them relatively early Roche, another save that they can throw onto Phantom Assassin. This is a very scary draft. I'm looking at the 5 heroes. There's 1 hero missing on Falcons, but I'm already favoring one.
I don't know if Skeeter plays it, but Terrorblade carry or Morphling seem like their best options.
Morphling, they already banned themselves. Yeah.
I have a feeling.
It's like high armor hero because they have like 90%
It's Falcons, dude. He's gonna be DK or
that might be.
Like, I feel like this is
that might be the problem.
These
though,
are the
right?
obvious
it's
ones.
just classic Falcons.
It's kind of nice to see Falcons feel like they're limited in the draft because I feel like every tournament I've worked with them. Oh, Troll, that's a good pick.
All right.
I wanted a hero that's like, I'm really good against physical right clicks. That's why I was thinking these high armor heroes, but Troll Warlord with the axes.
He's good. Battle Fury Aghanim Scepter build in this game allows you to Dispel Monkey, Dispel the Shield, and remove the stuff from yourself with the Fatal Bond, slows, etc. So
you think Battle Fury, maybe we go for the Ame, straight Aghanim
straight
Scepter
Aghanim?
rush,
No. Yeah. Considering how first game went, they need some late game security. So I don't think they're going to be rushing Aghanim Scepter, but I would love to see it as a second item.
I like this Troll pick a lot, but if what happened in the early to mid game last game happens, you're going to be a Troll ulting and hitting in a Baton. Like, if you're forced to use it at times you don't want to. So it all comes down to, if he gets a Battle Fury Axe timing smooth sailing, then he hard counters like all these things he needs to dispel, but execution-wise, I'm favoring Tundra.
I'm not a Troll believer. Monkey King presses Mischief and Troll starts hitting creeps. Like, this is not good. This is not a good hero.
They need to rework his ulti. Something about his ulti needs to be changed because, in theory, a lot of the times, Troll 24 got your pick. Like, he's going to win the lane. He's playing into 2 melee heroes, but I'm always worried what he's going to be able to do in the game.
And this is already with just the hero, and we already favored Tundra's lineup before the final hero was picked, so doesn't look too good for Falcons, but hey, we were wrong last time as well. I'm also curious to hear what ODPixel and Gunnar think about this one. Hey, gents.
Hello. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see if this PA works out again for Duracho, right? Have the confidence to just pick it up first after that great game. I mean, is it going to work here, Gunnar, or do you think they've got a better answer this time?
I mean, I'm hoping the Troll Warlord kind of pops off. I'm a big Troll Warlord fan, so...
Look at that, a Troll Warlord fan!
Can we get the
only one.
We get a zoom in on Gunnar. Gunnar, I'm going to say the name of a player and then the hero, and then you're going to give me a reaction.
Okay.
Get a zoom in on Gunnar. Duracho PA. Skeeter Dragon Knight. Skeeter Troll Warlord. Well, that's not good.
All right, thank you very much. We're looking forward to this game number 2. Let's go for it.
Game 2 time, ladies and gentlemen, between Falcons and Tundra. Tundra, of course, coming in after that very impressive Game 1 performance. Duracho getting a double rampage. 2 separate situations there in that Game 1. The question is he going to be able to find another rampage this game? Or do you think Falcons are going to shut him down a little harder?
Maybe an Ultra kill.
Maybe an Ultra.
Yeah.
You can see it, yeah?
Rampages might be a little too much.
Yeah, maybe a First Blood.
First blood.
Here we go
Very
under the
doable.
tower. Who are they going to give it to? They're going to give it a 33. Just the last touch on that. What's the First Blood for Tundra to start this one off?
Yep. And I actually really respect the priority on Phantom Assassin, that they moved it up from this like second phase. You just pick it, you know, you're pretty confident. You pick it, they still have 3 responses, but now they just first pick it. They don't care anything. Duracho's like, guys, I'm going to cook. Let me cook. Give me space. And I think it goes to show that this team... I think they like kind of trust each other, and they like playing around Duracho and his playstyle, and it's really working. They've had a lot of really good success in the last month or so, and I think, again, PA is just a really good hero for Duracho. It just makes a lot of sense, and a lot of the time, the very successful teams pick their carries really early on. There's that whole meta a few years ago of like Terrorblade first pick every game, and whenever you can pick your carry, his hero early game, he performs every game, he has a stable enough lane, he gets this farm. It just makes the lane setup so much easier because the heroes that really matter for the early game, like the supports, like this Warlock, this Tusk, you get to late pick them, and they actually get to have really, really good games, which matters so much more for kind of controlling the tempo and crit. Oh no. Not again.
Trapped in by the shards. This is going to be another little bit of a kill for Tundra to start this game off. 2-0 for them.
That's just kind of mean. That just 2 times in a row. The lane hasn't started yet. The creeps have not met, and he's died twice. But That's really good for Tundra. Just 2 kills back to back. Kurt's gonna have to. He has a TP. He just walked both times, so it does. So now he has actually 3 TPs in his inventory. So pretty good value.
Yeah, no,
a lot of gold he made.
He's got that bit of a stockpile to play with. And what do you make of these lanes? Because obviously with this PA coming out first, you would imagine Falcons, they've set this up in a way to make sure Derecho doesn't get the chance to get a good Battle Fury timing. Are you seeing that in the way they've responded with the draft and the way they've decided to lane against it, or is Derecho kind of happy still?
Honestly, Timbersaw recently has kind of felt a bit of a weak laner, I would say. Like, you can already see he's such low health. And
yeah, you can bully him, right?
Yeah, when he hits his like level 3, 4 timing, maybe he either goes full on nukes and just trades at you, or he goes armor, but honestly, recently, I feel like his laning has been a bit weak. I think Amar hasn't even been picking him that much. It's like, it's a good hero for sure, and Amar's really good at it, but it's not what it used to be. There used to be this time where Timbersaw walks into the lane, if you're a melee carry, you leave. It's completely over. But now, at this point, Derecho, actually, I think the lane will be even, and with these 2 kills, I don't think he got either kill, but just the fact that he has a little more XP, a little extra gold, maybe an extra set of tangos because of that, it's just really nice for him. The big gold is for their offlane on Tundra. 33 got first blood, and Soxa got the 2nd kill. So, if anything, these first bloods matter a lot for top lane. But yeah, I think Derecho is just completely chilling.
All 33.
Has a shield in 2 and a wand.
1 charges, yeah. Should be fine to head away from this. But we'll be left, yeah, very low without the regen there. So, we'll get bullied back. Gives a bit of space for Skeeter to find that free farm in this top lane situation. So, overall, with the Troll as the finishing pick, what does that sort of say from Falcons in the way they want to play this game? They want to just sort of match the super carry potential of the PA and take this game to whichever minute it ends up being drawn out to, or are you still trying to play faster as the Troll into the PA?
It's kind of a bit of both. I would say there's a lot of good things about it. I think Troll is one of the better carries versus Tusk because you blind him whenever he does the tag team, so you don't really lose these trades in the early game. And it is, in theory, one of the good carries versus PA, because eventually you get MKB, she blinks and you ult, and you just instantly kill her, you root her, she can't do anything about it. It's also what the panel is saying, it's a high armor hero, so you won't get one shot the same way Bristleback was getting one shot eventually in the game. And there's potential for it. It's, I would say, to what the panel is saying, it's not a standard Falcons hero. It's not, you think of Skeeter, you don't think of Troll.
And this is the thing, right? We've seen a lot of PA throughout the recent tournaments. It's not like Troll has been a hero that all teams are going, oh, they got a PA, let's pick a Troll against it. It's not a instant kind of snap gotcha pick that other teams are really doing.
I would say Phantom Assassin is honestly really weird thinking about it as a carry, because it feels so awkward to draft heroes into it. It's just really annoying, I would say, because it does so much damage that you have to pick such specific heroes to kind of counter it. I think in the past, Troll was good, but it also matters power level of hero, right? Phantom Assassin as a power level is just pretty solid hero. You just pick it no matter what. They're first phasing it. But Troll, you have to last pick it and hope it works out. Maybe if there's a snowball on his ult and he literally can't hit anything, he just starts hitting creeps, then what? There's a lot of question marks with this hero that makes it a bit scary, but...
Because at the moment, we'll see top. Maybe Skeeter can find a kill out of this, but indeed the Aphotic shield out as well. They could just turn towards Skeeter, and Skeeter's dead. Shots are out. They're going to be able to try and succeed at taking down Snake King as well. So these two up here, you mentioned the good start they had with those early kills before the creeps met, and now in the lane, getting kills as well, eh, Gunnar?
Yeah, I would say the simplest way to look at the Troll pick was it's similar to the Bristleback. That they try to pick Skeeter's hero to completely destroy the safe lane and, like, out lane 33 effectively. And last game they did it with the Bristleback. And I think that in this game, if they walked into a very even lane, they would have as well. But now they're walking into a lane, they're down, what, 400, 500 gold just off the start of the laning stage. And because of that, now they get 2 more kills, now they're even further behind. And it's this whole snowball where one of the main reasons you pick Troll is to win this safe lane. And now if you're losing the safe lane, is this Troll ever going to get online? And on the other side, the first big PA is free farming, top last hits in the game, just completely chilling. Amar's doing good. It's not like he's getting crushed on the other side, but that's not how you want the lane to go, right? You want the Phantom Assassin to be the one that's slightly behind, having to get kicked out. And right now, everything's going really good for Tundra. It's just very, very good early game.
I mean, bottom
lane. With another kill?
Yep, diving in. They're going to get this. Another kill here to continue 5-0 now for Tundra on this laning stage. I mean, after what happened in Game 1, if you're Falcons, there's got to be a little bit of a panic and anxiety brewing, right? When you're seeing, oh, that PA that double rampaged us last game, 5 minutes in, they're having an easy lane.
Like
when last game they had a bad lane.
Indeed, and he was able to do what he did. And now this time, he's getting an even better start. You know, if you do some simple maths, you know, bad start equals 2 Rampage, good start, that might equal 3.
Maybe 4?
Yeah, exactly. Who knows?
Gotta wait and see. It's really scary. Honestly, I feel like carries are really scared of drafters. You play for some carry, destroys the game, and you have half your team going, guys, maybe we should ban it. He just like destroyed us in the game. And the other half going, we just gave him a free game. You know, we'll deal with him this game. I also don't, honestly, I don't think Falcons is expecting them to just overall first pick it.
No, that's quite a bold pick, right?
So I think that kind of played into it. And it's also really awkward because now, if that is the concern, are you really going to be like, guys, let's first phase ban the Phantom Assassin?
Against Tundra, yeah.
Against Tundra. That's so much drafting power that to some extent, for not even for Falcons, but for every other team that has to play Tundra, you want Falcons to win this game. Because otherwise you have to find your own solution to dealing with the first PPA when you play versus Tundra. So there's so much every other team's watching this game and being like, oh god, guys.
Look at this as well. Oh, unfortunately there with the jump from BZM. Wasn't able to get inside the shards, but Saxa did manage to temporarily trap Maureen with.
Still level 5.
And Maureen should be fine here. They can't dive in quite yet. And so far with the CS in this mid lane, how's it been going? 39 and 20 against the 17 and 3. BZM doing what he does sometimes on these mid laners, right? We see it from like his shaker mid against certain heroes and hits down his Monkey King. Certain matchups, he can just completely dominate the CS.
Yeah, it's playing really well. It's also kind of Maureen, I would say, is one of the other players that does that.
Lotus and the Wand.
Is it heal? Shield?
It's enough time for Shield to come up, and indeed with the Shadow Word coming in as well. 33, surviving again against the attempts of Skeeter and Snaking up top. There's a further TP coming in as well. Skeeter and Snaking have got to be a bit careful because BZM's
here.
He's turned up with the rotation. We'll look to chase down Skeeter. Boundless strike in. Should be able to jump forward. Skeeter trying to juke. And but another jump there. Skeeter's dodging it.
This is
He's
good.
going back and forth. BZM, he's still going to find him though. You can't run from this Monkey King.
Really good news is that Snaking did end up losing his Enchantress win streak.
He did.
So
he did. He had a crazy one. What did he get up to? About what, 24?
Like 20,
it was in the 20s.
It was in the 20s,
Low
yeah.
20s,
so
yeah.
At least this one, if it goes the way it's looking, it won't be that big of a heartbreak. But yeah, it's looking rough for Falcons right now. Which is complete opposite of the last game. Which is also, like you were saying, it's the scary thing. In the last game, it was like Falcons has the early game lead, they're up in gold, they're constantly diving the enemy. Now it's just the opposite. And when you lose those games, you always feel like, we were ahead, now we're losing. Maybe they're like kind of outplaying us on the macro scale, or they're doing something better than us. Because when you're ahead, you should be winning the games. You should be in a good advantage. But now when you're behind versus those teams that are kind of outplaying to some extent, there's so much, I would say, pressure on Falcons to figure something out. You see here, Maureen, TP's to his safe lane because he's scared about the dive. And now his game's just going to be super slow. It's already really bad because of the mid matchup, but now he's kind of just grasping at like straws, trying to figure out where to rotate. TP's top, nothing. He gates bot, and maybe he gets Toxa? But they missed everything.
They missed everything.
So he's going to ult.
Saxa was just walking back and forth.
Snowball.
He's going to be able to dodge the Rolling Thunder. And we'll see if Marin can still find something with this Rolling Thunder. Now, easy dukes again from Saxa. They're just missing everything. I think Falcons, maybe they skipped their breakfast this morning or something.
They're going to keep trying to fight. They do get white.
But Marin jumped back in to get that kill. He's going to die for it. He went back in to kill off a support, and it cost him his life. Some early game blunders again here from Falcons as we were seeing in game 1. Gunnar.
Yeah, I think they're definitely feeling a bit of this pressure, probably especially from Maureen. When you're mid, a lot of your gameplay is about controlling the tempo of the game. You actually hate losing the lane. Every mid player despises losing the mid lane. No matter what, you could be picked in a matchup 90-10, and even if you're supposed to get completely destroyed in the lane, you hate it.
Sure.
Because you always feel like, I could have played better than this guy. I should have impact.
Are you voicing that typically during the game? Like, if you lose mid, are you like, guys, I lost mid?
No, you pretend
keep
everything's
that out
fine.
of the conversation.
You're locked in, nothing's happening, but it's in the back of your head. And so you want to make moves. You either want to be like, hey guys, let's fight their runes, because if we outnumber them, we're good, or we can gate. But now that these moves the second they don't work out, it's so bad for the rest of your team, especially when resources are kind of being used.
Oh, Skeeter.
This might be a good turnaround.
Nice go.
BZM, no ult.
We'll be able to get Saxa, but backup's coming in for BZM. So Skeeter and Maureen have to be a bit careful. Whitemon and 33 turning up because Whitemon has got the rock ready to drop. So Falcons have to be very cautious about how they approach these two. And I guess it just doesn't help for Maureen at all when he sees sort of BZM doing this right.
Yep.
Smashed him in the mid, and now 3 kills up, starting to take over the game here quite early on as the Monkey King mid.
It just feels bad because when you're behind on mid, it requires your whole team to kind of help you.
Well, here we go.
This could be a really big kill if they get BZM.
They should. Skeeter's coming in as well. BZM, surely there's
Unless
no way he
Folksong?
can be saved. He cannot. They needed that. They get it. They're finally able to take BZM down.
Really big kill. Like, just for the momentum of the game, you're forcing your whole team to help you. They bring 3 heroes just to contest this one power room, but you actually get the enemy mid laner for it, right? They actually get this good trade. Maybe now there's a world. I don't think they'll actually get him, but if they actually end up getting 33, this is really big for them too. He has ult, so should just walk away casually.
We don't have a slow, but shield is there in 1 second.
He's fine.
Yeah, and 33 knows it as well, even standing in position there. He's like, you want to dive me? Well, you can do it. You saw how I ended up going for your last game. And, you know, BZM, he's here. 33 has to be careful. He's very, very low. I mean, shield onto BZM. BZM chasing down Skeeter a bit. Skeeter's got the ult up in 5 seconds, so this time it's BZM that has to be kind of careful about how much he's diving. Skeeter.
Whiteman with the goal.
Oh, and he died just as the ult was about to come up. Skeeter taken out. Moments, a millisecond before he would have had the ultimate ready to pop, and now it's just falling apart for Falcons. They lost snaking. There's a double kill for Dyrachyo. And this is the thing, Dyrachyo's turning up to the fights, as he did in Game 1. Here in Game 2, he knows when it's early to turn up. As at the timing, there couldn't be more unfortunate. Skeeter, he had that ult. Oh, I guess he didn't have mana. Never mind, I think he didn't have mana. Maybe
it was close.
It was close.
It was close.
The cooldown was there, but either way, a rough fight. For Falcons and Tundra, it's just more of that outplay we were seeing from them in Game 1.
Look at this also wraparound, right? You see Dyrachyo and Whitemon both get behind. They get this really nice golem. Amar TP's in to try to help. Probably, I think, Malrine has no choice. He has no mana. He has probably no TP, no ult. Like, he can't even join this fight. And again, it's another exact case of the first game. 5 heroes from Tundra, 4 from Falcons. Every single time we've seen this, both games back to back, you don't win the fight with 4 players. You always need to bring the same amount of players if you want to win these fights, unless you're super far ahead. And I don't think either team in this whole series has been far enough ahead that they had the luxury of,
no,
you can go farm, we got this 4v5, like, let us handle it. Every time it's, we're up only 1k gold. We're up only, even now they're only up 1k gold, which isn't, it doesn't feel that much, right? Like, Stomps usually are like, oh my god, they're up 2k gold at 10 minutes, they're up so much gold, but I think it's just the fact that Tundra moves their heroes around the map a lot better. In these 2 games, I think that's kind of their advantage, right? They don't really need a net worth advantage to move their heroes better.
And it's that, you know, you look at Dyrachyo, 12 minutes in, he's got a Battle Fury. You look at Skeeter, he's not even halfway on the Battle Fury, on the Troll. And bottom lane, Crit will be able to get out of this with the
What a good facet.
And I mean, the 2 of them can't really do much. Amar is, yeah, he's pretty farmed on the Timbersaw, right? Level 11.
Yep.
He's having a good time. Overall, like, how disruptive as a Timber game can this be? I mean, we talked last game about the potential, like, Skeeter on his Bristleback getting out of control and with their answer to it. This game, Amar, as farmed as he is, how much of a concern is that for Tundra? Do Tundra, again, have answers for this hero?
I'd say it's a pretty good Timbersaw game.
It can be good, yeah.
He's good versus the cores. Yeah. He has a lot of armor. Like, there's a lot of physical damage on Tundra, so the armor matters a lot. But I think more importantly, Falcons has a lot of control to help him out. You have a Pango rolling around causing chaos. You have a Nyx maybe stunning someone, Eng kind of baiting a fight. So it's not on him to, hey, you have to tank the fights, do all the damage, and survive. He kind of can, he can play for himself to carry. So I think a lot of this game is going to be on Amar and Skeeter, the 2 of them.
Absolutely.
And if more of anything, I think Amar more so has to carry than Skeeter.
Yeah.
Because what can Skeeter really do in these type of games? I think he'll just get kited eventually. And so I'm just worried, honestly, about the Troll's impact based on how his laning went. I think his whole laning stage was supposed to be this really big, high impact, stomp the lane, get it early back. He was supposed to be Dyrachyo. Like, his game should be Dyrachyo's. And now at this point, Tundra's running around getting kills, and so maybe they went too far.
That's what Falcons can do here. And Whitemon's going to turn, drop the Golem down. Stacks should fall. Amar's able to finish him off. 33 considering standing his ground here. Whitemon with the Golem out starts punching into them from the side as well. Potential sweep in from BZM. He's looking to see if he can get an angle in on this. Behind the tier 1 might be a little too far. So they'll just have to settle with forcing them back as they do just lose their Tusk.
Still 1 for 1. They did get crit at the start. I think they also stole the stack on the side of Tundra. So all in all, honestly, not bad for Tundra. Like, you lose the Tusk, you kind of feel a bit bad, but anytime that you make an aggressive play, you force TPs out, you force rotations, an even trade is fine. Because the amount of gold that they lose from going to their side of the map is really small.
They really want to fight this Falcons.
Oh, he has the shield.
Indeed, he's able to jump up the trees, but Amar's able to cut it. Amar fantastically hitting the angle perfectly to cut down the tree,
Really good.
take out BZM. Those are the sort of plays that we need to see Amar coming out with here to try and get this game back under Falcons' control. Now they'll chase forward for 33. Amar closes in with the Timber Chain.
Diesel slow.
The root from Skeeter still has Saxon by his side, 33, but Falcons, surely with the numbers, they can do something about this. The borrowed time's there for 33. Saxon's got the
here.
snowball. He's considering if he can turn up and help out. They might just have to leave
What are the
Saxon
creeps
to
body
die.
blocking Skeeter? The creeps body blocking him.
Oh, it's kind of griefing him. He's able to phase
He moved
through it
it.
finally. But definitely bumped him back a few times, stopped him from being able to get in on top of 33. So Saxon will die, but does mean that 33 gets the space to leave. Duracho, he's thinking about going back in towards Maureen. Maureen, be able to slow him with the defusal. Another dagger forward. Crypt watching from the high ground, ready to offer up a stun hold. And baptism easy removed by the aphotic shield. Maureen jumps down to the side, but he's
No
kind
man
of
on
caught
Skeeter.
between a tree. Maureen's just stuck. He just gets right-clicked down by Whitemon. Well, that's gonna hurt. Just standing there in the corner as this Warlock just slaps you to death. That's rough.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra, I feel like it's the same story. It almost feels like very similar to the first game, where just every single time, I feel like I just count Tundra's heroes way more in showing these fights, and Duracho again showing up to the fights really early on.
He's crushing it.
And I think Falcons is trying to kind of counter too with Skeeter showing up to these fights, right? Like, as the troll, he keeps showing up, but I think Phantom Assassin feels just better at these early game fights. They talked about how now her innate ability is the evasion. It's no longer her E, so you can just go this 4-4-0 build. It's the same reason why Bloodseeker is popular, right? His movement speed is part of his innate, and so you can go 4-4-0, same with PA. These carries who get these built-in innate abilities, I think just are so strong at fighting now, because you have less choices. You can just pick purely, I'm gonna skill these spells up for fighting. That's all I care about. Even like Abba, right? He skips his Q completely. Really strong shield, really strong passive. So honestly, I feel like there's so many heroes these days that just go like 0-4-4 or 4-4-0.
They're just giving out on us.
And they just skip a spell, and they just are so strong with those two spells that they can take any fight that they want.
Oh, here we go. They find BZM. Another little bit of a grab.
Maybe a Soxa? I think they saw him for a second, but...
He might have duped them successfully here. I think he's fine.
Yeah, he looks good.
He's going to be able to hide from this. Yeah, the problem overall... you look at the middle, you could be like, convinced, oh, it's a close game. There's 1k gold difference. And then you look at the carries, and there's a PA. Duracho, he's nearly got 11k net worth.
Almost getting doubled.
It's getting rough. Skeeter, he is far behind on the troll. It's going to be a heavy game for Amar. And I don't know if he can do it on the Timber. Timber, not quite the beast it was in the past, but a lot of pressure on Amar. He's got to carry pretty hard this game, Gunnar.
Yeah, I think a lot of the gold lead, if you see, it's pretty funny, is that actually I think it's a support net worth lead. In that Tundra supports are actually pretty poor, but if you compare it to the Falcon supports, they're actually like relatively rich for the game state. And it's just because Falcon supports farm better, right? Enchantress farms better, Nyx farms better, but if you look at what the support's impact in this game will actually be, Tundras don't really need gold. If, like, Duracho just one-shots the Falcon supports whenever he feels like it, versus the Tundra ones, Warlock just has to press ult randomly. And just slow. And Tusk, if he gets a single snowball save in the fight, that's also enough from dev impact. So I just feel like this net worth lead just, I would say it's even closer to like 4 or 5k at this point. And it just looks this way because of these supports. So it's very misleading from a outside perspective to kind of feel, and from an inside, like if you go into what the players are thinking right now, they can feel that it's this 5k, 6k lead.
You've got Falcons at the moment. They know how much pressure they're under.
They know they're behind.
Feel that.
Generally, the easiest way to do it is you click the enemy carry, and you look at his items,
and then you click yours.
And you're like,
oh no,
this is not looking good, guys. So, not that good, but it's also one of those things that, Amar's game is good. His game is fine. It's just a question of, is it going to be enough? And I think these days, Timbersaw doesn't really have the damage to chew through like a Phantom Assassin. So his best bet is going to be constantly going for these random support picks, maybe a Monkey King if he's split, but the biggest concern is how do they take down Duracho? He's got his Glimmer Cape finish.
Yeah, his Glimmer Cape, S and Y.
The big timing.
This is 19 minutes in, having these three items, these three main items on the PA. It's the dream here for Duracho. And yeah, with those items, it really is just that question. Even if they catch him alone and they kind of get the stuns that they do have, maybe into Rolling Thunder bounce, are they actually going to be able to kill him? Even over on the trees, they find BZM, but he's actually able to jump off in time before the trees cut. And he'll be able... Ooh.
First hit root.
Oh, okay.
No way.
Okay. Wait, how did he know exactly where he was as well? I guess just you're going to have that... That's the area you would jump to?
They might have
went straight for him,
They might have seen the animation of the Q because he jumped along his queue with the shard on the
That's
Monkey
true.
King.
Yeah, you probably see the beginning, so you see the end. Yeah, Skeeter was on it, and yeah, a little bit of luck there, which he needed. He needed.
Yeah.
Gets that first hit route.
Yeah, I think he might have seen the animation of like the little jump. So
you definitely saw the boundless shard. Yeah.
A bit unlucky for BZM. You can tell he's just a little bit frustrated, but
what can you do?
Falcons needs that kind of thing.
Exactly. But then, BZM looks at his PA and then he's feeling happy.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, he's like, all right, you guys are farming easy. Yeah, Derecho's, he's like, yeah, level 17, I'm working on my Satanic, it's only 20 minutes in, you know.
They might catch Amar. And again, Amar is like the big main factor, right? So anytime you get this kill, it's just massive. And Orchid, I think, is that on 33, has an Orchid, so he's just going to go down. Doesn't even get his Ags off. And so that was your hero.
Yep.
All of Falcons, the other 4 are looking at him like, Amar, you have to carry us. You have to do this. And him getting picked off, that just, more gold for the Phantom Assassin, less of a net worth lead for him. And now, especially if they get this Roshan, it's kind of looking like a reverse of the first game a bit.
And do you like this build? Talking about 33's build, so none of this like Echo, S and Y prioritization first, getting the Blade Mail first this game, then into that Orchid.
I think the Blade Mail is really interesting versus Troll, because there's this really cool thing where you force him to hit you, you pop your ult in Blade Mail, and it just completely removes the lifesteal he gets from his ult. So he's just sitting there, forced to hit you in Blade Mail. You take no damage, and he's just 1 health, and then he dies at the end of his ult. So I actually think it's really interesting in this one-to-one perspective. I think it's a thing offlaners have been cooking for the last year or two, where for specific carries, you want to buy Blade Mail to force them out. Remember when Wind Ranger was a really popular hero?
Yes, yeah.
A lot of the offlaners started going Blade Mail before boots. And it was because eventually in the lane, she literally couldn't exist, because if she ulted you or even right-clicked you, she would die to the Blade Mail. So I think it's kind of a similar vein where Troll has to ult, he has to hit you, and it's kind of a way to counter it, that he doesn't get any lifesteal. And he also doesn't really need to do much in terms of tanking. The Phantom Assassin has such a good game.
Talking about the Phantom Assassin, Derecho's got an amplified damage rune, so he is going to be able to make quick work of crit.
Now I think they can just keep pushing. I don't really see... Falcons doesn't have the best kind of ghost push. I think that's a common thing with the Falcons drafts, is that they don't really draft ghost push. A lot of their heroes they play very honest Dota to some extent, where you know where they are, and they're just stronger than you, wherever they are. They bring the right heroes, and that leads to these things where when they get slightly behind, it's way harder for them to come back outside of forcing you into these bad positions. So they don't pick like Zoo that much compared to 33, for example. Like 33, you play versus this guy, he's playing Beastmaster, you don't know where he is, he's cutting all your ways, you feel really bad. But Falcons, you play versus Amar, he's in front of your tier 2 with Timbersaw and saying, kill me, guys. But when he actually gets killed, when he asks that question, where do you kind of go with your game plan?
Yeah, I like that. The sort of the change up in the way Abandon's played it continues really 33, getting this Blink Dagger now. So what's this down to? Well, he considers his job to just get in and find that Orchid target.
Probably,
like,
yeah.
Who's he going for in the middle of the... Is he jumping for silencing the trolls, silencing the...
Honestly, any hero besides the Enchantress
just feels good.
So good. None of them really want to buy Dispel anyway. There's nothing to really dispel. Like, no one really wants to buy a Manta on Falcons. No one really wants to buy a BKB that well, because they're also everything kind of pierces BKB. So it's like Falcons doesn't really want to buy these defensive items, so going Orchid means you find the Nyx is dead. You find the Timber's dead. Troll might not get ult off. And so it's just a really... I think it's really smart, honestly, by 33 to go these items. Like, Orchid and on the mark, he's just probably dead. I don't know, he's not looking at him, but...
Same time, Maureen's going to try and help fight back. BZM's got the Wukong's command turns. There's the crits. The jump force from Derecho comes in on towards Snaking. Falcons, they've got to start running. Derecho, he's ready to start chasing. He's in. They get the golem drop down. Skeeter, he'll get the ultimate off, but they're just going to be able to kite him out. And unfortunately for Skeeter, it's one of those moments where an underfarmed troll just looks completely useless. We've seen this many times in the past, right, Gunnar, where you're behind as a troll, you turn up, you press ult, and you have that moment where you just question why you ever wanted to play this hero.
Yeah, you kind of just sit there, you hit him 5 times, and you're like, I've dealt about 100 damage. My ult's half over. I have 1 health, because I can't be killed, at least. You get to be alive, right? It feels good. You have those 5 seconds of invulnerability, but your base does not have those 5 seconds of invulnerability. So it's looking a bit rough for Falcons. I think, honestly, it's a lot on... I want to say the lanes and these kills in the early game. Like, the first 2 kills, first ones matter so much in Dota these days. A lot of the players are very similarly skilled in terms of laning. But
oh, there you go.
Nice crit. you give a first blood to a team, especially 2 kills, right? Back to back, you give 2 kills to this offlane duo.
You sound like you're trying to make up excuses here for the safe lane. Well, this is Skeeter's excuse in terms of the safe lane outcome. He's like, crit. You fed them twice. He's just blaming crit.
No,
dead again. Well, this one's going to hurt for Falcons, right? Tundra turn up in game 2. They say, we're just going to first pick PA. What are you going to do about it? Oh, he's 8-0-9. Looks like they weren't able to do anything about it. It's a first pick PA. They couldn't counter it. They couldn't kill him, Gunner, at all.
It also, it feels more bad because it's not, they picked a Mar Timbersaw. This hero in the past, I feel like you pick it versus PA and you're like, guys, gotta crush him in the lane, I'm chilling, he'll never kill me, I have so much armor, and it's a Namar Timbersaw, right? What, one of the best timbers in the world, not the best?
Not, absolutely, if not the best, yeah.
His impact hasn't been that much, and I don't think it's really his fault.
No, he did it, he was farmed, right?
It's even hard to say that it's anyone in particular on Falcons like playing necessarily bad in this game, right? It just feels like they're all doing what they want to do, but Tundra's doing it better. They're bringing more heroes to these fights, they're showing up better. You could point to a Mars or to Malreen's mid lane, but that's not really his fault. He's picked Pango and a Monkey King.
That's the matchup.
He's going to lose. Crushes him. It's one of those. I felt these games a lot where it feels almost hopeless to some extent, where you'll watch the game back and everything just feels bad. All of your movements are hard, and oftentimes that is based a lot on either drafting or the laning stage. Like when the games feel this way, it's usually one of the two, and usually a combination of both, if anything.
Yeah.
So
that's crazy there as well. Look,
yeah.
During this Aegis time and getting 8 buildings out of the map.
5 minutes.
I mean, yeah, you can't get much more than that done with an Aegis there. Tundra maximizing their lead insanely against Falcons in this game too.
And now it also begs the question of how good is Phantom Assassin? Is this a thing that... Is this a Tundra
will they do this again? Is Tundra just going to be like next series?
Phantom Assassin.
Phantom Assassin first.
Other teams going to start copying this too.
Now let's have a look. Duracho, he's going to find the backlines straight in. Malreen dead. He's ready to start cleaning up more here as they've got the setup with the Wukongs. Come on, crit's gone. Amar, he's going to be going down. They're going to tap out. 27 minutes in, GG is called. It's over. It's 2 games. Both of them going at Tundra. And indeed, Duracho, as I say in this game too, he doesn't die at all. They first pick him the PA because he was just, obviously and understandably, just absolutely feeling himself after that game 1, getting 2 rampages. He's like, let me do it again. And he does. And Falcons, they can't do anything about it, Gunner.
Yeah, it was really impressive, honestly, from Tundra. I think everything, I like their draft a lot. I always liked the White Mon Warlock. I feel like he was one of the players that have always played it very consistently. So, really happy to see that one get picked up. But yeah, I don't want to keep like talking about the Phantom Assassin, but it feels like such a consistent thing that if they could just first pick it and have this much impact, it's a really big question of what are the future series going to look like? Are other teams going to try this? Are other teams going to have counters to it? What do you even counter with it? I was thinking during the draft, I didn't know what carries to pick for Skeeter. It felt really bad to pick a carry, honestly, versus Phantom Assassin. So maybe it's a ban. And just move on.
It might have to be. I mean, as you said, this victory, definitely the fear being instilled into other teams that have to play against Tundra. Because they've got to ask themselves that question. Do we let the PA in? Are they going to first pick it against us? One thing I feel for sure, though, I don't think we're going to see teams try the troll again in this situation. I don't know what it is about this. You know, I guess on the plus side for Skeeter and any troll fans out there, you know, if this patch is approaching soon, you know, maybe this is sort of the last-ditch attempt to be like, hey, can we get a troll buff?
You pick it, his rough game, and then you know, Ice Frog watches this game. Is like, ooh, we should give troll 100%, you know, evasion pierce during ult.
Oh,
make it so he can't miss. Counter PA instantly. They're just predicting the patch. They're really excited. We're all excited here, so we have to wait and see what the patch gives us.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Well, we know what it's given us today. An absolute treat from Tundra and Duracho in particular. I think he only ended up dying the once in this whole series. A phenomenal game from him, phenomenal game from the boys around him. Tundra, they'll take both games. 2-0 today against Team Falcons.
A very strong opening for Tundra here for Dream League Season 25 as they take the first series of a total 7 series they'll have over the next couple of days. Falcons definitely has a little bit to learn from this one, but let's start on the good sides here, Lacoste, because this was Tundra opening with a PA that I felt was able to do whatever Duracho wanted, really.
This is the combo that they used multiple times at previous events, and it worked out amazingly for them every single time. It gives your Phantom Assassin a lane where he's not gonna die. You can go for more. He had 12-minute Magic Wand, Power Treads, and Battle Fury. So this is something that usually you don't see. It allows him... I think this is a very difficult one because Phantom Assassin would be definitely banned in the second phase, so they decided to pick it immediately for them, and you can see the big smiles on their faces for a good reason. They had a lot of fun in this game, knowing how the game is going to end. But I also want to highlight 33, the way he itemized in this game, because he didn't have that good of a lane. They did get like 2 or 3 kills, but he also needed to stay away. You're playing into Enchantress, playing into Troll, so he goes for Blade Mail, knowing that there's a lot of uncontrollable damage on their side, picks up Silence, and then picks up Yule Scepter plus a Blink Dagger so he can control this Troll.
And you were praising his early game itemization too, right? You said he always has these small items in his inventory.
Yeah, he does. He buys Sage Mask. He has full inventory, like when he's playing like with other heroes picking up branches. This time around, he had Windlay, so he can run away. So this guy is always like 6 slotted, technically. He's using every single item slot for a good reason. Yes.
He thinks. He's a thinker. I was a big fan of this team just when I knew that it was Moon and 33 together, because they've had so many iterations, you know.
Sure.
And then they get Dyrachyo, they get BZM, who has been held back by other teams of the past that you were mentioning. Of course, Lacoste. I wasn't flaming anybody.
Jade.
And, you know, Big D, there's a game in Gladiators, and these guys are looking to prove themselves. Like, this is the cream team, dream team. I remember during the Fissure Grand Finals, we asked Moon, why'd you pick Sand King Game 3? And he just goes, we were losing. We needed to try something different. That's it. Like, they just swapped the meta in the middle of a series. Like, these guys are just, they don't care. They're chaos incarnate, and it's so hard for these teams, these structured teams especially, to play against them.
And this second game reminded me of a SpongeBob meme, where he goes, you want to see me do it again? And that's exactly what he did when he was playing Phantom Assassin. I think teams that are going to be playing against Tundra, they definitely need to look into this, because in the first phase, a lot of teams are banning out 33's heroes. Like, it's been like that ever since he joined the pro scene, because he always had the relatively like small hero pool, but those heroes that he plays it so well.
Yeah.
So you need to decide, you need to choose like what you're going to be playing against.
Pick
and I
your
think
poison.
Pretty much, but Phantom Assassin should definitely be up there.
It should be. I will also say that I think for Falcons, we already knew that they were not in a good place before they picked their final hero. The Troll did not help them along at all, Jenkins. Maybe actually they're preparing for the next patch. If Troll gets buffed, Skeeter's ready.
This is a terrible hero, and
for now,
even when you're theory crafting, like Glimmer Cape, right?
Yeah.
And there it is.
Like,
watch this clip. This is what I wanted to show. My favorite. Troll goes in, goes and then everybody runs away. They put everything on top of him. They drop the rock.
Look at him go.
Look at this.
Does absolutely nothing.
I hope they don't change it though, because the funniest clips in Dota are trolls just mindlessly running into fountains with the ult. Like, this is really funny, and they shouldn't change it. But like some buff that's also enabling this thing to still happen sometimes, because it's funny.
Speaking of buff, we're gonna head over to BSJ, who has something to say about the Ace of Predator head-to-head.
Yeah,
BSJ.
Thank you, Sheaves. As for today's Acer Predator head-to-head, I'm talking about the 2 heroes and players that you guys just got done, partially flaming and also praising. We've got Skeeter's Troll against Dyrachyo's PA, almost doubling up Skeeter on the GPM with the first overall pick as opposed to the 10th overall pick. And when we look at the damage output, he's more than doubling him in that regard, and we're seeing Dyrachyo's items, and it's Sanjin Yasha, it's Satanic, it's Glimmer Cape. None of these items say, I'm going to do a lot of damage, but that just seems to be the hero. This is my favorite play of the game. Purge pointed it out in the back room, where what happens is the courier was getting healed, and their entire lineup is enabling Dyrachyo, because the courier heal is AoE, so it's helping him farm Ancients, so that was 12 minutes. And then when you look at fights, Dyrachyo's just leading the charge. I think what they did with Abaddon that was different than Game 1 was that they gave him a hero that says, we're going to let this hero go in first, and rather than Abaddon tanking the initiation, it was all around Dyrachyo's PA, forcing fights, jumping in there with all these tanky items, being unkillable because of the support squad behind him. So it starts with the farming in the Ancients, ends with him with the team fights, and flawless performance from Dyrachyo. And better luck next time, Skeeter.
Better luck next time, Skeeter. Thank you so much, Brian. I feel like we also have to touch upon the only player on the side of Falcons that did have a little bit of farm into this game, and we've praised him so many times. But I was wondering, Lacoste, why this time he couldn't get things going on his Timbersaw. I'm talking about Amar.
Yeah, I guessed. He had a good time in the lane. It's just that this hero, like, what he's been playing into this game, he wants to go in, get the burst damage reset, but they also have very good ways of resetting the fight, as we said, with Abaddon, with Warlock, with the heals, and he's also playing into Phantom Assassin, so damage is always going to be there. Even though you are tanky, you're still not going to be too comfortable jumping in, and there's also Abaddon's innate ability, which reduces the healing by 35% when you're below 40, which is going to be extremely good against both Troll and Timber.
Yeah, you guys wanted to touch on ATF. Well, I'm going to touch on Big D over here. Big D, good to see you, man. How's it going?
Hello. Everything is perfect. Good. I'm happy to see you again, too.
It's good. Good to see you, dude. Where are you right now? Are you at home?
I'm at home in Moscow, yes.
You're chilling? You were really sick at Fissure, weren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Did they have you on the antibiotics?
No.
No, they didn't? I think they probably did. You probably just don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know. You're just talking some random shit.
So how did those grand finals go? You're sick as hell. Game 3, you guys are getting stomped. How do you do it?
I'm sick. It's not like I feel bad myself, but I'm coughing like a maniac non-stop. And it feels pretty bad, but other than that, everything was good. And after we are losing 0-2 to them, we just have a small talk that let's try to play from ahead, and we just play from ahead and we won. Easy.
And do you feel like Blast was easier for you to win 3-0 because you weren't sick during Blast?
I'm still sick during Blast, and I'm just still sick a little bit right now, but Blast is much easier. Yeah, the format of the tournament was much more easier. We just have to win a couple of games, then we go to the semifinals, right? And then the grand finals, we get lucky.
And do you feel burnt out at all? Because you've been not only playing in every tournament, but you're winning every tournament.
Just a little bit, because it's pretty hard to go from final to the next tournament, because you have like 7 hours break, and in this period you have to just leave for 1 hour, then pack your stuff, and then you're going to airport and fly in. So it's pretty hard.
Yeah. When did you get back to Moscow? Was that recent?
I think 2 days ago or something like this.
I gotta ask about the PA Glimmer Cape stuff, because my analysts, they didn't believe me when I said he's gonna go Glimmer Cape on PA. I thought you were gonna go for game 1, you didn't. What makes a good Glimmer Cape PA game?
Game 1, I think I bought it because they have a lot of control, and they can actually kill me with the Nyx. And Nyx, then they stun me with DK, he has Orchid, and I can actually die without BKB. So, and second game, I have Abaddon, I don't need this BKB, and I just buy Glimmer Cape to save my allies and save myself from some random magic damage. And I don't need this BKB in this game. I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Big D. I'm going to send you over to Big B for some smart guy questions. Take it away.
I've got 2 questions for you, Dyrachyo. The first one is in Game 2, we saw a clip of Whitemon sending a courier at you with Warlock heal on it to heal you with the AoE from the courier heal. Is that something he tells you he's going to do? You tell him to do that? Did you even know it worked that way? Were you wondering why there's a courier following you? What's going on there?
No. I'm just farming ancients, he used heal, and then 5 seconds later he realized, oh, I heal your creep. And at this moment, my courier is flying back to base, and I send him back to me, and he just healed me.
Oh, so was it initially a misclick where...
Yeah, it's just misclick. Sometimes it happens. It's like me when I play DK, and there is like 3 creeps and 3 heroes, and I stun creep for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. And my second question would be that it feels like no matter what team you're on, it feels like if we see a Dyrachyo aggressive carry first picked overall, that just seems to be where you shine. What's the secret? Like, how are you able to make these first pick carries? Like, is it about the team enabling you? Is it about you understanding the hero? What makes this successful?
I think it's actually both. My team helps me a lot, and then it's my playstyle, kinda. I'm trying to play so I get fun from it. No matter what, if I lose or win, I'm just trying to enjoy the game. I think that's what everybody is trying to do in this Dota 2 game, but sometimes it's not happen. Yeah, and I have one rule for myself. If I'm not enjoying, I'm not playing. That's why I'm playing this and doing the crazy moves.
Absolutely, man. Play Dota for fun. I totally agree.
All right, thank you, Big D. We'll let you head back and practice for your next games. Good luck. I think we'll see you here quite a lot, my friend.
See you. Yeah, see you. Bye.
Good boy. That's a good
clean, solid boy.
It is.
Yeah.
And yeah, you will see Tundra later today. They're going to go up against 9 Pandas and see what the future brings them there. Also, Falcons, of course, has a game later today. They'll go up against Bet Boom. So
they're playing against Falcons and they're playing against Pandas. Is there any animals they're not playing against here?
I'm thinking.
No, Dota players are animals
Whoa,
in general.
I was thinking about other animals, but there's... What is this?
What is going on?
What is going on? That is a very shiny, enticing chest.
It's a loot box.
A loot box?
For only $3.99,
I
you
live
can
in the
open this box.
Jenkins. I live in the Netherlands. Oh, I mean, if in the Netherlands you're not allowed to have a loot box without knowing what's in it.
Wait.
Jenkins.
I think that was supposed to be on me. It's just you're that radiant, Cheever. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's see what's in here.
What is in here?
Let's see what's in here.
You're blocking the...
If it's a snake, I don't like snakes. Okay.
Okay.
This might be really loud. This might be really loud, so apologies in advance.
Loud.
Yeah.
Oh, microphone loud, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it crackles a
Can you
little
hear
bit.
me?
Dude, that's not supposed to go over your nose. You're supposed to put it below your nose.
What do you mean? Oh, you're right.
Merry Christmas.
I can't grow. No, I'm not. No, wait. Let me do my impression. Let me do my impression. You guys need to relax. You're stressing me out.
Ho, ho, ho.
That's kind of close. Ho, ho is close.
Oh.
Oh, ho, ho, ha,
ha.
No, wait. And I'm not an American. Well, I might be soon, actually. They're taking over Canada. But, Thank you. Shrapnel!
Hello, Sniper.
Can you make a drum sound like there's gunfire raining from the sky? Shrapnel!
What are you, Tank Cardell?
Yeah. That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
Is that how he sounds?
Yeah, that's what he sounds like.
Hey, he's
I'm a little less nasal.
You think so?
A little less, a little bit nasal, a little less.
This is real.
Can I look at your duck?
Yeah, here.
Oh!
I don't know how to load it. I tested it out yesterday.
No, but it
DS.
looks like it can be loaded.
It can be loaded.
Ideal supermodel. Okay, so, Sniper?
Yep. Yes.
Why are you not picked lately?
Because Conda was nerfed.
Wait, what? Okay, so what he said, Conda was nerfed.
Conda was... You should go Conda. Yeah, it's a Conda's a good build. What do you think is not good?
For people.
Wow, this does not look good.
It looks fantastic.
Wait, that's what you get, wanker. That's what he says, right?
Yeah, he does.
What a dum-dum. Here. What a dum-dum. you have a mic. Yeah. Do you want to do
the
it?
gun. Yeah.
Here. I'm not going to do that. It's not going to be good for you.
It's a good-looking gun.
It's a supermodel. Ideal supermodel, it says.
So I don't know what I'm...
You're supposed to be Sniper and talk to us about why you're not picked. What needs to change in the meta for Sniper to be picked again?
Okay, well, let me think about that.
Or do you want to think about the good old days when you were picked?
Do you miss XM?
He mentioned me. What team is XM on, Lucas?
What team?
Tell me what team XM
He's
is
on the Chinese team.
Yeah, he's Chinese, so...
Jenkins, are you going to play some offlane Sniper?
Because here's the thing, you can shoot somebody from really far away.
You sound like Cartman.
What?
Yeah, he does. That's why it's so funny. He's letting me play.
Yeah, no, I think you can get 6 rapiers and shoot somebody from far away. I'm just gonna really annoy people if I do that. I wish I got a different character, like a cool guy, like Kunka or like Pudge.
But you're not. You're a Sniper.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, yeah, it's usually Nusham on the Pudge, so you should definitely be ready to play Sniper. That's the best laning combo.
Mention his name around here.
Sorry.
You don't get to do that after Fart Studios and what you've done.
Don't point
and
your
Kyle.
gun at...
It wouldn't be the first. I'm not gonna. We'll just sit down here.
You ever
He's
think
gonna be he gave me straight down.
I just remembered we have cake somewhere. And I wondered if we're still gonna get it.
Brian, go get the cake.
But no, not now.
Brian, go get the cake.
It's actually cards.
Kyle? There is a Kyle in Dota, actually. Well, he's not. He was in Dota.
He was.
Yeah. Now he's in Genshin Impact.
What was the number that your patch was good at?
69.
No, it wasn't that one. It was you, Jug.
6.87, I think.
Troll, yeah.
It was Sniper Troll.
8.3? 6.83.
23?
I can't think of any other sniper quotes other than crap now. What else does he do?
Something about headshots. Boom, headshot.
Oh, a headshot.
Do the quack sound with the cosmetic.
The duck sound.
Quack.
Perfect.
Okay. In your best sniper impression, can you tell the people watching right now what they will be watching next? And that we will have a break before watching.
He doesn't know.
Paravision Liquid.
Oi, mate. It's
No, in sniper voice.
I'm improvising. Nobody's ever gotten mad at improv.
Yeah, but I am. Because
That's what they
oi,
say.
mate is definitely
That's
not.
what they say in the business, Sheever. Nobody's ever gotten mad at improv. Oi, governor. What are the teams? Paravision versus Team Liquid. I'm going to cast a shrapnel on you. Just fire me at this point. I don't care. Just fire me.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn, fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne.
Birthday to 7.37, as it is 200 days of age today, Lacoste. 200 days, that's a very long patch.
It really is, but
Yes.
people have been complaining, but I've been enjoying this patch. Like, if it's not broken, like, you don't have to fix it. 200 days off the patch, and 200 days of enjoyment for me.
200 days more, here we go, Brian!
Yeah, absolutely. Patches are like fine wine, Cheever, and when you let them mature, you get glimmer capes.
Yeah, that's
how it
definitely what's happening for sure with this patch. Let's see what Purge has to say about not just the patch, but also the game. He has cake!
I have fire too.
What? Oh, that's dangerous.
That's why Jenkins isn't on this panel.
Yes.
We couldn't fit 200 candles on here.
Did you try?
I didn't do anything. I just got here. Congratulations, everybody. A very long, unbroken, nothing's wrong, don't fix it, Lacoste patch.
Nothing's wrong, don't fix it.
No, as an offlaner, I've been enjoying it,
Purge?
but there are certain
What's
things
up?
that need to be fixed.
I think I mean, is this the type of candles that will burn for a long time, or will you have to blow them before you
Oh yeah,
set
these
them?
are infinite. They're magic candles.
Okay, great. What
Yeah.
can you tell us about Paravision and Team Liquid?
Well, it's an interesting matchup because they actually played at the Blast tournament. It actually was about 9 days ago, so in patch terms, you know, basically nothing has changed, but in real terms, tons has changed. And I have some heroes to watch out for this upcoming series. There's actually some really crucial ones. On the left, the Enigma hero. It's a hero that Paravision has been playing a lot. They played it in at least 2 of their games in the last time that they played. They stomped with it in lane game 1. Game 2, Liquid had some lane solutions. And game 3, I can't remember if it made an appearance, but it's definitely a possibility. Chen on the left. Team Liquid is famously not a Chen team, which they play like 4 to 7 times per year. So they almost never play it. That means Liquid constantly has to ban it because Ducalis loves playing this hero. So that's a disadvantage that Liquid is going into this game with. And then finally, Spirit Breaker on the Paravision side. They played it 5 times at Blast. I don't think any other team touched the hero. So that's another specialty hero that we just might see in this upcoming series. And on the Liquid side, they pick a lot of heroes that they flex. They play Primal Beast mostly offlane, sometimes mid. They play Clockwork mostly 5, sometimes 4. And then Tiny mostly mid, but sometimes carry. So those are their priorities usually. They're a little bit harder to decipher with their drafts, but they just aren't winning quite as much as Paravision, unfortunately. In fact, in one of their games, actually, we have some clips of Nisha having a very famous bad performance, actually. He doesn't have these very often. They first picked Monkey King this game to potentially flex it to beat any lane matchups that they played against. No one got to pick Viper against it, and he cut his tree and he killed him. That wasn't the last time this happened. Like, here's Nisha fighting for his life at level 3 versus no one's level 5. Keep in mind that Paravision did get 4-for-0 kills at the start of the game, but he cuts down Nisha's tree a second time and ends up killing him here before he's able to TP back to base, which is a really bad moment here for Nisha. That happens so many times this game that he ends up dying while he's trying to TP back. And once again, with this creep wave here, just getting as many last hits as possible. The wave is almost dead. Nisha wants to get one last hit, but he gets caught with no one's ulti and ends up dying a 3rd time in the laning stage. Nisha had less net worth than the enemy 5 position at about 5 minutes in this game. So Nisha having a pretty rare but unfortunate net worth disadvantage in that game. So hopefully he's recovered it at Sunset since it's been over a week. But this is going to be a big match for Team Liquid because they just don't do so good against Paravision historically.
Yeah, maybe today will be the day they turn their times. Thank you so much for that, Purge. And if you could also bring the cake, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
As we do have forks. I do think...
You have forks?
Yeah, we have forks.
Oh, I was going to use my
eat
hands.
the cake.
I have a mouth. Teeth. Just bite it.
Thank you.
I mean, sure.
The
are
wax
we blowing
is
out the
coming
candles, or are we gonna let them
No, just
burn
let
as we
those.
eat?
Just let those go. Just eat around the wax.
No, we have to do it because you think so?
No, the wax is definitely you gotta
It's
blow it out.
edible.
Blow them out. Blow them out.
Everything is edible at least once.
We already have enough microplastic in us.
No, it's mostly germs, but
Okay. Well, you already
Let's dig in.
mentioned...
who wants a lighter? It's pretty. It works really good.
Are we actually
gonna
gonna
do
do I
it?
actually get to try
I'm
this
just
cake?
going to take that real quick.
Why?
While we are eating the cake, we are going to be entertained because we will be watching a little bit of a highlight of what is and who are Paravision.
Paravision is a team that came out of nowhere and rapidly climbed to become one of the top teams. And after winning ESL 1 Bangkok in December, they certainly cemented themselves as a top contender at any event. However, despite winning a huge LAN event, Paravision decided to shake things up and make changes to their roster. Crystalis, unfortunately, went straight from his first big LAN win to the bench. And to replace him, they yoinked young talent Satanic from Team Spirit. The rest of the roster is the same, with No One, DM, 9class, and Ducalis. We've seen countless successful teams make roster changes only to immediately become much less successful. Will Paravision beat the next gaming gladiators, or will Satanic and Paravision manage to elevate each other further to be one of the top contenders for DreamLeague Season 25? Either way, we're excited to see what Paravision will cook up.
Yeah, of course, Paravision, we know that they have taken the title ESL 1 Bangkok, and since changing their roster, everybody's saying that Satanic, you have to play with them. They haven't done as well, but they've done so well against Team Liquid. It's not even funny. Look at the stats here. It's just Team Liquid can't get a proper foot in the door. They get a game in the door, but that's about it. That's all it takes for Paravision to really understand what Team Liquid is going for, and then they're able to counter it. It will be a 2-game series, so there is a chance for a tie. So even if Team Liquid takes one game, at least they won't lose the series, Lacoste. That's a bonus.
Yeah, I was not listening. I was being focused on the flavors of this cake. But I do agree with everything that you said. And I also want to add that Team Liquid, they are going to have a little bit of a harder time playing against Paravision because this team looked amazing pretty much in all cylinders. This is the team that I've been praising their coach as well, Astini. He's been doing an amazing job when it comes down to the drafts. They're not too afraid to experiment with what's been happening in the patch. They are also one of the few teams that also play some of the few heroes that other teams want to play. And as we said, you did point out the Chen, and I'm going to continue eating this cake.
Why is this funny?
Because I was trying to take a bite off camera, but they kept putting the camera on me.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Take it away, Brian.
Sure. I'll take
Not
some
the cake.
Oh.
Not the cake.
Yeah, no, I feel like the issue with Liquid right now, if we're jumping over to their lack of success, as Paravision's been doing a little bit better, I feel like Liquid is struggling to adapt to Saber over the course of the season. It's just a very different playstyle than 33, and with Mickey being the more aggressive carry type, I think we're seeing like what happens when you pair a greedy offlaner farmer with the more aggressive carry, and I feel like Saberlight is also a playmaker, initiator, get in there, and he'll a lot of times sacrifice his own game when that's not necessarily what the draft wants. And so it kind of puts it on Mickey to play a bit more farm heavy, and it just seems like that's not his optimal playstyle. He's more of a Duraccio type. So I'm not exactly sure. Oh. Is that your way of telling me to stop
Shut
it?
up.
Yeah.
Thanks.
There we go.
Enjoy the cake.
Yeah, your turn, Perch.
Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Trying to pivot off of what Brian just said.
I can help you if you want, because
sure.
I'm just because I know last year, as in last season, with they had to adjust 33. It took a long time. They did end up doing it. Is this a case of just having to adjust to a new player, and that just naturally takes some time?
I think so. I mean, it's really hard to win Dota games right now is the other thing that's really important to bring up, because even when you're talking about like Falcons, sometimes they look amazing for a year, they fall a little bit short at TI, then the next season there's some other top team. Right now that's Tundra, and these teams keep getting better and better, so while I want them to do better with Saberlight, and it might just be a growing pains moment, it could just be that it's really hard to be the best team in Dota right now, and Liquid is just falling short. So I have a lot of excuses for like any team that isn't the best right now, because it is so tough at the moment. But I would like to see them do better with Saberlight and for his playstyle to blend with the team. But it's just not quite there yet, but there's moments of hope.
There's moments of hope. I also want to highlight that they came second in Bangkok, Team Liquid did. Maybe they're just a LAN team.
It could be it.
You know, that they can just do better if there's a crowd involved, which in this case, not the case, as they will be playing from the comforts of their home or boot camp. We are going into the first game of this 2-game series with Paravision on the Radiant side. Second pick for them, and therefore overall last pick. Team Liquid will be Dire with first pick, and we have already a little bit of a different coming out in terms of draft, as we see for Team Liquid, they're not banning out the offlaners, which was the most focused we saw in the series we just witnessed. But they ban out supports in the Venomancer and the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, this is something that 9 class plays extremely well. Every single time you play against this guy, because this guy sets the trends, what's going to be played from position 4. He's also the one that, it was pretty much Boxy coming into the Riyadh Masters that did pioneer this Morphling position 4. 9 class was also the one toying with a lot. He's the jungle Venomancer player as well. Stays in the lane for a little bit, then goes to jungle, suddenly shows up with like 5-6 minute mech. It's very difficult to play against it because he's such a high level with the facet, and you gotta counter this guy in the lane. He doesn't have that big of a hero pool compared to some other position 4s. I mean, position 4 meta right now is not like very big in terms of the hero pool, so you have to pick the certain heroes. We've seen a lot of overlapping with these vision heroes, with the Nyx, bounties, and such. Rikimaru is still available, so maybe that's something that Team Liquid wants to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, 3 bans against the Pause 4 is pretty incredible so far, and they haven't banned the Chen yet either. Do get to first pick the Monkey. This is very reminiscent of what they did in their last series. I really didn't know if, you know, it's been 9 days since they last played. I was like, is there going to be meta developed in scrims and outside of these games? But it kind of seems similar to what happened last time they played over a week ago.
Yeah, this Monkey King is confusing me a bit because I did some research on him last week because I was like, I'm seeing this hero a lot, but also when I was playing him carry, he didn't feel that great. Ever since they made his tree jump disabled by all damage, not just player damage. His jumping from camp to camp, like, he can't do that anymore, because after you clear the jungle creeps, you have to wait the 3 seconds. By that point, you've already made your way almost fully to the next camp. So this flex potential of this hero, I think it's just not as potent of a threat anymore. Monkey King's win rate matches that as well. When you look at like the Dota 2 Pro Tracker, his win rate mid is solid. It's like 51%, but on all other roles, it's 47% or less. And so I'm just wondering for Team Liquid, they've always been a Monkey King team. I feel like whatever patch there is, if they can find an excuse to pick it. But we also saw in your pregame analysis, Purge, what happened to Nisha last time they played it mid and didn't really have the flex against the Viper. Is this a flex Monkey King? Maybe, but also like Enigma. I mean, that's a DM special, and Monkey King, if you give him like a kill support, maybe it lanes well against Enigma, the Boundless Strike AoE physical.
Though the one time that they laned decent against, I think it was game 2 of their series, they picked a Warlock with it. They fatal bonded the first wave, they Boundless Striked instantly, and they killed, I think, 2 of the Eidolons. That's one way to give them some oomph. They did end up losing that game, though, I believe.
But if this is going to be some mid Monkey King, I've seen Nisha being on the receiving end. You did play the clip when he was playing against no one. No one has been so stable in the last couple of months. Every single time I watch this guy play, he's dominating the matchup. You got to be careful about some certain matchups when you're playing against Monkey King. Queen of Pain comes to my mind immediately. This is the hero that destroys this matchup if they're going to be playing it from the mid lane. I believe no one was also the one during a Fisher tournament where he played Quap once or twice and looked amazing on it. It's a very niche hero. We've seen like Gaming Gladiators as well in the previous grand finals also picking that hero. When you don't know like what to pick, you're going for the Queen of Pain, but no one plays it slightly differently. I would say he's aggressive, but also doesn't push the limits too much. He also survives a lot, which I really like about no one.
I mean, it's crazy, like you're mentioning no one, but like all these bans going into the second phase also for Team Liquid are still targeting 9 class on the position 4. I feel like looking at his picks in recent tournaments, it's almost certainly going to be Marcy. Batrider is also quite good against Monkey King, so I'm wondering why they're banning so many heroes when there's still, in my opinion, 2 solid picks that synergize still with the Enigma that Party Vision will just take coming out of it. So maybe they're pigeonholing Party Vision to pick 9 classes hero. They know what's coming. Oh, they go for the Ricky. That was actually a hero that he hasn't been picking. So, okay. Interesting.
I mean, Ricky was popular. It was really popular like 2 tournaments ago. Not very long ago, but 2 tournaments ago. And then it fell off a little bit in favor of the Bounty Hunter and the Nyx Assassin, who can help spot it. But the hero looked really good at that tournament as well. Just getting a fast Diffusal Blade as a 4 and going around smoke clouding constantly makes it very difficult for your teammates to play.
Bristleback's not banned, so if they do decide to flex, like I think Bristleback's always one of the hardest carry counters to Enigma, and then he's also good against Ricky because of the backstab.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about these Invis heroes being OP based on the map size and how many sentries you need to play against it, and them able to scout things out. And a lot of that archetype is what 9 class has been doing, whether it was the Invis heroes like the Bounty Hunter or the Spear Breaker, really, giving vision on your opponents and setting up kills. So could be they're going to pick an Elder Titan. Zeus has sometimes been popular as well to get vision of the Ricky, but ET a little different.
Why ET, you think? Is it just meant to be like a frontliner in lane for Mickey because you get the
Something
Eidolons and
to
stuff?
stop the black hole as well. I would also love to see Batrider as well. I think Boxy is the best Batrider player in the world from position 4, him and Save. He stacks the most whenever he plays. Like, it's actually through the roof numbers when you watch him play Batrider. This is also another hero that I had in mind, but I also wanted to being played from position 5 more than position 4. It's something we discussed on the previous panel. It is a hero that gives you that vision against Ricky. Like, you don't care too much. If it was Nyx Assassin, I wouldn't like it to have it as much because you're pretty much dead once you see that Nyx Assassin, but against Ricky Mario, you have that vision, you have the warding game, something that has been popular. Team Liquid also played a lot of position 4 Slark, so utilizing that vision, which we already discussed, it's very key to have if you want to be winning the games in this patch.
I mean, it makes their Elder Titan a little bit better too, because, I mean, they're going to have minus armor basically paired with Monkey, which has potential cool implications, like you could maybe kill Eidolons easier. I don't know how much armor they have. I can't recall exactly, but
It's mainly magic resistance that negates. So.
That makes sense. But AoE minus armor with Boundless Strike is kind of cool. And now having a Zeus on top of that, you're going to be lowering their magic resistance, so it's going to change up your damage. Just makes the Glimmer build way better, by the way, for PA, because if his magic resistance goes to 0, then it goes back up to 25. You're basically negating the whole hero.
Did you ever think you were going to say
gold.
that in your analysis?
No.
The Glimmer build for PA.
I mean, the first time we saw it a week or two ago was against an Elder Titan, actually. I was like, okay, this makes some sense.
Yeah,
you're against a Tiny and an Elder Titan,
It's a
get
tech.
the Glimmer. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, counter the damage. But definitely going to be a good game for it this game.
Yeah, it feels like the whole SNY Glimmer Cave thing has been a replacement to BKB because of how many times it's been nerfed. And when we asked Duracho or Jenkins, asked Big D during the post-game interview, his exact reasoning for going Glimmer Cave was, I didn't need BKB. So it seems like what I'm wondering is against Zeus Elder Titan, these heroes have a lot of damage, but they don't have really any stuns. So you might just get away with going the Glimmer Cave Satanic on PA and feeling plenty survivable as is. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you're giving yourself basically like 500 EHP by buying a Glimmer and using it on yourself.
Yeah.
Because the 300 HP you're getting is also reduced by the Glimmer magic resistance. So it's just so good for the cost. If you don't need the BKB anti-stun, you're buying you're getting half the value, or the same value for half the cost.
The question is, do you want to play this monkey now as a position 1? Play it in the lane against Enigma and Ricky, paired up with the ET, with the deconstruction. As you said, there's going to be a lot of minus armor as well. Synergizes nicely with the Boundless Strike, but I'm just thinking about carry-to-carry matchup. This Phantom Assassin comes online so quickly. I also didn't think I was going to say that, because this has always been one of the slower heroes, but we've seen some really nice timings. This hero joins early fights, is one of the best chase heroes where you join early on, and if you have a good front line, you can easily be the one that is like going for the kills, catching people off guard, and Puck into Ricky. If we go back to TI Grand Finals, Game 1, when Game were playing against Team Liquid, Quinn picked up Ricky Maru as a counter in the mid lane against Puck, and he did great until that one big fight near the Tier 1 tower. This time around, it's not going to be mid-Ricky, but Cloud is something that is very annoying to play when you're playing against Puck.
Liquid has picked Puck against at least two of these heroes, the PA and the Enigma. It's good on paper. You can rotate against Enigma quite easy because he's slow, and get on top of him. And Dream Coil against the PA is also quite problematic for PA. But it is also scary, like you said, because of the smoke cloud, and if an Orchid comes out at some point too, you could see Nisha dying a lot.
You do need a hero that insta jumps when the Zeus ult comes out. Okay, you Zeus ulti, you see all of them, but with Team Liquid's draft so far, Monkey King doesn't really like going first. ET is more of a backliner, so even though it's not the most ideal Puck game, and I am worried about it in lane versus Invoker, I'm pretty sure Invoker will win that matchup probably by an extra 10 to 15 CS. Nisha's role in the game is pretty straightforward. He's their primary initiator. You needed a hero that also locks them down within the Wukong's command. Before this, I feel like you just walk away.
Yep.
So Puck fills up a lot of the gaps in their own draft, but he's definitely got a tall order on his hands considering all the counters that you guys
and good point about the jump afterwards, that it also helps ET set up his ulti.
True.
If you do go in and Dream Coil one guy, he just slaps the ulti and goes for a stomp combo. Much more likely to hit that now, whereas before, good luck.
It's going to be a rare occasion where you get to choose position 5 for Paravision as your last pick. They do have
Chen is still
overall
available.
last pick. Chen is available, but I think they might want to go for maybe something that has slightly more control, I would say. I mean, it's Phantom Assassin, so they're banning out Warlock. Usually he plays a lot of these healing supports as well, pretty similar to what we've seen Whitemon does.
Baron is still in the pool as well.
10 seconds remaining.
You want to 5 it?
I think the ranged archetype would be better here just because you don't want to be near any of your teammates with all the AoE that's coming out from Team Liquid. I also love poke heroes against Monkey King as a concept. Like a Baden, we saw Monkey King get picked a lot against Baden last series thinking oh, it's hard to run in, at least in game 1. But I feel like it's so awkward thinking, what do they ban for position 5 going into the last pick? I think it makes it more difficult for Saberlight to pick his hero. Like maybe you ban the CM or the Chen thinking well, you want to pick Beastmaster, so let's ban these. What are they even going for?
They will remove the Chen from the pool. After all, overall last ban.
Is it just? But the Beastmaster's so bad against PA. Like PA's been a historical counter to that. What feels good in lane versus PA? Lukash, you've been playing a lot off lane.
Yeah, I'm fine with some offlane Pango if they want to go for it. Other than Enigma, I feel like heroes that are still left in the pool, maybe they can go for the Enchantress as like a soft counter to it. But offlane Pango, I've been very impressed by it, and I feel like the hero is super strong with the double jump facet, especially the build that Amar has been going for with the Echo Saber into SNY. This also works. Not the greatest against Tornado and Black Hole, so you're not going to be able to get the saves, but it's a good way of disengaging against the Cloud.
I do feel like Invoker absolutely destroys Centaur and Axe type offlaners, ones that want to cut the wave, like minute 5, 6, and just use their passives to farm, because Invoker, you're just not getting away from this hero ever. Cold Snap plus, you wait for him to ulti, you tornado him as you mentioned, and then you EMP him, and these heroes have 200 mana pools. I really feel like Liquid's draft is like, okay, what goes well with our heroes? We have this combo between the supports and magic damage, the puck to enable, and I feel like all of Party Vision's heroes are actually just good against Team Liquid's heroes, so I feel like Liquid kind of just did the classic, we're going to pick what's our comfort and kind of ignore what you have, and I think Party Vision's set up to win potentially all 3 lanes, and no one's kind of set up to run over this entire game, I think.
Yeah, they use this Disruptor as the last pick as well. I said one of the rare occasions during Fisher tournament when they were playing against Bedboom, they also last picked Disruptor, which worked out amazingly for them. This has been the Eastern European Classic when it's a good game for it. Great against Centaur, of course. You have a follow-up Silence as well to keep the puck in the Static Storm. I kind of like what they drafted for themselves, and I've watching the Kalis play this Disruptor. It feels really, really good. You're going to have a glimpse against the Stampede, so I think they countered Team Liquid when it comes down to like hero-to-hero matchups. They have all the counters.
If they can get off to a good laning stage, though, I do like... There's not that much control on the Liquid side, but they have an insane amount of burst damage. Even like Centaur with early points of double edge, with like ET Aura and Puck, like they've got a ton of magic burst. But if on the other side, Paravision get tanky items and they can keep the heroes alive, if they get the Glimmer Cape on the PA, the heroes aren't going to get bursted in like 2 seconds, and the fights are going to be hard.
Glimmer Cape on PA.
It's a good game for it. Like, you have to buy it.
If it works, it works, right? I think Glimmer Cape on PA, totally fine and expected, Owen.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's going to be a good game for it, and I think it's going to be a good game for the PA again. You know, we've already had 2 games today on this mainstream where PA seems to be doing pretty hot.
100% win rate?
You know, Satanic, he's not the kind of guy that's going to drop that win rate. This guy knows what he's doing, Gunnar.
Yeah, he's one of the players where you go into a game and you're like, you have to farm. Get really fat, carries the game, and he'll carry every game. I've seen some crazy stats from him, and I've scrimmed versus him. He's had some crazy numbers, so he's the type of player I think we'll step up, keep the 100% win rate going. We'll try to see how long we can keep in this tournament, 100% win rate on PA, but for now it's looking good. And even this draft, I think, like the panel said, I really like Party's draft going into this. Liquid's draft, you can see why they're picking certain heroes, but I feel like the heroes they're picking are just overall weaker in the meta than Party's, so it's...
Yeah, no, we're going to have to see. I think it's going to be a lot of fun because we're just getting something a little bit different, you know, some ETs, and then this last pick Disruptor. We don't get to see that a lot.
You guys want some cake?
Not. Do you guys want cake? But we don't have extra...
I don't know if we've got time now before the game. Well, we've got a pause at the moment. I mean, sure, do you want to grab me a fork of it?
Yeah, but...
Deliver me a fork of cake.
You have hands as well, right?
That's what
he's gonna bring the whole cake.
Whose used fork do you want?
I'm saying he's got hands.
I thought you licked it.
Yeah, no, I licked my fork, so no, I wanted more cake, Lacoste.
My liege.
Thank you.
Is he actually using his hands?
It's really good.
It is really good.
It's fantastic. We ate so many bites.
Yes, it's very good.
Sorry, Gunnar. You just got to watch and live vicariously through your play-by-play caster.
Good.
All right. Well, while Owen is eating some cake, we're going to head over to the PuckGem Pandas. We're going to play us into the first game of Paravision versus Liquid.
Welcome. We're ready to get into the action here between Paravision and Team Liquid. I'm Odipixel, joined by Gunnar once again for this one. And yeah, as I said, I'm excited to see this just because it's going to be another team today trying to see if they can defeat this PA, Gunnar. I mean, when you look at what Liquid has, do you like it better than what we saw Falcons try today against the PA picks?
Honestly, not particularly.
Okay.
I would say.
You're concerned?
Yeah, I can see why they're picking their heroes for what they're picking them for, right? Like, you pick ET because it's good versus Enigma in the lane, to kind of secure your lane. You pick Monkey for a flex. You pick Zeus, I think it's because they think it's a very solid support, and because it's good versus Ricky. You pick Puck seeing the Invoker. Like, when you break it down that way, everything's really simple. But then when you look at what Pari has, you're picking Puck into a Ricky. You're picking Puck into a Last Pick Disruptor. You're picking ET into an Invoker now. And some of the reasons why the heroes are getting picked feel kind of diluted because of the kind of counters, I guess. So I would say purely because of that, Liquid's draft's a bit scary for me. And I'm interested to see what their overall plan is and what they want to do, because, again, a lot of the times it's feeling like, oh, if we don't have like a really good solid strategy versus PA, she's going to get farmed and she's going to win the game. So to some extent, it's just scary that maybe they see a plan, right? But for me, I just don't see you do this, this, and this, and you'll win the game. It feels so much easier for that from Pari's perspective. It's Invoker has a solid lane mid, he roams around, stops the Centaur from cutting, PA gets fat, wins the game. I just feel like there's an extra, maybe step or two that Liquid has to do to get this win.
Because what you would say, this is another one of those situations where if they're able to sit back and farm, you don't see Mickey on the Monkey King being able to tackle a Satanic PA in the later portions of a longer game. It's just...
Probably not.
Sure.
It can. Obviously, Mickey gets an ult off, the PA blinks into the ult and just gets one shot with like Monkey King bar, but for the most part, no. PA wins a lot of these matchups. A lot of the heroes that are kind of good for her are because they fight her in this early mid-game timing where she's kind of squishy and they beat her and then they keep scaling. Stuff like Alchemist is actually good for her. Bloodseeker is good for her because these heroes, either they have a bunch of like disable built into them that just can stop her from blinking around, or they just, fight her at this 15-20 minute timing and they beat her. Whereas Monkey, you could say he has both of those, right? He has a stun, he has the ability to fight, but I feel like it's not the same strength as some of the other heroes.
Sure. And when you're playing Monkey King in this sort of matchup, because you're already, Mickey, having the Maelstrom queued up, going this Maelstrom route, do you prioritize getting that full Gleipnir? Now, I know, Gleipnir's patches have gone, it's kind of fallen out of favor, but when you're against heroes like this PA and this Ricky jumping about, do you want to get the full Gleipnir sooner, or do you still just not get Gleipnir, you get your other items and eventually get a Mjolnir? Is there any value for bumping up the priority of that Gleipnir when you play against a PA?
I would say in this draft, he doesn't really need a Gleipnir on.
No.
Just because his draft has so much control. You have Puck with a coil, you have a Centaur Stomp, you have ET. So
yeah, sure.
I would say, if anything, it's Mickey's job to almost 1v5 at some point. Obviously, Nisha is going to have a lot of impact, but they really need him to be the hard carry for their team. Kind of a counterpart to the PA.
Want him? With the chance to get first blood. Carlist, and indeed Liquid will. Satanic will manage to find the trade as he takes down Boxy. But first blood going to Liquid.
Also, the Sentry Ward get killed pretty big now. I think that means that the camp is going to be blocked by Radiant, so solid lane now for Pari. I know they don't get the first blood, but usually stuff like that kind of is good, especially because it's the camp control. So solid win. These lanes aren't looking too bad for either side, but mid actually is really bad.
Yeah, this is 11-2 against the 5-3 on the first few waves. Coming in very, very hot here on his first few waves here. No one on the Invoker. Well, this is something you wouldn't say is
I wouldn't expect this, no. If anything, Puck has been the #1 response pick to Invoker for the last year or two. Where when Invoker's always been this hero, pick it solid lane, the double Wraith Band was starting to get popularized, and you pick Puck, because he can never mana burn you, he doesn't really out-trade you, you have the innate on Puck, so you're constantly healing. But right now, no one's just kind of crushing the lane. It's really good performance by him, and the scary thing about it is Invoker gets stronger as the lane goes on. His first 2 waves is the worst time for Invoker. So the fact you win those first 2 waves so hard means a lot for kind of how this mid lane will play out. And even the 3v3 mid, we always see these 3v3s at the 6-minute runes. That's really important for Puck. He wants to get the rune, wants to be able to rotate, but if no one's crushing it so hard that Liquid can't even 3v3 mid, that's going to slow down kind of the tempo for their game a lot.
Yeah, look at this top lane so far. As we can see, top CS, DM having complete free farm on the Enigma. Did you sort of expect the ET pick to be able to do a bit more against the Enigma pressuring him out of the lane, or is this just how it goes? This is actually just a good setup for the Enigma this time around in the matchup.
I would have hoped it did a bit more than what it's doing right now, but it's not too... Honestly, the surprising thing is I would have thought that Ricky would just have a low impact in this lane. compared to what he has. I think he's been helping a lot in terms of...
Because there's a lot of time that Insania is sort of chasing 9 class around.
Exactly.
Leaving the 1v1 between Mickey and DM, which I imagine for the most part, DM's quite happy to play that 1v1.
Yeah. The Monkey King doesn't really just destroy the Eidolons in a pure 1v1. It's more of, oh, if I have a Crystal Maiden and they slow all the Eidolons, then I just run them down as the Monkey King. But in this thing where you're in a pure 1v1, it's pretty favored for Enigma. And so, yeah, I think it's not super surprising, but it's one of those things that it could have gone either way, and the fact it's going this way is really good for party. Whereas whichever team was winning this lane, it matters a lot.
That's going to be able to set up surely for a kill for Satanic.
One right there.
Boxy gets dragged back. Might be able to turn for Sableye as well, honestly. As the Thunderstrike's back out, he does have the stick charges. That'll be enough to keep him fine. But these two, I mean, Ducalis, he's been making some nice moves on this bottom lane. I mean, it continues to happen. Rotation. He has come in with the rotation. Boundless strikes there. Satanic, he'll jump forward to finish up the kill, but should die for this. Can't escape Insania and Mickey. So will fall underneath the tower. But a very well-needed rotation there to come in. And not necessarily always from the position you expect. Very early rotation from the carry on the top side. But Mickey realizing that, something had to be done down bottom because Satanic is having a pretty good start down there. On this PA, he's already got 3 kills in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the normal start now.
Yeah, it seems to be right.
Yeah,
we're getting these PAs popping off early today.
But it's always those things where, especially Mickey, I think it's a really good read by him that he's not having a great time in the lane. So anytime you're able to use your hero for impact on the map, it's way better than having an even lane. Yeah. And even now you can see Mickey, that 3v3 I talked about, I was worried, Nisha's might be losing, maybe he can't do the 3v3. So instead of a 3v3... That's a bit rough, because now Mickey's here.
And now he's under the tower.
And the Ghost walk.
Ghost walks up, so no one is fine.
They might get DM.
Will still die. But Nisha, he's under the tower. He's got to be careful. No one still dancing around. They're still trying to push this under the tower. Nisha face
no one's so tanky.
Out, but he's dead. They will kill no one. But Mickey is now caught by the kinetic field. The Eidolons are being into him. It's a double kill for DM with these Eidolons. I mean, they're going to chase down Boxy. They've got the Thunderstrike on him. DM just gets a triple kill with the Eidolons. Instadia's still diving under the tower looking for Ducalis. He's looking around the trees, Ducalis, so Ducalis will die. I don't know what the heck happened there, and I think both teams are kind of waking up. Missed stream coil into whoever knows what the heck happened under that tier 1.
I was just about to praise the fact that they were turning into a 4v3 with Mickey rotating mid. There's going to be this perfect timing, Coil, and then Coil misses. Yep. Liquid didn't even care though. They're like, we brought 4 guys. We're taking this fight to the end. I don't even know who won that.
I feel like it's got to be DM, right, with the amount of money he gets. Okay, down bottom, if they can kill Satanic or continue this chaos, Liquid's going to be happy. Jump
Here's another
forward.
Bolton 1 Q. Mickey's here again.
Get him. Okay, so with that in mind as well, this chaos that has just suddenly kicked off, it's working out for Liquid. Mickey diving tier 1's mid.
And they're probably going to get Ducalis too.
Yeah, they will.
I don't see
There's only so much running he can do. Yeah. So, yeah, Mickey, he's making the magic happen. He's just turning up to everything, pretty much. He has this Monkey King and says, it doesn't matter what happened bottom, doesn't matter what happens mid, my full-out aggression on the Monkey King will solve it.
They almost got a catch on Nisha mid too. The Ricky Jelly Smoke Cloud just got him like right after. Mickey is just making moves.
And DM, he's dead. Just dead. Dude, Mickey, he's like, all right, guys, I'm gonna get you on the back, get you on my back. I'm ready to carry you all. And just up and down the map, he is everywhere, and he's made sure that the outcomes of the overall lanes are not too bad at all. It's 10-6, Liquid with a little bit of an edge after that past couple of minutes of craziness.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the like saddest one is Nisha right now, because I think he died at the very start of that mid fight. I don't think he really got much XP, much gold, so he's pretty far behind as to where he would want to be, especially based on the fact he was like a counter matchup.
But look at this top.
They just keep going on the Enigma.
Nisha, he's in with the Dream Coil lead. It doesn't miss this time. DM's dead. Mickey gets another kill. 9class is going to look to punish. You have the Tornado MP down on towards Mickey. Mickey, can they get him out of it? The Mischief is running, but they'll find him. Finally able to put an end to the reign of the Monkey King.
Boxy got him though.
And Liquid, they're getting kills in return. They get no one, they get
cooking the backline.
Can he cook Nisha? No, Nisha's fine. Under the tower, Instania's trying to dive in. He's going to die for this one. Satanic jumps over, picks him up, double kill. It's just what's going. It's 9-13, 9 minutes in. Everybody's everywhere, all at once.
I'm having a rough time following this game. I think they're just constantly diving.
I think these guys are as well. They're like, what's going on? Why are you here? Well, I'm here because we're killing this guy. Why is that guy here? I don't know. Who invited him? Crazy stuff here in these opening moments. And it continues. Mickey.
Going on 9 class. He has no ultimate. He's level 4.
He's got backup here, Mickey. Saberlight ready to help.
There's no way he gets out.
Oh, he's in the corner.
They see him. They see him.
Radiant's bottom tower is
How good are the jukes?
If he jukes the... Okay.
And over in the river.
In the river, yep.
Instania's like, why am I here? He's dead.
This is fun.
Yeah.
I'm having a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is crazy.
This is a bit of a change of pace. I think from the first
very
series.
serious faces on the players, though.
Yep.
They're like, okay, yes, this was a perfect movement. Yes, excellent.
It's all calculated.
Yeah, all part of the plan. These guys, this isn't a plan. This is just it's craziness.
To some extent, I think it all started because Mickey felt like he wanted to rotate. And he just kept rotating back to back. And Pari, I would say, from the research I used to do on them, was their team is really good at controlling runes. Every single rune, DM will almost always be there. They want to fight you. They want to bring their heroes. They want to show up. I think that's kind of their game plan. Is the same thing as Tundra earlier, is we want to outnumber you. We want to bring all of our heroes. And Liquid, I would say Mickey is one of the best carries at doing that exact same thing for his team, where he's going to show up, going to fight these runes. So it's almost this battle of both teams are doing the exact same strategy and just seeing who wins. But funny enough, it looks like they're both losing because they both keep having 4 people die every single fight.
Yeah, I think the thing that sticks out the most is that after all of this, it's no one that's starting to lag behind a bit on his Invoker, right?
Yep.
He's the poorest core.
Especially after that laning stage.
Indeed, right. He was crushing it. Nisha's missing his first Dream Coil against him.
Yeah.
And then ever since that, Nisha's been back on the up, catching up with the rest of the team. And yeah, he's got a bit of catching up to do.
Yeah, Invoker's always this hero where you don't farm that fast from a mid-player standpoint compared to a Puck. Puck, you have 2 different nukes, and you also have mobility so you can push out waves more aggressively.
Yep.
Invoker, you sit there, you right-click, 1 melee creep down, then the next, then the range, and then after those 20 seconds, you're like, oh no, guys, the next creep wave's coming. So all of his gold, for the most part, comes from these early game rotations, and because he's not really getting any kills, he has 0 kills. All of them are assists, so he's not getting the kill gold injection, he's not really able to farm as fast as Puck, he's starting to fall behind. And it's not too big of a deal. Invoker is completely fine playing from this, like...
Sure, can still have impact.
Not
get
a
a good
great
EMP.
position.
You can be annoying,
exactly,
right?
but
you have the control.
It is definitely, it feels bad based on the prior games too, right? Like where the game was, and now good disruptor roll.
Easy setup there for no one. Decisive just comes in, of course, no hesitation, and dropping the Static Storm for a big kill, such as the Puck. They take the kill, and with that, they might just be able to take this tower. Yeah, Liquid won't be turning up to defend that one, so... But the back and forth that ended up with that mid, no one initially winning the lane, and then the team fights, Nisha catching back up.
Now they're back to even.
Yeah, still ends up with Nisha losing his tower first.
Yeah. I really like the Tornado plus the ground silences. They have both the Ricky Smoke Cloud and they have the Static Storm. And so if Nisha ever gets caught by a Tornado, there's a really good chance he dies. I wouldn't be surprised if he honestly goes BKB third item.
That's the thing. Is he going to be pressured to
do
that?
I think he's going to go Witchblade, Blink BKB.
Yeah. I think he has to. Yeah.
I could say there is a possibility of going
Force. We're getting away with just
Force? just BKB after Witchblade.
Oh.
But
can you get away with going Force rather than the...
I would say normally, but because there's a disruptor, you
Yeah,
can't.
'cause
Because you can't get out of the kinetic field, so you get stuck.
Yeah, that's
but
fair.
we'll see. It's one of those things where this stuff doesn't matter if Nisha's the one starting the fights. If Liquid's always the team that goes forward, you don't need to buy these defensive items, these BKBs, because now he gets to be the one jumping the disruptor. He gets to maybe jump the Invoker, but when you're playing this constant game of they jump us, then we jump them, and then they jump us, and just like constantly skirmishing and fighting, that's when you want the defensive items so you can actually play aggressive and not be scared.
Oh, good timing here
So
from
Blink
Liquid.
reveal.
Yeah, they make this move exactly when they know there's a high likelihood someone was going for the stacks around the triangle, and indeed they catch 9 class.
Now a reverse tower, it looks like. Not too big of a loss. It's a good move by Liquid. I don't think they'll be able to take these stacks in the Tricamp. They're not even really that big. They're only 2 stacks. But it's a good move. You constantly want to look for these like jumps. It's the Blink reveal, right? Very basic Dota. Get your Blink, guys. We click a smoke, run somewhere on the map. As long as you get 1 kill, you're happy. You've started to pay your Blink off. The debt, you got to rake in that money, get that debt away, and eventually Saberlight's going to be really strong in this game too, honestly. Centaur's really good versus PA late game. Because you get so much HP and armor that eventually you can survive her whole BKB, and then if you still have a Blade Mail, she can't kill you. So I'm going to be looking this game mostly towards Mickey and Saberlight to see what they do in terms of Saberlight has to control these early game fights. Blink stun a lot of people, and Mickey is going to end up having to kill.
Oh, look at this. No one.
This looks not great for no one.
He's going to get the Wisdom Rune, but is he going to get out?
At what cost?
He's got 9 class with him, and Boxy, he's able to jump down to the
he's alive. Well,
he's actually going to live? No, he's not. Okay, he does end up ticking out, and now they can look to fight back. As they take out 9 class, they've got the detection on towards no one.
2 hits.
They'll be able to find him as well. So Liquid, they lose their Wisdom Rune. They lose a Zeus, but they get themselves 2. And indeed, on the other side of the map, well, that was Mickey getting his.
Mickey took it before he TP'd. So if anything, the Wisdom Rune is still a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Liquid's
pretty
fine.
good for Liquid.
They're chilling with that, still holding on to this 2k lead. Obviously, whilst all this is going on, we have got to still remember it has been the day of the Phantom Assassin, and there is a Phantom Assassin still at the top of the net worth, so Satanic for Paravision still in prime position with his farm, and yeah, getting that BKB as soon as he can here after this Battle Fury, and more than likely so that he can feel that he can also join these fights without too much threat.
Did we see, was Duraccio going no points in passive? Or in his
He
blur?
went 1.
Okay, 1? Okay.
Yeah.
Right now we got Satanic skipping it fully. Following though, Mickey.
He's looking pretty dead here. Yep. There's no saving this Monkey King. And Nisha also has to be a little careful. He's thinking about fighting back, but with Mickey
No
gone,
coil.
yeah, there's not much more Liquid can do here. That's the thing, kind of pre-BKBs, Liquid's core still have to be very careful. Paravision have a lot of ways to
They
trip
might
them up.
find a catch on Nisha if he's not careful.
They certainly will by the looks of it. 9 class gets the silence down. He's got eyes on towards Insania. They'll get the glimpse back. Kinetic field, though, not quite in place to trap him, so Insania will manage to escape. And Nisha's still feeling confident that they can't get the setup on him. Knows that the Static Storm, it was on cooldown. It's back up now, though, so the Static Storm threat is there. Nisha's got to start being careful again. We'll see
Just
how...
a tornado. And he's
that's
dead.
all they need. Yeah, the setup's there. I guess not really keeping track of that Static Storm timing because it's back up. Stampy's not going to save him. Nisha dies in the lane. Maybe they can find kills in return. The jump's there for Saberlight. In on towards no one. The punch comes in for Insania. The Black Hole's there. Do these 3 heroes have the damage? So there's Satanic. He'll be able to bring that extra burst of damage, but indeed the Blade Mail nearly ends up killing Satanic off. He'll be able to kite out the fight though. Leave DM to finish off the job of taking down Saberlight, and to Carlis to look to chase down and finish off Insania. So they're able to dance around the edge of the fight. I guess initially looked like maybe Nisha was baiting some sort of action, but cost of his life dies very easily to that Tornado and Static Storm combo. And Paravision, they did have that backup Satanic, even as close as he got to killing himself with that Blade Mail, still being able to provide enough burst to make sure they could finish off those additional kills, Paravision.
Yeah, it feels really bad when your kind of game plan is we have to bait the puck to start a fight. And you, hey, Mr. Nisha, your goal is to get every button clicked on you and survive as a puck with 1,000 health.
It's tough.
It's a hard thing, but honestly, it's not necessarily the wrong read. There's worlds he survives, right? Like if he survives because of a stomp and then they Centaur Stampede him out of the rest of the fight. There's worlds where he survives. It's just a very awkward position I think they're kind of forced into based on the draft, especially these AoE silences on the ground. Puck doesn't really have a good game, and he's going for the blink. I definitely think the blink is better than the BKB second item. It's way too... It's too scared to play, right, with a BKB second item on Puck. So Liquid's whole game plan, I would say, their mental state is we have to start the fights. We have to jump them first. Every time they get jumped, it's a really bad fight. So now you can see they're kind of surrounding the tower, looking for kills. Ducalis has actually really nice movement.
Yeah, he just dodged that completely, right? Dancing around that tier too. I mean, as you say, Liquid, they're hungry to try and catch him out like this. But look at that. The way this fight's actually going to end up starting is going to start with Paravision finding Saberlight. He's pretty tanky, but not tanky enough to survive this meatball coming down onto surely. Jump forward from 9 class to finish off the job. Stampede will not save Saberlight. I mean, for all of Liquid's efforts there to try and get pretty deep to start something.
Mickey.
They got the glimpse. Tries to TP out, but the ward's down. Decisive sees him. They end up getting both the cores. Double kill for 9 class. That just goes horribly wrong for Liquid. They were really looking for that fight, but it started off in the worst way possible, right? They get their Centaur caught at the back of it all by the entirety of Paravision.
Yeah, it also feels bad because you know that they really, really were looking to this fight. They kind of knew Paru was in the area, but then Saberlight gets caught and...
look at this. I mean, is Nisha aware? They've got the setup.
And the smoke cloud.
Closing with that smoke cloud. Sunstrike coming in as well. They've got the job done, just like that. Paravision, back to back to back, taking down all 3 cores. They get Saberlight in the jungle. They get the chase down onto Mickey, can't TP out, and then bam, like that on top of it, they find Nisha farming in his own jungle.
This is looking kind of similar to the games earlier today. A lot more fighting, really closer early game, I think, and a lot more pressure, but even with all these picks, they're just making space for the Phantom Assassin.
They are. Satanic's having a great one.
And I don't feel like Liquid has really found the solution to the Phantom Assassin either, I would say. It feels the same thing where she's going to get her items and she's going to start one-shotting people. And so Liquid has a lot of magic damage burst on their draft. They have ET with his passive and his aura, they have Puck, they have Zeus. So honestly, in a Centaur stun, they could 100-0 the PA. The issue is finding the Phantom Assassin. I still think it's funny because Satanic still has 0 points in Blur, which it's always funny because literally Phantom Assassin, you get blurred and you can never get jumped. But I think at this point he feels like even if he gets jumped, there's nothing that Liquid can do. So he just gets to be as greedy as possible, and I think it's going to pay off. He's going to finish his Staunch and Yasha soon. And is it the same game plan? Is it you just push these towers, force them back, get Roche, and then another 20-25 minute game? I would say that's what Pari's leaning towards. And for Liquid, you want to delay the game. When you have Puck, Puck is one of the best mids at delaying the game. It's so hard to get caught, but I think every time Nisha does this thing where he's trying to be alone, he gets caught. No one's always in the right place at the right time. It's either 9 class to call us or right behind him, like right here, right? He's looking out bot to call us behind him. Maybe he goes top and 9 class follows him. And I just think that no one, I would say, is playing like so good to counter what Liquid wants to do and delay these games that a lot of their success, even though it looks like his individual game is not crazy, right? You look at his KDs, 3, 4, 9. It's not perfect, but he's everywhere that he needs to be, and what he needs to be doing is winning them the game.
Yeah, and these tornadoes alone as the opening has been more than enough for him to find these chances to punish Nisha's Puck. And Nisha feeling that he needs to change it up again, so didn't end up committing for the blink. He is going to go that 4-staff route first as his way to sort of play out some of these silences down bottom. Jumps there, Mickey. He's got the BKB and the Wukong's command down.
No
Satanic will step out for now. 9 class caught and killed off during the Dream Coil. DM will hold his ground with the Black Hole controlling Mickey. Satanic jumps back over. They got the damage to finish him off. The Statics on the kinetic foot. They've caught the Puck. Sunstrike comes in. Nisha's in trouble. He's dead. Satanic jumps forward to finish off the job. And you know, you've seen it many times before with these PAs. You know, Satanic's ready to start cleaning up more. Goes for Saberlight. Gets the triple kill. He's going to be ready to reset and jump back in, looking towards Insania. There he goes. They bring down the ET. They've killed off the 4 of them. The fight, it's Paravisions.
Yeah, and there's not really much more you can ask for when the Monkey King presses full BKB, full duration ult, kind of sits there, and it doesn't feel like it does anything.
Yeah, we'll
really
see
in
it
the whole
again.
fight.
Yeah, happened a bit earlier. But this ending and this sort of cleanup, at this point as Liquid, what do you do?
Yeah, at this point of the fight, the second you click all of your cooldowns, you clicked your BKB, you clicked your Stampede, the Elder Triton ult, and if PA... Honestly, if PA has 80% health or 70% health, and you've clicked all of your buttons once, you're not going to have enough time to click them a second time. She's going to kill you before you get that second round of spells. So it's a really delicate way to fight versus Phantom Assassin that it's looking to be really, really scary and really difficult to do. So now that's Aegis now, 5 minutes for Parivision to kind of do whatever they want. Satanic is, again, almost unkillable, it feels like, in these fights, and he has 2 lives now, so can even save his BKB for second life, has pretty much free reign for the entire game, and 6k gold lead. It's looking pretty rough for Liquid.
It does feel like it might be on track to be another one of those PA stories that we've become so familiar with, especially today, as we saw already. You know, we've had quite the treat of teams that we've been able to observe here on the mainstream, starting off with Tundra and Falcons. Now, Falcons couldn't deal with the PA. Maybe here in the second series, Liquid, also a team, and just overall PA as a whole, this hero has to be potentially reconsidered even higher in priority in the drafts. Are we going to get towards a point where this PA does start to become first phase banned, Gunnar?
It's looking that way, because the other thing is it's not like these are mismatched team skills.
No.
Right? It's not like, oh, the PA's noob stomping. Because that's what people always say is like PA is one of the like noob stomp heroes, but it's Liquid. It's Falcons. These are what, top 4 teams in the world, top 3 teams in the world, and Phantom Assassin's still crushing them. So there's definitely some merit to this hero that you can constantly you farm really fast, you're really tanky, and they can just dive.
I mean, he's lucky to live there. I mean, Paravision...
9 class wants the kill.
They're diving a little bit deep there. Yeah.
Having a little fun.
Can't get away with that quite yet.
Liquid might look to chase? No. Unless... There's no way they chase. There's no way, guys. Don't do this, Liquid. It's a little too ham.
Yeah, Mickey, he's not going to go any further.
Gotta relax.
Yeah. Oh,
they're looking. They're smoked up.
Yeah, he's testing the waters here, Mickey.
They would need to jump on probably Satanic and burst him before anything. Or even do Collis. I think maybe let it so he doesn't get an ult off.
Settle for the Disruptor.
Yep.
That's all they're going to get. Hunting down Satanic, yeah, going into this high ground, that's not going to be a thing for Liquid. That'll be a little too crazy. And Minecraft, he's got the vision here. The setup's there, the force stuff will get him out. The meatball's coming down upon him. He'll jump off to the side, but the crit comes in from Satanic. Nisha's gone. Mickey lays down the Wukong squad, but then a beautiful black hole onto the three of them. He's ready to jump back in Satanic to provide the damage. Definitely Blast from no one to push them back as Insania falls. Stable, I guess, chased down. And then over to another one here. Satanic Boxing will manage to get out with the Ghost and the TP. But an easy black hole there handed towards DM. And anytime you see 3 heroes grouped up that much, you know that PA with the Battle Fury is going to be coming straight for you.
Yeah, it's just looking really hard to fight. There's so many different things that Liquid has to deal with right now. They have the Phantom Assassin. You don't control her for 2 seconds, you're dead.
Yeah.
There's a DM Enigma. You don't think about this guy's positioning for half a second, and then look at this right here.
He just walks
3-man black hole. He doesn't, no Blink Dagger, no BKB.
Nice.
He gets almost a full duration channel of it. It's like Boxy has to like slowly walk in just to cancel with a bolt. And even just like the Invoker, the supports, there's random AoE silences that Puck has to deal with. End of the day, you're a Puck and you have to go 4-staff, right? Like that is kind of the tale that you can tell what dire situation that Liquid's in right now. That it's really hard for them to kind of find their foothold in this game.
I mean, that's the thing. Would you imagine most Pucks would also go for this Hurricane Pike in this position rather than BKB? It's just you really don't want to buy the BKB as a Puck.
You really don't want to. It's one of those things that for everyone not playing Puck, you look at your mid player and you're like, he should buy BKB so he can play the game. And then every mid player is like,
wait, I'm not buying. Yeah,
I'm him.
Game over if you.
I'm not going to buy the BKB. I'll just dodge this.
Satanic.
Nice stun.
Still has the Aegis for 45 seconds. Mickey into the trees.
They have to get the Enigma.
Set up. They're going to look for DM. They'll find him. That's DM gone. So
no one
Liquid can try and turn this into more they can. See if they can catch anything further. Zukalis might be the one to be left behind. They close in upon him. Smoke screen down, but Dukalis is looking pretty dead. So Liquid, they find a bit of a hit back there. Take out the 3 of them. Not quite able to find the big one though. As Satanic survives. Keeps that Aegis safe.
I don't even know if they would want to fight him. I think it's one of those things that if they killed him once, he would just kill them all. So
let's have a look. They're going to try and tackle
I'm scared for them right now. I fear for Liquid on this 5v1.
Aegis has gone in about 5 seconds. It's around this tier 2. People are respawning. This is a pretty deep dive.
This is scary.
Aegis is gone now, but now Liquid, they've got to get away from this. They don't want to mess around here any longer, as I say, Paravision are respawning. And they'll get out, Liquid.
I think overall that fight, they hit the 2 targets that are most important. It's Invoker and Enigma. If you kill those 2, you have a chance in the fight. You can kite the PA's BKB. You can kind of play around the fight. So I'd say that's an ideal situation, but it's always going to break down to, it's so hard to catch the PA, and they got so much. I guess they actually didn't get that much from the Aegis.
They didn't at all, actually, yeah. Liquid were able to hold the game in a pretty stable position during this time that Satanic had the Aegis. Only losing the 1 building, Liquid.
I think a lot of these games feel a lot scarier than they really are. I think they're all really, really close. It's just when you're playing, when there's a Phantom Assassin in the game, she's going to one-shot people eventually. And so it always feels, oh, we're slightly behind. We can fight them, obviously, but you ignore the Phantom Assassin for 5 minutes and... Oh, ultra kill right there, guys. My bad. You know, I've seen so many games, especially where a team's even opposite, where they're up, 15k gold against a Phantom Assassin. She gets a last-minute rapier, and you just win the game. You're like, how did we lose? We just threw this game. And so I feel like that's the other factor in a lot of these games today, that there's a bunch of pressure from her that if she's ahead, she's going to keep on being ahead and be really strong. And if she's behind, it almost feels, you don't feel safe. There's a lot of carries in the game that when they're behind, you kind of feel safe to some extent versus them. Like, Troll Warlord probably is a good example of that one, where you feel pretty safe when he's behind, but no matter what, Phantom Assassin can win the game, and based on how they're building her with the Sanji Yasha and how the lanes are going, it's just so easy. It feels, from Par's perspective, I feel like all 5 players on their team are stray vibes. They're just playing Dota, no stress.
Ooh. And here we go, coming through the twin gate. They hit the scan, they know someone's around, they're going to have eyes on MidK. MidK, he's got a BKB. Has to go
Is he
for the
gonna
BKB
die?
TP. No, they've
They're
not
gonna try
got
hitting him.
anything else there against him. So MidK's out. What do they want to go for next? No one. Ready to try and scout things out around Liquid's high ground.
So close to getting a catch.
And they can start getting the lanes pushed back in here, Paravision.
Yeah, Nisha's finishing his, or he finishes Parasma. So it's actually a lot of damage for him, a lot of magic like reduction. So Liquid's kind of getting into this damage phase where Mjolnir's finished on the Monkey King. He almost has an Ags. He has half of his Ags. And so they're getting to the point where they're going to have damage. The question is, they have to survive the BKB always. Nice phase shift. I don't think he can get caught.
Yeah, with the smoke screen already used. I mean, they have the glimpse, but indeed phase shifted and all but ready for the high ground retreat.
It feels like such a different game playing Puck without a Blink Dagger. Because a lot of the time, honestly, Pari probably feels his way too. You're playing versus Puck, you see a phase shift, and kind of the first thing in your head is, oh, guaranteed blink out. What do we do now? But now at this point, it's, did Puck press orb before the phase shift? Do they have Force Staff? It's like a whole different calculation. And even for a Puck player, it feels weird to not have a blink. Blink almost feels like a built-in part of your hero. And the fact that Nisha's still able to survive ganks like that without having a blink is really good to just slow down the game and keep Liquid in the game. So right now, Parivision's probably just chilling, waiting for Roche. I think that's their big timing. Liquid can fight it if they really, really want to. They Elder Titan's really good versus it. Even like Zeus, Puck, Monkey King are all really decent heroes at fighting the Roche pit. But the question is do you want to take this fight where Pari's like set up in the correct position? There's gonna be wards there. There's gonna be, you know, maybe an Invoker baiting. It doesn't really care if he gets jumped first. There's a Ricky scouting while invis. It's always these questions of, is it actually worth fighting their Roche? To be honest, I would say yes, it's worth that risk, because a Phantom Assassin with a second Roche, like a second Aegis, is... I think Liquid's going to struggle killing him once. So we'll see, but yeah, it looks like Liquid has completely no interest in fighting, and they're just going to try to finish all their items.
We did see, at least for Liquid, last time round when Paravision had the Aegis, Liquid were able to make sure that Paravision didn't get too much, if anything, at all during that Aegis time. We'll see if Liquid can do that again, whilst Satanic once more has the Aegis ready to go. Mid lane, no one's starting to play around with MidK. I mean, they've got the Stampede in time. He's going to be with the Sunstrike. Oh, it's a beauty! It's a beauty there from no one. I mean, yeah, it's just perfect.
That was perfect.
Gets the BKB out, gets the Stampede out. Doesn't matter. You can't save him. MidK can't escape.
And it's just like through the Stampede, right? He can go anywhere, any direction. You hit the snipe, that's carries down 60 seconds. BKB's down 80 seconds. Satanic has amplified damage Aegis. He's going to go high ground.
He's coming for your base. He's coming for your base. Where's your carry? He's dead. 40 seconds still.
You try to, you know, defend. Insane gets a little too close. Boxy gets a little too close. What? 3 hits? 4 hits? You're gone? I'm surprised Boxy's that far up. I would be so scared right now.
Satanic, he's definitely going to be considering, wait, can I just jump in on this guy?
Nisha is actually doing a lot of damage though. He got a quiver, which is really lucky from his neutral items. It's that paired with the Hurricane Pike, paired with the Parasma.
There's the jump. Satanic's in, puts the BKB, tries to finish off Boxy. Boxy able to jump out of the start. The glimpse is there, Boxy's gone. That's the BKB though from Satanic for that jump. As you say, Nisha trying his best to slow down the attempts here from Paravision on the push. They've got MidK back up now, Liquid. 9 class, see if we can find the setup, but stabilization with the jump first. Gets the jump connection on towards 9 class. The Static
no
stay down, they'll be able to glimpse back towards it, but the face just there. Nisha's able to dodge it. 9 class jumps out back to stage for stabilize, looking to chase him with the BKB and the Stampede. Can't close in upon him. 9 class is fine. Paravision will be pushed back. They don't lose anybody.
Really good poking from Paravision. They use the BKB on Satanic, but they don't lose anything, right? There's nothing besides cooldowns that got used for them. They still have the Aegis, and so Liquid's happy, right? Whenever you defend your base, you're happy, but on the other side, Pari's also happy. They got a tier 3, they got a tier 2, they got, you know, random kill here, random kill there, and it's good. I would say it leans in Pari's favor. Like, every time you're ahead and you keep like winning slightly and you don't lose anything, it's a win, but on the same side, it is delaying the Aegis. They didn't end the game, they didn't take a Rax. Liquid gets to live on and keep playing, and it's an angle, right? If Liquid finds this correct angle, this right way, they can win any fight. They have so much damage, but it feels like their opportunities are kind of like slipping through their fingers.
Oh, look at this, no one. Ooh, Mickey. He's going to be able to jump out to the side. Puts the BKB, turns the balance towards no one, but no one's also got the BKB at the ready. Gets out of the Wukong's command. Stop from Instania, catches onto both Satanic and Decisive. He's going to try and run down the Disruptor first. He'll get him. Decisive is gone.
Double buybacks.
He's considering turning back in towards the fight. He's got the backup of 9 class. Already the blink outs there from Saberlight. Nobody able to get a catch on towards Liquid. They retreat back to the high ground as they're able to make that fight happen and indeed force out 2 buybacks that came into play there from Paravision.
That was kind of interesting, I would say, from Pari. I feel like it was a little bit forced. The fact they're all jumping, they're jumping right outside the base. Anytime you jump them outside the base, you have to assume their whole team's, you know, ready to go, just take this fight. And I mean, Nightclaw's got one shot by the Boundless Strike at the very start. He buys back, Ducalis gets struck, he buys back, and it doesn't hurt Pari in the sense of a normal fight. Like, if the sports were going to die, they probably weren't going to buy back in a normal fight. But what it does hurt is if Liquid gets these catches, like we said earlier, they catch the Riki or the Disruptor, they're dead for so long that they can start snowballing. So, technically that mistake of that fight, oh, they caught Boxy top.
Yeah, no way out of this one for him. Well, I said that, Stampede.
He has no TP.
Yeah, they've got him.
There's no
Yules
way.
from 9 class holds him in position. There's Boxy. He'll make them work for it. No, there ain't no way. It's a good effort from Boxy, but he will be going down. As Liquid feeling a bit more confident to get out on the map. They've had recently a couple of big pickups, right? The Aghanim's done for the ET. We've got the Aghanim's it's coming pretty soon for Boxy. Dying there, sure, but it's 3,700 gold in towards it. And yeah, that major timing being Mickey looking to get that Monkey King bar so he can just lay down that ult and at least have an area at the fight that Satanic might have to think about twice before he ends up jumping in and full committing.
Especially with he has a Mjolnir too, so you have a different way for the proc. So a lot of ways that they can actually find the ring. One thing that I'm kind of curious is I'm a really big Centaur Ags fan, personally.
Okay.
And so Saberlight hasn't like thought about it or hasn't like queued it up yet. I actually think it's really good versus Enigma because you can save from the black hole, and even then, whoever is in the cart, if you get black holed as a Centaur, the guy can just hit the Enigma from inside the black hole.
Because he's just completely
invulnerable.
Crowd control him.
And so it kind of gives a way for the Monkey King to be able to fight this Phantom Assassin, fight the black hole, not be worried about the burst.
Is the cast range pretty kind of...
It's big enough that you can catch through a black hole.
You can sort of step up to the edge and you're most of the time going to be able to grab them. Yeah. Oh, Nisha gets caught. Saberlight's still considering fighting this despite the fact they've just lost Nisha. Walks up with a Who Stomp onto DM, but I mean, without their punk, can they really fight this? This seems a little bit crazy from Liquid. I mean, Mickey feels strong. He's trying to poke at them, but Satanic's ready to make a jump over towards him. Mickey looks to get the Wukong's command out, but Mickey's dead. Liquid, they lost their puck. They felt that they could fight this, but they absolutely could not. They lose their carry, they lose Insania. Did they just feel that they had the number advantage still? They're trying to chase Paravision down like that? That seemed pretty wild, Gunner.
I think they were feeling that, oh, Enigma used Black Hole, guys. Use BKB, use Black Hole, maybe we just get a little pick. Monkey King does a lot of damage, like we said. You know, a Centaur stun into a Monkey King ult, they get the Enigma. It's probably hard to re-engage, but I think they chased just like a little bit too far, an extra 1 or 2 seconds, and Pari just noticed like, oh, guys, it's 5v4. We just take this fight, like, it's our fight.
Yep, and now he's got his next item complete. Abyssal Blade's done, amplified damage as well. He's ready to start going straight for the base once more.
I mean, he has no boots. He has 6 items, fully stocked, another amplified damage.
Yep, here we go, back to the buildings. He's just getting them
back to back. And how do you stop this guy? You can pause.
You can. Have a little bit of time.
That's a long time to protect the racks.
Collect your thoughts. Consider what you're going to do. You don't have Mickey still for 24 seconds. You're going to have everybody else up. A little bit of the old lag.
No worries.
Oh, you didn't see that coming.
I guess the question is, how much Paravision getting here, do you think? Are they just getting this mid-racks and then backing off? How much do you want to force it if you're Paravision? Or are you cool sort of just taking it chill?
You probably take the mid-racks and then you stop just based on the fact that your Phantom Assassin doesn't have a BKB.
Yeah.
I don't think that, from an outside perspective and a riskier perspective, you could say, I don't think it's possible for Liquid to fight them.
Fine boxing. Meanwhile, back in the mid, they've tried to make the jump on towards no one, but the BKB's out. No one. He's out with the Ghost Ward. They're trying to chase with the Stampede.
He shoots the BKB too.
And Mickey's in from the side. They'll be able to catch off no one, see if they can turn him for more. Ducalis with a Glimmer out to the side. They don't have any detection on the front line, so they won't quite be aware of the way he goes.
Up.
Do they see him? Mickey into the trees. Yeah, Stabilite will find him. And with the Who Stomp, Liquid, they'll be able to claim another as they push back Paravision. But obviously Paravision, they got the damage done. They took the racks. Satanic was out of there ages ago, finding an opportunity to get a kill as well down on the bottom side of the map as he finds Boxy. Now Liquid, a little bit of a window now. They've got a minute where they've got no Ducalis, no one to worry about. How much can they get done? They have got the mid wave pushing in.
Probably not too much, but in positive news, I mean, I was going to say about something positive about Nisha, but he might just go down here.
Yeah, hitting the tower like that. I mean,
and they cut the tree.
They're able to cut the tree! Uh-oh, Liquid! Well, yeah, that's what they got. You were concerned if they could go for something. I think we all were, but apart from Liquid, they weren't concerned. They went for it. Nisha just hitting the tier 2 tower. I guess it just a lapse of judgment there, as it was as if they forgot that this kind of Ricky PA was still in the game and potentially breathing down their necks, and they were. They're both dead again. They're dead for a minute, Gunnar.
Yeah, I was going to say, wow, I think the puck is really caught up. Second net worth in the game, the Monkey King is third. You're playing more for this Ags timing, where you get Ags 25 on puck, you call with the PA. That's a really solid time in the game. She can't use her BKB to get out of it. It gives you a fight condition, right? And then they get caught. They both die back to back. And now everything they kind of just worked for, those like picks, those fights, goes down the drain. And they're going to lose a second side. Probably not, it's not going to be mega creeps. I don't think that Liquids even have to buy back most likely, but it just, that's what feels bad.
That certainly is. That's absolutely one of those moments you got to imagine if you're Liquid. Literally the second those two die, they're like, well, why did I die here?
Yeah, why did I do this, guys? Mickey might actually have to buy back. They do have Glyph.
Saberlight. He's going to try and start the fight. He's in with the jump on towards 9 class, but they haven't got the burst kill 9 class off immediately. They've been able to finish off the tier 3 bottom Paravision. Mickey still holding on, really, of course, does not want to use this buyback with the last 10 seconds remaining, and he won't need to. Paravision, they'll hold back for now. They got 2 sets of racks up. The bottom racks now exposed. On Liquid's side, Paravision, they can prepare themselves for the next push. And Roshan is back up, so not only getting this Rapier, but they've got the luxury of being able to head back and get that Aegis, the third Rosh this game for Paravision.
Refresher Shard.
And this is going to be the real test. Can Liquid survive what's going to be this inevitable final blow that Satanic's going to be coming for them with here as he picks up this Rapier and Aegis?
The other big thing is Ducalis just finished Ags right now. And so now this Tornado into Static Sword combo is pretty much a guaranteed kill on anyone. You can't BKB out of it. You're just muted. So the fight execution for Liquid is really, really tight, I would say. It's a combination of either forcing the BKBs out on the PA, Invoker, Enigma, or just straight up jumping and catching one of those 3 at the same time.
Sure. This just feels like an impossible fight for Liquid. They've got to play this perfectly if they want to stand a chance. Look at the opening on towards 9 class, but Satanic's in with a jump. Goes straight away for the puck. Bam, he's gone. Nisha out of the fight.
Goodbye,
now he can turn over towards Saberlight. He'll use the Stampede to get away. Into the Invis as well, but they have to run Liquid. They got 9 class, but they lost Nisha. Nisha does buy back, but Satanic, he's ready to kill them off one by one. DM's got the black hole control. They have the Who Stomp to hold back Satanic for now, but it doesn't even matter. The rest of Paravision are doing so much damage on their own. They get a triple kill, and Stania's on the run. Can't escape Ducalis. Double kill for him, as this one's feeling pretty over. Nisha trying to hide in the trees. He bought back for this. He's going to reveal himself as he'll look to jump back in and try and burst through DM. Boxley, he's attracting the focus of Satanic. A Satanic 4K crit comes in to kill off the Zeus. They're burning through their buybacks, Liquid. But same to be said for Paravision, as Paravision know that they can just get everybody back on the board, look to run down these lanes and end this game, as there's no buyback available for Mickey. He's out for 50 seconds. And of course, Boxy also out without buyback, dead for 70.
I am worried about Phantom Assassin. 3 games now, back-to-back games.
It's having a great day.
What do you think the combined KD is between all 2 games? Is something like 50 and 3 or something like that?
Well, the KDA or just the KD?
Just KD.
Okay, because I think in the first series it was like 19 and 1 and then 15 and 0.
Yeah.
I want to say. So was it 24 for 1? What have we got so far this game?
18 and 2.
They killed no one. So we'll let you hold the phone a little
Satanic's
bit.
alive.
Never mind. Yeah, Satanic's killing them all.
Nisha's alive though. Actually gets to survive.
You could start diving the fountain. There we go. 4.4k crit. Easy kill.
Mickey's alive in 8. Hopefully they put them out of their misery and they take the throne out, but oh no, Mickey's alive, guys.
Oh no, Satanic's coming for them. And he goes.
Oh,
the dream coil.
So close to
the bash. And dive the fountain. Okay, he's able to juke it a little bit. They'll tap out now. GG's called.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, Paravision will take this game 1. Didn't quite get the rampage this game, Satanic, because Dracho was earlier on his PA. Got a little ultra kill towards the end. And indeed, as you mentioned, the KDA looking as fantastic as ever on these PAs. 22, 2, and 11. That's a lot of kills, Gunnar.
Yep.
What are these teams going to do about these PAs?
Is there a first base ban PA this time?
I don't know. It's having such a hot day today. It really is.
Maybe you just ask for first pick now. You're just like, Captain, we won the coin toss. I want first pick. I'll play the first pick PA. I want to see what happens when a different, like the team that loses to PA plays at the second game. You know, because in the first series it was same team got PA both games.
Sure.
I either want this to be no PA at all, something exciting in the second game, or ideally, I think it would be really fun to see what Liquid does. If Liquid just wins the second game with a PA, they crush the game. Then we have a conversation to go to.
Yeah, we'll see. And just fun to see some of the different stuff as well, right?
Yep.
We have obviously Paravision. They ended up with their Disruptor, and it was a perfect little pick. Complemented the setups from No One's Invoker very nicely in order to really make sure that Nisha had a bit of a tough game this game on the puck with the amount of catches they had for him. Well, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1, it's another win for the PA. And for the PA, you can't spell Paravision without PA, Chief.
That's very true. Thank you. Paravision.
Yeah, I can see a pattern here as well. PA winning all 3 games.
Very good. Oh,
I was really thinking hard how to follow that up. I did not prep for this.
It's all good. Let's focus our attention on maybe not necessarily the PA, because I think the start of the game was decided not entirely by the PA, but it did end with Paravision having a lead, and I am alluding to the fight in the mid lane, Lacoste, because that could have set the tone for Team Liquid.
The fight with the nightmare coil?
Yes, with that one.
Yeah, that one was a bit of an awkward one where they just kept brawling. They're like, you know what? Let's duke it out. Let's see what's going to happen, even though we missed the goal. It was supposed to be a clean entry for Team Liquid to get a kill and get out, maybe even get one more kill on the rotation. But it was a sloppy one, and it turned out to be a bit of a disastrous one as well.
Yeah, I've always seen Liquid as a vibes team, and just something's off when you see Nisha misclicking buttons. Like, that's the telltale sign that the environment of the team is maybe not the most confident. I really do believe their draft today was so much of almost a band-aid fix of our draft is cohesive, but your heroes, it doesn't matter what your heroes are, we're just going to pick them. No one had quite a stellar performance on Invoker. Like, everyone's seeing the PA kill people, but you saw how much hate he was receiving in the fights. You even have this support Elder Titan on Insania who rushed Ags just so he could kill the Invoker in the back lines, and they did a really great job on 9 class to counter Nisha's puck more than just the Cloud. He responded to the Hurricane Pike BKB build by being a Yule's setup for the Enigma Black Hole, which I think they used twice in that game. They just had their number, I feel like, strategically, and PA, it's a carry with all the damage, and it's not getting kited. I feel like all the carries right now, they're either like Alchemist, where you're so tanky with a Radiance and you just can't get away from me because I'm running at you and eventually you run out of damage, or it's PA. And the Monkey King, you see it getting kited left and right, and you can see why these heroes are kind of in separate tiers of the carry role.
My question is how you're going to deal with this Phantom Assassin. If you don't ban the hero doesn't seem to be having many counters. We're yet to see maybe some Viper that could come out with the break mechanic. But again, I think maybe the option is to play a bit of a faster Dota. We've seen some teams opt to go for like not really traditional carries, go for something like a Dawnbreaker, and then you have pretty much carry from the offlane. This is something that Falcons did do, and where you can close out the game slightly earlier, where PA is not online. Problem is this hero comes online so quickly. Again, like she's ready to fight with one item, with no items. You're gonna see her TP like being level 7. You're gonna be chasing down the heroes, getting the kills as well. If you have a front line, if you have someone to go in, provide vision, you're gonna be blinking in and getting those kills. So I'm really worried how teams are gonna be approaching this huge problem that everybody has.
Yeah, you mentioned vision there already. We're gonna learn some more about the vision of Parry Vision with Purge.
Thanks, Shiver. Yeah, Vision, a very big deal in that game because there were periods of time where Team Liquid was close and they had the potential to win team fights. But for the Kadea ward of the game, we spotted this wonderful little ward that Decisive placed here on this cliff. It spots out Mickey 0.1 second just about before he gets out. They glimpse him back and they get this kill. But this ward actually matters more later on. Here we are 2.5 minutes later. The ward is still up. Both teams are smoked. This allows no one to spot Mickey on the cliff. He cold snaps him, he tornadoes him, and this basically means they get an ideal team fight start, and Mickey has to play defensive, basically. He puts his ulti down, there was a great stomp. It was kind of close, all things considered, but this would have been better if Mickey gets to jump on his opponents instead of the opposite. The black hole gets traded out, Mickey ends up dying, and the rest of the fight basically gets cleaned up by Satanic, just doing whatever he wanted to do. So that was definitely the Kadea award of the game. That got Paravision ahead. They had a 1k gold advantage at the start of those clips, and at the end, it was much more than that.
Thank you.
We talk about the PA having early fighting capabilities. We just saw Vision making the difference of, because both of those clips involve Mickey wanting to fight early. And we already talked about that early mid fight. That was also including Mickey, that he wanted to fight early. So Brian, the PA can fight. If that vision wasn't there, and if the fight mid would have gone well for Liquid, that would have maybe made it so that the Monkey King would have been able to join early and had similar impact.
Yeah, I agree. I just think the ease of execution of PA as a vision hero, meaning the second you get that single advantage, you're capitalizing, that person's going to get 6-shotted. That's just what's going to happen. And PA obviously has the attack speed buff from her blink, so it's going to be in a matter of like 2 seconds or less that you're going to die. And the fact that you're doing this is what blows my mind, by the way. She's doing these burst kills with, she had the Pupil's Gift, neutral item, which is just meant for stats.
0 damage.
No 0 damage. Sanj and Yasha, BKB, and a Battle Fury. And that's the hero that's killing you. And I feel like this PA feels more of a threat than the old PA that would go Desolator. For some reason. I know Methodical does buff up your crit damage. It's, I think, 575% as opposed to like the normal 450. But she wasn't even level 18 at that point. So I don't know what, is it just the stats you're getting from leveling your ability?
I think Methodical is just too good. They juice the stats way too much. Like if you don't go Methodical, if you go the normal way where you have a chance to crit, it gives you like a double damage hit or something. But I think Methodical, even at level 6, it's like 3 times. So it's like you have an extra level of your ultimate from every level that you get your ultimate. It just does way more damage.
Yeah, because in the past, I feel like you never saw PA coming. Like the old Blur was better effectively for like the stealth assassin type. But now you see PA coming. We see her living in fights. And those were the items she had. She had the Sanj, the Pupil's Gift, and these mid-game fights. And she's just walking away with 200-300 HP. That evasion, effective HP, plus like the backup of having these glimmers on your team, the support heroes like Disruptor and Ricky, she can pick and choose her fights carefully. I feel like we're seeing all these Invis 4s. PA works with those perfectly. Yeah, something about the perfect recipe here for this hero.
Okay, Lacoste. I just need to know, PA banned or picked next game?
Whoever has the first pick is not going to ban it, so we might see a first pick on PA.
Right?
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if
PA is a Liquid type hero, so I think it's more likely to come from Power Vision. I think it's on Liquid to decide if it's going to be first round ban or not.
Okay, we're going to find out because game 2 coming at you very soon.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
As I was going over Kilgary Mountain, I met with Colonel Farrell and his money he was counting. First I drew my pistol and produced my rapier, saying, "Stand and deliver, for I am a bold deceiver." Mushering dum-a-doo rum-a-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. The gold and silver coins, they did make a pretty penny. So I took the money home and I gave it to my Jenny. She bowed and she sighed, she never would deceive me. But the devil's in the women, for they never can go easy. Mushering dum-a-doo rum-a-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. Next morning I arose between the hours of 6 and 7. The guards were standing o'er me and their numbers are uneven. So I flew to my pistols, but again I was mistaken. She'd filled them up with water and a prisoner I was taken. Mushering dum-a-doo rum-a-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. They took me to the jailhouse and summons me in writing, robbing Colonel Farrell down on Kilgary Mountain. But they couldn't take my fists, so I knocked down the sentry and bid upon farewell to the captain and the gentry. Mushering dum-a-doo rum-a-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. Now some take delight in a fishing and a bowling, and others take delight in a carriage fine and rolling. But I take delight in the juice of the barley and courting pretty maidens in the morning bright and early. Mushering dum-a-doo rum-a-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. Mushering dum-a-doo rum-a-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar.
The keeper did a hunting go, under his cloak he carried a bow, oh, for to shoot at a merry little doe among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well. Hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Jimmy, hey down, down, Jimmy, ho down, down, hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, the first doe he shot at he missed, the second doe he trimmed he kissed, the third doe wet where nobody whist among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well. Hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Jimmy, hey down, down, Jimmy, ho down, down, hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, the fourth doe she did cross the plain, the keeper fetched her back again. Where she is now she may remain among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well. Hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Jimmy, hey down, down, Jimmy, ho down, down, hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, the fifth doe she did cross the brook, the keeper fetched her back with his crook. Where she is now you must go and look among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy,
Master,
sing you well,
very well.
Hey down,
Oh, down,
derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, to the hey down,
to the ho down, down.
hey down,
Oh, down,
derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Sixto, she ran over the plain. He with his hounds did turn her again. There he did hunt in the merry, merry vein among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy,
Master,
singing well,
very well.
Hey down,
Oh, down,
derry, derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim, hey down, down,
to the ho down, down.
hey down,
Oh, down,
derry, derry down among the leaves so green. Oh.
Thank you very much, PogChamp Pandas. We are back here for a second game in this two-game series between Paravision and Team Liquid. Paravision was a team that has picked Phantom Assassin in Game 1, and so far every Phantom Assassin pick on the mainstream has been victorious. The question is, will we see a Phantom Assassin again? And if so, will it be allowed first pick or potentially maybe first phase banned? We're going to find out. And I think maybe Team Liquid had a little bit more issues than just a Phantom Assassin, because they did have a little bit of a symphony of fails here and there as well, Purge. They needed to just wake up a little bit.
Was it fails or was it that no one is a god and very good at Dota?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I think the only failure so far, and it's not a big failure, I think Nisha's just underperforming compared to his normal. He's not playing tip-top.
We have very high standards.
We do. I mean, there's so much. The one of the downsides of the format right now, and players have been talking about this. There's so many games going on that players are definitely getting burned out, and they're playing a lot of games and a lot of qualifiers and things like that. So it could be something like that. Why Nisha's maybe hitting a little bit less, or it could just be that all the people that they're playing against are incredibly good mid players. No one's on top of his game once again. So it's hard to be that good, and he had good hero counters too.
It's got to be like Duraccio, you know, in his post-game interview after the first series. He said, my philosophy going into the game is if I'm not having fun, then I'm not going to play. So he said, what a hero is going to be fun for me, and that's why he likes his hero being first-rounded early on most of the time, if it's possible. And honestly, I think it's much easier to do that when you're winning compared to when you're losing. So I feel like when the season's this long and there's a lot of games back to back to back, I think it will snowball more easily for teams that are feeling the groove and teams that are not having that great of results, because you're like, I'm putting in all this hard work, all this time, and what do I have to show for it?
That's true. I do want to point out that I think for Paravision as well as for Team Liquid, they didn't have to play qualifiers.
True.
They didn't have to do anything. Their first event in 2025, and the first Dota that they played officially anyway, was the Playgrounds, and they both were at Slam as well, so surely they should be well rested, no?
They should be, but sometimes when you have these teams who play a lot, the burnout is definitely real. We've seen with the Celery yesterday, who announced that he needs to take a break as well. It can be slightly too much. Duraccio also talked in an interview that he is doesn't have enough time. He needs to sleep, pack his bags, go to the airport immediately, play, then play another tournament 2 days after. Definitely can get into their heads, and this is something that you asked me, Shiver, what's going to happen, and it did actually happen. Whoever has the first pick decided to leave Phantom Assassin in the pool and just take it straight away, because the hero is that strong.
Did we also not say that Liquid's not really that much of a Phantom Assassin team, or in this patch everybody?
They
is
are
everybody
right
is.
now. Like
Yeah.
I think everybody needs to become your carry. If he's not like enjoying playing it, he needs to play like extra 3 games today.
Yeah, it's not that Mickey, I think, is incapable of playing PA. I always believe, we talked to Duracho as well about this, it's also about the team enabling this hero and having a comprehensive understanding of its timings, what kind of heroes it wants to play with, where it's going to rotate, its weaknesses, like what laning partners and how you get past all of its bad matchups in lane. So the fact that I just don't think of it as a Liquid hero for no other reason than, I think of him having like Monkey Kings and Razors on Mickey, the Nature's Prophets, these more like mid-game utility carries. But I guess PA kind of fits that now, so perhaps it does kind of just mold with the way they like to play.
I remember one game when they were playing during the Fisher tournament where Mickey was the one who... They were playing against Falcons, if I remember correctly, where he was just buying time. Boxy was playing position 4, I believe, Bounty, where he was scouting things out, killing some of the couriers, and Mickey had a flawless performance. So they could definitely play the hero. It's just not like the style, but it definitely needs to become the style. So I want to see what they're going to pair it up with, what's Insania going to be playing. I love Lich a lot with Phantom Assassin, but we've seen Warlock being just a superior position 5 in that regard.
The other thing that's tough about the PA for them is that consistently Liquid's liked picking flex heroes at the start of the draft, and PA is just like, okay, you know where it's going. That's your carry. So it kind of takes away some of their draft upper hand that they're comfortable going with sometimes.
Don't take away the 4-position PA from Boxy. I've seen
it could
weirder.
come back.
I've seen
Been a
weirder.
while.
I'll never forget that Jungle Huskar game from Boxy.
He also played offlane Slark, because they were playing Jungle Enigma. They had to play, because they were picking Enigma into Gyro, and they had to think of something. So he was basically playing position 3/4 Slark. They ended up losing that game, but yeah, he made the most out of it. So definitely they have flexibility, they have ideas for certain counters and how to adapt to the situations. I want to see what adaptation from Power Vision is going to be.
Do you think they might go some like heavy push lineup? Chen, obviously they first picked PA last game. This game they first picked the Chen. Do you think maybe they're going to go for some like kill towers and then pressure the map?
That's what I mentioned when we were talking about like what's the answer for Phantom Assassin going to be, where they might need to speed things up a little bit, but you're also putting yourself on a huge timer, because if you lose that one big fight, I don't think you're going to get many chances as well when playing against PA. She gets another item, suddenly the game feels over.
Yeah, one of the differences between Warlock and like any other support that synergizes with PA is you have that wombo combo pseudo like wall of team fight. You know, you're saying, okay, you're gonna run into us, take our buildings. Well, we have this 3-minute cooldown trump card basically.
Yes. And they want speed. I see Bounty Hunter. This is the hero that gets you extra gold. You can scout things out with Chen and his creeps. Bounty providing you vision, and also banning out Primal Beast. I think that's the big one. Same goes for Tiny. These are the 2 heroes that kind of go in and naturally provide vision for Phantom Assassin. These are also flex pick for Team Liquid, especially Primal Beast, because they love to run it from... I would say Saberlight's best hero, besides Beastmaster. He plays very aggressively. He plays for himself a lot of the times. This is something that I want to see from Saberlight slightly more, considering that offlane is a very greedy role right now.
There are some creeps that Chen can use that do make you better against PA, though. I mean, you've got Frost Ogres, first of all, lowers attack speed. There's also the War Drums aura. It's like the Thunder Hides, the small ones. They give you like 35 to 40% accuracy against evasion or something like that.
Okay.
So if you stack that with like an MKB or even a Maelstrom, that can, and it gives you a bunch of attack speed on top of it, like 25. There's like some possible ways to make Chen effective against PA when you do come to fights. And obviously you can give whatever guy's dying a bunch of armor and regen. So I like what they've got so far.
Interesting they go ET against the Chen. Like all the armor he provides for his teammates is plus armor. It is, once again, AoE team fight. And they went for Zeus last game as the magic damage synergy with it. This time they're going for more of the single target burst from the Batrider lasso. I guess, in theory, I'd rather my support be like low cooldown scouting like a Ricky if I'm a PA. Like, because if you don't kill him in the lasso, it feels really bad right now. And also, the part of PA that's amazing is you can have a go that doesn't work and just wait for the next one. So I'm thinking like with Ricky, you're poking them, while with Batrider, you're going on this guy, and if he doesn't die in the lasso, suddenly Batrider is pretty underwhelming for the rest of the fight.
It's kind of okay in the lane, though, because you're lowering Bounty's high base armor is like one upside. So maybe you're like thinking, okay, I can beat the Bounty in the lane. I can match him there, and the counter push is going to help, because if you just keep doing like spirit stomps, you can maybe catch a hero eventually, do an ultimate, and actually defend those towers before you lose them, which then creates space for the PA. That's what I think they're going for here. But here's another hero with plus armor that's not going to worry that much about ET.
It does get broken though by the PA with Shard. I think the PA story will always be if the game goes late, PA's PA, but they're like tripling down on this pace of the game from Parivision. DK, one of the earliest carries to come online, could potentially be mid, but I'd rather see it in the carry role based on like what game plan.
Yeah, you probably want to get an offlaner for DM, keep this Dragonite as a flex, and then decide where you want it. But I kind of like what they're picking for themselves. Dragonite, as you said, has that extra high armor, gives them a lot of tempo as well on top of Chen. What would we like to see for DM? Because, okay, it's just going to be Bristleback.
Pace.
They are the ones that first showed Bristleback with the Snot Rocket during the Fisher tournament. Not many people. They also gave credit in one of the interviews to the Ha, because he's the one who invented this type of a build, where you're being very annoying. You're not playing for yourself, you're playing for the team, compared to the Seeing Red facet, where you can pretty much buy into anything. With Blade Mail, you can buy Glimmer Cape, SNY, any kind of item. Definitely in this one, he's going to be looking to buy more armor items, playing into Phantom Assassin, but it's an insane amount of damage that you can do, and I think I'm going to give credit to DM. I'm going to say that he's one of the most improved players of 2024. This guy has been like offlaner that didn't really get to shine in some of the teams that he did play, but he really improved his gameplay.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's definitely been playing solid. And he has a couple strong heroes too that force their opponents to like draft and ban around him. In fact, the Enigma in the first phase, because it's so clean for him. So yeah.
The thing about PA against Bristle, because you have the Shard for break against him as well, it's very different if you have like a carry Bristle with the Seeing Red who goes Ags and purely relies on stacking quills on you. I feel like this Bristle, you can dispel PA's break as opposed to like Silver Edge break. So if you're going like Blade Mail plus Lotus Orb, which is really not that crazy of a build with the Shard in there, you're actually pretty good against PA, because you have a timing window where she can't hit you unless she BKBs, and then also you can remove the break as long as you're not simultaneously stunned. And the Lotus Orb is super good against Batrider in general anyways, so I'm almost certain we'll be seeing an early Lotus Orb pickup, yeah.
Well, this pick was finally fantastic, at least. Like, they get something that beats a lot of the Paravision heroes. Tons of pure damage against the Chen, so the armor that he gives doesn't matter. Good at bursting the bounty when they actually do catch him with Dust, and very good against both Bristleback and Dragonite. The downside is it doesn't synergize with Elder Titan at all, other than like setup. So that's kind of a negative, but I think they definitely needed some oomph like this.
Okay, they're going to walk down lanes with Parivision. They're going to get that first Aegis. It's going to be this scary... We saw Falcons try to do this in Game 1 earlier, but they did have a bit of faltering between like 8 to 12 minutes with a few tower dives. I'm just imagining that same push happening from Parivision, because it's a very similar lineup, the Bristleback DK cores, and you even have the Chen to bolster it up. And I'm thinking like Timbersaw is your sole wall here, saying I'm going to stand in front of these towers. He probably needs an Ags at that point to make that to get that job done. And yeah, I guess I'm just concerned. It's like, for me, it's a pretty clear-cut story, regardless of what these last two picks are. Does Liquid stop that initial push and have a salvageable game, or not? That like between 15 and 20, I'd say.
If Parivision wants to go like all in, they already have heroes that can close out the game relatively early on. They're going to be controlling Roshan, definitely a lineup that wants to kill first Roshan. I could see them go for Alchemist, because he's still in the pool, even though you're going to be playing...
He's not. He's banned first phase.
He's banned. No, he's definitely banned. I could also see maybe something like Templar Assassin that could come out, just to speed up the tempos even more.
Isn't it a little redundant with DK though? You feel
Go all in on physical?
Yeah, I guess all in on physical, and TA is like slightly slow.
So what is still something that's in the pool?
I mean,
that would be up there in pace.
I would love Queen of Pain, to be honest, based on no one's heroes. But it also depends. I think he might just have a responsibility of winning this mid matchup. So
yeah,
we have to wait and see what Nisha goes for.
Well, the Puck and the Morph get banned. There is no bonus time, by the way. Team Liquid used basically almost everything for their Timbersaw pick, leaving them 2 seconds total.
They need more lockdown, that's for sure.
That is true.
The magic damage with control. Thinking like Void Spirit or something that the hero doesn't get picked.
There's definitely control with some Shaker there.
Okay. Gives them some burst. They could play around Fissure a little bit to block off Bristleback or Dragonite, which is kind of good, or Bounty, frankly.
I wouldn't mind the TA that Lacoste suggested.
Okay.
Against the burst of Urshiger, it's pretty damn good. The only real counter in the enemy team is Batrider, but the support, it only can lasso one hero. Your whole idea is to end the game before it's relevant.
And if he doesn't lasso, you're dying in like 3 hits. So.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is there no world where they put the DK mid instead and get something else for Satanic?
They could do that. I'm looking at the heroes he's picked. You could even run the TA safe lane.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility. And the support, like we said about the Bat already, same for Elder Titan, there isn't very good lockdown. So like once the TA potentially gets just like BKB with damage, she can kind of do whatever she wants here. Plus it's not Rocket in the game. If it is not Rocket, they're all gonna have tons, very low armor. It is Quap though.
Good call.
Yeah, it's just a tempo hero, and it's like, we saw no one be set up to rotate last game on the Invoker, and I was thinking, like, if they're following the same recipe, you want a rotating mid, they don't really have any reliable stuns until Earthshaker Blink, so the first 3 or 4 power runes, if no one's picking these up, he should be having his way with the map.
Is this PA countered enough?
They have some burst damage with Queen of Pain. This is something that you're always going to be afraid of. Let's say you pop Satanic and you get pushed away, so that can be a very good ways of dealing with it. But I'm also looking at Boxy Batrider. I praised it. I wanted to see it in the previous game. This is the guy that stacks the most out of all pretty much position 4 players. And you also have Earthshaker in the team. So first Echo Slam, because he's going to be playing into Queen of Pain. That Echo Slam needs to be used to clear the ancient camps and the big camp in the triangle. And I also want to see if maybe Paravision will get a read on that and try to get something done. But it's also very difficult to invade knowing that it's Earthshaker. So you get in and you get Echo Slam, suddenly you're dead. So not the easiest thing to do. But yeah, this is how Team Liquid will need to play to secure the early Blink Dagger on Shaker.
I think things look better for Paravision still. It feels like their tempo is going to be good, but I guess Liquid does have good defensive capabilities between the Timbersaw and the Elder Titan. I think they're going to be able to slow things down, but it really just comes down to how those fights go. Yeah. And since Paravision's been overperforming, I just feel like they have the upper hand here.
Yeah, Owen and Gunnar, I think you guys were talking about wanting to see the PA on the other team.
Yeah, exactly.
In the second game?
Exactly, yeah. What we
Happier
had,
now.
Yeah, the sort of situation in the first series today where it gets picked later on the draft, then game 2 they insta-pick it first, and then this series, picked in the draft, and this game 2 response, the enemy team says, we're going to take that first pick. Liquid here with the first pick. What do you reckon, Gunnar? Is this going to work out for Liquid, or is this a situation where you can see the PA maybe failing for the first time on this stream?
I think everyone's kind of hoping that PA wins, right? So then that it's a PA issue, right? It's not like, oh, we were losing to these teams, they're better. So as long as it's a PA issue, that's okay. You can ban it.
So it's going to be exciting to see. Could this be the first time the PA loses out of the games we've watched? I think it might be.
Well, we're going to find out. It's the PogChamp Pandas that are going to play us into game number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, another sort of bit of display that we're going to see from the PA, and we're going to learn a little bit more about it in the sense, as we're saying, this is picked up in a response to getting beaten by it, and you're picking it up first. Now, Gunnar, Paravision, they know the insides, the outsides of PA from all the games that they've been playing with it. Do you think they've come into this one with a draft that says, we don't mind that you insta-picked it first pick against us, we've got a plan?
Yes and no. I would say the stuff I'm thinking about PA, like, oh, this is good versus PA. I'm scared to say it's going to work that way because it seems so strong that it almost feels like no matter what you pick, outside of probably a Bloodseeker is the one hero that I know it's good versus PA, 100%. It's like, in theory, Dragonite's good versus you, Bristleback's good versus you, Quap's good versus you. They're all tanky enough that they won't get bursted. They have good ways to do damage to her through BKB, after BKB, and they have stuns. But then you can always say, oh, well, she has break for Dragonite, she has break for Bristol, and then if the Quap's ever stunned, she dies in a stun. So I want to hope it's enough. Honestly, for the sake of a lot of the teams and just enjoyment-wise, I hope that it's enough. I think that their draft has the possibility of beating a Phantom Assassin. The other thing that's honestly a really big benefit is they have Chen. So really fast tempo support can honestly just gank the Phantom Assassin. So maybe in a one-to-one sense, their draft isn't like, we're going to crush PA, but in a game tempo sense, a game map speed sense, I think they have the tools to deal with the PA.
Looking forward to see what we get out of this mid matchup. Nisha closing things up with that Shaker mid pick, and no one going with the Quap. I mean, I feel overall we are definitely seeing more Shaker than Quap this patch, but Quap still has had opportunities to shine right this patch for Gunnar.
It's definitely a good hero. The Dagon build's still really strong. Standard does a lot of burst damage. I think for the most part, Liquid heroes are kind of squishy. Like specifically the PA is who you're going to want to kill, and Quap has this really good timing where when the Battle Fury comes out, and even building towards the BKB, PA is not that tanky, so good Dagon timing, good level timings on no one you can see the PA get blown up in the fight. And even the Earthshaker's not too tanky, so it's really only the Timbersaw that's going to be able to survive, so I like the Quap pick a lot, honestly.
Looking at this top lane, I mean, the PA sort of situation that we're having in the laning phase of the 9 class. Yeah, just in time with the TP. But what the PA's up against, I feel this is probably another situation where the PA's going to do all right. You've got the backup of an ET. He's against 2 melee heroes playing the lane. Liquid should be set up to get Mickey a pretty good start on the PA, right?
I mean, the thing that makes me just laugh is he has an Orb of Venom in his starting inventory. So, I think it's maybe 1 out of 100 games you see a carry go Orb of Venom.
That is true. I mean, do you agree with that in this 1 out of 100 games? You think it's fine?
I think it's completely fine.
Yeah.
The Pari has no stuns on the heroes. The ET doesn't have slows either, so it's kind of all on the PA to control the hero so that the ET hit.
But is the dagger not enough to avoid it's quite large investment into the Orb of Venom for the laning phase?
I would say it's more a testament to Mickey knowing this lane's going to be free. I'm going to free farm, and so the fact he's buying the Orb of Venom is just kind of showing that the lane is easy.
Yeah.
You buy that when the lane is so easy that you want to win more than you currently are.
Sure. You know you're not going to have like the CS
contested. There's not even a close. It's not even a close battle. So, if Liquid doesn't stomp this lane top, I think they honestly, in an ideal world, need to get at 1 kill in this lane. I think if they get pressured at all or they don't get a kill, it's a loss. And it's not necessarily that it's a bad state for them, but their goal should be to get kills to win this lane hard. They have an ET, right? Anytime you have an ET, you want to stomp the lanes. They have a PA. PA is a really strong laner, so everything's set up for that. I think if anything, all of Liquid's lanes are pretty solid.
What about this bottom lane though? I mean, I'm looking at Saberlight. Look at his condition that he's in. He's getting completely zoned out.
Yeah, it's similar to what happened with Amar earlier today. I think Timbersaw, I don't know what is up with him these days, but it doesn't feel like his first 2 levels are good at all. Every time I see a Timbersaw, the first 2 waves, he just gets completely destroyed, and it always puts him in this really behind situation where he doesn't even have Q. I don't remember the last time I've seen a Timbersaw with no Q by level 2.
Yeah.
Because it's such a good spell compared to Chain that skipping it almost just feels like you're playing the hero wrong.
I guess he was because he wanted the escape, and he doesn't have the luxury to play, or he didn't have the luxury to play with any sort of nuke because of the fact that Decisive was just mana burning him with his creep consistently. See in the mid lane, an attempt here for Nisha.
Bounty Hunter's here though.
And they're going to have him here with the 2 of them underneath the tower. He might be able to find something in return. Nope, he won't. 9 class does end up dying, but not before he was able to set up and get that first blood for himself, taking down Nisha with that gank mid.
Yep. Good news is that he did get XP for it because of the innate ability. I always forget about that as Earthshaker. Just this statue pops up.
Where you die.
Yeah, the little statue pops up. And so it's actually slightly better than a normal death because he did get XP, but obviously didn't get the first blood. Just dies, misses a lot of gold from that creep wave. I think he missed a wave and a half just worth of last hits. So starting to fall really far behind. He's down 8 CS behind no one. So this is where the lane starts to feel bad. He has 3 points in dagger.
He is. He's going all out on the daggers.
Fully wants to win the lane. Doesn't care about anything.
Because we don't always, even in these situations where they're against a Shaker, right, there's a lot of Quap players that won't go dagger in this patch.
It's usually 2 max, but even I've seen a lot of Quaps have situations where you're like, oh, he can stop the lane, and they go 0-4-4.
Yeah, they still don't go for the dagger.
No dagger, completely about free farming, but no one is one of the mids, I would say, that mentally plays like it's 2015.
Yeah,
in the sense for laning stage, right? Like, he wants to win the lane. He wants to stomp you. He doesn't care about, like, oh, you have more farm efficiency if you do this. On average, it's better. It's
bottom. Saberlight.
As another zap.
They're going to have him. I mean, Decisive, I got to say, he has been so annoying for Saberlight down here. He on this Chen, he is making Saberlight's lane a nightmare.
2 mana burn creeps now. So, Boxy, goodbye your mana. It is all gone.
But yeah, this Chen play has been beautifully brutal here from Decisive in this lane. And paying off big time. I mean, you can see DK getting complete free farm. 30 and 14 here on the safe lane so far for Satanic, thanks to Ducalis' Chen.
I mean, this is definitely the formula you want to do versus PA. They're not crushing her in the lane, but again, I think her laning is actually really strong and stable these days. It's not weak. And so you have to do good in the other 2 lanes and then eventually bring resources to her is probably the best way. So I think Ducalis is probably, their goal right now, I would say for Pari is fight the mid rune, 3v3, try to get your Quap the rune, and then maybe you get the 6th rune, maybe no one gets like a haste rune right here top, and then he ganks top. It's invis, so not the biggest win, but if anything, I'm sure they're going to have some mid pressure now. You have Chen, you have a siege creep, and the second there's an opening, if they kick this P out of the lane in the next 2-3 minutes, I think it's it sets up the game tempo just in such a good way for Pari that it's probably like this. I'm saying this is potentially shaping up to be a PA loss. Just based on this early game, it's been really, really good so far.
It definitely feels like they're getting the early components for what would be required to shut down a PA's game. Paravision, solid start so far. Mid lane, no one's going to be okay. Has the Invis Rune and plenty of bottle charges to play with. Liquid at least turning up with the 3 of them. Do make sure to push back Paravision. Of course, Paravision supports to split back to the side lanes. Does mean that Saberlight is going to continue to have to enjoy life without the luxuries of mana.
And also, all that
9 class.
He's going to stun Nisha. Oh, no.
Easy Wisdom Rune steal. Should die for this. Yeah, they've got to dust out for it, but picking that up means that both the Wisdoms are going to be Paravisions here at the 7-minute mark.
He might be able to deny himself.
Oh, surely not. Oh, it was close. It was a good effort. But Nisha does get the last touch and the kill.
Yeah, but he's still level 5. No one's about to hit
6 from that?
Nope, because he didn't get the XP rune. He only got the kill from the XP. The bounty hunter is only level 4, so not too much. And
that's rough.
No one's about to hit level 7. He's 7 to the level 5 Nisha. If this range rune gets denied, he won't even be 6 for the 8 rune.
Easy denied.
Oh no.
This is a slow start for him. It was a tough lane. No one.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's a
42
bad
and
matchup.
25 against the 25 and 4. And yeah, doing it with these daggers, I mean, if anything, making a good case for some of these Quaps. As I said, we saw Quaps at the previous tournament not doing the daggers, even against heroes like Shaker. Now, maybe they should have, because you can still beat them pretty hard old school style. Nisha tries to step up.
And they glyph now, so Nisha won't hit 6 off of this creep.
He's dead again. He's still going to have to spend a bit of time on the sidelines, enjoying the level 5 life. 8 minutes in here as the mid. It's not going to feel good.
He might hit 6 off this range creep.
Oh yeah, from the thing.
Ooh,
oh, there
we go.
It.
He's saved.
There we go.
He's back.
Instania, though, he does not look saved. There's 9 class and no one are going to look to run him down. Boxy's there on the high ground, but I don't think they could do much to save the ET. Instania, he will die. Nisha, TP's back over to the mid. He's going to get the
Nice
easy
echo.
setup for the walk-up slam onto the 2 supports. Nice bit of a punch back there from Nisha, just walking up, getting that echo. And a good job indeed that innate was there to give him that 6 run to walk up and do that.
Yeah, just imagine, because he got XP from the bounty hunter kill, he got XP from that whole double wave that was under his tower, and then also just that barely range creep. If he didn't have this innate ability, he would still be level 5. Like, low level 5, so, you know.
The little things.
Yeah, the little things, these little changes. It's one of those innates as well, I feel like you never think about. You never are like, oh.
I'll be honest, as someone who picked the mid shaker, sometimes I do, because it does give you kind of that excuse for dying when you do a
you trade a
stupid
1 for
dive.
1,
It's
you're
like,
like,
it's
it's
fine.
okay.
I still got
XP.
I've got the XP.
Yep.
You know, unless you get away with the crazy plays.
Now, I mean, 2K gold lead.
And look at this top.
3K.
They're just running down mid. He needs help. I don't know if any sort of help can save him.
Nice TP from Saberlight to give him a blink.
Indeed. It will actually be enough to get him out of there, but my goodness, was that close.
I mean, the state of this game is really bad.
Oh, that juke there. 9 class, dodging the chakra. That was a beautiful little dodge. That chakra catches him, he would be dead. Instania, he falls. Saberlight can't really do too much against these two after the slow start that he had down bottom. I'm looking to DM, but DM is under no threat or pressure from these heroes right now.
4,000 gold lead.
That's an early lead, 10 minutes in. This is going to be the real test for the PA this game. Can PA carry against this? Oh, yeah, it was a beautiful little sidestep from 9 class.
DM shows up. No one's also here. Feeling a little rough.
Yeah, Instania feeling the stress by the looks of it on this one. It's a tough game 1, and this is not a good start to game 2. It's a rough beginning.
All that said, PA's game is pretty good. Like, for the most part, PA has been free farming a lot.
Oh, look at this mid. I mean, they're
Not
just
Nisha
diving in for this. You know, no one, of course,
There's nothing they can do.
has this quick dag on
Unless
timing this
deny?
game. Oh, easy deny. Okay, Mickey,
Okay,
there
and then
we
if
go.
they get this DM kill,
And DM's got no one by him. Ducalis is watching from the side. DM's
it's
fine.
a little scary for Mickey to go.
Can he
He's a
jump for
crit,
this?
though. He's a crit.
He's going to go for it, and he will get it. Okay,
right,
Mickey stepping things up. Comes in with a clutch deny and picks up quite the kill there, taking DM down.
All right, no matter what, the PA players are just,
Let's have a look.
they're
The
just
PA.
doing really good today.
This is some
look at
pretty
the
juicy stacks. Now, the question is, do you imagine the Paravision are going to be able to play the map in a way that gets them over here to interrupt these stacks? Because 9 class.
A bit, yeah. Honestly,
check it out?
The Dragonite Bristleback can...
Oh, you just slam these, right?
Yeah, they probably slam it.
You
to
just
help
slam
Nisha.
it.
Yeah,
You
right
just
here.
slam it. But tell you what, 9 class picked up a
amount of
fair
XP.
share of the XP with that. He was in position. But that's the money for the blink. So.
It's too scary to leave that for your PA. It's still probably a minute and a half to 2 away
Yeah,
from the
yeah.
Battle Fury. And imagine that gets stolen, right? Bristleback Dragonite walk in. It's a bit too much, so I like the choice. It's also just recovering Nisha. He has his dagger now. It's always this really funny thing that I've noticed with it where the Shaker has to use Echo to farm his blink, and then he gets his blink and he can't really initiate. But even now, right, it's good enough. They're going to get DM because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Mickey getting involved once more. I mean, well, if anything, it was actually the rest of his team getting involved. He was the one hovering around mid first. Few situations now where they are starting
Mickey's
to
here.
shut down that early lead the Paravision got. Mickey moving in under the tier 1 tower. He's able to kill off Ducalis. Saberlight does get caught by the Dragon Tail stun. He will fall. Paravision, can they dive for more under the tier 1 tower? In fact, they can
too far
turn.
up.
He's caught underneath it. The lasso's there. They'll be able to hold him in position and kill off Satanic as well. Liquid, just like that, with the last minute of gameplay, that 4K lead that Paravision had, it's gone.
Yeah, that's 3,000 gold made by Liquid within, what, a minute and a half?
If even that.
It was just the Ancient stack into a Bristleback kill into, what, 2-3 more kills, just back to back to back, and now it's a PA game again.
There we go.
It's a PA game
with
again.
Mickey getting involved like that around the mid, it certainly is. Battle Fury is going to be pretty much done. Just 50 gold away from the recipe. So again, hitting that pre-13-minute timing. That's all the PA needs, it feels like. In terms of games we've seen the PA be able to pop off in. Pre-13-minute Battle Fury, you're on track.
Yep. It also feels kind of bad for no one. I would say his ult was on cooldown. He finishes this Dagon, but it doesn't really give him the power to chew through like their whole team, right? You get maybe 1 kill with your Dagon, but Liquid just brings 5, and everyone shows up. And I feel like Pari was a little disconnected as well. DM was up completely alone, and then eventually Satanic ended up in the exact same position DM died in. 30 seconds later, fissured in the exact same way, killed the exact same way, and they can't really be affording to get these kills. And now Liquid's smoking up again. The blink echoes up, and they might just catch Satanic here if he's not careful. They see the creeps, they see the creeps.
And they've got him. Nisha immediately, knowing that he's up there with the way the creeps are aggroed, gets in there, no hesitation with the slam, and they find Satanic.
Big kills. This is so much momentum for Liquid, just back to back.
They
and
go
now,
straight towards the mid. Ooh, Nisha.
I don't think they catch anyone.
TP finish wasn't quite there in time to be able to set up for holding them in position and allowing Mickey to clean up. Paravision back away. Be careful around these power runes. It's going to just be the illusion for Nisha.
Nothing too crazy. Now Mickey finally gets his Tricamp. It's finally his. He's got his Battle Fury. The stacks are all his from now on. Nisha's game, fully recovered for the most part. He's back to even with the Queen of Pain.
How's the levels looking as well? We're recovered
Just slightly,
on the levels as well,
slightly
right?
behind level, yeah. Only about half a level, which is not a big deal, right?
No, absolutely not.
Compared to what this early game stage was, where it was almost 2 full levels down on the mid lane, being half level down, it is what it is. He's going for the Ags rush. Is he not even upgrading his boots? Yeah, he's not. Brown boots into Ags. Honestly, I like it. I think when you upgrade your boots, it's usually more of like an early game thing, but he skipped it for a blink, and at this point now just going to skip it. Eventually, he's probably just going to go travels at some point and not even care. And yeah, Liquid's looking in a pretty solid state right now.
Yeah, if anything from the other PA games is anything to go by, it does feel like as long as you're not getting completely dumpstered, which they certainly aren't, and the PA's in that top spot, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I would say the big thing is Saberlight's game is pretty bad comparatively to everyone else in the game. He's the lowest net worth core, but he doesn't really have any responsibilities this game. It's all on Mickey and Nisha, I would say, for the most part. And obviously, Boxy's showing up to fights, but his responsibilities are really light. if he farms the whole game, it's good enough.
Saberlight wants to get in here. They get the jump in over towards 9 class. Mickey and Nisha ready to help follow up. They take 9 class down. Now the Dragon Tail comes out in response onto Boxy.
Buyback from 9 class.
No one has no blink. 4 seconds. He is pretty
2 seconds.
tanky.
1 second.
He's going to be fun. No, he's not. The lasso's there. Do they have the damage? They do. No one gets kicked to the side. Nisha turns with the totem to slap down 9 class. And now, can he get out, Nisha? DM's in on top of him. Dives in under the tier 1. Nisha able to get some kills out of it, but not quite able to get away from this Bristle.
Still a really good fight so far. Bounty Hunter dies twice. He dies, buys back, dies again. They get no one as well. I think it was only for Nisha, right? It was a... Oh no, they got Insane at the very start of the fight, but still 3 for 2. It's good. It's not a bad thing. I think Quap as well going down is it's a kill streak. He was dominating 4-0, so he goes down. That's a lot of bonus golden XP, and the big thing is Mickey doesn't go down, right?
No,
every fight that he
turning up,
survives,
and he's kind of been able to hover around, poking, and yeah, 3-0-4. It is so far again one of those PA performances where the player just knows exactly when to be in the area of these early game fights. We've seen some very, very good PA play today.
I really like the choice to just go Sanjin Yosh instead of BKB, specifically because of this Queen of Pain. Usually if you get jumped on by Queen of Pain, you can't BKB respond to her damage because it's instant, and then her ult goes to BKB. So the fact that instead of choosing that angle, you're going for Sanjin Josh, which makes you tankier than a BKB versus all of that damage on the burst. There's worlds that now Mickey might actually survive getting Dragon Knight stunned and Quap ulted, and he blinks out. So I actually really like this.
Look at this as well. This is a good board from Liquid. I don't think you expect this to be here if you're Paravision.
Really fast
Satanic certainly doesn't. They make the play right underneath their vision and kill the carry off. Same time, Boxy starting to push back onto Decisive. And indeed with the lasso up, he's going to be able to make these sort of solo plays. Boxy now on a killing spree. Nisha, he's looking at the mid. See on his own, that's not a kill he can go for. Maybe with Saberlight
he's trying.
Got the setup.
Nice fissure.
Saberlight's in to offer up an extra bit of burst, but DM's got the backup of 9 class. Jump forward for no one. It was a little bit too much, but that's a beautiful
nice
stomp action onto the 3 of them. Not enough to save Saberlight though. As the Sonic Wave comes in, Instania moves forward though, and with the help of Mickey and Boxy, they'll be able to find the trades Liquid, and they could keep this going as they look over towards DM. The crits come through from Mickey and keep their distance. They're ready to jump in for the finishing blow. They'll find it. Double kill for Mickey. Decisive trying to punish him. Decisive, he's got to be careful. Boxy moves forward. Further TP's coming in.
And a regen rune.
He's going to be ready to fight. I mean, if Satanic
he doesn't know. He doesn't know about the regen.
That's true, Mickey. Hiding outside of vision. He's going to be ready to jump in on towards his target. Finds Satanic. He's ready to go in. Keeps his distance once again. Instania's kind of dying.
Strong.
Satanic's kind of killing them, but Satanic's very low. Boxy with the Firefly burning through him. Boxy does die, but again, all of these fights, it's Mickey that's just able to hang around, get in, get out, benefit from the fruits of the XP and the gold, and just continue to be able to stay on top as the PA, as his flawless game continues. 5-0-6. He's having a great time. They need to shut him down.
We're just stat padding Phantom Assassin today. Every game is just better and better. And again, I feel like it's a lot of 1-by-1s by everyone. Liquid went in with 2 heroes, and Nisha goes down for free. But then only 2 or 3 heroes were showing up to protect DM, and then they all die. And then Satanic shows up at the very end. He dies. It feels very, I want to say, disconnected. A lot of these fights, and I think PA excels so much in these disconnected fights because you get a kill, you kite. You get another kill, you kite. And I don't think Pari really has the same mobility like that. The closest would be Queen of Pain, but even her damage isn't the same where she actually has cooldowns. You have to wait for her cooldowns to go, whereas Phantom Assassin is just, if you can hit, it's good enough.
No one. Should be pretty difficult for these two to catch.
They can't see her for now, just barely blinks out of range, so she should be fine.
How long does he have to be up here? What's the TP situation?
18 seconds.
Cooldown for 18 seconds. Be up here a little bit, but it's fine. You can get away with farming some camps. Knows that Liquid's not going to spend any more time trying to search for him in this corner of the map.
Mickey, Glimmer Cape queued up. He also finished the full Orber Corrosion, so cooking with the build. I like it. Again, it's the same thing with BKB, right? As I was saying, it's better to just Glimmer and survive an extra 300 HP than BKB for what? Just the 1 Dragonite stun is the only thing that you need to BKB. On the other side, Satanic is also about to finish his BKB, and last fight, I was actually surprised with how much damage he was doing on the Dragonite. He just killed the support so fast, so the on the side of Pari, it's honestly, if you either burst the PA or are able to kite her, you have the damage for the rest. Like, the other 4 are going to die to you. But it's basically this whole game of whack-a-mole is find the PA, stun her, burst her, or guys, we all have to protect each other with Chen armor, solar crests, kiting, stuns. It's like a whole, you know, mathematic equation. If you do it successfully and survive this PA for the first, you know, 10, 15 seconds, they're gonna win the fight. It's just simpler for Liquid to play these fights right now.
Liquid off to the top side of the map, but
looking for Satanic.
Yeah, he's already backing off. They hit the scan. They knew that this sort of kind of move from the other side of the map was going to be coming in likely, so
they're all smoked up actually on the side of Pari Vision looking at bot. If they catch Nisha, it's really good, but I don't really know what the goal of this smoke is. I think a Roshan play is really risky.
I think they thought maybe it was actually that scan was hitting Liquid going the other way, like coming from the top to the bottom, and they were going for the Roche move. Which obviously this works out for Paravision either way. They don't find Liquid here, but they of course can take the Roche themselves.
So fast. It's a scary situation that if Liquid guessed this or were trying, it's a horrible fight for them. But the fact that the way they moved the map was actually super, super sick with Satanic dodging the smoke gank and Liquid wanting to take the gates. A really good read by Pari, and they're just going to free Aegis, which is something that they really, really needed for the momentum of this game. He goes to no one with his BKB almost finished as well. And they're stabilizing the game. I think it swung super hard in the Liquid's favor, but now I think it's kind of bouncing back into an even state of the game where Phantom Assassin's still super scary, but
you'd say compared to the other games that we saw today, here 22 minutes in, you'd still say this is the scenario where there's the best chance for the team that doesn't have the PA.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's not going to just completely 1v5 yet, especially based on just like the drafts and the amount of damage that Pari has, but again, it is still favored to Liquid, right? They're still ahead in the game and they can still get these kills back to back, but
there's a maybe.
There's a maybe. Which, so far for PA, I think a maybe is better than a lot of teams' chances so far.
Yeah, we've seen a few matches today that look pretty over rather early on. Maybe this time Paravision have an answer to the PA, and if they don't, we're only going to see those PA stocks continue to rise in future drafts, with the fact that there would have been 2 games today, at least on this stream, that first pick PA has been just completely unstoppable. Teams struggling to find answers for it.
There's some big item timings coming out. Lotus on Bristleback, Queen of Pink BKB.
He's not going to have enough burst for that. Tried to go aggressively in for Boxy.
Kills the Aegis.
Indeed, the Aegis gone. Maybe this can set up for the rest of Paravision to come in and try and find something else. It doesn't look like it. Liquid, they're able to disengage, and that is the Aegis burnt for nothing.
I don't know what happened with no one ending up in that position. Was it he got caught, or he was trying to go
he
on the
blinked
bat?
in for that.
He was going on the bat. Okay.
He blinked in for that. Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's just a bit overzealous by him. I was going to say it's about to be a really good timing for Pari. Chen is finishing Solar Crest, Bristleback finishing Lotus, Queen of Pain finishing BKB. So if anything, they have probably more net worth in terms of active items than Liquid, based on just like anytime you buy multiple items, the net worth swings in your favor if you think about it that way, because you're actually using your gold instead of saving it up. But they had this Aegis timing, and now they don't even have that anymore. It's a bit scary, but again, I think due to the fact of this Sanju Nasha Glimmer.
Nisha.
Nice Echo Slam.
That's a very nice setup. Yeah, knows to blow it straight away to keep that DK locked down, and that's Satanic gone. He got away with farming on this top side of the map for quite some time, and earlier he knew the correct time to back off. This time, wasn't able to read the movements of Liquid, gets caught. He's gone for 40 now. Liquid can maybe see if they can turn this in for more. DM's in position on the high ground. Okay, gonna jump forward. Mickey getting burst pretty low there by the output of no one. He's able to jump over to the safety of Boxy, and the Fisher continues to hold back Paravision, but the blink's back up for no one. Keeps looking over towards Mickey. Nisha, he'll jump in. DM, he's able to run straight over to the backlines, pushing back Mickey and Insania. Jump away from Nisha, but no one, and 9 Class continue to chase. The Sonic Waves up. Nisha, he'll fall. As Paravision set up and ready there for Liquid, as Liquid started to approach their side of the map.
We're still kind of looking on the side of Pari, but bit of an interesting chase, I would say, because Liquid used 2 big ultimates on that Dragon Knight kill. They used Echo Slam and Lasso, but then they chose to still go into the enemy Tricamp. I think there was like the Mist Fissure, and The other big thing that I think is actually really interesting is this Blade Mail Bristleback. That it's actually countering the fact that Phantom Assassin is going Glimmer and no BKB because you have no way to stop the Blade Mail from killing you. So, funny enough, the counter to the Glimmer Cape might just be a BK or a Blade Mail, which is.
Yeah, we saw some other Bristols doing this, I think, in previous tournaments. Well, Satanic has to BKB off the Stomp Pit.
It's just such a strange world when you're saying the carry's Glimmer Cape is getting countered by a Blade Mail on the enemy team. You know, I don't feel like that's how it should work.
No one getting surprised here up top. Boxy, he's been doing some excellent plays this game with the lassos, and it continues. Catches out no one.
7-0-7 for Mickey. They're gating now bot to try to get more kills. At this point, all you do is just, you see a dot on the map, you run at it. It's PA plus any one of the stuns. PA plus Bat, PA plus Earthshaker. Even worlds where ET might be enough if he gets a stomp. And Mickey just gets to farm and just is like, hey guys, I'm going to go here, follow me. And he can even hunt with his Glimmer Cape. He doesn't need his passive. He has full stats instead of passive. He's using his Glimmer Cape to give him the like invis.
Nisha is going to make the jump forward. Plus the BKB, then let's go straight on towards Satanic. Satanic's going to pop the Dragonfall and try to turn. They try and heal him up, but they can't save him. Satanic dead again. And now 9 class also to be found here by Mickey as he chases down and gets another. Holding on to the game pretty significantly here, Liquid. 5k lead, but yeah, the PA problem, once again, it's pushing it further and further towards that point as we've seen before, where it looks to be unstoppable. Nearly 20k net worth, nearly, yeah, well, about 7k ahead of anyone on the side of Paravision.
He's just such a solid hero, I would say. A lot of the stuff about the hero is just good, and you see how much damage that this Dragon Knight takes without a BKB. Just from the PA breaks him, he doesn't get his armor, the Timber Saw is actually able to chunk him. It doesn't, the Timber Saw's network doesn't matter. All he has to do is press Q, he counters the Dragon Knight. So a lot of this feels a bit awkward because Pari is not feeling confident enough to group up, so they're constantly wasting their BKBs on getting caught, or they're just getting caught and dying randomly like the Queen of Pain. So at some point they have to face their fears and actually fight Liquid. But at this point, is it too late for them to take this real fight? Because they've been missing out on a real fight, I would say. Like a very honest, bring 5 heroes, they bring 5 heroes and take a fight. But it might happen right now. Oh, so close.
Already out of there, Satanic knows not to spend an extra moment, even though the temptation may have been there with the Wisdom Rune spawning. He's out of there.
A really good read by Satanic. Trying to see what items that Pari's going for. I don't know. There's nothing really too big that's close. There's the Silver Edge that Satanic is trying to work for. That could be a burst angle for the PA. You break her evasion. But
Boxing. He's got the catch once more. Mickey's in with the damage.
Blade
DM.
Mail?
They'll put the Blade Mail. Nah, it's not going to hold them off. Liquid don't care. They'll kill him through it. I mean, again, Boxy, he has found some fantastic setups this game on the bat.
Yep. Constantly getting kills. I think pretty much Lasso's been on cooldown for, I want to say, maybe a minute of the game. And the other 27 minutes of the game,
go from it.
It's on cooldown because you got to kill because of it. It's just really good gameplay. Anytime that you have these ults that are catch, you basically want it to be on cooldown the whole game. You think of like Doom as well, right? Anytime Doom is on cooldown, you know that he made a move, he was playing the game. I think it's the same way for Boxy, and he's doing a really good job as well. I want to say for Nisha, I think the recovery he made this game was really, really good, which, to go back to Boxy, was a lot on Boxy's Ancient stacks. Yep. If he didn't get all those stacks to get this Blink Dagger, he wouldn't have had all these timings that set up, what, 4 kills in the mid lane because of that one dagger? And so a lot of Liquid's success in this game is kind of intertwined between multiple players. That
yeah, look at that.
One Boxy, you know, he's helping out his homies with the stacking of Ancients, and now because of that, Mickey gets space after because Nisha doesn't need as much space. So I really like how Liquid's kind of playing around each other's strengths, and even for Saberlight, I feel like a lot of the time he's just a body. He goes past where they're trying to kill a hero, presses Ags, and doesn't even really
and there we go.
do damage.
Once again, it's off cooldown. He makes the move. Yep. Boxy.
And they're just outside the high ground, so they might catch DM. Oh, it was so close.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I think they can even push high ground if they really want to. There's not any D-push from Pari. There's no really consequences they can face if they feel strong enough to push. But I think Mickey's just going to choose to take mid tower. there's no rush.
No, very hard for Paravision to find any sort of damage without their Dragon Knight. Hitsu's gone. Oh, Boxy.
He's looking for more kills.
He's in, they get the setup. Okay. Does he want to dive? There's not quite yet. A little too early to start the high ground diving.
A little ham. Roche starts spawning in 30 seconds. This is, in theory, the scariest part of the game when you're ahead. It's when Roshan can start spawning within 30 seconds, or has just started to spawn. If you throw right now, and it's like a really early Roshan spawn, and the other team rushes Roshan and gets it, the Aegis, now you just threw your whole lead. So realistically, the safest thing Liquid does is either only take free kills like this Chen, or no kills at all and play for the Roshan.
TPs are coming in. Decisive.
He's so tanky.
But there's a beautiful stomp. Sets up for Mickey to jump in and finish the kill off. Paravision, can they find anything in return? They're looking towards Saberlight. Satanic's here. He's got the Dragon form. They'll look for the control, but they can't get it. 9 class ends up being the one dying. And again, Boxy with the lasso. Locks down Satanic yet again. Double kill for Mickey. They'll look towards DM. He'll hold them off momentarily with the Blade Mail, but as soon as that comes to an end, Mickey's going to be back in. Kills DM off. Double kill for Nisha. And the push, it can resume. Mickey, he's able to dive in, clean up some of
Saberlight's taking so much damage.
Summons. He'll back off. For the rest of Liquid, they can continue that push. And Paravision, with 4 dead, not a lot they can do to stop the damage.
Yeah, there should just be a free Rax for Liquid. I don't think they can get too much more. It's kind of greedy to stick around, especially with Roshan is up right now. So for Liquid, it's probably just to take the melee Rax, should back off.
Oh, no one versus Nisha.
BKB, double BKB.
Oh, here we go. Oh, he's coming for him. No, he's got the high ground. No, it doesn't matter though. Nisha punches him down from the low ground. Easy kill, easy gem. Deny him.
Deny him.
Come on.
Do it.
Saberlight, come on, bro.
Just like one attack.
Just, just
you should hit him once.
A friendly punch on the shoulder.
He would have lived.
Yeah.
Kind of a misplay there from Saberlight.
Yep.
A bit disappointing with how Liquid's game is going.
He's got to spend all his time walking back to base.
Yeah. He could have died, respawned, full resources.
Does he have buyback gold? There could have been a big brain play. Yeah. No, okay, didn't have buyback gold. Understandable. It would have been a terrible play.
Yeah.
These guys aren't messing around. They want to cash in their free win with the PA draft. Yep. And so far, they're doing a good job with it. 25k here on Mickey's PA. Liquid looking to seal the deal with another PA win today.
Yeah, I just want to see, at the end of this day one, I want to see the stats on
with the overall KDA.
Overall KDA, yeah.
I mean, who knows? There's obviously, I think it was 3 other streams going on or something. Maybe on those streams, PA's doing terrible.
I think there was one game where his score was like 0-2 at some point. So, and I think they might have lost. So, but I feel like even one game going 0-2, 0-3 is not going to hurt overall KD.
Let's have a look here. Top lane.
So much damage, though.
Satanic, he's not going to get the chance to finish off the kill.
No BKB.
And now they're going to be able to chase him down. He's dead. Out for a minute. No buyback for him. Liquid can continue to get whatever they want.
That's another lasso kill from Boxy. I just feel, I almost feel bad because it feels like it's just a repeat of the same cycle over and over. It's, oh my god, Boxy just lasted another guy.
Boxy's crushing it, honestly. That's the thing. Sure, PA's net worth's incredible. The recoveries of the cores, considering their laning stage, has been very impressive. But yeah, these moves around Boxy and his lassos have just been non-stop.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really impressed with how Boxy is playing this game. And it's just a really hard situation to take for Pari because they need to... It's all about trying to find these good angles. A nice kill from no one. Just barely gets them right before the TP goes off. It just, the game state feels like there are no angles. Every time they're getting caught somewhere separately, it feels so hard for them to be like, all right, guys, we're going to outnumber Liquid. I feel like I haven't seen Pari outnumber them in an engagement in the last, 25 minutes almost? It was pretty much the mid-tier 1, I think, was the only time that they've outnumbered, and it was really awkward how it happened. So it just might be, is it too little too late to start 5-manning? I think the Silver Edge for Satanic is probably their last hurrah. And if he gets a break on the PA and they burst her, maybe even the Shaker or the Timber with like a Silver Edge break is the best bet that they can hope for.
Because in a controlled situation, right, it can still be a lot of damage coming out from this DK.
Yeah, for sure. If even the Earthshaker is actually, funny enough, it's good to break him because he can't stun you with his spells. But it feels so hard for them to actually And I don't think it's their fault. I don't think it's like, oh, they're playing bad, they can't group. It's, if you group and you get picked, you'll just lose the game as 5 heroes, so you kind of have to split, but then when you split, the Batters catch you as well. So it just feels really hard, I think, for Pari to try to find what they're supposed to do in this game. Because you compare it to Liquid, right? What does Mickey do? He literally sees a red dot on the map, and he walks at it. And then by the time he's there, that dot is lasted by his Batrider, and he gets a free kill. So it just feels a lot easier for Liquid to keep playing the game right now.
There's no Silver Edge done.
Yep,
Can
they have
Paravision
to go.
find the setup to get one of these big kills? They're going to try. Walking up towards Mika. Get the stun, they get the Silver Edge hit. He's gone the once. That's the Aegis out of it. They can do it round 2. Last one's going to have to be used to control the Bristol. There's
Nice
the jump
Echo
forward for
Slam.
Nishian with the Echo. Finishes off 9 class. Looks to chase down Satanic. Get the pushback with the Sonic Wave. And Satanic has to be very careful as he's solo. Mickey's able to jump in, finish him off. He's gone. This game, it's over. GG is called as we get the luxury of witnessing another PA win on this mainstream, Gunner.
Yeah, so far it's 4-0. It's been in every single game on the mainstream.
There he is. Smiles all around there from Mickey. I mean, it's got to feel good, right? When you find out, you know what, we can just pick this hero first, and apparently teams, they don't know what to do against it when it comes out first.
I think it also probably feels good that they kind of stomped the first game.
Yeah.
They go into the second game, they reverse stomp them. And it's always a good feeling when you do that because you know, okay, we messed something up in the first game, and we fixed it in the second game. So usually in these series, it kind of feels better to win the second game as you know that you made the mistakes in the first game, you fixed it, and so leading forward, Pari's the one that has to feel like they're fixing something. And yeah, I think overall it's just a really nice game from Liquid. I do really like how specifically Nisha and Boxy, that pair, kind of recovered the whole game.
They did.
To some extent.
They really did.
So
yeah. No, Boxy absolutely working his magic to enable the lads and get their cause back on track. And indeed, you see on the scoreboard, they've won those games for PA in terms of the KDA, 12-0 and 13. And just looking at some rudimentary stats that have occurred so far today. So I think with this game, it's kind of like 7 matches. It's had like a 70% win rate and like over 8 KDA, which is very high.
It's crazy.
Across those games so far. So yeah, it seems to be the day of the PA here as Liquid. They're able to take this game and level this series out 1-1 here today between Liquid and Paravision.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Gunner. This was a strong showing from Team Liquid. Losing that first game definitely looked a little bit grim, but game number 2, they turn it around, and yes, we can credit PA, of course. PA has had a fantastic day so far, only dropping 1 game altogether across all different streams, but I don't think it was just the PA effect here, Brian. I think overall, Team Liquid, I felt like they got something figured out on this one that just made it seem way more smooth.
Yeah, I think this was the play I was thinking about, this Echo Slam of the Ancients. What happens right after that is they end up getting 2 kills mid, Bristleback, I think, into Quab, and it felt like in a lot of the PA games today, there's a bit of a disadvantage coming out of the laning phase because PA's mid game's a bit awkward. 1 or 2 things go your way, and then the team against PA is just feeding with stun plus damage, and they had stuns and spades, and for some reason PA with no damage items does a lot of damage. So hats off to Liquid. They definitely got themselves out of that early game, and that's what it takes to win with PA. But yeah, it's PA, I feel like, at this point.
Yeah, this hero just feels a bit too powerful right now. And yeah, next patch, we're definitely not going to see Phantom Assassin being this good. If it ever comes.
We don't know this yet.
It's DreamLeague. It's definitely going to come mid-tournament.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, what if the strategy is to not nerf PA, but instead buff other
everybody
things?
else? We've been on the nerf patches for a really long time.
That's why. It's time for change.
Maybe it is.
This patch has been around for exactly 200 days today. So, you know, maybe time for 8.
We wanted to see some change in Team Liquid as well, the way they're going to play the game, and they actually did. Even though he had a very bad laning stage, playing into Queen of Pain, you're playing into Queen of Pain that did put 3 points in Dagger, which makes you not being able to lane. Suddenly, something that I mentioned on the panel, Box is going to do a lot of stacking. You saw that gigantic stat that he did take as an Earthshaker. That was the second Echo Slam. Usually you take it with the first one, but Boxy kept stacking until they were ready. He got like, I don't know, 900,000 gold from clearing that stack instantly, and then they were ready to play the game. And this time around, they had Phantom Assassin on their team, and also they managed to shut down Bounty Hunter, what he wanted to do, because they killed him early on, 9 class. He's also not afraid to buy back early, something that he showed in the previous tournaments as well. He buys back, dies one more time, suddenly his game is completely gone.
Yeah, it was a strong game from Team Liquid. They had all the tools to set their PA up for success, to set their Shaker up for success, but PA, we're going to continue talking about that because we're going to head over to Purge for his Acer Predator head-to-head.
Yeah, thanks. We did want to talk about PA, and we just need to look at some numbers, just see just how extreme it was in terms of the carry performance here, because the Acer Predator head-to-head is going to be between the 2 carries. That's a PA that did not die, and Satanic did die many times, 10 whole times. They did have some counters, of course. They had the Timber Saw, which is very good at bursting the Dragon Knight. Among other things. Check out that net worth difference. DK supposed to be able to farm fast. He's got that built-in BKB, or sorry, the built-in Battle Fury. But when you're dying that much and you're not getting kills, it's a big difference in terms of impact. Hero damage was huge as well. Very good game for Mickey overall. But yeah, the PA just seems like it's too strong in terms of damage impact. You just do a lot of damage by having your ultimate, having the Battle Fury, and then you just buy a bunch of defensive items, and you kind of just get to keep fighting without really worrying too much about how the game goes. So yeah, hard for the DK here in a lot of these fights. He gets grabbed, he gets killed, he got ganked many times, and that's why it's hard for him to keep up in terms of net worth.
I will say that we highlight PA a lot, and we just highlighted also how nice it was for Shaker to have those stacks. I feel like we got to highlight Boxy a lot because the 2 cores were mostly enabled by him.
Absolutely, he was setting them up, and also hats off then to Saberlight, who I feel like was kind of thrown to the wolves. We saw the Chin kind of dominating him early. Satanic had a good start to this game, and the fact that all the cylinders had to be firing and the way that they fit into the cogs of the machine, there was a lot of sacrifice to enable Nisha as well as Mickey, and yet Saberlight still had to have a lot of impact.
Yeah,
so.
I guess that's the other side. I didn't really think about Saberlight being thrown to the wolf, but there's someone who's stacking every minute.
Yep.
So you're just... Basically, you're almost solo laning as a Timber, but I'm going to walk over to the screen because there's a man sitting there that, for me, was the MVP. Hey, Boxy, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good, thank you. How are you guys doing?
We're doing quite well. We got a new studio this season, so everything's very exciting. I found that game number 2 also very exciting. How was that for you in terms of the pressure on you for ditching Saber on the lane to stack every time? Like, how does that balance work for you?
I mean, normally it's just, you pull some wave, you go to stack, maybe your offlaner loses a few CS. I think the start of this lane wasn't the most well played, probably by me. We didn't really manage to secure the Timber a lot, so after a while I was like, alright, this lane's done, time to stack. Hopefully it can be a bit better for my offlaner, but it's kind of hard to have more impact than stacking, I think.
It works out that way. I think this year, competitive year, is more of a marathon than a sprint, of course. There's a lot of tournaments going on, and I know that you just had basically a week, I mean, I don't want to call it off because you probably played some scrims here and there, but without a tournament going on after 2 tournaments. But this is only tournament number 3 of a lot in the upcoming year. How do you pace yourself in order to, make sure you don't burn out because you have to make it to the end of the line?
Well, probably like if we're feeling a bit burnt out and a bit tired, you can just communicate it and say like we need to maybe take a little bit off the gas for this tournament or like 1 bootcamp less. But I think lately we've been holding like not like too soft of a tempo, but we haven't been super grinding. It's been a while since we bootcamped, and I think after probably this tournament and when the grind like picks up,
yes,
I think then it's gonna be a lot. But obviously we didn't do so well in the last couple of tournaments, and then you have some time off to have regrets about the choices you've made. So yeah,
it's a blessing and a curse, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's mostly a curse, I guess, but it also gives you a bit more hunger to want to do better. I don't want to lose, nobody does. So
that's fair enough. how much are you expecting a patch potentially this week? And is there anything in particular on your patch wish list?
Usually, I feel like there comes a patch like in the middle of DreamLeague that flips everything on its head, maybe before the finals. Because it's been such a long time, I assume there's going to be a lot of changes. For me, I guess, everybody wants balance changes, but the game is always... I feel like the patch is always evolving in a way where new heroes pop up and other heroes go away. So I think it's hard to be like, okay, this thing is really inbound right now, and then a few weeks later nobody's playing it. Are you gonna like adjust it with a patch, or are you gonna let it cook a bit? So I think it's healthy to have these kind of things going on for some time. But I think that fundamentally I would like to see like wisdom runes changed a little bit.
Okay. In what way? Like removed or relocated or different timing?
I don't know, some different mechanic. It gives me stress, Like I look at my time and it's like 6:50 in my house, and I'm like, oh shit, I gotta go. There's something I gotta do, What's going on? And then I'm like, oh, right,
going on there.
Yes.
From the timing.
And then even if you are aware of it, and then like you don't have a stun and the other support does, and it's such a big impact on the game that's a little bit. I don't know if I would call it RNG, but it's a little bit like whimsical on how the situation plays out.
Stress-inducing.
Yeah, I don't like it.
All right. Well, I got Purge who would love to ask you some Dota questions as well.
Hey, Boxy. So I noticed you guys haven't been picking that many invisible heroes. You ban them a lot. Are you guys trying to like pave your own way with your strategy, or do you just not like them as a playstyle?
I mean, they're dishonorable. they're cheap. No, I mean, I like playing them. I think that, to be honest, like I feel like they've been a little bit overvalued by people, because I think that it's a bit hard to pick an Invis hero early and have it be like, okay, this guy is going position 4 no matter what, and then to not end up in a bit like of a worse early game. And a lot of teams, like Thunder, for example, they can a lot of time be in a worse early game and then they'll play to comeback. But I think for me personally, like it's not the most comfortable way to play into a lot of counter picks, I suppose. And I don't know. Maybe like we should play it some more. Maybe we will. I can't really tell.
Okay, well you got to stop banning it then. Jesus, like 3 bans on the first day. All right. Well, thank you.
I mean that's the problem.
All right, Boxy, we're gonna let you go. Good luck at your series later today against Gaming Gladiators, and talk to you again some other time.
All right. See you guys.
Thank you, and see you. And we are going to check in with Jenkins, who has a social media report.
Thank you, Shiver. I've been working away, slaving away, looking out there at what is on social media, and quite frankly, it's a lot of dog shit, so I just decided to do a segment on the things that I don't like, because it's been Valentine's Day. Can we get the computer to pull up the first image? It has been Valentine's Day for too long. Everybody's out there on the internet spreading the love. But the Dota community, go to the next picture. The Dota community, we're not about love. We're about disliking things.
They're happy.
You can look at this. There's a bunch of people that hate what they're doing. They're not happy. So we're going to go and load up computer. The first thing that I don't like, Glimmer Cape. I go on a guy, and it's support, and they go invisible. And I can't kill the support. And then I go on the carry, and I go, oh, well, the support used their invisible thing. And then the carry's got a Glimmer Cape now. This is bullshit, guys.
You know what my problem is with Glimmer Cape?
What?
I love Glimmer Cape. I love buying it. But now everybody is doing it, so now it's going to get nerfed. And I loved it first, so I feel like nobody else should have used it that much, and then it's ruined.
We should just limit it only to the 5 positions being allowed to buy Glimmer Cape, so Shiva can have her fun. And
bring back Dota 1 stuff. Only one per team.
It only works on net worth.
We'll get something for the carry players out there. We'll get something for the carry players. Go to image 2, pull that up. This is not for the carry players, it's for the mid players. And this is, I don't like getting one shot full to 0. I'm trying to play a game of Dota. I'm out here in the laning state. I'm in the lanes. I'm farming creep waves. Nyx Assassin, 1 shot full to 0. PA, 1 shot full to 0. Lina, 1 shot full to 0. What is this bullshit? I want to play the game.
Tidehunter.
No. We'll go and move on to picture 3 of things I don't like. Birds. These things serve no purpose.
Why'd you put a pigeon on screen?
This is a seagull. And it's 4 a.m. okay, and I'm trying to sleep because I've been grinding Dota all night. I've been doubling down, which I didn't know those would continue after Crownfall ended, by the way, Purge. And I've been doubling down and losing, and then this thing's tweeting outside my window and I can't sleep.
I
at
think
4 a.m.
we need to stop killing ducks to make duct tape.
No, I think we should kill them and just have more bees because they function exactly the same. They do. We'll go up and load the next image here. Mana burn.
I agree. Remove it from the game.
Why? Casting spells is fun.
Yes.
And this makes me not cast spells. Oh, it's so fun. The only heroes that are good to use mana burn against are the ones that are so bullshit and unfun themselves, like Bristleback. It's just unnecessary. Just nerf Bristle, remove mana burn.
Get it out. Thank you.
We'll go ahead and load up image. I don't remember the number. Netherlands.
Remove Netherlandians.
Because think about this. Listen, band. Listen, the band's not giving me eyes, okay?
Yeah, the band is there. We are in many numbers right here.
Listen to my reasoning,
Like
okay?
5 of you.
You guys are called Holland, you're called Netherlands, and you speak Dutch. Why you're not speaking Hollandian? Why you're not speaking Netherlandian? This is confusing.
Actually, if you knew our language, you would say that we Nederlands zijn, Nederlands spreken.
And that sounds
en
way too much like English.
That's an insult.
That sounds like you're
that
doing
was rude,
English,
Cheever.
but you have
it makes sense in our language.
What's the thing where words are different for you? It's like dyslexic English. That's what it's like. And apparently Brian was telling me the rate of dyslexia in Netherlands is the highest in the world.
It's one of the highest.
It's one of the highest because your country has a weird. You guys are weird. We'll go ahead and
Put all
load
your
up.
verbs at the end of the sentence, Cheese. It's very confusing.
We'll load up the final image here and things I don't like. I don't like Purge. Because this guy, he does
You
good.
look ripped, Purge.
Yeah, thank
Way
you.
to
This is
go.
what he looks like now.
Yeah.
He does good analysis. Ever since he did those dating videos, he's looked sexier and sexier every single time that I see him. And he's got a good voice. It's not like this. Listen to what I sound like. Do you understand what it's like being annoying?
Shrill, yeah. Very
It's shrill.
Yeah.
People don't like that. You gotta say anything.
In Dota, you're used to compromising for like, you go damage, you don't have enough survivability. Where's the compromise?
Yeah, you're like fucking PA, dude. You just do everything.
I don't fit into treasure chests very well.
Got it. Okay. The only thing he's not good at is comedy.
All right, well, thank you so much for that report, Jenkins. Very insightful. Glad we got that in. We are only halfway through our day here for Dream League Season 25, and that means we're going to get started on our second half. That means you'll be let through the second half of the day with Tsunami, and he'll be back with you and Falcons and Bedboom after a break.
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadea, and 1xBet.
A brand new calendar year, friends, 2025, and it just so happens that we've got a Dream League lined up with it for a brand new set, design, theme, vibe. But we're still keeping a few things consistent around here. We're gonna have great Dota, and we're also gonna have great music with the PogChamp Pandas. Welcome everyone to the second half of our first day here at Dream League Season 25, where we've got a new energy about us. I feel more refined here. Purge. What, did you get distilled or something? Oh, I see what you mean. You were going for like an alcohol Just refinement? a quick chemistry joke. I see. For all the physics degrees out there. Or the chemistry degrees or Chemistry biology or whatever degrees. the hell you did.
Good one,
Microbiology.
Purge. Good
That's
one.
Purge, everyone.
Good.
Purge is already been here.
Great.
But we've got Effie also. Effie, welcome.
Thank you. Feeling good. Love the new set. Feeling very theatrical, Neil.
And in the spirit of theatrics, we also have to have big, loud surprises and big new guests. Ladies and gentlemen, making her Dream League appearance, it's Nat T!
Hello!
There she is!
Coming around this way.
Get over here! Join me, won't you? Nat, what an absolute pleasure it is to bring you into these esteemed halls of Dream League. Especially because you have a very cursed position around here, because my co-host is a role that does not stick around for very long. I've had Trent,
How many?
I've had Cinderin, I've had Pyrian, I've had Slacks.
Ooh.
But I think you've got one thing that they don't have.
Personality?
To be determined. Hair! You've got a hair, Nat! And that
I
means
don't have to shave it off, right?
also to be determined right now.
Is that part and parcel? If the personality doesn't show up, the hair has to go?
Yeah, exactly.
Great,
It's
awesome.
inverse correlation.
It's a reverse curse. Because she has long, beautiful hair, she's a keeper.
There you go. It's only going to protect you for one season, I think, is what's going to happen. You will go bald after this.
Yeah, we will. The stress of Dream League, I'll come back and I'll just be like bold, and then it's 2 seasons. That's all I have in me.
the last one. Because we can put you up on these rafters. We can like Rapunzel your hair down, which I already see some people are in these rafters. Fear, how's it going, my man?
Good. You're looking a little small down there, though. I kind of like it up here.
Yeah, you're up here judging all of us from your ivory tower. But
It's
I'm
quite
still
nice, yeah.
very happy to
I get
have
used to
you
this.
join us over here, Fear, because your expertise are going to be core.
this is cute.
And a brand new feature that we're adding this season over to your side, Fear. We've got the casters. Look at the casters over there.
That's right. I'm not going to stand for any of this bald hate that is going down in the center stage, okay? My partner here, he's a sensitive person, guys. He may not look it, okay? He hides his pain deep, deep down.
Did you practice
and
this
it
entire
curdles
monologue?
into-
What is this, actually?
No, it's coming up on the top of my head. All right, it curdles into resentment and hate, okay? If we want Avery to be a happier, healthier person, then we need to stop the hate.
You've got the wrong idea.
Mm.
We're just talking about a curse. It's not hate. It's just fact.
Oh, so you're saying he's just cursed?
Yeah, you're
baldness.
What is this conversation? How did I end up in the middle of this?
Nat, you were saying?
I was just going to say what Avery lacks in hair, he makes up for in smarts. So it's all good, Avery.
Was that even a compliment? I don't even know anymore.
A backhanded one?
Why am I being singled out? Am I the only bald guy here?
Are you saying that bald
this
people
be
are
you?
lacking in something? Are you saying it's
Hair.
a negative?
Hair. It's not a negative. It's not a negative. No. That's not how this formula works.
I'm sure you'll get an angry tweet from Ted quite soon. I'm certain of that.
I think we can all agree that Avery is a beautiful man.
Absolutely. Love the cable knit sweater right now. Unfortunately, we're going to have to mainly listen to his voice because as much as we love enjoying the vibes around here, we're also here for some Dota. And we're here for a game specifically. Let's get into Bet Boom versus Falcons.
Summon the energy. It's going. I hear the drum roll.
Do you need help?
We got it. Amazing. We have the technology.
Nice.
Question. Is Fear gonna be here?
Great question. And I can answer that with another question. Fear?
Hello?
Why should I care about these two teams, Fear?
Well, there's a long history between these two teams. Falcon and BetBoom, they've been playing each other for a very long time. And at the beginning, it was very one-sided. Falcons has always seemed to have BetBoom's number, but as of recently, hasn't been the case so much. As we can see here, it is 12-3, historical matches, very favored for Falcons, but in the last 6 series specifically, they've gone 3-3, 50-50. So the year of Falcons dominating BetBoom team may have come to an end here, and there's been some also interesting changes coming from the side of BetBoom as well. They did make the roster change at the end of the TI. They got Pure on the roster. GPK ended up leaving temporarily for Kiyotaka, and I thought that was quite something that wasn't sure about at first, but Pure did have an amazing performance there, and we'll be able to see pretty shortly here like what impact that did have on the roster since they did make those changes here. And I think more specifically, was Kiyotaka the answer, or is GPK the answer for BetBoom's success? At first, you see the ones that are highlighted here. That is with GPK on the roster. They started with Kiyotaka, they got a third at BetBoom, they got a second at DreamLeague, then they got a first with GPK standing in, they went to ESL 1, and they got a third place with Kiyotaka. They decided to bench Kiyotaka after that, then unfortunately bringing GPK in, they go into 5th, 7th, seem to be on a downward trajectory here, whereas that begs the question to me, is Kiyotaka or GPK the right choice? Did they make the right choice here?
Yeah, because during that Blast Slam stand-in moment, which now feel that you've illuminated such knowledge to us, would you mind joining us down here?
I'll think about it.
Please, come down for your ivory tower and accompany us. Purge, get over there.
Yeah, you gotta move.
Get over there. I thought that GPK was the answer.
Which one?
Keep
You're
going.
here.
Keep going. Further.
Just off the side.
Keep going.
Do you want me to sit on the treasure chest?
Yeah.
I don't fit in there, though.
That's
Very funny
right there.
joke.
Right there,
With the
Purge.
band.
Right there. That's
Okay.
good. All right, anyways, now that we've got all the brains on this brain trust around here, Purge, tell me about why GPK may not have been the answer, because I saw the Blast Slam stand-in result, and I was like, this is good. And now what happened? It seems like you're inching over. What?
I think GPK is really good.
Hey. What?
Maybe there's some occasional issues. No, I think this is like one of the best BetBoom squads in a very long time. I think if Tundra didn't win the last 2 tournaments so decisively, we would be thinking about and talking about BetBoom team, I think. Like, maybe they're not always getting to the finals, but they're like, they've been on the precipice of like being really good. And I think their squad right now is really solid, especially with Pure in there.
Excellent sentiment. You can join the table again. I appreciate
like right now, or
the
like slowly?
Right now.
Okay. This is my computer.
My mute button is there.
Do you want me to leave?
This is getting awkward.
Should I stay here?
All right, Effie.
I don't know what spot is mine.
I don't want you to use your mute button. I want you to use your talk button right now, because I need you to also tell me about their opponents right now. They're going up against Team Falcons, a team that was the gold standard for much of 2024. Are they still that force to be reckoned with?
They are. I mean, at the last 2 tournaments, great results. 2nd and 3rd. They dominated all of last year. Where's my mute button?
I told
This
you
is
you
why
gotta
you
use
need
it.
it, Purge. This is why you can't stand. I'm just kidding. No. No, the thing is, they're still playing very solid Dota. They're exceptional at every stage of the game. It's just that right now there is a new contender in Kings of the current patch in Tundra. And because of that, they've been overshadowed, but they're definitely not a team you want to run into this early.
So I can't put too much stock into Duracho getting his very first rampage of the entire event against Falcons specifically, 2-0ing them in a dominant fashion. That's just, Tundra's that good right now?
Yeah, I think so. I think most teams have determined that Tundra is the team to beat right now. I think Falcons used to be that team, and a lot of players and teams have that expectation from Falcons. Like, they were the old Tundra, right? But now they need to reclaim that throne, which is not easy to do. It's very hard to stay on top for a long time.
Consistency has always been the Achilles heel of so many of these teams, because part of it is patch dependent, that the strategies that you win with will get nerfed. And then part of it is just the attention that other teams show to you, that if you keep winning, teams will analyze what is your secret to success and then figure out a way to either dismantle it or do it better than you can.
Yeah, it's also a little difficult sometimes too to keep the level of training that you have when you come up, because you have to train really hard, and there can be burnout with that associated too. So while other teams are getting more motivation, maybe your motivation slipping a little bit, there's lots of factors involved.
But I think with all of those things being said, being the team that has defined the meta basically since the inception of the squad, they've been pretty dominant. Things that they play have been nerfed, a lot of their flexes have been nerfed, and they're still this good. Speaks a lot to the quality of the players and the coach, of course, in AY 2000.
Yeah, I think that I think many people oftentimes have been praying for the downfall of Falcons, but I don't think it'll come quite yet.
They're just really good.
I just go on the internet at any given moment and you will see
That's very true. But when we've seen teams that were very dominant, like recently, Game Gladiators of 2 years ago, we've seen patches really take the fire out of them, but that just hasn't happened to Falcons yet.
All right, so then building off of your GPK point from earlier, Purge, since we can't really determine a specific issue, then do you think that we can even see a trend? Because we saw the Blast Slam result. They did fantastic. The GPK as a stand-in. How much weight do you put into the Fissure result and their Blast Slam 2 result?
I mean, I think it's impactful for sure because, I don't know, they're just a really, really solid squad, and I think they're gelling really solid right now, but it's still so tough to beat the top teams, and with the meta changing very slightly, maybe a new patch would really shake things up for them. So maybe they'll do mediocre the first half of the tournament, and then the second half of the tournament, they're going to hit some like really nice hero picks or something. That could make a difference, but I think they can definitely do it. They can win this series potentially, but it kind of just depends on where their mentality is at. That's constantly something that's kind of plagued their team, especially anytime that GPK is playing with them. So if they can get that straight, and I think Pure is going to help a lot with that, then they can have some good tournament results for sure.
Is Pure a Phantom Assassin player? I see that seems to be the carry du jour right now.
Luckily, Pure is an everything player.
Yeah.
I feel like he can play just about any hero. He's not really limited by hero pool. I think the GPK one is very interesting as well because I feel like him as a player is very polarizing, right?
Oh, yes.
And I think him in his stand-in situation makes him feel very comfortable, and I think that's why the first blast they did so well.
Agreed.
I feel like maybe he needs to go back and get in that zone of just being comfortable and relaxed, and this team could very much so beat Falcons and be a team that wins more tournaments in the future.
Yeah, you never know if things could end up going differently. But I don't want to harp on this, but we've seen time and time again these GPK bet boom iterations be known for their tilt.
Yeah.
We had a version of this team without him. Sure, they didn't win the way that they did when he stood in for them at the Blast from a few months ago, but there's been a long history of this. We've seen this happen over and over again. And at this point, it's was it worth it to get rid of a player that was consistently improving every day for someone that you think is just overall better, but has a history of maybe not being mentally stable at times?
Yeah. I think everyone was initially encouraged with Kiyotaka even 2 years ago. Beyond just his Tinker performances, people saw potential in him. And then BetBoom realized that potential for a few months, but sometimes comfort, it just feels so good to maybe go back to your first love. And you're like, oh, come on, GPK. When you stood in for us, it felt so good. It was just like old times. We're not going to tilt. That's a thing of the past.
Yeah, once you lose the stand-in power and it's like you're committed to the squad, it feels a little different. Because then you're like, oh, well, I'm technically in here. Now there's a performance. It's not just like a fun little thing where there's no consequences.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also BetBoom at the last DreamLeague Season 24 with Kiyotaka brought in a lot of special spice. They were meta-defining in a lot of aspects with their mid to carry flexes. They had that Morphling mid that he popularized. Not the first person played in competitive, but they made it a thing, that DreamLeague. They had the SF carry to mid flex that they would do, the TA carry to mid flex that they would do between these two players. And they are the team BetBoom that brought Magnus into the meta because of these flexes. And I'm not saying that GPK can't play these heroes, but are they going to have that same special spice? Do they have more stuff cooking between these two, or was that specific to Kiyotaka?
I remember the other three-way flex that they did have was the Dawnbreaker, that I remember being quite surprised at how versatile BetBoom was at using that hero. And it was something that Falcons has actually been specifically against BetBoom using quite a bit. Every single time I saw a Falcons versus BetBoom lineup, it would be Falcons picking up the Dawnbreaker or getting it banned against them. And then after that, they just really wouldn't touch the hero. It seemed very specific against this team in particular. And so Bedboom takes the time to ban it out themselves. And Falcons, they ban out the Alk, the Mag, the Phantom Assassin, and the Monkey King. Bedboom first pick up a Bounty Hunter, and Falcons respond with a Pango.
I feel like that's a lot of like lane winning cores here on that Falcons ended up banning. So maybe they're a little bit worried about the laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Pango is something we're used to seeing. PA finally makes it to the first phase of bans here. Might sit there for a while. I was talking about backstage a little bit, like, how do you counter this hero? And I think when you are a hero that you can't counter him by his spells, like, well, sure, pick Bloodseeker, pick these heroes that historically were good, these Dragonites, Terrorblades, they're not really working, right? This hero is good because the itemization is just too good, and you can't really ban items. Like the Glimmer Cape SNY, never thought I'd say it on PA, it's just too strong, you know? There's nothing you can itemize against that, or at least no one has found the answer yet, where a lot of these historical answers aren't really working. And I think once that's the case, the hero does get shoved into that first phase ban, which I do like to see. I want to see something a bit new here. We all know the PA is good. We all have seen a lot of Pango and Bounty as well. But I think, generally speaking, versus Bounty Hunter, you do want to have these lineups that can play around the map, don't get picked off so easily. But that's kind of just like how the map is played right now, which is why these heroes like Bounty and Nyx are so strong. So you do have to come with an answer for that.
Yeah, but also I've noticed that to get maximum utility out of your Bounty Hunter, you also want to give him a lane that he can dominate in, because this hero is very effective at like poking the enemy 5, like getting early kills with a few levels in Shuriken Toss, like disrupting the small camp block. If you pick a strong laner with him, like let's say Abaddon, who's been on the uptrend recently, this makes the hero not just, oh, we'll wait till he's level 6 and get tracks, but a hero that can actually be a bully to a lot of the carries in the patch.
And not to mention the amount of courier sniping that you can do that seems very, very difficult to stop. He's going to get at least 1 or 2 in the laning stage. And that could upset. He could go mid as well, gank pretty effectively. So it's a really good hero right now.
And for those reasons, like I do like that Abaddon a lot with the Bounty Hunter. Like I mentioned, I think Enigma is also quite good Visage if it's set up for it within the draft.
I think that Gyro ban is indicating they might want that Enigma with that Bounty Hunter, as you mentioned. That is a lane that is incredibly strong. Enigma is like one of the few heroes that enables pretty much every single melee as general, so we'll see if Falcons kind of reads that and bans Enigma here. I wouldn't be too surprised. Or they're going to have like a backup answer, which we've seen some Bristlebacks being popular.
Or potentially the Beastmasters, right? It's not just Enigma that's countered by Gyro, but Beastmaster, who is a really high value pick for a Bedboom team, because Miro is a specialist.
I think when I was looking at the win rates of heroes in the last tournament, Gyro was like a little bit sleeper high win rate kind of thing. It wasn't like he was like the most popular carry as well. There could be like layers. Maybe they've been playing scrims in the last couple days where Gyro's been trending for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, Gyro bullies pretty much all of the Zoo offlaners as a whole. And I think, as Mira mentioned, when you're playing Bounty Hunter, these Zoo-type heroes in the offlane are great with Bounty Hunter because you can kind of just leave them alone. They can play a little by themselves on an island, and it doesn't hurt them too much. So they're probably looking for that, but what's left at this point, right? Lycan's gone, Beast is gone. We did mention the Enigma. So Visage, is it still popular right now? I mean, that is a lot of gold if you do Visage and Bounty on the same team, but can you make it work? It could work.
I do like the Zeus Pango combo though. Zeus is obviously good for scouting out the Bounty Hunter, but the fact that Pango can basically frontline and create space for the Zeus to bolt multiple times in a fight is kind of a cool combo.
Yeah, for sure. But I think the Zeus versus the Bounty Hunter is also super helpful because versus these invisible heroes, like you run out of sentries so quickly. That's probably the reason why they're just so valuable right now, is that there are not enough sentries to cover the entire map. And Zeus as a hero makes it so that you don't have to expend sentries dewarding. You can use your Zeus and then you can have your sentries placed out in farm spots near your carry because you've got the deward aspect down.
Bedboom pick up the Lich. Now, for anyone who may have not watched much of 2025 Dota, last event maybe they watched was Bangkok. Patch hasn't changed that much, and yet a whole bunch of heroes who you would have never seen in a million years in all of 2024, Lich, Bounty, even Abaddon, are now suddenly rising to prominence. Who's got a theory on why that's the case?
They just got buff after buff. I think Lich is quite strong. Since December? I mean, I think it was like there were buffs the entire time. The best supports got nerfed a little bit, and everyone realized like, oh shit, if my Lich gets a Blink Dagger, he can solo kill any core with his shard, you know? That's kind of what changes things. He gets basically free mana later on. Lich is just in a strong place if your opponents can't disengage super easily from Chain Frost.
Yeah, I also don't think there's any inherently incredibly broken heroes right now. And I think whenever that's the case, the meta will just be like a circle at some point where it'll just keep evolving over time, and the meta will just be determined what people are playing at the moment. So if this patch doesn't change, yeah, the items are broken right now. There's a couple of them to name, like Glimmer Cape we talked about, Sage and Yasser are strong, but everyone can buy those, right? So when that's the case, you can just keep picking heroes that are good at the moment, and then you'll find the counters to them, then you can find the counters to those heroes. There's no heroes that just have buttons that are incredibly broken that you just have to pick every single game that we've seen in patches before.
Now, this is a hero that Crit said was one of his specialties last season, the Shadow Shaman, so I'm excited to see what he does on the hero when he plays it.
He loves that hero.
There's a lot going on here. The Slark, it comes out like, I mean, when Falcons play Slark, this does not look like the carry. It's usually the ATF hero. It still could be Skeeter's hero. But the cool thing that they're doing with the Slark is, I talked about the dewarding aspect of Zeus versus Bounty Hunter, but now you know for sure, like with the Slark, you can ping out every single ward. You can make sure that B vision is on lockdown for your team so that you're taking these fights in advantageous positions. It's always been very uncomfortable to play against these two heroes. But Bedboom team, they go for the Bloodseeker that has uptrended, but it's the response to Slark. He is typically the counter to a carry Slark, and I think for that reason, you just run it off and you give it to Ammar.
And it's good against Pango too, and even against Shaman in some ways. To drop the silence down, like you know he's not going to be able to finish channeling his stun. It's a great response on a hero that's already quite good.
I'm getting a lot of nostalgia in this draft here. You have like Slark classic counter to a Baden, and then you have the Baden who counters the Shaman, then you have the Bloodseeker who counters the Slark. These are things we haven't seen in a very, very long time, but with heroes like Bloodseeker getting buffed, being stronger, same with Shaman and a Baden, certainly it's nice to see these heroes make a comeback, but how does it work together? I think the Slark is brilliant because they can play it technically as a carry or offlaner. I think initially they're going to put it as ATF hero to lane against a Baden because it works really well in that situation. But now that they pick the Bloodseeker, maybe you switch it to carry and you give ATF another hero that can lane against the Bloodseeker. It has a lot of good flex potential here. I do like what Falcons is cooking up, but at the same time, that Boom team has a great draft too. They have everything they need, like Lich a Baden lane or Lich a Bloodseeker lane, super strong. We did mention before, Amira mentioned the Baden plus Bounty Hunter lane as being another good one. So they have a solid meta draft here.
Yeah, there's like a bit of an issue though for Falcons in that they're gonna need like some kind of magic damage coming out of their carry if the Slark is being run offlane, because like between the Frost Armor and the Abaddon Aphotic Shield, and just like Bounty Hunter's ability to scout out where your physical damage cores are going to be in the first place, you're not going to get that much value out of them early on. And typically like the mixed damage carries that people have been going for are things like Gyro, which is already taken out. You could just run it safe lane and do it from the off lane as well.
What they need to do, they need to pick another hero that is bad against Rupture, so Bloodseeker doesn't know who to Rupture this game.
And you get like at least one Lincoln Sphere, and then there's like no way that somebody's getting hit.
Right now, it seems like Bedboom team are on the hunt for a GPK hero. Invoker and Tiny get taken out of the pool, and Bedboom team aren't quite sure where this Slark is going. They ban out an offlane Doom just in case.
It's got to be the Weaver. It's another hero that does not like getting Rupture.
Like here or something?
For GPK mid?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope.
Never mind. Baker it is. Well, he didn't want to play against it, so.
I like that too. It gives him great lockdown potential against all of the Falcons lineup. You can interrupt Shackles. You can set up a kill on Slark after he uses Dark Pact. Did you notice the abundance of breathing strips on BB team?
No.
At least two of the players have breathing strips on their noses, yes.
Well ventilated.
Trying to increase that oxygen percentage.
Baker's interesting. In general, Slark doesn't like playing versus ground AoE, especially stuns. You can't really get rid of that, but you do leave yourself vulnerable to a really bad mid matchup here. He got Huskard.
Yeah, I think what happened is they really thought it was the Ammar specialty where he plays Slark. So they figured there's nowhere to throw this Pango. We'll put this Pango mid, and Shaker is like traditionally a hero that does well because it's a melee hero that he just totem denies everything for. But they were like, no, we'll play this on Skeeter. We don't care. We're gonna Huskar you.
I mean, I saw it coming and I didn't even watch the last two tournaments, so.
If you see Falcons on the board and you never see a Huskar ban near the end, you know there's always at least like a 1% possibility of it happening.
Yeah, that's why I thought the Lina would be really good there. Just kind of, you don't get countered by anything, right? Especially when you're playing versus Malorine, and you put yourself in a situation where you can get Huskard. It's risky. I mean, they can still play the game. It's still a good Bloodseeker game overall, but I'm a little worried here that that mid lane is not going to go well. And GPK, we talked about his mental stability.
Yes.
This is not a good matchup for mental stableness.
Yeah, especially if they were so confident about this Shaker. It's like, you're going to send a melee hero mid. I'm going to stomp all over that. And then it doesn't end up being the case. Cap and Avery, you've had your fair share of looking at mid Huskars. Is this another Falcons W just right off the bat?
It's done.
It's done.
Call it. Huskar for Falcons in a good matchup. They already won.
Avery, is it a wrap?
They made a fatal mistake, Neil. They picked Huskar into Bloodseeker.
Oh!
But BetBoom also made a fatal mistake. This game is too good of a Bloodseeker game, and therefore he will fail.
Oh, because he has too many things to rupture.
That is correct.
I see. An embarrassment of riches.
It's good against too many cores. Classic mistake.
A classic mistake. A fatal mistake.
An NA mistake, some might say. A mistake we used to make in NA a lot.
We
picked things that were too good for the game.
Can you attest to that, Fear?
I don't think him and I can relate to the same thing.
Fear can attest to it. He was there. We often did it for his hero.
I mean, you talk about Avery, but a lot of mistakes that he's had in NA.
Fatal mistakes.
I don't have that many to share, unfortunately.
You've got a few. You've got a few. Let's not sugarcoat it.
Well, just for the sake of a formality, we'll play the game out anyway, and we'll do it by talking to the PogChamp Pandas.
Is it too good of a Huskar game, or is it too good of a Bloodseeker game? Falcons versus BetBoom, and we have some spicy pickups in the draft. Some very, very powerful heroes that are heavily enabled. But as you said, Avery, or maybe you intuited to the point that you can only rupture one hero.
That is their biggest problem this game. I'm not memeing.
Yeah.
He's good against all three cores, so you got to pick somebody, right?
Yeah.
And you can't pick them all. Maybe he's just going to end up rupturing himself. Out of frustration.
I mean, there's very possible that we get a Lotus Orb on Pango, right? It's a great Lotus Pango game. So he might end up rupturing himself. You're right.
Where did the Blade Mail tech versus Bloodseeker go? Now that we're seeing Bloodseeker back in the meta, we've seen a couple Bloodseeker Lycan matchups. Where's the Blade Mail run it off? Where'd it go? Is no one man enough anymore to do this?
I mean, he is going like Radiance first on Bloodseeker too, so his HP pool is rather low.
Exactly.
Maybe Amar will do it. Maybe he'll go Blade Mail and then into Lotus. So he is okay with being ruptured, and he's okay.
Well, no, because there's three good rupture targets, so they all have to go Blade Mail. Because if only one of them does, you just don't rupture that guy.
Well, no, the point being is he has Blade Mail for himself, and he has Lotus for other people.
But you still need one more, because that's only covering two.
All right.
You can get a second Lotus.
It's not like you're going to be showing all three of your cores in the same distance against Bloodseeker, and it's like three different doors. Which one are you going to choose?
I mean, honestly, rupturing Huskar is pretty useless as well, so...
Yeah.
You're only looking at two.
Well,
but yeah, I think GPK is going to have a miserable time here.
He does the tree plant, which is only really clever and cute when you're trying to prevent that final hit from coming in. As it stands, it doesn't stop what is currently happening, which is Malrina's running at him. So Godspeed, GPK.
The one thing this Huskar will do is it'll make the... Okay, well...
Double kill for crit to start out the game.
And people just don't care about these couriers. I was about to say, it should make Pure's lane better. As bad as GPK's lane's going to be, the Huskar getting himself low should help the Bloodseeker lane. That's not a completely one-sided laning pick, but yeah, this Shaker's going to have a lot of ground to make up, put it that way.
Yeah, okay, so he has a very free lane, but how is the Bloodseeker's lane? He's got a Lich versus Shadow Shaman Pango. I know you're a big Shadow Shaman fan.
Huge.
I've been playing a decent amount of Shadow Shaman in pubs. I feel like it feels pretty good. There are some heroes that it's just like, okay, I never get to use my passive against the foul play deal, but all around, I feel like the hero's in a pretty good spot.
I think this hero's strong. His lane's not weak at all anymore. His issue is, honestly, it's the itemization, in my opinion. It's not really the hero. It's just what do you build on him to be useful?
Snaking, first blood on the table here for Save, and he does manage to get it. And thanks to the Aphotic Shield, they can get a double kill. Save walks away with a huge amount of gold off of a first blood and 2 kills. He is... I wish he would do the taunt.
That's just a big misplay.
Gold.
Big misplay from the king. Dropped his crown or something, because he was out in no man's land. There's no way Zeus should die first on this lane versus, you know, it's a triple melee lane out of the 4. He's the only ranged hero with a really strong stat line.
Well, they run it right back to try and kill Miro, and they will be able to get him with the blood grenade, it looks like, or the hots.
That's honestly another bad death. Like, you're just giving the momentum straight back to them. Man, what a weird lane for both teams here.
Yeah, like, Save, did he really have to go all the way back to base?
I think that's fine. I think you just chill with the Abba for a little bit, right?
Oh, I see. He had to go back to base to give GPK the refill on the bottle and maybe make a move here on
nice
Malrine.
block.
Malrine blocked in by the Fisher. Save's going to man up and try and finish him off. GPK is quite low. He commits and gets the kill. He will die to the incendiary burn, but got the kill first, got the experience. Big win for Betboom.
Yeah, and Save gets to hold that wave there, so he's not missing XP. The wave's still going to be on his hill. The only downside of this is ganking these Huskar like Viper lanes don't even feel good because the guy just comes back and the lane's still bad, right?
Yeah.
So you don't actually skew it to your favor at all, but it's big XP for Save here. And of course, getting anything for GPK does feel nice. Him getting that XP before he dies is a big boon.
And they're going to go again. Okay, never mind. There is a sentry out.
Yeah, you only get him once with that.
True. Well, the problem is he is still behind in experience, even though he got the kill first. Which means very likely he will die again at some point to Huskar being level 6.
Yeah, that's the issue. The gank just doesn't change the situation for him. So now it's a question of what Save can do on the map. With the extra XP, he's going to go back bottom. It's still a tough lane for them to fight into, though. Again, double melee hero into the Slark. Falcons are just going for lane domination here, and if they get out ahead in the first 5 or 10 minutes, they are a team that often can close that out.
And this is also a position where support Zeus actually looks pretty good in lane, right? When you are outranging the double melee heroes, combined with the fact that he's got this facet, the live wire, so he's doing extra damage on all of his hits.
That's why I was surprised that he was the first to go down out of all 4. That just should not have happened.
Well, it's like you were talking about. It's too good of a Bloodseeker game. Maybe it was too good of a lane for Zeus. And, you know, when you're in too good of a lane, you overplay it, get too aggressive.
I mean, there's some truth in that. Like, people don't like to talk about Falcon's weakness because they've been dominant for a long time. But when the meta is too good for them, it turns bad.
Is the meta good for them? Crit gonna be in some trouble here.
No,
he still has the foul play, though, so he's not going to die. They do have the extra movement speed on Pure, but he doesn't want to commit and wrap it around. On the other side is Snaking. They're both quite low here, both the Bloodseeker and the Lich. They need to commit to one or the other. Maybe they can actually get both. The Swashbuckle helps clean up the second kill. Snaking will die, putting Save on a killing spree. But the important thing is a 2-for-1 trade to the favor of Falcon.
Pure was trying to heal off creeps. He had Fairy Fire, didn't even pop it. I don't know if he lives there, but it's very close. Very awkward fight. I mean, that is a fight that you expect this Bloodseeker to clean up with how much thirst he has in this early game.
He's got a Swashbuckle. Can Katomi get there in time? He's got him. Sinister Gaze pulls him back, stops his TP. That's going to be Amar hurting real bad. Miro is left alone in lane, though. So the downside for Falcons, Amar's going to have to run back out to lane, but Miro likely to die, and even if he doesn't die, he is completely zoned out of lane here.
He looks...
Yeah, Skeeter,
mega blocked.
He needs to get a hit in order to get the stat. Might be able to get to, yeah, he gets him off the creep wave.
Okay.
But, I mean, he doesn't get the experience for it.
I mean, both teams will take that, honestly. It's really good for Slark, and I mean, Miro's in a 1v2, so
yeah.
What do you got? What do you want the guy to do? These lanes are just kind of crumbling. That boom team here is... You got to win at least one of them. Convert something in this early game to your favor so you don't feel super far behind. I guess the Bloodseeker's doing okay still. That was the one lane that was pretty safe for them. But the tower pressure is going to start to ramp up here. Wisdom Rune Steal would be amazing here. That would absolutely let you fight into this mid game even though your Shaker's behind.
It would. And I think he gets it kind of guaranteed unless you get just the perfect lightning bolt timing. But now that he's got the sentry out, he's going to spot save. Amar is going to help back this play up, so no Wisdom Rune Steal.
pretty hard to steal this rune against Falcons, I think. They tend to protect it pretty well.
We do have level 6 on the Huskar, so expect GPK to either bait out a situation where the Huskar goes on him, or he just jungles, trying to get his level 6. Crit is going to be gone on inside the triangle as the foul play goes off, but they still have the damage thanks to the Frost Armor that goes out. Snake King will try and help them get a return kill, but now they're out of stuns.
I mean, you only got that lightning bolt.
Yeah,
better use it well.
And he misses the bounty hunter too, so now he's out of mana. Save coming back just to be a little bit more annoying.
This is so clowny. He has Urn.
Could he actually kill him here? Shuriken goes out, but he's got the raindrop.
I mean, yeah, now that we look at it, their stuns are really limited. Kind of the downside of this Huskar pick as well. You didn't get that control or initiator out of mid, so you are really dependent on, I guess, Shaman Shackle and Lightning Bolt.
They have Rolling Thunder too.
Well, I mean, that assumes the Pango doesn't get ruptured here, as they are just getting run down with the numbers mid. Can't cluster cluck that.
No.
I guess
he will eventually die. I don't think you want to complete that TP snaking. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not too surprised. When you're in that Huskar matchup, you know at some point in time the enemy team is going to try and bring multiple heroes to try and punish the Huskar, and they not only get the Huskar, but they just run down multiple heroes after that.
They're staying around. I mean, you have a Baden 6. You have numbers here still.
It's another to the other side of the Fissure. Does manage to get a little bit of hop to the other side. Kataomi going to be in some trouble here. Malrine going after him, but he is outnumbered. Where are the rest of the Falcons here? Here comes Amar. Amar with the Rolling Thunder. He immediately gets ruptured up. Malrine does manage to get that one kill. Trying to get away from the Bounty Hunter. These final hits that come in. A lot of damage from Skeeter. He does a lot of AoE damage there. Miro finally has to pop his ultimate while Save dips into the trees trying to get out of here. Miro is still up, making a run for it. Meanwhile, I think their tower might die to creeps.
They'll get the deny here. At least that's going for them. But
yeah.
Another incredibly awkward fight for Falcons. They lose the Huskar again. Third death for Malrine here in that early game. He just never got to the armlet before they brought the fight to him. Super heads-up timing plays from BetBoom team here as the Bloodseeker's on top, which is what you want. This is a game he can do a lot of work in the fights. You rupture the Pango, you go on somebody else. He's basically 1v2ing the cores.
I'll take that.
Did this Huskar get enough done in this game to justify the last pick here?
I mean, I'm going to say 2 deaths is 2 deaths in lane, now a third one. Yeah, I don't think he got enough done. No.
So now you have to just kind of play this game out and hope you can match the scale of BetBoom team, because it doesn't look like you're running them over. I mean, something could shift drastically here in the next 10 minutes, but you're at the 10-minute mark. The early games, the laning phase is over, and you're down net worth lead with a last pick Huskar. Somewhere, AUI is sweating right now.
Amar, he doesn't actually go down into the river area. Crit is going to come in. Chain Frost bounces over to Crit. Save's going to join him here. Tries to get the stun right before the Rolling Thunder. Secures the kill. 6-11. BetBoom taking a larger lead.
Yeah, perfect timing from Save. He has been everywhere this game. 4-0-6 on this bounty.
He's crushed.
Absolutely dominating and salvaging this early game. The BetBoom team. And he's going fast Vessel. So
yeah,
all this gold,
nice.
Man, it is going to pay off so well this game, because there is no Dispel.
I mean, even just the stats that he has right now, 1,200 plus HP. He's going to be on their side of the map constantly, and they may not be able to punish him for that just because he has so much to work with. Amar, meanwhile, not the Blade Mail, not a fast Lotus or anything, is still going to be going the Echo Saber, which is the trend.
And Falcons are gearing up to scale all these cores, so they can go late. But we did see the Blink arrive for GPK, and you have all that bounty XP with track already up, so
yeah,
I could see BetBoom team just try and fight here in the next few minutes. Bring the Bloodseeker in at the end of the skirmishes, bring the tracks in.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Skeeter's willing to stay down here with the Bloodseekers in the lane, ready to set up. Oh, Pounce runs into the Bounty Hunter. Bad situation for Skeeter, still has his ultimate. Uses that to try and get the extra movement speed to get away, but he no longer has a Pounce, so that Fissure block will be fatal. Surrounded in the trees, BetBoom bring 5 to the bottom lane and get the kill on the carry.
Yeah, I mean, that's a gank right there.
Yeah.
That's a gank and a half. They got him. I mean, more gold towards this fast Vessel. And they are likely to get the tower as well. Falcons are not going to contest that.
Yeah, they haven't lost a tier 1, by the way.
Yeah.
Significantly winning this tower advantage. Again, versus the last pick Huskar, you're very happy with that situation.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
If you can get another good fight out of this top tier 1, you're going to be really happy.
This is so aggressive from Kataomi. Like, all right, it sets up the Echo Slam, though. GPK comes in, a quick knockout punch to the Shadow Shaman. Now Amar is still going to try and claim these kills.
No, there's
but with
nothing to get
GPK
here.
with an amp damage, he does not want to challenge that guy, and he protects Kataomi from any reversal.
That was a beautiful bait. All according to plan here.
It really was.
And the lead continues to grow here. Falcons do not have answers right now on the map. Having issues getting these lanes out. Like, if you can't get your mid lane out versus a Lich, and that's all you see, you're in trouble. This is also the daytime interval, so Skeeter's not helping you D-ward as effectively or, you know, get a vision advantage. They're just going to smoke the Slark Shaman bottom, but this is, again, a daytime Slark smoke. Yeah, you ran into a hero.
Might be able to get him. Fisher to hell. Oh, no, it blocked him in. Well,
I mean,
you did him dirty, but he was probably dead anyway.
That was funny, though.
It was funny.
That's a classic BetBoom team move right there. It's like, I think I can make it, guys. No, you are dead. Pay for your sins.
Stay behind.
Somebody has to die.
Somebody, no. Nobody has to die. No, somebody has to die.
Is that where you asked GPK, yo, what happened to Kataomi? He couldn't make it out, guys. I don't know what happened. He got ganked, man. He just couldn't make it.
Radiant are scanning.
Dive coming in the top lane. Amar, he's got some wand charges to work with.
They're just getting poked down. And all the time this is happening, that Radiance for the Bloodseeker is basically done.
Yeah.
I mean, Pure's going to be a beast here. He has Frost Arm to go with it. Rupture onto Skeeter, but he'll just TP. Still, it's map pressure. You're forcing a lot of heroes back to base here. You're cleaning up the waves. And you have that Vessel for the Bounty Hunter online, so I think any fight looks pretty good for you right now. You need more survivability if you're Falcons.
Yeah, at this point, it's just about finding the opening. Falcons, they're going to kind of turtle up, grouping a whole lot of heroes in the same area. Of course, they're getting constant information on Malrine anyway, because he's always low enough that the Bloodseeker's getting vision of him.
I mean, that's why this matchup's so nice. It increases your move speed, your vision, your farm rate, just passively. So good. Huskar needs to dominate the early game so you can start snowballing, get Roshan. So, okay, if you see him, even if your Bloodseeker's amp, so what? I'm playing a faster game. This game has not been faster.
Yeah, look how slow this move is from Falcons trying to get this safe lane tower, but they are going to get Miro in the process.
I mean, the help is coming.
Are coming in. It's going to be broken by Amar, so they might be able to get a situation where they outnumber some BetBoom here for a little while. Echo Slam comes out on the side. Malrine is dead already. Gone. Enchant Totem knocks him out. Now they can use the Rupture to counter the Slark as well, so he's not going anywhere, and now it's just cleanup.
This game is spiraling fast. At least ATF will get something here, but these are all track kills as well.
I mean, he's going to die for it as well. Is this going to be a wipe? They're going to lose all 5 of their heroes, perhaps? The only hope is Crit doesn't die to the Bounty Hunter.
Got the track on him. He has another Vessel charge. Yeah, he's got him here.
He's got to grab him. That might heal him enough to keep him alive, but at the same time, that just means another Shuriken's coming his way. All 5 heroes of Falcons die. Couldn't even get... I mean, I guess the safe lane tower did go down, but...
That is a brutal gold loss. 3K gold in the BetBoom team's pocket there. As the tracks rain in, and I mean, we were talking about how fast this Radiance for the Bloodseeker is. That's the perfect fight for Pure. He finishes Radiance, gets to join a fight, cleans up everybody.
Oh, no, save. He's got so much HP now. They're going to still jump in, try and take this one. Malrine
no Abba
with
ult.
no Echo Slam and no Abba ult. Yeah, BetBoom get a little over-aggressive while ults are on cooldown.
That was very greedy.
They almost lost GPK, too.
I mean, he ran in there with half HP, no ult. They also almost got blocked again on that thing. They were all body blocked next to a fissure in that little choke point.
Yeah.
Own worst enemy right now. Like, look at this clump. What?
What is happening?
I mean, it's a good thing the Falcons don't have the best AoE to punish that.
Yeah, imagine you had a black hole there or something.
Yeah.
Or you had Ravage from 10 years ago.
Or a functioning Pangolier that isn't auto-counter.
That's also true. Imagine the Pango had Blade Mail and he just rolled through all of them while Blade Mailing
that
a
would be so sick.
Yeah, that'd be nasty.
Instead, he's going to get the Aghanim Shard, which can help a little bit. Helps against the Blood Right. So you can roll up, dodge that.
I mean, the thing is,
stops the
even
movement.
if the Pango can deal with the Rupture and he's not dying, you still have to run Huskar and Slark into this guy. And right now, that part of the fight doesn't look as simple either. So that's the concern here, is you have to start building answers to Bloodseeker with Lich Armor on top of him, with Abaddon Shield behind him, with Track Vision, so he's likely not getting jumped first. You have to find solutions to that kind of team fight, regardless of what the Pango's doing.
I mean, frankly, I think they have no answers to a Bloodseeker that is BKB for like the next 10 minutes. Now, maybe they can catch him and he doesn't get off the BKB, but he's got an Abaddon on his team.
I mean, who's catching him, right?
Yeah.
You got a Tranquil Boot Shaman. Maybe Crit has the best angle of his career, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
that's what I talk about. The downside of Shaman is the itemization. It comes really slowly. Your first one is the most impactful, but you kind of have to choose. Are you getting greedy and trying to build a full blink? Are you going more defensive with Glimmer? The shard isn't as good as it used to be in terms of the raw farming potential. You need Aether Lens on this hero. Like, that's the best feeling item, but it's even more greedy than Blink or Glimmer. At least you got Eye of the Vizier. That's pretty... You know what actually hurt Shaman, man?
Radiant's top tower is
You know what the
under attack.
biggest nerf to Shadow Shaman was?
Here comes the Shaman, right?
Tumbler Toy.
Are scanning.
Okay.
That was the item that made Shaman in the meta for like 2 days back in 2022. And they removed it. Why?
Yeah, they gave a little hop, just that extra bit of distance was enough.
They should just give that to Shaman innately, to be honest. They gave it to Zeus.
Let's not do that. Not every hero needs mobility, man.
No, but Shaman does. I'll tell you that much. This hero desperately needs something. I agree. Not every hero does, but some of the worst.
Amar has stockpiled 2,500 gold.
Yeah, he's saving it for next game. It's eco battle here, you know. He's gonna save it for the next round.
Yeah, there is no interest in Dota 2, unfortunately.
He's just saving it for an off buy next round.
Okay.
These games look a little rough.
Snaking tries to push forward and check out the Roche pit. He's dead.
He got messed up.
Gets his body slung across the battlefield.
Man, you did not get the first Aegis in this game. That BKB's already done. I mean, Pure is just a monster. You do not want to touch this guy for 15 more minutes in this game. I think that's ideal for your Falcons. Just split the map, push the side lanes in, TP out if they try and catch you. It's full rat mode from here.
Is Amar going Lotus?
Radiant's top tower is
Like,
under attack.
he saved up 3,200 gold at this point. Like,
I mean, I don't even know, dude. I think you have to just play to scale.
oh, we didn't get it off the Rolling Thunder. Gets off the shield crash, though, and all the creeps did die, so there's no Chain Frost bounce around. He is making a run for it with the Rolling Thunder. He still has his TP. He'll be good.
See, that's the kind of play you need more of. Ratting this game out, getting them to overcommit. You're getting the other 2 lanes in. You're getting a lot of farm. You're winning the net worth right now.
You mean the 30-second window?
But imagine you do that 8 times in a row. Now you're looking at a, 4-minute window.
Yeah. Falcons are going to do their classic, put 3 cores on 3 different parts of the map.
Hey, look, net worth lead just went to 7.
Get back to 8.
I mean, you know, you can't keep it up all the time. Yeah, what are you laughing at, Austin?
Nothing. It's you know, the first day of DreamLeague.
Yeah, we got a long league ahead of us, Austin.
Long league, indeed.
Can't blow it all on day one.
Rupture on Skeeter. He's immediately going to pop his ultimate and stay out of the Blood Right. But he does have his shard, so he can replant and stay here for a little while longer. Malrine is going to try and go for the kill on Pure. That's obviously not going to work for him, though.
Smashed in the face.
He really did get smashed. Blood Right goes out. It'll hit crit while he chases after Snaking. They'll collect both support kills.
I'm surprised they tried to take that fight at all. I mean, they had the Ballering BKB, but honestly, what does it do for you here, right? I don't think BetBoom's team's lineup cares about this Huskar BKB at all.
No, not at all. They have the physical damage. Falcons do not.
Should have kept ratting. All I have to say about that one. These 5-on-5s are not favorable. Also, your team fight is just not that great.
No, it's pretty bad.
Like, you're going into Shaker or Lich with a bounty who can scout and Abaddon who can frontline. There's no way you're really getting a good target to jump with your Shaman Zeus. You don't have the AoE to punish a clump.
Yeah, the only way... You really enjoyed that one. The only way that they could possibly ever win a team fight is they have Rolling Thunder, and Rupture is used on somebody else, and Amar didn't have Rolling Thunder for that fight.
And you gotta catch heroes before they get spells off.
Yeah.
Like, that Rolling Thunder has to hit 2 or 3 heroes. Your other cores commit, you pop BKBs. I think the Depth Shroud will also help here. I don't know, you need more damage, man.
Dire are scanning.
Ag's done now for Pure.
They're gonna take your Tormentor.
Or will they?
I mean, maybe this is that Rolling Thunder opportunity. Oh, okay, they know what's coming.
Or do they?
Oh, I'm pretty sure they do.
Or
Rolling
do they,
Thunder does
Austin?
hit the two of them, start things off. Immediately the Rupture goes out, but he's already stopped it, and they commit for the kill on the Bounty Hunter. Backing forth into Pure here. Another shield crash, roll up. Pure's actually a little bit low. There goes the Echo Slam to finish off one. And Skeeter gets down to about half HP. Sees a lot of heroes that are low. Pure's running around like a maniac. Finally loses his Aegis. Do they have the control? Crit's ready to go, but so is the Abaddon. So Crit has got to wait out the Aphotic Shield, wait out the Blood Right as well before he gets in the disables onto Pure and finish them off. They get that kill, trades off their carry. Now Snake King goes for more.
He's completely out of mana here. Yeah, just no chase potential, but that is a great fight for Falcons. Taking out the Bloodseeker twice. No easy task. You look at these damage numbers. It's all Pure versus Maureen here. Maureen gets to finally stay alive for a full fight. Exactly what you want, since he's basically your highest DPS at this point, unless Slark gets like 30 stacks.
Yep.
So that's huge. And you defended your Tormentor. Big turnaround here. And like we talked about, it was...
Tormentor is too powerful for you, Falcons.
What can you... I mean, honestly, you take that. You gotta just go with it, you know?
You should have given it to BetBoom.
That's right, they might have killed themselves on it.
Oh, dear. Who even got it?
Zeus.
Oh, my God. It was worthless.
Yeah, it was genuinely worthless. Never mind. That was terrible.
That was so bad. Oh, they had this window. They could have pushed out lanes. Instead, they went back to do Tormentor and died to it.
I mean, you get to heal, you know? And you put it on cooldown. That's the important part. Now the Tormentor's running the cooldown, and then you get a good shard later.
Yeah. Which shard is that?
You get a good shard later, Austin. That's what it's about.
Okay, all right. Sure.
Honestly, that fight was all ATF. Like, he found a Rolling Thunder that had massive impact, caught 2 heroes on that choke point on the stairs. That's the dream scenario. So that is the type of fight you can win that we mentioned, but...
Yeah, I mean, he also drew the aggro of, like, he got ruptured, but was still able to, like, roll up and stop some of the damage for a while. Still got a couple more hits in after that. And then he even got Echo Slammed. They finished him off with an Echo Slam, so they actually dropped a number of ultimates on him.
The Abaddon also got proc during that ult, so you really used a lot.
Yeah. I will say, them jumping the Bounty Hunter first, I didn't think it was going to be that good for them.
It takes the Vessel out of the fight, which isn't as big a deal anymore since you have BKB on Huskar, but I don't know. I think they just wanted an easy target to bring down, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know how easy he is, but easier. Well, some life for Falcons in this game.
A little bit.
You're pushing towards them Shaman items. That's all it's about, you know?
Yeah, he's got the Glimmer Cape, and there is no Glimmer Cape on BetBoom, so...
That's true. And according to everything I've heard for the last week, that means they're auto win.
Yeah.
If there's no Phantom Assassin in the game, then it's all about how many Glimmer Capes.
Well, how many Glimmer
Each
Capes
team.
equal Phantom Assassin?
Too many. You need like 6 Glimmer Capes to
that's
make one
doable.
Phantom Assassin.
Put one on your courier.
But your courier can't use it.
It's still intimidating.
I don't think it is at all.
Enemy's going to be thinking, what are they doing with that one, you know? Then their mind's on that, and you jump them.
Well, this is the first time.
Drunken Dota technique.
First time in 20 minutes, I feel like, that Falcons has been on the enemy side of the map. They pop Thunder God's Wrath to get some idea of what Bedboom is up to. They see them all around the mid lane. And so they will rat out some more waves bottom.
Yeah, this game is getting stalled a bit.
It is. Snake King's going to cut this wave. They already killed another wave. Pure's going to try and go for the kill. Does manage to get it.
Radiant are scanning.
Quick blink away, roll up, and Rolling Thunder! He's out.
Yep, another type of play you're looking for here. The tip will come out.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Now, like, all this attention to the bottom side of the map. Malreen's already pushing out top, and they're still there. They're still lurking in the shadows. They're going to cut another wave. So Bedboom haven't even kicked them out of this side of the map yet.
It's very tough to catch the Pango and Slark on the sidelines. You kind of just have to make a choice of pushing in a lane, going high ground, or taking Roche when it's up.
And it looks like they're going to opt for having to poke at the mid lane. If Malreen was to have pushed forward, they certainly would have gone for that dive. Rupture and just all in him.
Insta-jump anybody who shows here, basically.
But instead, Snake King is going to try and clear out the creeps. They're going to pop the glyph. I mean, they are pushing out these other lanes. Bedboom, are you sticking around for another wave? They're just committed. They feel like they're just much stronger than Falcons. Falcons can't take the straight up fight. Mars going to blink in, though. Quick shield crash immediately gets ruptured.
It's a very early
he's
one.
back with the tier 4s. Bedboom, they can't commit for the barracks in time. Rupture's going to be on cooldown now. And this is a fight. Falcons, oh no!
What a grab.
Skater, he got caught midway through the leap by Kataomi with a 6 Sinister Gaze.
The Slark is not that elusive.
What a grab. Just completely halts his momentum from the pounce.
Yeah,
Despite that pickoff, they don't keep it going.
They don't have Rupture, right?
Yeah.
They don't want to take a fight into the high ground versus a free Rolling Thunder.
And I guess maybe the possibility of buyback.
I think you maybe could have pushed that, but at the same time, you have to be thinking about next Roshan. That's what ends the game here, not a lane of racks. So I actually don't mind this back off.
And they will be the ones in turn to get map control with the mid lane. Continue to push in by the shuriken throws, and then they deal with top. And they will eventually cycle down to bottom lane to take Roche.
There are 2 Glimmer Capes now on the side of Falcons. And a Solar Crest, which is like half a Glimmer Cape.
Yeah, yeah.
To 0 on the side of Bedboom. Well, they have a Solar Crest.
Well, they have Friendly
gem.
Shadow, which is kind of like Glimmer Cape.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually what stunned the Zeus bottom. They had
Yeah.
the Invis on the Bloodseeker.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You got to be thinking about these random Invis heroes. Kind of an annoying spell to keep track of.
Smoke for smoke. Falcons push to the Roshan pit. Bedboom stay around mid.
I would be surprised if Bedboom chase here, though, when you have this mid wave going in.
Yeah, you should get the information of Falcons first, right? They're going to push straight into a high ground war. This could be good for Falcons. Miro's going to be the first one to break it, though. Malreen immediately going to be ruptured. Has to use BKB. What a Rolling Thunder hit. He's able to chain it a little bit. Pure is committing, though, with his BKB, trying to finish on Malreen. Malreen does manage to get a little bit of Glimmer Cape from the toggle, but not the second time. He does go down. Pure is just too strong. Skeeter, he eventually will die out here as his ultimate can only last for so long. Ultra kill for Pure.
God damn.
They just ran into him.
Yeah.
Didn't matter.
I mean, screw information when you have this Bloodseeker who just runs in, pops everything, and deals 7,000 damage and kills all your cores. And that's it. They Echo Slammed the BKB Huskar. Didn't even matter. Honestly, GPK probably could have gotten some lunch and they win that fight.
I agreed.
I think Pure just 1v3'd it.
I think they really didn't need almost anybody else in that fight. Pure just...
maybe. I mean, hell of a Bloodseeker game, you know?
Hell of a Bloodseeker game. Apparently, it's just good enough.
And that was a free Rolling Thunder fight.
It was. If only he could have like chained it, but I guess the BKB would always go off on the Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker's never getting bursted there unless you can Shaman Hex him or something, but even then, Abba can just ult shield him.
Yeah.
To guarantee BKB. That's the annoying part of this game.
It would have to be something really weird where the Rolling Thunder keeps the Baden chain stun so he's not able to get off his ultimate and shields in time.
And then maybe GPK like fissure blocks the Baden off from the fight.
Right, yeah.
You got another one of those coming your way. Why is it always Bedfrom team that's some weird self-creep? You remember the Toronto-Tokyo egg? Nightfall in the previous version?
No. Oh,
we put the Ursa in the egg.
Yeah, that was a bad one.
It's always
this
this team, man.
I mean, to be fair, Bet-Boom's usually the one to die to Tormentor. This time Falcons did it, so.
Well, that's because they fought him off of it. They
Right.
fought for the right. We're the only ones who die on our Tormentor, okay?
It's like some weird right to get to Valhalla. You have to die to the Tormentor.
Oh, Roshan going down. No contest here. That'll be Banner Aegis. And an Abyssal being built for Pure, so. He just wants to run in, pop everything, Abyssal this Huskar. You probably kill him.
Abyssal Blade for Skeeter as well, which he is just about to pick up, so. His damage is really not going to be that threatening, but... Or, excuse me, sorry. Let's look at the wrong hero.
Yeah, I was about to say. He's going for the Ags. But I don't think he's going to get it before this push comes in.
Not even sure if the Ags does that much for him.
I don't know if Carry Slark does that much in general.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
All right, well, he's walking up with 4,500 HP. Thanks to his blood shield. What are you going to do about it? Hold on, he's got to gobble down some mangoes real quick. And back to the high ground push. Banner down, Falcons no way to really hit it. Crit trying to stall, but at this point in time, it almost looks like Falcons is maybe just going to give this up, trying to slow them down. Miro's going to commit. Harpoon gets the grab onto Malrine. Glimmer Cape trying to back him away. Abyssal Blade commitment. Echo Slam goes out. They cannot stop this.
Yeah, okay, well.
If they want to kill something on Falcons, they can ensure it.
Does have buyback here. Saved a lot of gold.
And Falcons
doing a lot, but
they brought their heroes back. Both Amar and Skeeter were out in the map farming away. They're back now, so kind of got to take the fight. Bet-Boom will just keep pushing.
They finished a nullifier for ATF. That's the biggest item they're getting here to try and swing something.
Yeah, see if they can deal with the blood shields. Here comes the disables. Trying to deal with Miro. Do manage to get some stuns. Pure gets off his BKB. Throws out the rupture. But Malrine with the commitment. Turn around and Abyssal Blade. Immediately trying to stun up the Huskar. A commitment. Pure is healing too much. This blood mist is just destroying Falcons. Wait, a little bit of turnaround. And Skeeter's able to do enough to take the first light. But Falcons have to be able to reset now. GPK hot in pursuit. Takes out Amar. One final swing, now a pullback from Kataomi, and here comes Pure just to wreck through Falcons and take him out of this fight.
Oh man, that Bloodseeker was way too good in that game, and if you don't snowball those lanes off that last pick Huskar with some cheese, you end up in these team fights that are just not favorable for your cores at all. You needed more utility in this game, and I think that's where if you're the ones getting Roshan, if you're getting second lives, if you're getting Lotus Orbs and Glimmer Capes and whatever, and you can go in that fight and stall out the burst coming out from that Bloodseeker, maybe those fights can be okay for you, but when you fall behind like that, man, it is very rough. Props to save in that early game.
Oh, yeah.
Because that early game could have been really bad, but that Bounty Hunter salvaged like 2.5 lanes. You sacrificed the Abaddon lane, but honestly, that's the correct decision, because who cares about Abaddon in this game, right? He's just shield. His items don't matter. I think correct decisions all around from saving the early game and Pure in the team fights, and that's kind of what we expect from this team, right? Those two players to be the bulwark for the strategy, at least, in terms of how it comes together. And they shined here, and not a bad start for a team that has looked very shaky in the last month.
Those first two deaths for Malrine,
those were brutal.
Those were very brutal. I don't know if he just needed to play a little bit more passive in that lane, or if the supports should have been rotating more towards mid. Play around this Huskar if he has that advantage, but as it stands, I feel like that that gave away. They were supposed to. Falcons needs the laning phase advantage to be able to
Or like
win
my
this game.
boy Surge says, wake up.
True.
That's all you got. That's all you had to know.
I mean, I had to. I was saying Surge. Isn't it Serge?
I always pronounce it. Maybe it is Surge.
Wake up! Tsunami! Wake up! Wake up! Oh, worry, they're on their way.
Are we witnessing the downfall of Falcons, by the way?
I don't know. Maybe. It's possible.
Well, let's hear what Neil has to say about the downfall of Falcons from their highs in the mountains where the Falcons glide.
It's underway after they grab a brush and put on a little makeup. There we go. That's what they were hoping for. Turns out that if you give Bloodseeker a lot of rupture targets, it's not a bad thing. It just means that he'll kill more people.
And he also like really limited his opponent's options. Like there was multiple fights where he'd like rupture a guy and they'd be like, okay, you have to stand still for 7 to 11 seconds or whatever the heck the number is. And that made their engagements a lot easier. But yeah, the bounty rotations definitely helped a lot. It made things less bad. The Shadow Shaman, like Crit did his best, I think, but he felt limited as well. It's just a lot of things didn't go quite amazing for Falcons in these fights.
You sound out of breath there,
Excellent
Kev.
summation.
Maybe it's because I jogged to do my job because Neil led me astray.
I would do no such thing.
He's like, let's go through the door that says do not use this door, and then it didn't open.
I'm illiterate. I can't
So we
read.
had to go the other way.
Thank you for tanking the out of breath monologue while I caught my
Yeah, no
breath.
problem. That's what I'm here for.
All right then, Effie, now that you have a clear head and a calm BPM heart rate, are we witnessing the downfall of Falcons? Yet again, they're ace in the whole Huskar. They've relied on this time and time again. Maybe not even rely. Maybe it was just like a flex kind of thing where they're like, we'll beat you with Huskar. It's not even that difficult. And now, with this absolute trump card completely ruined, is it downfall time?
I mean, every time Falcons loses, people are like, is this the downfall of Falcons?
Correct.
Right, so it's been
That's
a year.
what I'm
of,
wondering.
Could this one be the downfall? I think that was just an incredibly well-played game by Bedboom, and also it was not the ideal Huskar game. Like, you're talking about Huskar versus Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker will always see you because you're playing on low HP. Like, if your lane goes poorly in any capacity and you don't hit your timings on Huskar, you don't have map control in that game.
And even a lot of the times that he manned up, if you're not playing from a little bit ahead on Huskar, he's just less scary. Because it felt like most of the times he's fighting, he's sitting at like 30, 40% HP at the start of the fight, fighting a guy with full HP who has BKB, who's the same level as him. And then it just becomes like a can Huskar get a kill before he dies type situation. And sometimes he did, but it's not always like a consistent thing that you get to trade out your life for one or two heroes. And then it's like you're defending towers. Huskar wants to be the guy pressuring towers with his team behind him. It just really changes the whole equation.
Yeah, and we even saw like the free scouting on Huskar. Like, it gave Bedboom the Roshan timing that Huskar himself wants to play for. They see him on low HP, farming the triangle. They know that it's an easy Roshan. They're not going to be contested. Like, little things like that make it so that Huskar never really has his entry into the game. But I mean, overall, I think Avery summed it up pretty well. The Bounty Hunter was the saving grace of the early game for Bedboom. It made way too much happen, and it shut down that Huskar.
And he's also able to do more of that free scouting, but then there's some scouting that you need to pay for, like what we're going to see with the Kadia award of the game with Fear.
Yeah, absolutely. For the Kadia award of the game, it is going to also feature the Bounty Hunter, but he is not the ward in this one. But they did have a great ward inside of the Dire Triangle here, and this allowed them to set the tempo of the game. This is what Bounty likes to do. He can get the deep wards into the triangle. They end up killing the Shadow Shaman for the 20th time here. He goes down with the Blood Grenade, and now there's no detection to see this Bounty Hunter, which is the first mistake. Kadomi realizes the Bolt is used as well. He can just TP out. Well, Bolt's down. You can just run to the north. No detection on anyone. The Bolt misses here as well. He runs out. And that was pretty much the name of the game. Just Bounty being a pest the entire game, placing that deep vision and allowing them to get good plays.
Thank you very much, Fear, for that. Kadia award of the game, but that's just game number 1. Let's see if Falcons can get at least 1 W on the board for this first day of a Dream League Season 25 as we get ready for game number 2.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
In South Australia I was born, heave away, haul away. South Australia round Cape Horn, we're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. As I walked out one morning fair, heave away, haul away. There I met Miss Nancy Blair, we're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. I shook her up, I shook her down, heave away, haul away. Shook her round and round the town, we're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. There ain't but one thing grieves my mind, heave away, haul away. To leave Miss Nancy Blair behind, we're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. And as you wallop around Cape Horn, heave away, haul away. You wish to God you'd never been born, we're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia.
The keeper did a hunting go, under his cloak he carried a bow, oh, for to shoot at a merry little doe among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, Master, sing ye well, very well, hey down, ho down, derry derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jim a hey down down, Jim a ho down down, hey down, ho down, derry derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, the first doe he shot at he missed, the second doe he trimmed he kissed, the third doe went where nobody whist, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, Master, sing ye well, very well, hey down, ho down, derry derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down down, Tim a ho down down, hey down, ho down, derry derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, the fourth doe she did cross the plain, the keeper fetched her back again, where she is now she may remain, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, Master, sing ye well, very well, hey down, ho down, derry derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down down, Tim a ho down down, hey down, ho down, derry derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, the fifth doe she did cross the brook, the keeper fetched her back with his crook, where she is now you must go and look, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, Master, sing ye well, very well, hey down, ho down, derry derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down down, Tim a ho down down, hey down, ho down, derry derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, sixth though she ran over the plain, he with his hounds did turn her again, there he did hunt in a merry merry vein, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, Master, sing ye well, very well, hey down,
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes to make them.
Welcome back, everyone, to DreamLeague Season 25. We're getting into our 6th game of the night. But 0th win for Falcons so far.
How many DreamLeagues have there been?
I got
24.
10.
We're on the 25th.
Exactly. It hasn't happened yet, though. It's happening. You're all witness to it. And BetBoom team are witness to their 3rd win of today, because they got a 2-0 against Extreme Gaming, and the good times just keep on rolling for them. So, I'll bring it back to what our discussion was at the beginning of this entire series.
Phantom
oh my god.
Assassin.
Oh, GPK Phantom Assassin. The Falcons suck. BetBoom team. Actually, we thought that BetBoom team were on the downturn. Because we saw their placements, you said. Fissure Playground, Blast Slam 2.
I mean, technically they are, right? But they aren't like rock bottom like Falcons is right now. You know?
Oh, okay.
Someone had to say, you know. It's fine, it's time. But I think Falcons, they're in a rough spot right now.
Yeah.
I feel like they're doing well sometimes, but that's not typical of them. They're usually used to doing well all the time,
True.
right? And I think in this one, it was a little bit of a drafting kind of error, and I think that's pretty easy to fix. I do think they are still level with BetBoom team. I'm kind of looking at BetBoom and how they've been drafting. They've been drafting a lot of Vision, Bounty in 2 games, Night Stalker, Veno in the other ones. So maybe that's the key to playing this patch right now. It feels like BetBoom kind of know how to play the map right now, and Falcon's job now is to kind of stop that or either match it.
I think I have lots of excuses for Falcons because they're doing the typical, we won so many tournaments that all of our heroes got banned and nerfed, mostly nerfed. So then all these playstyles that they developed around their players, they just got weaker and weaker and weaker. And then if BetBoom team's doing stuff like playing Night Stalker carry that doesn't fit the formula that Falcons saw as like, this is what we win with and what is good, then they have to reinvent themselves. And that's going to be hard to do until
there's a new
patch. Is that even
true though? Like,
has Huskar gotten touched?
We were master tier on Slark for Skeeter. We have Grandmaster Huskar in there, Grandmaster Shadow Shaman, and we know ATF maybe Pango isn't his favorite hero, but he's been playing it a lot. I feel like they still got their heroes, right? So,
well, I think they're trying new heroes, but they didn't win with them. So maybe it's like they're grabbing new marbles out of the bag, but they're like, oh, these ones are slightly broken or
here
not.
to shut down all
right.
excuses. There's no more.
I mean, that's fine. You're allowed to, but.
I have to be the person who says, like, let's not overreact. It's day one. It's group stage 1. Like, we talking about them as if they've fallen off a cliff is just, like, dishonest. They got 3rd place at the last tournament and second place in the one before that. Like once they're hitting like worse placements than that,
I have higher standards for
everybody
these
needs
guys.
to like take a deep breath.
If you ain't first,
let
you
the-
last.
All right, you're right. I'm sorry.
Okay, then in a game one bubble where we just take things piece by piece, do you think that the last pick Huskar was overplaying their hand? Would you run that back again? Or you think that maybe the shine has come off on this hero pairing that has been so successful for Falcons for over a year?
Thing is, I don't think it was that great of a Huskar game. Like, you were against Bloodseeker. You're against a lot of, like, damage mitigation coming out of, like, Abaddon shielding off your, like, spears. You're with, like, the Lich Frost Armor. The targets you go on, if you don't have a Snow Volley start, are going to be able to punch back. And Bedboom just got off to a great start. They played the early game better. I think there are going to be situations where a Huskar last pick looks a lot better than that one, and it's going to come in different drafts, potentially.
I think there's a sub difference in that game too. I feel like the Huskar is going to look better. If we do look back on when Huskar did die, it's because Bounty Hunter made a rotation mid, right? And a lot of mid laners aren't really prepared to have a sentry ready for that rotation early on by a Bounty Hunter. But since that did come out, then all of a sudden you die once or twice as a Huskar in that mid lane. That ruins the whole momentum of how the hero is meant to be played.
And the other thing about that draft is even if the Huskar was kind of good, they still sacrificed a lot of their other heroes being countered by the Bedboom team heroes because of the Bloodseeker. So yeah, if it wasn't like the perfect Huskar pick and it didn't go so well, then the rest of the draft is going to have a harder time, which it did.
This is a true test, Neil. If they're off the cliff that you talk about, because PA has been the most
They're at the
successful
bottom.
hero
Yep.
of the day,
Tundra
and the
gets away
last
with
tournament
it.
as well. Those darn Tundra
Duraccio first picks
losers,
that. He
you know
does it
what I mean?
whatever. And
But-
he's first place every time.
So PA has looked exceptional today. It has lost twice, but perhaps in the hands of what's fair to describe as weaker teams. And now they get this very, like, it's 100% contest rate so far. If they don't win with this one, then
Excellent.
they'll be in trouble.
Rubbing my hands in
there we go.
anticipation.
All right, and by all means, like they did really solid the last couple tournaments, but if they don't make group stage 2, then it's like the cliff is gone. Like it was back there. You guys lost
We'll have to
those
start
4
looking at a
games on day
stat. Like,
one.
when's
you
the
know?
last time a Falcons in the history of their organization may have never not made it out of a group stage before?
Yeah,
Because I think
can believe that.
Kuala Lumpur was their weakest result, and I think they still got top 8 in 2023. So
Maybe
that's the cliff.
All reverse psychology here by then, because we all know you peak early on in the year, you're not going to do well later on.
True.
And they've been hungry for those big championships. So
they're setting themselves up.
They're
for
setting
TI.
themselves up for success in the long run here.
The first couple of days of group stages is where we often, especially at DreamLeague, is where we see teams that we expect to do a little bit better, maybe be a little more experimental. But as far as PA goes, it was actually Bedboom, one of the 2 teams that beat her today. It was against Extreme Gaming, and they beat her with a Dragon Knight, which I don't really consider to be a carry, that has a great matchup versus PA. She dispels it with Break, but it was because of their tempo and their early game dominance that they were able to beat the PA.
This is a hero I've wanted to see as well.
Oh,
I think you
Bloodseeker.
said, yeah, I think you
Bloodseeker.
said something really good about PA in the green room, right? I don't know if you remember about the building defensively on PA.
Yep. Yeah, just that she has so much extra damage from Methodical because it got buffed a few times that she can then spend all of her gold on defensive items instead, or like hybrid. You know, Sanjinyasha is like a little attack speed and stuff, but it's a lot of defense too. So it allows her to still have high farm speed with just a Battle Fury. She still has high damage against heroes, but then she's also hard to kill, which makes her that perfect type of hero when she can jump around. That is countered a little bit by Rupture because she won't necessarily be able to blink strike defensively if you do catch her out of position, but yeah.
But
Maybe Bloodseeker beats it.
What is the best item in the game versus Bloodseeker? Sage and Yasha, right? Because
Yeah.
like you reduce the duration of the Blood Rage there. I think throughout the history of Dota, heroes that can build defensively and still do damage have been incredibly OP. And that's where PA is at right now. You're doing so much damage without building any damage. Sure, you get your Battle Fury, which is your farming tool. That is the only damage you're really rolling with. From there, you're building defensive, S&Y, you got the Glimmer, you're going Satanic, and you just can't kill it, and you have innate evasion on top of that. This hero is just very tanky and can join fights while doing lots of damage, something she hasn't been able to do for a very long time, and that's why it looks so broken.
Yeah, I think a really good example of that was like Peak Spectre, where she would just build defensive, though technically her spells meant that the longer it takes for you to kill her, the more damage you're going to take. But I agree with your sentiment that being able to build defensive and still be the highest DPS hero on the field is unmatched.
It's been interesting that the hero didn't strike Iron a little faster because I think it was Yutoro was doing this build first out of all the players. It happened around Riyadh last year. And he was also going Sanjayasha after Battle Fury, I believe. So a little interesting that it hasn't quite been top tier until now, but yeah, it's here to stay for a week.
I think also the support rotation that was popular a few months ago is different than the one now, and they pack a bigger punch, and they were a lot more dominant on lane versus PA, which is why she didn't look as good. Like it does make a difference. Like you look at the supports now, they're mostly Invis heroes, some Bat Riders, some Warlocks sprinkled in, but these kinds of supports are quite defenseless against PA. I wanted to say that I do like Warlock with PA versus Bloodseeker conceptually, because if she gets healed, like any kind of healing you place on this PA when she gets ruptured, she'll be able to stand her ground and fight back against the Bloodseeker, which is what you want to see out of her.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I like should be good too.
5 seconds remaining.
Second phase of bans come out. The Nyx Assassin has taken out the Lich and the Magnus, which I believe was a first phase ban earlier, but now gets bumped down to phase 2. And a new support duo enters the field. Falcons pick up the Warlock and the Clockwork.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see Lycan come up. I mean, have Falcons been playing it recently? Every team has run some Lycan recently. But like when you see supports like Bat Rider that don't have a means to fight the Alpha Wolves, it just feels pretty free. It would also be good against Bloodseeker in terms of like scouting him out when he farms, being annoying.
That's true, I guess, but aren't you? But I would say you're also countered by Rupture. It feels like you can get counter kills. I feel like the pure damage is also probably not that bad against the Wolves. You can protect yourselves a little bit. I haven't played the matchup, so maybe it's not that good, but...
You're right about it being countered by Rupture, but in that case, it's a bit helpful because it alleviates pressure from the PA in the sense that she won't be the Rupture target.
That's true. And Howl would be really good with PA as well. Lowering the armor of everybody that's around your Wolves. This should be good.
But speaking of Bloodseeker, like, I was looking at the stats from the last tournament that just happened, and his win rate against PA has not been very good, even though you would expect it to be, right? Not only because of Rupture, but because of the Agnum's build. You do magic damage. You're not like hitting through her evasion, like you're hitting her with magic, which is what you need to do to kill the hero, but it seems that it didn't have that much success at the last tournament anyway.
I wonder if it'd be different if you went some, like, if you fit like a Blade Mail in there maybe? Because then when you man up and fight her all the way, that you'd have some kill potential when she doesn't have BKB.
Yeah, I still think it's really good conceptually.
Yeah, it's cool in theory. But it's a lot of percentage-based damage, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And she does have HP, but not so much that it's like counterintuitive. Like a little lifesteal and she's not going to worry about it.
I mean, the problem I have was like maybe with the old PA, Blade Mail is good because it's like random when you crit, right? Now you know exactly when you're going to do your spike of damage. It makes it a little more difficult. But yeah, I mean, Blade Mail is always going to be useful to some degree. But I still kind of look at this hero, and most of these other teams are looking in the same way. There is no direct counter to what this hero does. I think the best you can possibly do is build a strong lane and maybe shut it down the laning stage. Its laning stage still is like, it's okay, it's not bad, but it's still not incredibly strong compared to most heroes. So maybe that's where you just kind of have to start. Slow down that Battle Fury time and slow down the rest of the items, because if you do manage to get to the point where you do have all your items on a PA, it feels like it's just too hard to play against this hero. So it has to come in the early game.
And a lot of that beating her in the early game, though, typically comes from magic damage, which PAs are now solving with the Glimmer Cape.
Yeah.
And if a BetBoom team are going to go for a Sand King and a Zeus with all this magic damage, well then, Falcons feel more than content throwing a Viper into the mix, who's also more than happy to deal with magic damage.
Yeah, the Viper's interesting, because BetBoom can still flex the Zeus, potentially. If you play it core, you would have a lot of magic damage. But if you play it support, now he's going to be leaning against the Viper. That doesn't sound too good for me.
It'll probably be support. I see this matchup against Clockwork a decent amount, just because you can get away from it in the cogs. So mid Zeus has kind of lost its touch for me. Most players are playing on support right now, just because you do have that mobility. You can D-ward. You have good base damage. Just a pretty strong support overall right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's strong enough to be a mid hero right now, unless it's an incredibly niche pick. The D-wards are probably the most valuable thing about Zeus support, but also he is one of the better early game supports against PA. Like, yes, she does shred him alongside any other support at later stages, but like a max level Lightning Bolt and a Thunder God's Wrath with like any kind of stun early on, like you should have enough damage output to keep her down when you can.
10 seconds remaining.
scared there for a second.
You shouldn't be.
Okay.
Don't fear the Reaper.
How do you guys feel about Sand King?
It's going to be bad once he gets Glimmer Cape, I feel like. But before that, it has the potential to be good. Like, maybe this is the lane pressure they need.
Yeah.
Get him stuck, like, in a sandstorm, flame break him back if possible. Hopefully he doesn't just blink strike out of the whole thing.
I like the idea they're going for here for like laning pressure because they're always going to shove the lane in, and these two heroes are incredibly good. The way I look at PAs, right, you're not going to kill her by just all-inning her. She'll probably blink straight out. This lane can chase you down, or at least push in the lane so much that you're not even safe under tower because they have so much damage that can chase you down under the tower. So maybe that's what they're going for. They're just going to keep shoving the lane in. Warlock doesn't provide like that type of safety so much where you're getting dove under the tower as a lot of the other heroes. You don't really have a stun. So if they can just keep pushing the lane in, maybe go with a glyph or something, Warlock will be helpless for this PA. So maybe in that regard, it could be good. But if you do get to your item timing, of course, Glimmer is great versus these heroes, but we've kind of determined that's great versus all heroes in Dota right now.
Yeah.
So I do like the approach of like trying something new and very aggressive in the laning stage.
And a lot of the items that Sand King has been buying have been nerfed, like the team items and the aura items and the value items. So you have to kind of play a little bit more for yourself in that sense. And for that to happen, you do want to get a good start from the lane because Sand King offlane has historically been so weak.
Yes.
When he has a bad start or dies a few times. And the scary thing is about the new PA is that she's just been killing anybody on that safe lane.
But if they do get a good catch at the start of the fight with like a lasso, they have tons of magic bursts between the Sand King and the Zeus, and even like Rupture plus lasso drag would be cool. So if they can start the fight on PA, it would be, they have kill potential, so they could snowball with this.
That means that you have to dedicate all your crowd control to her, which allows the Storm Spirit to run freely throughout the team fight. That's going to be Falcon's last pick for Maulreen, and BetBoom respond with a spirit of their own with Ember Spirit for GPK.
There's a really cool concept here that Falcons have done, which is there are 3 cores. Like, if they get ruptured, they stand and they fight. Like, Storm can just zip away. He's not affected by rupture. He's never been afraid of it. Viper doesn't really move around in team fights. He just stands still and just, like, tries to get as much damage output as possible. And PA, like, she's going to reach a stage where she just pops Satanic, fights through the rupture, has the Warlock heal on her, has the support from her teammates. So they have negated that threat quite well, I think. But I also need to mention, DreamLeague, 90% win rate on PA so far. 90%. This hero is winning almost every
But who
game.
beat them? You said BetBoom team.
Yes, but it was a weaker team.
But it was BetBoom team. They solved it with a DK, right, is what you said. So maybe they have multiple strategies. I know Cap and Avery, you guys are no strangers to this Phantom Assassin Glimmer Cape that has been terrorizing tournaments. But in the hands of Falcons, is it as good?
It's over, Tsunami.
Oh, great.
Phantom Assassin picked. It's done. Falcons have already won.
I feel like I'm getting a little deja vu here, Cap.
I think it's going to lose.
Oh.
I think Phantom Assassin is the most overrated hero in Dota 2 right now.
Whoa.
I think Glimmer Cape is the most overrated item in Dota 2.
Whoa.
He doesn't believe any of those things.
And I think I'm going to be justified in these claims as we see this game unfold.
The first one I can get on board with. Glimmer Cape, most overrated. Fear, do you buy that? Most overrated item in Dota right now?
Am I on board with that?
Are you on board with that?
I'm not senile yet.
Well, I think Fear is the most overrated talent in the Dota scene. How about that? I'll add that to my claims.
Perch, thoughts on Fear being the most overrated talent?
That one's true. You got me on that one. That one's true.
Probably not true.
Probably not true. You're 0 for 2 right now, Avery. You want to go 0 for 3? What's the most overrated?
Pizza topping.
Pizza topping.
Pepperoni?
Effie, thoughts on pepperoni being the most overrated pizza topping?
Yeah, I don't eat that. So.
Yes! Yes! Really?
Pineapple is the most underrated.
Pineapple underrated?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I can't take any more of this. I know we're in Sweden, they don't understand pizza at all, but one thing they do understand is music! So let's get into game number 2 with the PogChamp Pandas.
Everybody who said Falcons is washed, they're done for, they'll never be back on top. The all chat has already begun. Amar, with a scathing piece of all chat, said hello?
Question mark.
Question mark?
Scandalous.
What does it mean? We don't know.
Scandalous.
But I'm sure BetBoom also doesn't know. They're probably shook.
All 10 Falcons haters are in shambles right now. As they wonder where is God now.
Yeah, apparently he got tipped. He got tipped by Pure.
Hello, this is Amar.
Hello? Hello, this is Whitemon.
Anyway, so I made some claims before this game. I would just
Yeah,
like
that
to
you don't
clarify for the
believe
stream
at
that
all.
I do not believe any of
You were
those.
literally just making inflammatory hot takes.
Yes. But I do think Bloodseeker is the best answer people have to this PA right now, and I think if you get that matchup, it's beatable.
But is it a good Bloodseeker game? Because they picked
not.
it against the PA, and then they got counterpicked a few times.
I mean, the key for Phantom Assassin, you just don't want to give the hero first blood.
Okay.
That's like the biggest thing, right?
Okay.
So step one, you don't give the hero first blood. You don't lose the rune battle and go into the lanes behind, because she's just going to take that advantage, and she's going to compound it into a really strong lane. Second step is you really don't want to lane into this hero when she has Warlock behind her.
Okay.
Because I think it's the strongest lane combination right now. It's a sustain hero on an Agi hero. The EHP is just off the charts, right? The aggressive potential, the defensive potential. So as long as you get past those two factors, I think you're in a pretty good spot.
Okay, well, BetBoom is screwed.
They got Sand King, though.
They got Sand King.
That's Gabe's favorite
The King
hero.
is back. Why is he back?
Feels good, man.
Does he?
I guess. I
When
don't
was
know.
the last time you played Sand King?
He's just there, you know. He pushes lanes, he kind of scales, he can frontline. He does a little bit of everything, but nothing at an
Just
insane
look
level.
how much damage you take from dagger plus a support that right-clicks you.
You know the aspect people underrate about Warlock? It's not his spells.
It's his
his
right-click?
Giant staff, Austin.
Oh.
It's the right-click. It's the kapow. Anybody who's played this hero knows he's got a very smooth and satisfying right-click compared to a lot of other ranged fives.
That is true.
And he has pretty good base damage and stats, so you start laying them in there, that's how you can tell who's a good Warlock player. Not a lot of people talk about this, Austin. Hey, Austin, let me tell you, Austin. Not a lot of people talk about this,
Okay,
Austin.
Avery.
But the sign of a good Warlock player is how many right-clicks you get in the lane phase. That's what it's about.
Is this meta commentary now?
What?
After we got off the broadcast in Game 1, Avery said, "This is the Dream League I get fired."
I didn't say that. I did not say that. For the record, I know there's people listening. I did not say that. Okay, I was quoting Jenkins, who said that earlier. Okay, it was a very different contextual conversation.
Well, that PA Warlock lane is indeed winning. Nobody is shocked or surprised by that whatsoever. Malrine versus GPK in the mid lane. Spirit versus Spirit matchup. Storm versus Ember.
Malrine's owning.
Yeah, he's
13 and
4. Pretty decent.
He's owning. And Clock Viper. Now, I feel like I haven't seen ATF play Viper in a long time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Consistently, you know, he has like the random game here or there.
Yeah, didn't we see a Viper sometime in the last like 2 tournaments?
Yeah, he played it and they lost that game. It was a pretty bad game for them. The Viper did nothing.
Is Safe gonna win this? Snaking's like, wait, I'm losing this. He backs down from the fight and he will die.
He got him.
Wow. Okay, well,
that's why you play the Sand King right there. Who's top of that chart now?
I mean, the last thing you want to do is give the Sand King lane the Lotus.
That was just an overplay. I think Falcons had full control of this. They just looked sloppy today, man. Not as crisp as they usually are.
Do you think they have looked sloppy in general lately?
Yeah, maybe a little. They're definitely not at 100%. I think even they would say that. Maybe a little burnout, maybe just a little getting grinded down, you know?
What do you mean even they would say that? Of course they would say that. The last thing they would say is that they are at 100% and still losing.
That does make some sense, but more from the standpoint of they're humble guys, you know?
Sure, I think that's the opposite, but Skeeter, everything I've seen from their all chat, humility is not peeking through the vibes here.
Yeah,
Skeeter dies yet again, and Sage's
disaster.
gonna keep going, man. Sage wants to take him out of this lane entirely, let the creep wave push in with nobody to collect.
I did say his hero's overrated, so I mean, I think we're seeing it right here. Meta's being broken as we speak. The humility of Falcons being broken as we speak. That's what I always think about when I think of this team.
Yeah.
Raw humility.
Yeah. Just nice guys with wholesome all chat.
Okay, there's some revenge, though. So both the carries kind of suffering in this game, honestly. Though Skeeter got that first blood, so he's a lot happier.
Yeah.
But man, once more, Save putting in work, dude.
Yeah, Save is going to kill the mid lane as well with the Slight. It's just enough damage for Save to commit. Surely, with the Fairy Fire, Maureen tries to strike back. Oh, and the heals go off from staking.
That was almost out of control.
Stays alive. Yeah, if he had killed Maureen there, we would have been looking at another situation where Save just kind of like single-handedly wins the game.
He's top now. He's looking for more.
And he should be able to get it. Bounces crit away from him. Both him and Katomi quite low. Neither of them dies.
I have a question for you, Austin.
Yeah, Savory.
Is Save the GOAT group stage support player?
The group stage support player. I think he's definitely one of the best 4 positions in the world. He's in my top 3 for sure. And typically, BetBoom does have some stronger group stage performances than anywhere else. So yeah, I'll back that.
Okay. I don't believe in that. I'm just just getting you to say that.
Who would be? Who's number 1 in group stage 4 position performances?
I don't know. I have to think about that. ATF getting beat, but he will get the revenge first.
And Pure is getting a little bit low, as is Kataomi. They can 2v3 this. Oh no! BetBoom, you went to the wrong lane. They tried to help out their safe lane, and all it did was just beat Amar.
There goes the GOAT group stage player. He's down, Austin.
There he goes.
I cursed him real bad.
Oh no.
Maybe just a little, maybe feeling himself too much, you know, like I can go anywhere and gank anybody. That Viper, not an easy game for the bat early. Now he's going to go back to what was going well, which is
just kill the PA, man. Kill the PA, but now Maureen is level 6. Now this is going to go terribly.
Oh my. Well, I really just completely ruined this guy's game. I'm sorry. I would like to make a...
when Save retires in shame,
Don't say
we're going to
that,
go
dude.
back to this moment right here where Avery single-handedly killed his career.
That cannot be on me. No, I would like to say a formal apology because obviously something went horribly wrong here, but I'm not going to take responsibility for 6 months from now. That's way too much.
Amar slowed down, fighting for the Wisdom Rune. Katomi gets the jump away. GPK here to collect on the kill. Katomi's definitely going to die, but can they get the Wisdom Rune? Snake King makes a dive for it. Oh, okay, GPK a little bit off on the timing there.
Yeah, that was actually not really close, but he got out.
Here is going to die in the return. Skeeter making one of his... I mean, this guy does these rotations so much, man.
I mean,
he
the
just
bot
gets
lane,
out of the safe lane. If it's a hard lane, he just goes somewhere else and kills somebody.
I mean, honestly, it's not looking so bad for Falcons anymore. They got 6 Grimoire charges as well on the King here. So this Warlock's basically already 6.
Yeah, why is he, I mean, holding on to it?
Well, you hold it for when you want to pop it, you know?
Yeah, but doesn't everybody just pop it to get level 6? There he goes. Pops it. He's level 7.
Yeah, he's about to drop a golem on Pure, who just came back. He's still not level 6, by the way.
TP's back in the lane. Crit's going to challenge him with Battery Salt, and here comes the golem. Dive after him. Skeeter can collect on the kill. Katomi will get away through the gate.
This game is wild. This just feels completely chaotic to me. Like, there's no structure at all in this game anymore. It's just everybody making moves, looking for anything they can. It's like a pub game or something. Like, someone's about to be reported. I don't know who, but...
I mean, probably Miro.
This is actually a pub game. Your carry's level 5, he gets ganked by level 7 Warlock. He reports his off lane. Like, what happened down there, dude?
He's just pinging Warlock's level over and over again.
Yeah, you almost never see that in competitive.
Well, that's the Warlock advantage right there. Miro has stuck it out in the off lane and is chipping away at this tower, so as much as BetBoom lost in the safe lane, they will get something in return.
Yeah, it's still fairly even net worth-wise, but it doesn't feel like BetBoom team got the momentum they wanted.
That was pretty cute. Snaking sent his golem through the gate to try and clear up the creep wave bottom, which he did get it. Tower still dies, so.
I mean, he's having a great game.
He is
Warlock here. I mean, he played in NA his whole life, so he's used to being level 7 when the carry's level 5.
Yeah.
So he knows exactly what to do in that situation, you know? They're gonna hunt Pure some more, dude. They want to just completely demolish this Bloodseeker's game. And you can't blame him. Right now, he's This is a hero that's super susceptible to this because the more he falls behind, that Radiance just goes way out the window.
Yeah, when you any hero that rushes Radiance, right, you're gonna have this huge window of time where you are very squishy, don't do any damage. And Boom have the read on the situation, may still die from it. If the hook shot had landed, they could have gotten the kill, but it doesn't. They're still going to make a dive for it. Underneath the tier 2, Fatal Bonds is on all these heroes. Mirror from behind. 2-man stun, not good enough for a kill though. Throws out the epicenter. They'll chase down Amar, but the 2 they initiated on do manage to get away.
Damage. Man, Pure was ticking low. That was a sick Bonds, but Falcons unable to capitalize. And yeah, the missed hook shot plus the missed jump. That's just a tough go. I'm kind of surprised they forced it like that.
Is under attack. Are scanning.
This Sand King is still having a really good game here.
Yeah, he's pretty far up at this point.
Yeah, you got to respect the damage he can output. He's going to continue to farm pretty fast. So that's going to be the big hero of concern for Falcons and the hero for BetBoom team to try and play around in these fights.
I mean, the fact that he came in, got a 2-man stun with level 1 Burrow Strike.
That feels good right there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised how much net worth Skeeter has accrued over this Bloodseeker despite him being killed in lane twice. He's up there.
He was part of a number of kills when he decided to abandon his lane, so
that definitely helped.
Probably boosted him quite a bit. You still believe in the Sand King build of like Bloodstone and all that sort of deal? Just not going Blink Dagger?
Yeah, why not, man?
I mean, I haven't seen this hero in a while, so I wasn't sure if anything.
I just don't think you pick Sand King to go Blink. What's it gonna do, right? He's gonna Blink stun someone and then what?
I mean, catch the Storm Spirit. They don't have the best catch for him.
But into what? You don't have burst damage this line.
Into Bloodright. Into Slight Chains Bloodright.
I mean, so basically you're buying Blink on the hero to make a 3-core gank work. I think it's just unrealistic.
Into a lasso. You could do it with the 2 supports.
Well, just get the Blink on the bat and drag him into this burrow.
Well, he's not going to have Blink for a while. 1,400 gold save, not having nearly the same kind of game he had
until I said so. He was having a good game. Dude, I'm sorry, man. I didn't know. Like, I didn't know.
Avery had never shut somebody down so hard in his career until this moment.
12-minute rune.
Hook shot into Chain Stun, not quite.
That's
Malry not able to get the grab. Both spirits are going to have a lot of freedom in that regard. Still trying to chase after Malrine, but again, hard kill.
I'm still kind of curious what BetBoom are hoping to scale into. I think it's another reason to go for this Bloodstone on the Sand King, because your scale doesn't look amazing here based on the fact this game is a way worse Bloodseeker game. Like, you have to run into so much crap. There's not good rupture targets. The Viper break is really annoying.
Would you consider going Blade Mail? Like after the Bloodstone?
On who?
On the Sand King. Just so you're going to be in this crap, right? At least.
I don't think the timings end up being that good. Like, you're going to have the Blade Mail when the PA has BKB.
You're still turning physical damage back around him. It's an armor item.
I mean, he ignores it, though. I don't know. I don't think so. I think you're going... You want to end up with Shivas at some point, right?
Okay.
I think that's your end goal. Like, if you end up with Bloodstone, Shivas, Yules into Wind Waker. I'm not saying in that order, but if you can end up with those 3 items, I think that's your best position.
Skater, gotta get out of here. Big gang come through the gate. They see it coming, or at least I thought they did. Clockwork rocketed that area, but I guess they got fooled by the smoke. They seem to have an inkling of what was coming, but perhaps the rocket, revealing no heroes, meant that Skeeter felt a little bit safer.
That's why you don't need Blink right there. You just walk up and get the job done. Maybe he thought they were Roche here? And the lineup doesn't do it.
I was about to say, that's not a Roche lineup right there.
Well, little rupture down the drain, but no harm, no foul. Another urn, another vessel. This one for the clockwork.
I mean, this Orchid on Valorant is going to have to break something open here, I think.
Yeah.
This is the strongest mid-game item for between both teams, honestly, in terms of active potential. So the second you get this Orchid on Storm, I think you're going to probably see Smoke Gank, try to look for something. Maybe around this mid-tier 1, break that position on the map. You're going to have the Mage Slayer on the Viper around that time as well.
Ketchigamar. With the Mage Slayer on him, he's not nearly the same kind of threat, but I guess with just a Warlock behind him, it's enough to dissuade Bet Boom.
That's another big question. Both teams are going to have Mage Slayer heroes. Is one side happier trading Mage Slayer debuffs onto the other team?
I mean, I would say Bet Boom is affected by the Mage Slayer way more.
I would agree. I think Sand King is one of the worst heroes to play into Mage Slayer.
Then they've got Zeus, Bat Rider,
Is under attack.
even some of the damage coming out of Ember, Bloodseeker. Now, it's a lot easier to apply that Mage Slayer on an Ember Spirit. So he's going to have that ease of access. Whereas Amar can only hit one hero at a time, usually.
I can also see a world Falcons just play for BKB in this game, too. They're not a team that shies away from that style. Like, just get triple BKB up and run it into this Bet Boom lineup, and you're looking at basically 4 spellcasters plus a Bloodseeker is a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, if they can't do enough damage with the other 4 heroes, and they have Viper with Viper Strike to break the Bloodseeker, like, Bloodseeker can't ever commit.
Exactly.
So it's just all magic damage.
That mid-game looks tough. I think you can go later than that for sure with the Sand King Ember, but those mid-game fights can be tough. Falcons might just be okay stalling out this game and gearing up for that.
Yeah, and they get those BKBs, they continue to stall, that eventually PA wins the game, right?
Well, depends how you rate this hero.
I rate it pretty highly, and you've got a Storm Spirit to help set it up. They're going to jump Skeeter, though. Got the lasso on him. He is dead. Falcons, we'll see if they want to try and still protect this off-lane tower.
This is Bloodstone, Sand King, Bat Rider, Blink timing, so this is when this lineup's really strong at starting fights on their terms. Cannot give pickoffs like that. You want to just maintain the status quo here. Falcons bringing numbers up here, but only there's anything aggressive to do.
And do you really want to dive into the Sand King who's got the Bloodstone? I'm sure they would if they knew where Pure was. Pure is currently farming up the triangle, far and away from this fight.
Yeah, he's just trying to get his Radiance online.
Katomi, see if he can hop out of danger here. He will. No problem.
Crit has not found a lot with this clock in this game. Been a slow game for him.
Yeah, it's not a great clock game. Like, he can't lock any of these heroes inside of Cox.
I think they kind of expected it to be a momentum-based pick off this Viper lane. We've seen them dominate this lane combination in the past. So if the clock had a lot more speed in this game, you can make more moves, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
didn't end up panning out exactly.
Yep, Bet Boom up 2K. Currently forfeiting their mid tower. Though I guess they're going to give up the Zeus on top of the tower. Nobody else in Bet Boom had any plans to defend this. Which is a little bit surprising to me because, as you said, they have had a window of sorts with the Blink Dagger. But I guess the big team fights may not be their advantage.
If the Sand King is alive, it is. If the Sand King gets bursted or hit with Mage Slayer early, it's probably not.
Yeah.
They're just looking for the pickoff right now. They're hunting bottom, waiting for somebody to come back for Falcons. No one is biting the bait right now.
Now it's a party. Dire's middle tower is under
An
attack.
interesting map position. It feels like you're supposed to go Roche here, but I don't think you can yet.
Yeah.
So maybe you just push this top lane in and smoke through the gate. I think you still want to keep looking for plays with the Storm when this Orchid is good, because the defensive items are going to come in here. You already have the Yules for the Ember. Glimmer Cape is done for the Sand King. So there's 2 big ones on the cores. You're going to have another Glimmer on the Zeus.
Yeah, if you've got Golem, does feel like you should be ready to rock. Thunder God's Wrath is going to be used, and Bet Boom going through the gate. Try and set up here. Pure's not joining them. Pure is continuing to farm.
I think he recognizes that he is countered heavily enough by the Viper. He's going to have to play a slower Bloodseeker game.
Especially with his early game. It was the roughest.
That's true.
I mean, he's just recovering. I don't know. This doesn't feel great for Falcons. You went this Orchid Storm and you're just trading farm on the map. Okay, here's that smoke. So BetBoom went into top. Now they get to smoke onto them. Could be nasty.
See how this breaks. Amar. He pushes forward. They get the jump. Spots the Zeus. Chains on 2. Does BetBoom want to try and make a play off of that one? Miro thinking about the epicenter, but he gives up on it. But maybe they've lingered too much, though. Nobody getting caught. Storm not really having enough mana, though BetBoom are still sticking around.
Pure just found a double damage in the river.
Maybe they thought they could fight off of that one. Instead, it turns out they're just going to give up another hero.
I thought maybe you would try and connect to that, but they're just going to bail on it. Good luck save.
I think luck will do anything for him. And he led them right to the Tormentor. This is very efficient for Falcons.
Not the greatest shard again. Crit's game just got a lot better. Shard plus the Vessel.
I mean, I'll take Jetpack over the Upheaval buff.
I really hate Jetpack, to be honest.
Why?
I think Jetpack is one of the worst shards in the game. It might be the most overrated shard, actually.
What?
Genuinely might be the most overrated shard.
What crack are you smoking?
You can't say that.
I can say that. If you're going to make those kind of statements.
I'm not saying it's trash. I'm just saying.
You said it was one of the most overrated.
Yeah, because I think people rate it incredibly high.
Do they?
Yeah.
I think people think it's just kind of like a medium tier.
Listen, Austin, you're not in the same social circles I am.
Oh, yeah. What social circles are you in?
I'm talking to a lot of TI winners on the day-to-day, you know?
Yeah.
And that's all these guys are telling me. That's all they're telling me is, yo, have you seen this Jetpack? Have you seen what this is doing in games right now? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I think it's a little overrated, you know?
All right.
Look, I didn't want to bring it up on stream, man. You know, I don't want to go into like social circles when we're live, but you put me in a corner. I had no choice.
Yeah. You were talking a lot to Liquid, I guess?
No, they're not in that social circle.
They're not those TI
I'm talking about the real TI winners.
Okay, you're talking to Spirit a lot? You and your Shadow back and forth?
Never talked to them once.
Okay.
I'm talking about the old TI winners,
right,
you know?
Wings, of course.
Yeah, like Fear, my man Fear.
Your man Fear.
Yeah, Faith Beyond. I thought Faith Beyond, you know? Not these newer TI winners.
Yeah, what do they know? They only won Dota. And
these aren't real TIs. Playing against milkmen, delivery boys, you know? Come on, man. 1K lead here for BetBoom team at the 22.5 minute mark. A just taken by Skeeter as he does eventually get there.
I don't need you to push the propaganda that people are going around, the nostalgia, the golden age of Dota. Dota's in a great spot.
I agree. I don't think his days were any better.
Well, they weren't for you.
They were tougher for sure. You know what I'm saying? Like, to win a LAN back then was way harder.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some of those you didn't even get paid for. you know what I'm saying? Like, you got it easy today, man.
Foul sanctioned tournament.
I mean, you had to fight to win it, and then you had to fight to get paid. It was 2 fights in one.
It was battle in the game, battle in the courts.
That's right.
Non-stop.
You had to fight for visas to get there. It was 3 now that I think about it. Kids got it easy, man.
13-10. Both teams playing a bit of a split game. They're kind of just... They've divided the map in half.
Yeah, they've called a truce.
BetBoom will cut the wave mid here on the Radiant side. Meanwhile, Falcons will cut the wave on the Dire side.
I mean, the whole time we're talking,
attacking the tier 2s.
This did get everybody to their next set of items.
Okay.
Which for BetBoom were mainly defensive ones. You're looking at the Yules for the Sand King.
Yeah.
And, Yules for the Sand. Yules for the... I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Who? Anyway.
Who has the Yule Scepter?
The Zeus is dead. It's Yules for the Sand King and BKB closing in for the Ember, is what I was trying to say. Okay. But he also has Yules.
Okay.
Just for the record.
They're going to catch the 2 supports on the side of Bet Boom. Falcons are done splitting up the map. You know this? There's the BKB for GPK, who also has a Yules.
This might be my last Dream League. I just want to say it's been fun. I've really enjoyed it.
I'll take your tribute.
Anyway.
Here has Manta. He had this one queued up for a while.
So that's his defensive, or like pseudo-defensive item of choice, right?
Yeah,
Get a Dispel in there.
why not BKB?
I mean, you could Dispel some of the Viper goo, Dispel the Orchids, you don't have to pop BKB early.
Like, do you think he's
Dispel
actually going
Pawns.
to try and...
There's a decent amount of Dispel in this game. He could also use Illusions to scout a bit, so maybe he doesn't get jumped. Some soft value. It's a farming item too.
Yeah, like Radiant Manta push out lanes sort of deal.
Rupture on the Clockwork
Heroes
Goblin.
are low. Yeah, they are all in on the Clockwork, I guess, and he's just not dying easy. He will eventually go down and go down hard, but what about the second line for Skeeter? Falcons are still going to try and fight this one out. Burrow Strike, he's just going to get bursted down, it looks like. He jumps over to the side, now gets off his BKB, but it's too late. He's already taken so much damage. You give him a glimmer, he disappears from sight. They no longer have him low enough that they spot him with the Bloodseeker Thirst. Skeeter needs the distance from the Storm Spirit, gets that much.
Still
Can they
Blasto.
chase past the tier 2s? They will not.
Yeah, no ward to pop on that high ground, but pretty good fight for Bet Boom team here. I mean, that Aegis did a lot of work. 12,000 damage coming out from Bet Boom, and they got 2 supports effectively for it. But starting to see the impact of a team fight where they can just stand their ground in this sandstorm. Very hard to go on Miro unless Skeeter's the one manning up and killing him. And he was just dying twice, so that Sand King gets to have a completely free fight.
Yeah, the fact that he didn't go off the BKB was a bit of a dangerous moment there for Falcons. They lost Skeeter there.
Yeah, that would have been a huge blow. I mean, this is the PA's BKB, the early ones where you want to get a lot of value out of it, especially versus this Magic lineup.
Actually going to go for Amar here, but he is backed by a Warlock underneath the tier 2. Not that easy to kill. Save! Whiffs on that one, but even if he did manage to grab him, he's stuck underneath the upheaval. Now a Cogs on a 2. Maureen's going to zip after that one. Go straight for Miro first. They're going to identify the biggest damage dealer in these team fights is the Sand King. Take him out of the equation and then chase for more. Everybody else from Bet Boom, though, is going to get away.
That was a sick team fight from Falcons in terms of spell casting. That hook shot hit 2 cores. He went through. One hit the Bloodseeker in the back and then cogged both of them in.
Oh, and Pure still dies here. Oh, spotted by the Rocket Flare. Glimmer Cape goes off. He's got the dust for him. He's dead.
Cores carry dust.
Oh, yeah. That's the lesson you should take from that.
I mean, that's why he was there. He's like, they can't kill me. I have Glimmer Cape.
Yeah.
I've been told I'm invincible by the higher social circles of the TI winners. I don't need to go to base. Guess what?
Are you sure these guys actually won a TI? It sounds like they have all the wrong information.
He's got the dust. Look at this hook shot, dude.
Yeah, that was
He got
sick.
the Ember out of I don't know if that was intentional, but he got him. That fight's just over. The Bonds comes through on all 3 cores. You really have to pay attention to this Bonds if your Dispels are gone.
Katomi, he just wanted the Wisdom Rune. Instead, he will find only death. The BKB done for the Viper. Mass BKBs being completed for Falcons. They've got it on all 3 cores.
This is that timing where they're going to be really strong in the fight because the Bloodseeker just can't man up versus triple BKB and the Viper break. So you have to kite the fight out, but you don't have the same sort of physical burst damage that Falcons do, so I think you're really dependent on save at this point. You got to land some big lassos or the fight looks pretty good for Falcons if they're just grouped up. They can also just angle towards the next Roshan here, right?
I mean, what does your lasso even look like? Because whatever hero you jump and lasso...
It's a giant orange ring.
Falcons... What? I said, what do you even lasso, not what is a lasso?
Oh, you said, what does it look like?
Oh, okay.
Just move on, man. Just move on.
Anyway,
it's my last dream.
You lasso the Storm Spirit. Skater's going to jump off of that. And vice versa. They're just going to commit with their BKBs. You're going to get interrupted by a golem.
No, you will burst the guy in the lasso, though, if he gets dragged into Burrow Strike.
Sure, but I feel like...
Okay, that's the hardest one to burst.
Okay, they lasso and rupture him. The hookshot comes in, as is the golem. Amar's going to stand, and he will eventually die, but they've done so much damage in return that BetBoom are not feeling good about this engagement. They start backing away to their base. They did trade 1 for 1, but they lost their carry for it.
Was that just Sanj and Yasha reducing the lasso timing so Miro messed it up? Pretty sure that's it. Like, he just missed the burrow. Got BKB off on the Viper, and that changes everything in that fight. Sanj and Yasha saving lives. Well, it didn't save his, but winning
Status
fights.
resistance is good. Didn't know. Yeah, Glimmer Cape and Ensign Wise. It's like a plague of the current meta.
All over the place, man. I mean, a little overrated, but... The GPK thinking about a Radiance. He says, you know, if my Bloodseeker's gonna die every fight, someone's got to carry the DPS.
Why?
I don't know, dude.
Would he possibly be doing that?
Is it even that? It's not even a good Radiance game.
Is it for the later timing of breaking apart Nullifier Butterfly on Ember? That's the
yeah, but I
thing,
think
right?
the thing is, if you feel like you need Nullifier at this point, you just buy the Nullifier, right?
Yeah.
Because you have a good target. You're like, all right, I need to nullify this guy. I'm going to buy Nullifier. Maybe he is. I'm not even sure who you're trying to nullify in this game.
Maybe he's going to go Divine Rapier.
That would be absolutely Giga Chad.
Mm-hmm.
I would respect that, actually, yeah. I don't think second Radiance looks too good here, though. Especially when you have so much AoE magic damage. That's what your entire lineup does.
Yeah, you don't need more of that.
If anything, Hex could be interesting in this game for BetBoom, because then you can lasso someone into this Hex Burrow Strike combination, and they're really dead, right? Like, even this PA is not living through that much single target stable with no save behind him.
Sure.
Even if Golem hookshot interrupts come through. So I'm not saying the Ember builds Hex, but I think a Hex at some point in this lineup could be a massive deal. This next Roshan looks like it's Falcons. I mean,
yeah,
this looks really tough to run into.
BetBoom know that they're all grouped up in this area, and they're just pushing out the other lanes, taking the other jungle areas.
You're also still looking for the Shivas on the Sand King. I named the Bloodstone Shivas Yules, right?
Yeah.
He's almost there. Then he will still get 3 shot by a Phantom Assassin, but you'll be a beast in that 2-second window.
We're almost at Aghanim Scepter for Pure as well. He's got his 20 talent on top of that, so...
I am curious if he's just not going to ever go BKB this game on the Bloodseeker. He's going to really have to put this Manta Glimmer to work. Well, he's getting baited on the rune a little bit.
Instead, it's GPK who bites the bait.
Saves
There's
around
no follow-up
here
from Falcons.
Yeah, no play. Gem on the Storm will claim another ward. I mean, Falcons doing what they do. They're just farming. They're scaling. They geared up for this triple core scale a long time ago, and they're getting there. So Ag's on the Bloodseeker. It's go time.
Well, they're going to see the Tormentor being done, so they know they're going to the wrong side of the map. They're going to hope somebody shows up mid.
Wait, do you like fighting into Aegis here? I don't know about this, man. This, I guess if you just run into Skeeter completely alone,
take that Aegis away for free.
Massive Manta dodge on the dagger. All right, they're still smoked here.
They're moving away from the PA. They're going to catch some of Falcons separated from their big carry. Amar lassoed up. The hookshot trying to interrupt some of this. He does manage to get off his BKB. Golem's going to be dropped in return, and BetBoom have to retreat now. The Cogs keeping him in a little bit. Meanwhile, Skeeter is fighting Pure. Pure's going to make a run for it. Meanwhile, Miro, he pops his epicenter. Burst strikes onto Amar, but it's just so bad.
No
Mage Slayer, Glimmer Cape. He literally did no damage whatsoever to the Venomancer.
The Sand King life.
That is really the Sand King life. Yeah.
Gabe's favorite hero.
Just ruined by magic resistance.
Do you remember that meta where, well, it's TI. I'll remind you for you.
Okay.
Sand King was first pick.
Yeah.
And I questioned that entire tournament why nobody built Mage Slayer against this hero. Why we saw so few pipes and glimmers. Mage Slayer ruins this hero. He cannot play into it. It's impossible. And we'll see it here. Great fight from Miro. Unfortunately, his hero does nothing. Aha, I've channeled everything on you.
Look at how sad that is.
I think he's literally healing.
He is.
That was
the Warlock.
So depressing, actually.
Shadow Word was out healing the epicenter damage.
Oh,
and
it
it got
not
on the
have a
Orchid.
remnant?
Hit him with the cogs on the way down. Well, I guess he can't really jump too far. They know where his next remnant is. He's got one more remnant off cooldown now. I can't believe they missed that.
Radiant. I'm so confused by this purchase. Why do you want a... I mean, second Radiance is already losing some value, but why do you even want another Radiance in this game?
Wow. You should ask your social circle.
Oh. Okay, man, you don't have to be salty about that. Come on.
Pure sees a lot of low health heroes. And he's going to take the freebie on Amar. Falcons understand that they can't fight back.
Oh, see,
almost
got it. That was close.
In the future, you will not be able to do that because Kataomi almost has his Aghanim Scepter as well. So
it almost feels like they're going for some kind of like push the lanes in, send a bunch of illusions with the Radiance on the map with Zeus ult. We see somebody, we jump and kill them, and we're going to win the fight that way. As
Pure walks into the wrong neighborhood, gets away off a Glimmer Cape. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, can't hide you from a high ground ward. The only high ground ward on the map he ran straight into.
The funny part is they knew there was a high ground ward. At least they should have known because the last time they used Thunder God's Wrath, they saw like 4 heroes of Falcons all centered around that cliff. So a little bit of a slip there.
He's going Dagon, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that.
There's some wild items in this game for BetBoom team. I will say that. I mean, in theory, this Dagon is okay against Phantom Assassin. Because you just burst him before, like, if he gets lassoed into Burrow Strike Dagon, I guess he can just die. That's pretty bad against everything else in this game. And you're kind of all in. It's a dead item if you don't get the burst.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is
I don't know.
attack.
For me, I feel like the logical pathway was just, maybe not the logical one, but the simple pathway was to buy Hex on somebody.
Nicely played by Falcons. GPK may still get out. No.
He still has no remnants, by the way.
Yeah, he had to use a couple of them just to be able to get away. Beautiful lasso for the Aghanim Scepter. 2-man Burrow Strike on top of that one. Still not enough to kill the Storm Spirit, though. And with the Storm getting away, this is now just Falcons freely running into the base.
All right, Pure's back up. He's TPing straight into them.
Okay, is he's just going to do this 1v5? A Ruptured Clockwork?
He's got Dagon.
And Aghanim Scepter fighting Skeeter, but he's not going to win that fight. The direct one-on-one is not to his favor, that's for sure. But he got the BKB to be used. Skeeter's fully committing, though. Dives into the tier 4s to try and finish off Pure. He doesn't get that final crit that he desperately needed. Will be kited a bit and has to return to hitting the tier 3. Falcons continue their assault on the base, and I guess Pure can have another go at it in 30 seconds when Rupture's back up.
They just found the Ember twice, and GPK had no remnants. He's been using them so much. That blew this game wide open. Didn't even get a full 5-on-5 fight with the lasso setup you were looking for. Look at all these little golems.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
In they go. Level 25 on the Phantom Assassin, so he's got
there's one left.
-1 attack. And BetBoom immediately go for the smoke up. BKB is on cooldown for the Phantom Assassin. So I think they're thinking, okay, we just push out the lanes a little bit and see if we can take a team fight.
Damage in the river.
Want to go for Amar. He's always putting himself in the front lines on purpose. Thunder God's Wrath. They got a 2 again inside the lasso. Both supports. 2-man Burrow Strike again. Sage trying to save this game for BetBoom. 2 dead.
Falcon's still gonna
but
fight.
They have damage on Skeeter, and he's ready to jump. They've got the grab onto the Bloodseeker. Skeeter's ready to go. If he can just get one good crit in, that'll spell the death of Pure and the end of damage for BetBoom. Without the Bloodseeker, Skeeter, he is kind of untouchable.
Yeah, that feels bad. You find both supports bring them down instantly, and you still have to retreat and lose your carry. Because these core matchups are just so rough for Pure in this game. We are really seeing the difference in draft from that game 1 to this game 2 for what this hero's been able to do.
Dust goes out, immediate Yules. Miro still going to be hit by a Nullifier, though. Got the grab on him, and BetBoom have no saves. GPK, he jumps in and dies just as quick.
Your lasso is coming up in 10. It's your strongest spell at this point.
Yeah, just kind of rushing it. And now 40 seconds till Pure's back up, but it's another 70 until the Embers, which means Falcons, they can just go for Megas.
They also rolled double aesthetics cap, which is like,
yeah.
Okay, I mean, that not much you can do about that, you know?
Yeah, you can no longer lasso jump the PA.
Yeah, that's insane. Especially with the Sanj and Yasha, like Sanj and Yasha aesthetics cap Viper.
Yeah, like 80% status resistance.
God, that is disgusting. That is an abomination.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Well, that'll be Megas here, just like that. Didn't even really get a full team fight out of it.
We'll back up to Roshan, and then with the Aegis, we'll see a final push. I'm surprised BetBoom are willing to stick this one out, just because I don't see their lineup ever being favored again.
They do have double Radiance for the lane shove, so...
This is what they were building the Radiances for. I understand now.
Roche is up. Time to slay it. Refresher Shard and Cheese. So they can give it to whoever here.
Refresher Shard to Malrine.
Double banner on crit. You think you should be able to banner the banner?
Then how would they ever die?
They don't. That's the cool part.
So you would just...
So if let's say you get 4 banners, you can like chain banner into their base, you know? They're like pylons.
Okay.
You just plant them.
And the game is literally just... You just have to aggro the entire creep wave out of your base.
Yes.
In order to kill it.
You slowly take away territory, you know?
It's like Zerg creep.
Exactly.
How long does banner last? 120 seconds? For 2 minutes, you want invulnerable banners.
That's not even that long.
What?
Oh, there's a Hex. It's from Mallory. And Sand King is gone. Yeah, BetBoom team just missed their window in this game.
Yeah, they...
That Bloodseeker early game really slowed them down a lot.
Yeah, I think ban for ban, you know, like PA, Bloodseeker, both having terrible games, I think you would always favor the PA. PA can recover and take over the game. Bloodseeker needs that momentum.
I mean, also the Bloodseeker has way harder counters to play into here than the PA does.
Yeah, that one Viper Strike.
Like as we're seeing here, Amar is walking into all of them.
Yeah, he doesn't care. They're going to say, okay, this is a step too far. Finally rupture him, lasso him, and he doesn't care. Gets off the BKB, turns and fights, and again, even if he was to die, he has just set the table.
I mean, the man don't care.
Skeeter just a feast.
The man don't care, Austin.
He doesn't. He doesn't care.
He has every defensive item in the book. Satanic, Mage Slayer, Sanj and Yasha, Lincoln Spear, BKB, Aesthetics Cat Viper. What is that? That is disgusting. That's what it is. I'll tell you. That's what Snake King's laughing at right now. Like, my God, that is the most disgusting hero I've ever seen a team try and deal with.
All he was missing was Aghanim Scepter, or even more.
That's
even
true.
more magic resistance.
He could build a heart instead of treads. I don't know. But a weird game. Nonetheless, I think the itemization for BetBoom was just too off for me.
All right, we'll see what the panel thinks.
I think that they needed a third Radiance, perhaps, and then that would have been the ace in the hole of that BetBoom team it needed. Or perhaps it was maybe too far gone at that point, because all the items in the world, unless if you got like 5 Abyssal Blades, would not have been enough crowd control to deal with a Storm Spirit bouncing around, a Phantom Assassin bouncing around, a Viper being a utter magic damage absorbing wall that can't be penetrated at any point. And then on top of that, you have to deal with the heals from Warlock, and then clockworking it up. I'd say any doubts that were in the air about Falcons, at least their draft prowess when they're not Huskarring themselves, is still overall intact.
Yeah, I mean, they picked pretty standard stuff here on their side. It was a BetBoom team that was trying the weird stuff a little bit to beat them by going for the Sand King. And the Sand King worked excellent against the PA for a lot of those early fights and those early clips, but it wasn't until Viper got really tanky that Amar was able to basically carry the game by having Mage Slayer, by being the frontliner with high magic resistance, and having BKB. When he had those items, he basically is just the guy. They had all this magic burst that was so good at killing heroes, and now he was just like, I'm actually incredibly hard to kill. I'm like 2 to 3 HP's worth of survive here. So that really changed the game in a big way.
Yeah, for sure. But the other story, which has been really the story of the day, is that PA wins another game. Like, first picked wins another game. Before this, had a 90% win rate, I think, out of like being picked at least 8 times today.
And 100% contest rate.
And
during all of
100%
that.
contest rate,
Yep.
even more than Alchemist, which has... I just think that PA is a hero right now that I think this DreamLeague will be about solving her. It's going to be about, are we banning her every game? Are we letting her through? Like, what are the solutions that teams are going to have? And we saw the Bloodseeker one, not just at this tournament, but at Blast. It also didn't work. I mean, when you think about it, it makes sense. You buy an Ags, you try to kill her with spell damage. That way, you don't miss your attacks on her. You have a Rupture, but all you need is one healer on the side of PA's team, and she kind of stands her ground and fights. It's just not a good enough idea versus her. And ultimately, I think PA is a hero that is just going to be problematic for the next 2 weeks. Like, I don't see it being solved, especially with the state of Glimmer Cape and SNY.
At best, I guess you had mentioned that BetBoom had solved the Phantom Assassin with a DK in their series against Extreme, but that's against Extreme. And then also, can you really DK against Falcons? They are the DK team.
It's not even a good hero versus PA because she breaks him. Like, she's so good against a lot of the popular carries this patch, like the DK and the Bristle, whatnot, like, with the break. They won because they won the lanes and they outpaced them and they just like stomped that. It wasn't even a close game. This game, they weren't stomped on Falcons. Like, sure, she died a couple of times, but she was still top net worth. She just rotated once, got a kill, top net worth. The game slowed down because BetBoom had to recover on their Bloodseeker, and then you just gave all the time in the world for Skeeter to farm up. And then at that point, you're like banking on going to late game versus PA. Can you even take it there? It seems like nobody can, Verge.
The only thing that could have gone better, I think, is if there wasn't a Viper there, because then when Bloodseeker was starting fights, every single time Omar's like, I'm going to break you for 6 seconds, BKB piercing. Maybe if you could dodge that or Lincoln's it or something, you would maybe have a better option. But when Bloodseeker becomes a regular movement speed hero, then your options are even worse. Because you know that, like, Bloodseeker needs to pick and choose the fight to the death moments so that you win, you heal, and everything's fine. But when you lose your thirst, you're like, okay, I guess I'm just all in and hopefully I win. And against PA, that's hard. Because you're going to miss so many times, and you don't want to fit in an MKB. So, I don't know, maybe a different item build or something could do it, but this is probably the right item build, and PA is the problem.
And PA's item build itself doesn't even seem to matter that much, as we can take a look at our Acer Predator head-to-head with Fear.
That's right, with the Acer Predator head-to-head, we, of course, do have to talk about the PA. We're going to talk about the Bloodseeker. Those will be the heroes I'm going to mention here. And Falcons, they're back. They're actually so good at this game that they can pick PA and not even go for the Glimmer Cape build. He goes straight for the BKB right after the Battle Fury. And for Pure, I think his itemization was a little bit interesting in this game as well. He went for the Glimmer Cape instead of the PA, but he's also playing against a PA, where Glimmer doesn't help you too much. So I find it very interesting. A lot of these teams are playing with the Glimmer Capes. Maybe Avery is right. Glimmer Cape is an overrated item. They're proving it this game as well, not buying it. So we'll have to see as these games progress, how much more are we going to see the BKB come to resurgence, or we're going to keep seeing this Glimmer Cape?
Maybe he didn't buy it, but his team still had it, Fear. Warlock had one. That counts, right?
That's true, but BetBoom also had 3 Glimmer Capes.
And 2 Radiances. And a Dagon on Bloodseeker.
It's the new Solar Crest. It's you are giving your teammate a 300 HP heal, effectively.
I like that equivalent.
And that's why Solar Crest is so good that the whole TI go, because whichever guy is dying, you just slap triple heals. That guy's got 1,000 extra HP.
So then I did see that a lot of people were thinking that Glimmercape should get the Solar Crest and nerf, which is if you self-cast it, you don't get the move speed. Because the main issue is that cores are buying it. I'm okay if Warlock's buying it. He can get away with it.
I don't think it's the movement speed that's the problem.
I would hate to see that, because this should be a support item, and if you're ruining it for supports...
Well, thankfully there is someone who thinks that it is not a core item, at least it wasn't in this game, because I've got a Skitter on the line for a winner's interview. Skitter, we're in the midst of a bit of a debate. Maybe you could help us out here. We're wondering about your decision to skip the Glimmercape on your Phantom Assassin this run, this game specifically. Any input?
I mean, I just thought I need BKB to fight and do damage. That's pretty much it.
So that is, I guess we got a chance to listen to Duraccio at the end of Blast, and is that basically the coin flip that it comes down to? Is like, do I need BKB to deal with the stuns and being able to move around in a fight? And if I don't need to deal with that, and it's just magic damage that I'm worried about, go for the Glimmercape?
I mean, you can try to simplify it like that, but it's obviously more complicated because it also you need to sync up your teammates regarding what they buy or whatever.
So then, in this situation, with a Warlock buying the Glimmercape, that gives you the excuse that, like, I definitely need the BKB, someone else worry about the magic damage for me?
No. Honestly, like, having more Glimmercapes makes this item even better, because you can, like, stack them up and make someone really tanky.
Gotcha.
But, I mean, to be completely honest with you, since this Glimmer on core is relatively new and popping off, like, I'm not quite sure if, like, what I'm doing is correct or not yet.
So that was actually going to be my other question, because this is seemingly quite an exciting time to be a core player in kind of the end days of a patch, I suppose. At least that's what everyone's thinking. And I don't oftentimes see itemization change this rapidly in like the span of a week and a half. So how have you been keeping up with it?
I mean, we try to adapt or whatever, but yeah, it's not a problem. I mean, honestly, I had like, I don't know if it's like a fit for broadcast, but I had like a surgery 3 days ago, so I wasn't really thinking about Dota much. I'm just happy to be alive and you know, trying my best to play some.
Yo, Skitter, condolences, man. But yeah, I'm happy that you're doing well as well. I had no idea that was going on, but I'm glad that so far everything good on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm dying every second, but yeah, I'm trying my best.
Like in the metaphysical sense that we're all kind of dying every second, or you're good, right?
No, like dying more than normally.
Oh, jeez, okay. Let's try to cut down on the DPS that you're taking, Skitter. I hope that you'll pull it together. But in the meanwhile, maybe I could trouble you for one more question from Fear for a moment.
Sure. I mean, how are you doing? I just had one question. This patch, I feel like every time I turn on a new tournament, the meta is completely different. Why do you think there's so many new heroes resurging like every tournament in a fairly similar patch?
I mean, I think it's just mostly because once metas, like patch comes out, some team starts winning and everyone just copies them. And I feel like rarely someone like goes out of the way and try to like explore like whatever it's item build or new heroes. So a lot of times like, and then by the time someone actually gets courage to try it and make it work, because it takes a lot of confidence to do that, then the new patch hits, and then again, like whoever's winning at that point just sets the meta and everyone just copies and just makes very slight adjustments. But since this patch has been around for like a long time, and people with like a lot of confidence like Tundra are like experimenting with these glimmers or like trying to make some like Warlock PA meta or some other shit, like then they start winning, obviously everyone copies, and this cycle just keeps on repeating.
Is that going to encourage you guys to try new stuff and be innovators as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think this was like our first Warlock official, so that was kind of what we tried for now. But yeah, maybe there's a patch on horizon soon, who knows.
All right, thank you very much.
One quick question, Skitter. Are you more of a cat person or a dog person?
Cat. I hate dogs.
Okay. Everyone, please send your cutest cat pictures to Skitter, along with some well wishes, my man. I hope you feel better, but at least your Dota's looking sharp as hell right now. Congratulations on the Game 2 win, and hopefully best of luck with your health, my man.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Send those cat pictures, because we oftentimes like to spend time looking at a social media, sometimes so much that we even enlist someone to do that just thing for their whole job. Nat T, what's going on in the social sphere?
Hello. I mean, look, I tried my best out there to find some social media clips for you guys, but I thought instead we'd have a little bit of fun. We would give other people content to post on social media, and so we're going to play a little bit of a game, because, you know, some of you guys' first event this year, maybe you're a bit rusty with how the players look. And maybe you need a bit of a refresher on exactly what their faces look like. All right, so this is mostly for our panel here. You know, Fear, if you want to join in, I know you're not a games guy.
Am I allowed?
Yeah, of course you are. Of course, I give full permission. But before we get started, I would love to ask PogChamp Pandas for some game show music. Set the mood a little bit for us. Perfect. All right. The name of the game, our players, I got a zoomed in cropped photo of a player, and I would like you guys to just shout out as quickly as possible who that player is. Let's bring up image number one.
Ahmad.
Yeah, wow, that was
Damn, you know that
Easy.
ear.
spot on.
That's a Jordanian looking side thing.
Miposhka.
Miposhka, yeah, I'll
I'm
get that
taking
one
that
first.
point. Thank you.
Oh,
We're going,
vintage Miposhka.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're going
Empire
a little bit
Miposhka.
harder for this one. More zoomed in, more cropped. So let's bring up our third one.
No one?
No one.
Yes.
Wow, good one.
Wow. That was
Vegas Squad's number one.
Yeah, our fourth one coming up here as well.
Cinderin?
A mustache.
That one's hard.
Mallory?
Nope.
Who has... Is it a mustache or is there more to this facial
Is it
hair?
no one again?
It's no one again.
Oh, wow, okay.
I thought it for like
This time
seconds.
she got
like,
us.
that
Yeah,
says no.
2018 no one. Our next one here.
It's no one
No one
again.
again.
Also.
All right, next one.
It's no one.
White man.
You just went straight. Thinking I was going for a fourth time. No, it is Whitemon. Yes,
Whitemon.
Effie, perfect. Coming from you there. Next one.
Oh, Insania.
Oh my
Yes.
It's Mustache Insania. It was...
He's also Middle Eastern, so I kind of
Keep
got
it
it.
on the mustache train.
Seb?
No.
Dang it.
Who is that? Wait, Ahmad isn't even at this tournament.
This one was 2 years ago. If that
2
gives you
years ago.
general gist. I think 3 years ago. 2 years ago.
The noob?
No, it's not. Very famous mid laner.
Very
Female.
Mustache.
It is.
Ah, good one.
Okay.
And our final one here.
That's Purge
I know that
Dota.
So the capitalist.
Gamers.
It's my famous pick.
It is. Do you
20
remember?
2012, right there.
2012 gave you a
No joke.
Did you like the mustache run purge?
I did, yes. Not other people didn't necessarily like it
Yeah.
at times.
Do you remember all the way back on Sunday, November 19th, 2017 at 8:30 p.m.? You said literally billions of humans can grow hair on their upper lip, and now it has to be a bet or a special monk of the year to let your effing hair grow?
Yeah,
If I could change society as a whole in one superficial way, it'd be by removing overdone mustache
yeah, that sounds
stereotypes.
about right.
Yeah, sentiment
I still
still
feel
rings
that way.
true 7 years on.
And you know what? Mustaches are coming back, ladies and gentlemen.
There's no way you wrote that.
I did write that. That's real.
He was very passionate.
I really did.
About facial hair
Because
back
like
then.
it's really annoying. Almost every time I'd grow a mustache, people would like they would either say pedophile or Hitler.
And you said, "I'm
or
taking
porn
back the
stash.
mustache."
One of those three things every time, and it's like,
All
oh my
the
god,
negative connotations.
Yes. Come on, it's a common
Give me
facial
a- give me a-
hairstyle.
No, that was a
Positive.
good internet comment.
What's a mustache that you associate with something positive then? See, there you go. That's the problem.
Nothing. Hunky dudes.
Like
I
the
don't-
Western ones, the ones that like curl
Oh,
up.
that's true.
Freddie Mercury.
Those ones are good.
Sure. Yeah, Freddie Mercury.
Yeah. Mustache icon.
French cuisine.
Wolverine.
French cuisine. Well, that's like a dastardly mustache. Wolverine. He has mutton chops.
Yeah, but you can probably you can grow a mustache.
Nat, I appreciate the look into facial hair lore, but
No
now
worries.
we need to get your expertise onto the couch because we have one more series here for this first day at DreamLeague Season 25. to the final series of our first day here at DreamLeague Season 25. And we are going to play something that's real familiar with everybody. It's Liquid Gaming Gladiators. Nat, you should be fully in your element. You've seen this happen 1,000 times.
I don't know if people have stopped having nightmares about it yet. That's what I wonder.
A toss and turn.
Yeah.
Every single grand finals.
I had sweats knowing that this was happening today.
It terrifies me. But I can give you a moment of solace because some elements, specifically one element, has changed in this matchup. And I believe it's on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Fear, tell me about what's going on with their roster situation right now.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've been on social media, maybe you've seen it. Maybe you haven't been on social media. That's why we're here, keep you up to date. So Celery has decided that he is going to step down and take a break from the team. And instead, you'll see here, he'll write it. Best of luck to the lads. I'm not going to read it all out. You can read it. But essentially, he's wishing Malady and Watson, his new laning partner, good luck in the rest of Gaming Gladiators. There's a little bit of burnout on his end. I think Quinn even mentioned he fully understands how it can be. So best of luck to Celery. But you're going to go straight to Celery versus Malady and their hero pools. Will this be a good change-up? Because for me, Celery, he's been the core of Gaming Gladiators for so long. The Chen, the Enchantress in every single game. Sure, they share a little bit with the Enchantress, but we're not going to have that Chen anymore. We're going to bring in more team fight with like the Pugnas and the Phoenixes. These are going to be different play styles completely from these type of players, and I wonder if that is going to elevate Gaming Gladiators to where they need to be, or it's going to completely restructure them to the point where they need to start over again, because changing a player does matter a lot.
Yeah, as it is, they've already had to acclimate themselves to bringing Watson into the fold, but then where does Malady come from? I don't really hear him be involved in the mix of like, oh man, top tier free agent support players.
I think it's like a combo of they would have liked to look towards Malady a little bit because of Watson and Malady. They're really close friends, and that's not just like in the game, but outside as well, like the time that they spend together. So I think it was kind of this natural jump for them to be like, okay, let's go for someone else that Watson's very comfortable with. They've laned together before, and then outside of that, they have this synergy that you don't have to worry about. That's a lane duo now that you don't have to worry about how are they going to fit each other's playstyles. They know that through and through.
So it's not just the flags that have been aligned, because I did see that they're both Cossack,
that too.
but they know each other other than that.
Yes.
I actually think that's a very underrated aspect when you talk about lane dynamics, because we've seen it time and time again. When good friends, like when a friend subs in for a friend that's already on the team. For example, we saw it with the Zayats and Rezo at TI with Team Secret. That synergy was there. I mean, we saw it with like Ace and Tofu for so long as well. Like just having that friendship be played on the same lane makes it so a lot of the growing pains don't exist, which is already a step up from bringing in somebody that you don't know at all, that you just vouch from your pubs.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than just friendship, too. They have a track record. They've played on the same team, Hellraisers, for a year in, like, 2022. So they have the friendship and they have the experience. I think a lot of that will help. And I think they weren't quite meshing too well with Celery and Watson, where if I look back when Gaming Gladiators was really good, I think Celery and Duracio had great chemistry.
Absolutely.
So maybe this is what's needed to happen to make Watson shine.
I do want to quickly ask a question. I remember last year, Celery was the one that was kind of, the captain, right? We know that that's a standard post-5 as your captain, and he was pushing the buttons in draft, and they kind of changed to CY doing it, and then they kind of changed to Tofu doing it, and then I think it went back to Celery, and so now I actually don't know where Gaming Gladiators sit on who is. I know CY sits in the chair and he's pushing the buttons, but normally there is at least one other core player that helps during that draft. Everyone gets their say on their hero, but there's normally one player that really stands out.
Malady, no.
Well, I mean,
welcome to the
not crazy. But I do wonder who it is. Is it going back to Tofu? Is it Ace now? Is it Quinn? Is it Watson that stepped into that role? Like, where are they going to find their power dynamic in the drafting phase specifically?
If it is familiarity, then I wonder if Ace is now pressing the buttons, because he's the one who seemed to know CY the best beyond that. And whatever it is, it's working so far, because Gaiman got a 2-0 victory over Boom Esports just earlier today. And on the idea of friendship hopefully seamlessly bringing in new players, that was one of the main reasons why everyone was so encouraged with Saberlight and Liquid's roster change, because we saw Saberlight stand in during Kuala Lumpur in 2023, and we see like, oh wow, this guy's a natural fit in terms of chemistry. In terms of in-game performance, though, it's been hit or miss, Effie. At least today, it was also a hit or miss. They went 1-1 against Parivision.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Liquid have been hit and miss for a while, especially at DreamLeague.
No, it's
like,
PA. It was just PA.
It was just PA.
Nothing else.
They also did get PA'd, but DreamLeagues historically for Liquid, they don't do that well in. They brought in Saberlight. They made it past group stage 1
They did.
with him.
Let's
They've
go,
never
Liquid!
done that. So I also think they're a team that, like, when they have on days, they're really on. And whatever it is that makes it so that day they wake up and they're just playing their grade A Dota, that can happen at any point. So I would never count them out or say that they've fallen off.
And as we look to the draft, Fear, you popped up some of the differences and similarities between Malady and Celery. How do you feel like Celery was dealing with the current meta? Because I look at a grand finalist team at TI, and it's been quiet, to be generous, since then, ever since.
I mean, to be fair, like, I really think Celery looked better at Duracio because Watson isn't the same type of player. Because I think when I look at Celery...
Is that even in lane?
You want to play fast. Lane, no, not necessarily lane, but lane can matter. But like the way I look at gaming gliders when they're at their peak is like you want to play fast, you're running across, you're using the gate, you're doing all the type of stuff. Duracio, he's so good at that. And then Celery, he joins. Now he looks better on his heroes. However, if you are playing these Chen Enches and you're sitting back more as a carrier, farming a bit harder, which Watson does like to do, it's going to make you not enjoy the game as much, and it's also going to make your performance not as good as well. Where I really think a player like Watson needs the type of support that can just kind of like baby him a little bit more. Not in the laning stage, kind of play a bit more defensive, tank the ganks, like these CMs, these Warlocks are really good for it. So I think this playstyle is going to work really well for them. And I think friendship as well, is a lot of people don't understand what that means, right? To like be friends on a team. To me, I think that just means you're not afraid to make mistakes, right? And that allows you to like play your best Dota. And if you feel so comfortable where you're not going to get judged on if you make a certain play or not, you're not afraid, you're not going to make mistakes, and you're just going to play better.
Yeah, I just want to like hop onto that quick to say that I do think that Watson can be a bit misrepresented. Like while he is traditionally like a late game carry and he's excelled doing that in his career, like playing 4 Protect 1, he's also been playing incredibly aggressively. Like the last few tournaments that I've tuned into game in, Watson has been rotating through the gate just as much as any other tier 1 carry has been. He's been joining for early fights and hasn't been so much playing for the later stage of the game. So he has adapted to that game and playstyle. For me, the issues that I thought were happening, at least in the tournament before Blast, which just happened, was the offlane felt kind of clunky. Like they weren't playing the way that they always do. Maybe Ace doesn't have his most comfortable heroes. Maybe Tofu was just like not playing to his best. But when the game and offlane play well, that really is the story of how their team breaks open the map.
I actually did talk to Ace about this. I felt the same thing during Fissure, and then during Blast, I asked him, and he said for a while he didn't want to keep going this auras, right? The auras kind of got nerfed a little bit post TI, and then he wanted to play more of the collapse style, the blink in, really go for that active team fight. And then he tried to go for a different sort of play style. He used the Amar style as well, right? Really heavy farm. And he was finding that neither of them fit or had consistent success for him. And so he was trying to find his way in this new team too, which is quite funny to say that Ace was losing his way for a while. And now he's like, okay, I got to try and figure out which game is best for what style and where it feels comfortable for myself.
And you just did the last tournament where Gaiman like made it to the finals, and it really felt like in that tournament Ace found a hero pool that worked for him, right? We saw him like love that Abaddon, play that Dawnbreaker, look really good on it. Like, do you think he's finally found his comfort?
He just loves to farm. This man has been farming so much. I have never seen someone farm as efficiently as he did on an ABBA.
I think in general, gaming, most of their players are adjusting to game times. Like games are a lot longer.
That's a valid point I didn't think about.
Yeah, because like generally speaking, most of their games would end very quickly. They didn't have a lot of experience playing in the late game. And so Ace is used to getting farmed a lot in the early game, but they would translate that into pretty much a methodical style of playing the map and ending games early, buying the auras. It's changed a lot now. You can still get very farmed, but now you have to build for not your team. You have to build for yourself, get farmed, play the map in a different way that they're not usually used to doing because the patch didn't need them to do it. So it's a little bit of a different change for them.
It also warrants why Liquid would still ban out that tempo regardless. They take out Ace's Abaddon, they also ban out a Beastmaster, along with a Pango Phoenix and a Viper. First pick themselves a Monkey King. Gaiman, on the other hand, they ban out all the usual suspects. An Alk, a PA, a Magnus, a Tiny, a Warlock ban. They respond with a Bat Rider and open their second phase with a Doom. So he'll still get farm. Ace will be in his comfort zone.
Does farm a lot.
He does farm a lot.
So that hero is incredibly good versus Monkey later in the game. It's definitely not a good laning stage for him, so to speak. Whenever I think of Liquid, of course Nisha can play this Monkey King, but I do see Mickey play it mostly. So that does give Mickey at least a playstyle that I like seeing Liquid play, where Mickey is very active on the map. He can play one of his signature heroes, has a good laning stage, takes the gate, stuff like that. But they're playing more for that late game. This Monkey gets caught with a lasso or Doom, he's going to die very easily.
I was gonna say there's more depth to it. Depth to the Monkey King too, because like Boxy, I mean most position 4s can play it, and we just saw it. Tundra picked it up earlier for themselves as well. True. It went on Soxer and they won with that one. So there is an element in their head that's like, we really can still shuffle it around a lot. And Oracle as well. That one's the Insania favorite. He loves it. Loves to pick it up when he can. But I wonder why specifically now.
Well, it's a high-value Oracle game, right? Because you have your save versus not only the Batrider, but the Doom. Like, this way you can just keep your carry alive a little bit longer. You can dispel the lasso. And this is where Liquid is a specialty team in that they will look for picks that their players play very well in games that they work, even though other teams aren't touching them. Like, this Oracle isn't that popular, but if Insania sees it, it works. And along that line, they double down on the dispel coming from the allies. Now you have the Shaman Hex, in which you can hex your ally and give them that disable and give them that save. So now you have double saves with most likely a carry Monkey King, which no other team seems to enjoy. It's mostly been mid, but because it's Liquid, they're doing this.
The only downside I see of this is damage, right? They have a lot of like save and control, but this just kind of screams that they need a lot of damage coming out from Liquid. Because Shaman and Oracle, they don't really do much damage. In fact, they don't do what a lot of supports do this patch. Like, there's no scouting, there's no initiation. I mean, Shaman can do it, I suppose, but it's a definitely interesting game style, and I think Liquid has been known for just having their own style as well. So I do like it. And there's like the Invis scouting that's really meta right now. It's either the Bounty, the Nyx, or even the Riki. And Riki's really good versus Oracle. It's a classic.
And versus Shaman. Like, this is a hard counter to save supports, because once you get that shard on Riki, you can't target whoever is inside of the cloud. So that way you can't save with Oracle's ult, you can't save with Shaman's Hex. All of a sudden, Liquid have to create situations where they're playing around their own vision and they're jumping on this Riki at later stages of the game. So they're going to need a vision providing hero on their team now, something they don't have yet.
But what can do that if that's not support? That's kind of like the hard question, because there's Night Stalker is one of them that does give vision, I suppose. But not many cores nowadays give a lot of vision.
There's Lycan with his wolves.
He can, yeah, sure.
Like, Riki has like a fine matchup versus Lycan because he's invisible, so he doesn't get harassed by his wolves the way Batrider does. But you could be looking towards it because Batrider suffers so much versus Lycan's alpha wolves.
I love the Saberlight Lycan too. He's so good at that hero.
Gaiman go back to the DK as their core, which not particularly sure where it's going to go. Could be carry, could be mid.
The beauty of it, right?
It is the beauty of it, and you probably don't have to deal with the Monkey King. Again, they can give it to Nisha, they can send the Monkey King mid, but it's not really Liquid's go-to.
I mean, yeah, you can't really counter this unless you choose to counter on 2 lanes. Like, if you pick a Timber here, for example, and that way DK either has to go mid or carry, and then he's either going to be Monkey or Timber. But I don't know if they want to pick Timber in a game like this. Doesn't look great.
I also think you're just content putting this on the safe lane because you're comfortable with DK scaling versus Monkey King. You know that whichever target you go on later with the Blink Dragon Tail is going to be not going to be saved because of the cloud coming out of Riki, right? And Shaman, as a hero, he wins lanes by right-clicking with his like bajillion right-click damage, but DK with his passive, he negates that quite easily. And you do have overall last pick on Gaiman, which is typically the gotcha counter pick from the mid lane.
10 seconds remaining.
You have to deal with all this armor. What's the justification behind a bristleback pick right now?
Yeah, nah.
Yeah, nah.
I mean, no, I don't want to speak. If I speak, I get in trouble here. No, I'm joking. In the nice words.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I like Saberlight Bristle.
Okay.
Saberlight a lot of other heroes I don't like.
That's a safe bet, honestly.
I mean, we've seen Bristle continue this flexing, right? There's Monkey King, it can go mid, or you can still put it into carry. Bristleback can go off lane. You could also still put it on carry for Mickey. Do I like it as much on Mickey? No, but it can go there. So for Liquid, I think it's still just keeping these options open, hoping to get as much information as they can out from Game Gladiators. Plus, everyone just likes Bristle at the moment in pro teams.
For sure.
Flavor of the month.
I hate that
Flavor
hero.
of the patch. It's been a while.
Flavor of 200 days.
200 days of the patch.
There's 2 heroes that I actually hate so much when they're meta.
Bristleback and
Clark. So annoying. for pubs at least. Everyone's like, go kill the bristleback, guys.
We won't die. It's fine.
Just kill him. I'm bored. And Slark is, I have no detection. He's running around killing all my supports at 0-20. Anyway, enough about my pubs.
Yep. Thanks.
No, I'm going to keep going now that you said that.
Please tell me more about the pubs. Do you see Invoker there? Because you won't in this game. He's banned out.
That was really good. I like that one, Tsunami. I like that one.
Who's the host around here?
No, hey, whoa. I did like that.
Liquid on the hunt for a mid laner for Nisha. Again, they can send the Monkey King, but they're going to have to reveal their pick before Game and get the last pick of the draft. And Liquid are expecting this DK perhaps to be mid lane as they ban out Watson's Morphling.
What happened to Lena? That's my question.
You just took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, okay, now you have something to say.
All right. Oh, Theo, what is with the toot coming from this man?
Then what did happen to Lena?
No, I don't know what happened. I wanted to ask that. I wanted the answer. I don't got the answers.
We could very likely see it here.
No,
No,
you're not.
you can't.
Effie, it's banned.
It's banned.
What the hell? Why would you suggest that one?
You ain't got the answers, Liquid. Okay, well, it's worthy of being banned last phase, but apparently it's no
Sometimes.
longer first, second phase material.
You're just on Liquid looking for a mid laner that you can pick that you think is going to have one of the best or at least non-counterable matchup.
Huskar.
All good against.
Damn it!
You guys we're hot mics.
Someone feeding this to them. Yeah, right. Well, apparently it's Shaker.
Which kind of takes away their flex potential, right? Because that means that Shaker's most likely going mid, Monkey carry, Bristle offlane.
And the flex is still open if you need it to be. We've seen Shaker be played as carry. We've seen Bristle be played as like 1 and 3. We've seen Monkey King be played 1 and 2. It is open. So it is nice that they keep it like up in the air for this long. But Earthshaker in general, like you're looking at 3 melee heroes already on the side of Gaimin. You know there are going to be good Echo Slams at some point, even if later on during the game the Cloud can get annoying for Shaker. If he gets a good start, especially from that mid lane with that early blink, they're going to have a lot of means to enter the game on Liquid that they didn't have before. Because Bristle sits back and farms, right? You need somebody who can make the play for you, and so far that is Shaker.
And they're going to abuse that Shaker, most likely mid pick, with a ho-ho-ha-ha. Nisha does indeed take his hands on the Shaker.
Yeah, wasn't he playing?
He was cosplaying.
Cosplaying his sniper earlier today.
Okay, I mean, this is an interesting pick. I definitely feel like they needed something that may punish a Shaker. This is not Huskar level, but it's pretty good. I think the thing about this hero in this game in particular that's really good, what's your jump?
Exactly.
It's pretty much just like Shaker if he gets to that point, but it's pretty limited, so it looks good in that regard.
It's actually quite scary because you don't really have anybody on Liquid that can go on the Shaker. Like if you send your Monkey King in, there's going to be the counter initiation from the lasso, there's going to be the potential counter from the Doom, and then later on in the game we talked about Ricky's smoke with the Shard, how it's going to counter both Liquid supports. So there's nobody really that can make a play against the sniper on Gaimin.
Cap, I heard you cackling off in the distance when you saw this sniper get revealed. What's got you so giddy?
I just love Sniper, that's all.
Shrapnel!
He's a funny hero, and it puts Avery in a certain kind of mood. I'll tell you that right there.
Does funny win games? Is it as good of a Huskar
cares?
pivot?
Do we care?
No, we
Tsunami?
don't.
Do we care
We
who
don't.
wins?
We don't.
I'm an unbiased viewer. I don't know about you. Maybe you guys are biased as hell for gaining gladiators because you just love Quinn. But me, I'm an unbiased caster, and I just like whatever is most entertaining for the viewers.
Liquid, how dare you?
I'm also unbiased. I hate Quinn.
You're unbiased?
Yeah, I feel like that's in the middle now.
I mean, that's the one thing us NA players can agree on.
Yeah, Quinn ruined so many of my pubs. That's why I got on a team with him.
Motherland.
Are you not
Never
happy
forgive him.
that he? What about Snaking?
He's also
on
the
dead
shit
to you.
list. Yeah.
Stunned.
Look at our region now. Look at it. There's nothing left.
Real crab mentality coming out of you.
We're all here.
These people, they go on to like the first people in their family to go to college, get a degree, get a job.
They weren't actually. NA was great. It was thriving when we were here. They just left.
And maybe they can make that conversion, but right now, I got my eyes on 2 Kazakh players on Gaming Gladiators. Let's get into our game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
little bit of sniper gameplay for Gaming Gladiators and a good old-fashioned, newfound Classico that everybody hates. Gaming Gladiators versus Team Liquid. I know all of you have been waiting for this matchup, anticipating it, because we all love watching these two teams battle against each other. It's always a great time. Avery, I know you in particular love both these teams. Love watching them play. Love watching, love casting them in finals.
Yeah, Austin, you know that feeling when you're a kid and every year you wake up and there's presents under the tree and it's Christmas. Santa leaves them for you. And then one year you wake up and there's nothing. There's an eviction notice.
Oh, no.
And they tell you Santa's not real. Well, that's the same feeling I get every time I have to cast Gaming Gladiators versus Liquid. But it is a Classico.
It is a classic.
For a reason. And I do enjoy it in that aspect, you know?
It's not getting any Oscars, but it did win the Razzies.
Exactly. Who knows what's going to happen? I feel like both teams could lose.
First blood goes to Mickey. And maybe another one?
Shackle. Well, that's aggressive blade strike.
Yeah, Tofu goes in for it.
Who's going on who here, man?
I think it's Liquid going on
also,
Gaming Gladiators.
Can we talk about the support duo for Liquid in this game?
Shadow Shaman Oracle?
Yeah.
What about it?
I mean,
there's something wrong with it?
I think in theory it's fine, but there's also another theory that this is like the squishiest backline support duo of all time.
Yeah.
Like it's like I feel like it's the two supports that want to get jumped the least in the history of Dota. The second either of these supports gets jumped, you're just panic. You're in full panic mode. Like, get me out! I got to throw spells on myself and duck into the trees.
Hold on, guys. There's a Monkey King bug. Quinn wants Valve to know.
Oh, that one's been in the game forever. That's been
exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! All right. In Shadow Shaman's defense, Shadow Shaman, I think, is not. Like, he's definitely still a hero that does not want to get jumped, but he is way more durable now with his foul.
I'm not arguing you can't survive when you get... I'm not arguing how good you are when you get jumped. I'm saying in no circumstance do either of these supports want to be jumped by anything. They would always prefer to have distance in a front line.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
I mean, they do have a lot of front line.
That's true. They have Bristle, they have Shaker, and they have Monkey,
So when you're talking about,
I don't have an issue with the draft. I just think
in theory, draft-wise, it makes sense,
yes.
but execution-wise, it might go terrible.
Aggressive cluster cluck. You don't see that every day.
I don't. What? It's not like he chose to activate his foul play. It just goes off because he was gonna die.
Man, that top lane's going well for them. 2 CS for the Shaman, first blood for the Monkey. What you like to see? What you like to
for
see?
The Shaman.
He's got more than 2.
Why does he have any CS?
It's Shadow Shaman.
That's weird.
You have big base damage.
Okay.
They also swapped the support lanes. They put this Insania Oracle in the off lane, which is also interesting, right?
Because the Batrider matchup, right?
Sure. But we still don't see teams do this a lot, honestly. But it's an Oracle, so you know you got to give it to Insania, or he kicks you from the team. And
no, that's not true. Boxy has played it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did like Tree Oracle.
He almost got kicked. I remember that game. Did not go well.
Can't risk it.
Insania sabotaged the hell out of him that game. But it's your boy Cardell at the top, leading the pack. And that's kind of the name of the game for gaming. So, okay, so the whole point I was bringing all of this up before you derailed me was...
Oh, sorry.
On the side of Liquid, you have these 2 supports who don't want to get
Hold
jumped.
up, Avery. They're going on top lane right now. Blood Grenade goes out. Tofu in some trouble. Has a Fairy Fire. That's all he's got, though, and it is not enough to survive through the damage of both a Monkey King. And they're actually going to go for even more here. Got the Shackles onto Ace. Do they go for the dive? They do. Tries to plant a tree to block it. Doesn't work out. Boxy with a little bit of body blocking secures himself a solo lane. Meanwhile, they get the kill on bottom as well.
More chaotic action. Some of these games have just been all over the place, dude.
Sorry, continue your point that you were trying to get to before I derailed you.
Liquid have 2 supports that don't want to get jumped. I think we've established that.
Yeah.
They have 3 frontliners. And then Gaiman have a sniper.
Oh, nice.
Doesn't
Oh, Shackle's going off.
I'm done.
A little bit of a pull action. Keep going, Avery. Keep going.
Nobody cares anymore.
You know, it's funny.
Nobody cares.
I read a comment recently about how I interrupt my co-caster all the time.
Did you? Do you remember the name that wrote that comment, Austin?
It was at SVG Dota.
Yeah, maybe it was. It's really interesting.
All right, well, the safe lane may be going great for Liquid, but this...
Oh, we didn't get him. Oh, he did get him.
He did get him. He got him. It's damage over time. Works its way through. Malady secures
How did
it.
they double kill him down here with a Dragon Knight Bat Rider?
Yeah,
You know, I'm just gonna say it, man.
Okay, say it.
Something is wrong in that Saberlight lane for this team.
Yeah.
Something just goes wrong in this lane every game. I don't know what it is. If they can fix that, I think their win rate would go up by like 10%.
Yeah, Boxy and Saberlight are not on the same page, it feels like.
I mean, apparently Insania and Saberlight also aren't on the same page.
That's true. I forgot.
So, I don't know
It's not
who is
getting
on the
any
same
better.
page with this guy.
Oh, no.
Oh, nice little chicken. Stick. Turn around.
Get away. Shackles underneath the tower. Not good for Ace. He's going to take far too much damage from here on out. He
got
dies,
baited by the
and-
shaman.
Yep.
That was a Lotus heal, I think. Man. This is... What is happening in the games we're casting today? It feels like the early games have no structure to them. It's just a free-for-all. Just people going for crazy kills. Not reading the regen. We have an Oracle stacking. Like, I don't even know what's going on, man.
What was your point about the supports?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. That must not have been that good of a point.
It
then.
really wasn't. I know. It was never meant to be.
Man, Mickey is just dominating this lane.
Yeah, this monkey is fat. Real fat. Does not show in the CS, but it shows in the net worth right now. He is up there. God damn.
Quinn's doing pretty well for himself. 34 and 10. He's got 10 denies. Nisha's not bad CS. He's still got 30 CS.
I mean, this is a very one-sided matchup. There's no, unlike the Shaker Huskar where you can kind of ult him later, you're not gap closing sniper.
Jumping on to Mickey with Malady joining in. And no support in sight.
That's a big one. That's a big rotation. Really nice heads up play because that's the highest net worth hero on the map. So you take him out, you really handicap Liquid's early game here. As the stacking continues from Insania. So at some point this will go into the Bristleback, you hope. And you'll get all that XP and gold back. But it's a big pinata sitting there right now. And I mean, you can take some of these stacks with the game and heroes. They honestly have good stack takers between the Shrapnel, the Dragon Knight, the Bat Rider, in theory, right?
Sure.
And this Bristleback is really low level. That's my concern right now. Are these stacks actually ever going to end up in Saberlight? Or do you just have Nisha Echo slaying it? Again, just more kill action on this top lane. I don't know what is going on up there.
Support's heading to mid lane, leaves an empty off lane. And Liquid don't get gone on yet in this mid area. I mean, they would be diving well past the tower in order to make this happen. Assassinate, hits onto the Oracle. They get some damage. Echo Slam goes out. They fully commit to the kill on Malady. They do manage to get that punishment. Meanwhile, Wisdom Rune steal. Tofu does manage to get it.
That's a big...
It was a close call, but he dies for it. But either way, he got the Wisdom Rune. That's the important part. Well, you don't have Echo Slam anymore. Do you really want to try and do this without Echo Slam? If you had Echo, sure, that'd be free, but okay. I guess there was a game plan there. If they get gone on. Meanwhile, pressure on mid, pressure at top. It continues, but it goes bad. Boxy's already dead, and Mickey, he did have a very large wand. Not as big as Warlock's staff earlier, but...
No, that's for sure. And not as big as this hand cannon Quinn's carrying around. Laying it.
He's just blasting away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I can't do it.
What?
Just laying into that mid tower.
Is under attack.
Demolishing.
That was a heads up TP top from Watson. Now he makes the mid rotation.
Instead of 2 supports diving past the tower, it's 2 supports and a carry that is diving past the tower. Unable to kill
Why
Nisha,
is
though.
Saberlight here? He has nothing.
Well, he's got to stop Watson diving in the mid lane. And he is going to get the punish on him there. It looks like the goo is stacking up. They're killing Quinn at the same time. Liquid plot all 5 heroes. He said, Game of Gladiators, you bring 4 to mid, we bring 5.
That is insane overextension from Gaiman. Maybe not ready for Liquid to bring everybody, but they absolutely did. And big win for the Bristleback, who TP's into there with 0 mana. And
Yeah, you said,
cleans
what
up
the hell
some
is he
cores.
doing? He won big off that.
He did. He's looking for more. He's still got all these stacks to go to.
Someday. Someday he'll get to it.
He's going to Lincoln's build, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, interesting.
So, Perseverance for now for the extra mana regen.
The stacks. I told you, Austin. I told you. Why didn't they listen? Oh my, they're all gone.
All right, Insania takes like 2 of them.
Just leave the game, man. It's like not even worth.
They're still ahead in net worth.
I'm just abandoning if I'm Saberlight.
Oh, okay.
That's a morale loss.
I mean, he still has Ancients. Those are the important ones.
That's why I told you. You know what? It was that Echo Slam mid. I think that Echo Slam had to go into the stacks. See, now they're debating it.
Yeah.
They're like, I don't want to echo this now. Gaiman are still lurk. I mean, there's no way you go for the Ancient stack steal. Your spell damage is not nearly as good.
But if they could catch Liquid in the middle of doing it, it would be nice. Nisha tried to catch him round the corner on a tree. Melody finally has to use his Firefly.
Dire are scanning.
Meanwhile, Mickey comes through the gate and ganks the enemy safe lane tower, but they can't kill the Dragon Knight fast enough. Their TPs are coming in. Watson's about half HP, but there goes out the Doom onto the Bristleback. Still committing onto Watson, though. Nisha catches him on the other side. Enchant Totem to the face. That'll finish him off with help of Mickey. Meanwhile, the dives in. Shadow Shaman, he'll dive forward, but the chase continues. Quick, dropping the shrapnels, keeping Nisha at bay. Got hit by an Enchant Totem, but they've already finished off Mickey. Now they can push to Nisha as well. This time it's Game and Gladiators who bring the superior numbers and outpace Liquid, even if Nisha does manage to get that 1 kill.
Do these fights make any sense to you?
Not really.
Yeah, I have no clue.
I'm just kind of going with the flow.
I don't like. Why does that fight exist? It's just a gank on the Dragon Knight that turns into a full 10-man brawl. Oh, wild game, honestly.
I mean, I guess, do you inherently disagree with the play by Liquid that they went for that initially? Like, do you think it's bad to gank the Dragon Knight?
No, it's just weird how it happened.
I mean, and then in that case, everything else kind of makes sense, because at this point, Liquid and Game and Gladiators have shown that the MO is lots of heroes in one lane. It started with Game and Gladiators 2 years ago, bringing 2 supports into the mid lane for runes, and it's just been an escalation ever since.
So are we just seeing the end of the
the end game is literally 5 people mid at all times.
So when these teams play, they can't play normal Dota.
Yeah, it's too much history has been built up.
That's actually an interesting meta-analysis, yeah.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Huh. We're seeing the evolution of the game right here. It's like 2 learning machine AI just trying to outplay each other over time, and eventually they play themselves into a circle.
They just do the math. 3 is greater than 4. 4 is greater than 5.
So, you're saying they're going to bring their
exact opposite?
So they're going to bring their coach in soon.
Yeah, soon it's going to be 6v6.
Give PPD a call.
I mean, that's what Deadlock is about. Peter. That was a good meme.
It is. It's still a good meme, to be honest. Blink Dagger done for Nisha, by the way. Committed his Echo Slam for those stacks in the end. Felt the pressure of the AI gaming we're witnessing, and has no Echo Slam right now, but he's looking for something. He's invis.
Yeah, they got him.
They got him. That is true. Mage Slayer for the Monkey King, and Lincoln's for the Bristle, so it'll be interesting to see how this Lincoln's build plays out. I've seen a lot of people talking about it, seen it in pubs. I haven't seen it as much in competitive.
Where were they talking about it?
No, this was the whole, like,
circle?
It's that one Bristle spammer. What's his name? I forgot his name. Everybody in chat knows what I'm talking about. He does his build. He goes Lincoln's Glimmer.
Okay.
That's his build.
Oh, yeah. I knew about his Glimmer part. I didn't know he went Lincoln's first every time.
Yeah, apparently you just get Lincolns and you're invincible. That's the theory.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to be true this game, but we'll see.
I mean, it's definitely not. because he has 5,000 net worth.
It is a good Lincoln
He
skin,
is
though.
so poor.
He has
I
to
don't
get
think
he has to
any
get
item
Ace to
makes him
run up and like
untouchable.
doom the Lincolns, you know.
And he is currently baiting himself as Liquid come through the gate to punish anybody who tries to stand in this lane. There goes Ace, and there goes the tower.
I will say one thing. Boxy, it feels like, is having the most consistent game of anybody on Liquid so far. Maybe Mickey's game has been really good because of the lane, but he's taken both side lane tier 1s with wards. Took the top one alone. He's gotten some decent ganks in bottom. He's the most farm support. This Shaman's cooking, man.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Cooking a little Shaman stew. Know what I'm saying?
Radiant's
No,
bottom tower
I
is
don't.
under attack.
It's
Another
a
wisdom
shaman
rune,
too.
Dire's top tower.
I don't want to answer that.
Okay.
I don't think anybody wants to know.
Does it have to do with his lore?
I don't. I can't talk about Shaman lore, dude. Shaman lore is not PG. That's all I'm gonna say. The viewers at home can go read on the Shaman lore. That lore was definitely.
It's just a normal farmer activity.
Yeah. That was some lore created at an after party one night. And I forgot it was in there. Yeah. Forgot it was in there. Some more ancient party going on. Man, Liquid has really been stacking these ancients and really been giving none of them to Saberlight. Like, they are really completely fucking him over in this game.
I mean, we talked about the problems that they seem to have been having with the new edition of Saberlight.
So ironic.
And we talked about, like, oh, maybe they need to enable Saberlight more. Apparently, Liquid took the opposite lesson of that. They said Boxy is our new 3 position, our old 3 position, and Saberlight's going to be the 4.
Oh,
Nisha getting kited around heavily, has to throw out the Echo Slam right before the Doom goes out. He is still dead. Mickey hits a 2-man boundless strike, pops his ultimate, tries to go for the Riki. They'll have him. Can they get more? Saberlight trying to slow him down, but he runs straight into a Dragon Tail stun, and he's facing all these heroes, bailed out by Insania. Now he can push forward again. He's got some heals. He's got the ward, surrounded on Quinn.
Cardell.
And with the buildup of goo, they should be able to get Ace as well. What a turn there. Saberlight almost dying.
But he had the Glimmer Cape.
And he got the Glimmer Cape, he got the False Promise, and as a result, they get 3 more kills.
Tips rolling into the Oracle God himself in the right place at the right time, and that means everything on this hero as Liquid win a convincing team fight despite the Echo Slam doing nothing and Nisha going down first. And this Wukong got kited pretty well.
Yeah, it's just this moment right here. It was a fair trade-off.
That's it, right? You get him, maybe you're happy. You don't, well, you're quite sad.
And the fact that Quinn gets caught kind of in this corner of trees that puts him in a bad spot.
I mean, again, Boxy's he's honestly been having a really good game here.
Yeah.
Like, that's a drum shaman catching that sniper.
He's just too
That's
fast.
the laugh of a man who says, you're still not getting any stacks, kid.
Bailed your ass out. That's all you're going to get.
Actually, you think that's what he was saying? He's like, I knew he should have given those stacks to Boxy the whole time. Hell yeah. That drum did work, son.
Dude, look at him. He's got a Windlace. It's a 400 movement speed shaman before he actually pops the
I mean, the drum was good that fight. It was legit good.
Yeah.
He's catching another one. He's rampaging this game. 3-3 and 16.
Oh my god. He actually has been a part of every kill.
He's been a part
That's
of
amazing.
100% of the kills. I'm telling you, this is prime Boxy we're witnessing right now. This man, he doesn't need a blink. He doesn't need Aether Lens. He just walks his ass in there, and he has 100% kill participation.
Okay, I gotta go drums on Shaman, apparently.
We are witnessing something right now. Gaming don't even know what's happening. Oh, he almost walked in there again. I'm telling you, if this guy had Tumbler toy, it's over, dude. Over.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Insania is gonna go Blink Dagger.
Yes. Dire's middle tower.
Try and make sure he could play way far out in the back. Because there are a lot of heroes that can get to the back line on Game of Gladiators.
But I don't feel like a lot of the ones that do deal damage, it's just really the supports. The 3 cores don't jump. And then, I don't know. I feel like Liquid have a lot of survivability right now.
Yeah.
With the Glimmers, the Oracle, the Hex Save, the 3 tanky frontliners. Monkey might be on a tree.
Yeah, if like Riki was doing well and he had Diffuse up late, then he could jump the Oracle and with the help of just an assassination, maybe kill him.
Or threaten
But
him.
as it stands, yeah, it's not even close to that.
It just feels like the supports on Gaming were a little too far behind, and then that you lose those 1 or 2 team fights. And if you don't have enough damage to push through the front line, the fights become problematic. Now, the pickoff game.
Very good pickoff game.
Yeah, that's where you can still thrive. You push the lanes in against this Liquid lineup. I don't think Liquid's lineup is that good at playing the map, per se. If you can keep finding these Batrider pickoffs with Riki scouting, Doom pickoffs, your single target kill threat's super high. So that type of gameplay is something they can go back to here.
Yeah.
And just farm up the Dragon Knight. Maybe you just out-carry Liquid here. I don't know. I mean, in theory, you should with Sniper, Dragon Knight, Doom. It's pretty nasty late game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Radiant's
top
Monkey
tower
King.
is under attack.
That's pretty cool.
Why?
Farm fast.
Okay.
I mean, we used to
Is
see
Radiance just the
I
item
guess
of the
so.
day?
We used to see Thompson doing this build on Monkey a lot.
Yeah.
It's deceptively good in the team fights. And
I guess I just question,
farm pretty
like...
fast. I mean, it's like this or Mjolnir, right?
Yeah.
And like Mjolnir fell off, Gleipnir fell off. You don't really want to go Battle Fury on Monkey. I mean, you can, but that just feels pretty bad.
I guess I feel like the miss percentage chance of Radiance where it does not feel that effective against this Gladiators lineup.
No.
So
I
if
would
it's
agree.
about the farm, then I'm fine with it. But
I think it's just a wave clear fighting item. He's going to get Manta, so you'll have the Radiance Manta again.
Yeah. And at some point, you turn that into Nullifier to keep people inside of the Wukong's command. Hairball to try and slow down Ace. The follow-up from Mickey is about to strike onto Tofu instead of their previous target.
Smoke coming in as well. Straight into the triangle. Scan hits. They'll find Watson.
Runs into Watson. Hit him with the Echo Slam. Got hit by the Dragon Tail at the same time, but they got the chain stun.
He is gone.
Yeah, no saves whatsoever on the side of Gaming Gladiators. The best they can hope for is like a smoke screen, but obviously Riki had already been picked off, so...
I mean, are Gaming in just pure dodge mode? And just go ultra late? Is that the game plan?
Yeah, I guess, but... I feel like if you do this mid sniper, if you are ever in dodge mode, you're in a really bad spot. But net worth is even. Game of Gladiators, despite the kills that have been swinging Liquid's way, they have kept the net worth even.
Oh, Mickey.
Mickey is going
Super good
straight
angle.
to them. Knocked down off the trees, hit him with the 2-man boundless strike. Now the Fortune's End managed to get the lasso. Mickey's going to be bailed out by the False Promise. Immediately Doom's going to be put onto the Oracle. The Oracle is certainly dead, but if they could still get Quinn for this, reminder that they have the Aegis on Mickey, so he's fine to commit here, and if he dies, that's totally fine. They still have that second life to work with. Meanwhile, Shadow Shaman on the other side of this tier 2 tower. Immediately got smokescreen though. Hey, Fisher on 2 is not too bad. Maybe they could create the separation, allow the Shadow Shaman to get away, and then Shackles turn around onto Doom. Boxy stays alive, and the 2 that were hunting him down are the 2 that will die instead.
Might even get Watson here.
Yeah, he has 6 stacks of Viscous Nasal Goo, but the Batrider's able to push Liquid away. Instead, they'll go back to deal with the tier 2.
And that finishes the Lincolns for the Bristol, and they have the BKB on the Shaker they didn't even use. Liquid is cruising through these team fights. There's just nobody who can stand there and fight these heroes back when they have the sustain and the Oracle behind them. And here, you doom the Oracle, but he already threw his ult.
Yeah, well, it's the point. He's already used False Promise.
So this is just pretty low value ult, and your Sniper's just getting run down, man. You didn't have Dragon Knight in this fight.
Yeah, I almost feel like if you would Doom the Monkey, sure, he got False Promise, he has Aegis, but at least that would have saved Quint's life, right? Because the Monkey gets False Promise, there's nothing that stops him from being able to jump into the trees, right? Because he's taking no damage.
Yes.
So he can always chase after.
I mean, he just had Aegis. I don't know. That fight's just a bad fight for Gaming because Liquid knew, one, Watson's dead. even if he comes to that fight, he has no dragon form.
Yeah.
It's a 5-on-4, 6-on-4 at best if you get value out of the Aegis.
Quinn's going to get caught in the same area again here. Tries to concussive grenade himself away, but long-range Fisher will catch his TP.
Straight into the arms of the Shaman.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mickey with 25 seconds left on the Aegis. He'll take the mid-tier 2 as well. And Liquid, they're not staying. Oh, yeah, he read it. Read the attempted TP from Malady. They are showing a lot of heroes here. That is one thing. Can Game of Gladiators get aggressive on mid at all while this is happening? Looks like no. They lost their tier 2.
They just really haven't made a move or even gone for anything in a long time.
And they still might get picked off. Like, Liquid's the one continuing to be aggressive. Looking into the triangle for Watson.
You're going to have to do something to try and salvage the momentum in this game soon. Liquid are just going to run away with it. The lead's not that big, but it just feels very one-sided.
Yeah, momentum-wise, it feels like Liquid is going to control the map and take Roshan. Yep. And I mean, they do have pretty good high ground defense, though. That is something to be said. They've got Bat Rider, Sniper.
Yeah, if they're alive.
Yeah. Well, if you never leave your base, how could you die?
If you never leave your base, then you're going to watch the other team farm the entire map for 80 minutes, like Falcons. And then you're going to get a Reddit hate thread about how boring your team is.
That's the last thing you want. Who cares about winning or losing? It's about the entertainment value you bring to the fans.
That's true. That's why we're all here. To be entertained. Are you not entertained, Austin?
At this moment, no. If you
Oh,
said something
sorry,
funny. If you said something funny, that would really help.
Oh, I'm just a clown for you, huh?
Yeah, kinda. Anytime there's a space in the action, that's your place to step in and say funny things.
All right, BKB for Dragon Knight. Nothing funny about that. I expect Gaimin to make a move. You gotta swing something in this game. Cannot wait for the sniper BKB. It's way too far away.
Liquid's a little split right now, so they may have good opportunity.
Gotta look for a lasso jump on somebody.
Saberlight is going to push too far forward. They don't know where the Oracle is, and the Oracle is now behind him, and he does have that Blink Dagger too. So if they jump on a Saberlight, it's probably going to go bad. The false bomb. Oh, he got silence. He walked into the smoke screen, couldn't get it off. Now Fate's Edict on himself, but it's just gone horribly wrong. Now he uses the false promise onto a Monkey King who is doomed up, so he's not able to jump away into the trees. The silence, the doom, it's wearing thin. He's dead. Which should have been them going on the Bristleback and him getting bailed out, but because that doesn't happen, there's no Bristleback to slow them down, and they just get on top of the backline.
I mean, honestly, even if you get the ult on the Bristle there, does that fight change that much? You still got the Doom on the Monkey. There is then no Oracle for it.
100% it does, because he is the goo facet, right? If he's bailed out, he's able to like throw hairball and start throwing the goos. Like, there's no way they're able to make that kind of chase.
There's still a lot of things went right in that fight for Gaimin.
For sure.
That is exactly what they needed in this game. Swing the momentum back around at a pivotal point with that Dragon Knight BKB timing. Shut down the front line. Yeah. I swear, Insania, I feel like he blinked in and he wasn't initially silenced and he walked into it.
Yeah,
he couldn't target him.
100% he had the range to cast False Promise,
but he wasn't
walk into the.
But he wasn't fast enough, right? He couldn't target him, and then.
Oh, right, because he can't target him.
Yeah,
I forgot about
that. He would have had to have blinked in before the smoke screen went out, which I think was basically impossible.
Yeah.
Well, I don't really know what he does there.
Okay, that's not good. I was going to say, as long as Game of Gladiators don't get picked off while Doom is on cooldown, they should be in a good spot, but Liquid run it back straight down the mid lane. They've already captured Quinn. Now they push inside the base, hoping for more. All they get is a BKB usage out of Watson, but it does put Liquid back in control of the map, which is important for Roshan that's coming up. Fortunately for Game of Gladiators, though, they will have a chance to contest here. Roshan's not going to be for a minute and a half, which will put their Doom back up. They're going to have to wait for Dragon Form, though, too.
That's a sad death. At least you got the rune.
guess so.
Man, Quinn is just falling so far behind in this game. That's the concern here for Gaiman.
Yeah, he just cannot get to his BKB.
I don't know. Still looking iffy. More defensive items coming out for Liquid as well. You're going to have another Lincoln Sphere on the Monkey King. Ag's done for Nisha, gives him a lot more mobility. Sanjin Yasha for Saberlight, more status resistance. They're just building to prevent this Doom being a factor in this game, prevent the lasso being a factor, and just out-man fight you. Some quick lag for Mickey. He probably was wondering where all his stacks were.
Are Gaming Gladiators, do they have Liquid muted, or?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
What's the deal here?
I think Gaiman have everybody in the entire scene muted.
They're like, we're ready.
We're gonna be here for a while. This could be an hour-long pause right here.
Why do you think they have everybody in the scene muted?
I mean, I know Quinn does.
All right, well.
I just get that sense, you know. That was Quinn just like, let's just go, man.
He's not even waiting to see.
Yeah, he didn't see anything. I can't sit here all day.
Well, they still have another match to play after this. Another game, rather.
Yeah, not another match.
Whatever, man.
It's tomorrow.
Thank you.
A game in Liquid too.
All right. Got some more qualifiers to play or something. I'm sure there's a few more of them around.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, there's that post that was highlighting how many games and how many hours Secret played in a row.
Yeah.
In those 3 qualifiers. I found that a little ironic, I must say. Because was it not Puppy who years ago complained? We need more tournaments. We need more lands. There's too much downtime.
Yeah, I mean, no, I think...
And now he's got them all. Now it's too much.
I don't think he ever said it was too much. I think Reddit was saying it's too much. Puppy specifically said we can play 15 games in a day.
But that's my point. The post should have been like, Puppy must be loving this big fight in the pit, Austin.
Grab on the Shadow Shaman. Perfect grab to start things off. He's already dead. They do manage to get the Aegis onto Mickey, though. Are they willing to push this into the corner against the Wukong's command?
I think they're willing to fight. Willing to fight for sure if they can find another good jump. Hard to go into the defensive vision, though.
Looks like they will let Liquid slip back. Will not push the issue any further.
Yeah, you have to think about the double Lincoln Sphere between these 2 cores. How you get through it and who you commit on. With Aegis on top of that, makes it a lot more difficult here. So vision's everything for Gaiman. Got to play on the vision, you got to play on your wards. Dragon Form running out here, Liquid smoking in. Have a good sense it's advantageous for them right now. And they cut Tofu with the gem on Nisha.
Oh, Insania? Saberline? Any detection on this side? No? I cannot believe he just walked into all those heroes.
He's about to walk into a sentry, though.
Just on the outside of it.
What a god.
All right. Ace, they take Tormentor, they get the shard, so heals Doom for 60% of the damage dealt.
So
he's actually pretty tanky.
So shouldn't these players like be living life now? You know what I'm saying? That there's all these tournaments, you're playing 10 hours a day. That's the dream. That's all I heard forever. We want to be playing 10 hours a day and 100 events a year. Well, you got it. You got it, son.
You can't just present the 2 extreme options as the only options. You're either playing 1 game a week or you're playing 15 games a day.
I feel like you're not familiar with how Valve operates there, Austin. I don't think they know there's a moderate anything. I think the entire company operates in extremes. You will either have 3 majors at DPC and $20 billion TI, or you will have nothing. Those are your only 2 options.
Yo, chill. NA hours.
They're not awake yet. They're not awake.
What? It's just 1:30 their time. Or sorry, 11:30 their time.
Yeah, that's true. They're probably watching.
You guys, we can leave the Valve slander for the morning crew. Owen's been doing a lot of that if you're listening.
Owen has really been going in. I've heard it, man. He has really been laying into Valve.
He just says the most heinous things about you guys. It's
ridiculous.
awful. You gotta watch out.
Someone needs to do something. Someone needs to stop him, man. Like, it's out of control.
It's out of control.
All right, BKB done for Cardell. It's smoke time once again for Gaiman. They've hit another point. Shiva's for the Doom, and Daedalus for the Dragon Knight. So huge power spikes on all 3 cores in terms of damage and survivability, but you have to find the jump.
Mickey jumped right into him!
What gift?
Oh, and Insania, of course, he cannot get the false promise on him. The smoke screen goes out before he could do anything, and now he's the one in a bit of trouble here.
Gotta get through the Aegis, though.
Aegis has been burned through. The hairball to slow him down. Does Liquid keep going for it? Watson's challenging him with BKB. The Doom out onto the Bristleback. He's already dead. The Shadow Shaman's in some trouble. It's just Watson burning through. Oh, Ghost Scepter goes off in time. He can shackle him. Ace, he needs some help over here. Boxy's controlling up the carry right now. Well, Mickey, okay, he jumps into Ace here. I don't think he can take the fight against Watson, though. Watson, I think he's just too strong unless the shackles just keep on coming out. Mickey's got to get out of here, though. Boxy cannot hold him back forever.
You gotta run. Nisha TP'd out. BKB TP'd on the backside of that fight. He was fighting the sniper. So the second he's out of there, Liquid bail. Maybe lucky to get out with everybody that they did. The Bristleback lived on 1 tick of damage from that.
Did he really?
Yes.
I thought he was dead for sure.
I thought he was dead too, but he survived. Lincoln's Glimmer Cape, the invincible, I guess.
It's too powerful.
And yeah, once more, Insania trying to blink in to save that hero that gets smokescreen. And the second you're too late to that, not only do you can't do anything, you put yourself in a bad spot.
Yeah.
It's really backfired for him. Not really sure what else you're supposed to do, though.
Yeah, it's like if you're too close, you get gone on by the Riki. If you're too far away, you can't get the false promise before the smoke screen.
I just don't think there's anything you can do. Your only real option is your team jumps the Riki first. And just get rid of the problem entirely. Been an effective counter, though. This has really nullified this Oracle's impact.
I mean, one of the things was they were supposed to stop the initiation in the first place. With mass Lincolns, right? They have 3 different Lincolns.
Eyeing up Ace. No
Echo
Doom.
Slam. Just put him down. Oh, Fisher actually catches the Bat Rider as he blinks in. A little bit awkward for Malady, and it's Tofu that is the one to die instead. Malady, maybe they still dive him underneath the tier 3. Saberlight's thinking about it. He's keeping the slow on him.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
He can jump after him. Wukong's command, and Saberlight is able to get that kill with the help of Mickey.
The shackle.
And now they've got the shackles onto their Dragon Knight, and Quinn can do nothing to really stop this one. They're just all leaning onto Watson, but the buybacks are coming back in, and Watson does too much damage. He just turns around, demolishes much of the Liquid backline. They're all so low. Finally, the shots finish off Boxy. Mickey zips away through the Boundless Strike.
How'd he kill nobody there? They
were all at like 5% HP.
I thought he was just going to splash kill all 3 of them on the backside of that.
I mean, I thought it was going to be a shooting gallery where Quinn was just going to line up assassination shots all over the place.
No, this sniper's useless as hell, but that Dragon Knight, goddamn, he stood his ground. Did some work.
Imagine if he had Satanic. He's so close to it, too. If he has Satanic, he clearly wins that fight.
If he has a little more damage, maybe 1 more crit, too.
Yeah.
Jeez, you got to respect this DK damage. Especially since you don't bring him down that fast. Like, he lived a long time in just the BKB duration on a 3rd HP. Aggressive dive from Liquid almost backfires, but almost is not enough. The Lincoln Sphere is still doing some work here. And a heads-up play from them, knowing this Doom's on cooldown. It's a pretty safe fight overall. Oh, another Lincoln's break. You did recover your sniper a bit in this game. It's kind of the interesting part about all this.
He was useless.
Well, he is, but he's recovered, you know. He needs 1 more damage item, and then I think he becomes useful.
Okay.
Dire are scanning.
He's just not hitting hard enough right now. Like, you need to be a bigger threat so that when they dive on your DK, when they're going on the Doom, you can actually threaten them back. And then you're going to be happy in the fight.
I almost wonder if an Aghanim Scepter would have felt nice for him. Just to be able to shoot the Shadow Shaman as soon as he's shackling. Because at this point in time, they just have to stop Boxy, man.
That's really expensive, though.
I feel like Watson wins these fights as long as the Shadow Shaman isn't perma-disabling him.
Just doom him then. I don't know.
I'm not opposed to that either at this point. He is going to be pretty slippery, though. He's got Ghost Scepter, Drums, Aether Lens, and soon to be a Blink Dagger.
Did finish up the Satanic, though, on the DK, so maybe that gives you a lot more staying power. You get another Dispel. You get a lot more strength, more damage. You also have this tier 4 token. See what Watson rolls here. Could be a big one, honestly, depending on what he gets.
Foxy now getting some wards on his shackles.
All right, you got Ogre Steel Totem. That's maybe not the greatest here, but it's solid. It's good. Could come in clutch. Yeah. Again, I think Gaiman just want more survivability or damage here. You're looking for aesthetics, caps, Ninja Gear type stuff. Ninja Gear for Mickey on top of the Silver Edge. So this monkey has a lot more invis to play around with, a lot more vision game, and almost level 25. That's a huge talent if he can get to it.
Sure.
And Roshan is available, by the way. So both these teams kind of on an awkward part of the map for it. If Gaiman gated here, they would actually be there first, but there's no way they can assume that. They might, I mean, they're going to see Monkey on the top wave. They might just gate. You want to be really aggressive about it?
Gate to try and pick him off. Yeah. If they do get Roche.
I think there was a window there, but it's dangerous because you just don't know where the rest of the team is. And you see nothing on the other side of that gate.
I mean, at this rate, are they just banking on like a late Roshan and they'll get it on Radiant side? Because Liquid could have taken it.
Yeah, I'm surprised Liquid did. I'm surprised neither team made the play for it. Instead, they just want to take the fight, and Liquid making the move. They still have this ward on the cliff that they're moving
They're
towards.
going through the gate. Wait, but Roshan's about to... Oh my god, are they going to do it in the space of 30 seconds?
They are going to try, yeah. Watson has the damage
They're
for
going to do with just 4 heroes, but they've got the damage.
Did Liquid just outmaneuver themselves? I don't even...
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do?
Dude, you just go through with this Bristle.
They're just going through. Saberlight's going to go after him, but he's going to be a little bit delayed. The rest of his team is going to be slow to get to him. Maybe they TP in. Boxy immediately goes in with the Ghost after activating. He got the Doom on him. All right, bye-bye Shadow Shaman. They, in turn, go on the Doom. Doom's pretty tanky. Mickey gets off the Wukong's command, turns it around, but it's outside of the range of Quinn. He can't get on top of the sniper. This is not good. Mickey, he thinks about TPing out. He's not going for it. Meanwhile, Insani's being hunted by the Riki. Got the hairball. They jump in. Echo Sam trying to finish off Quinn. Force that up to the high ground. Nisha chasing after him. He only needs one more enchant totem hit to finish off this sniper, and he gets him, slams him down, but he's lost his carry on the side. Wait, no. Mickey's not dead yet. He gets a little Pachinko stacks, tries to trickery his way out of it, but Watson's damage is just too damn good. Back into it. Nisha leaping in to try and help out Saberlight. The Dragon form is down. Liquid can kite this back.
Buybacks coming out. Supports on both teams. Ace bought back for this as well. Roche went bottom during all that, so Liquid, they just get to go through the gate. Claim Roche.
I cannot believe that win.
No, they're going to TP outpost and fight it.
But they're going to fight without Dragon form.
This is crazy.
Perhaps fighting without their Dragonite at all, as he is dead, isolated. Quinn bought back for this one. He's going to die back. Game and Gladiators fumbling. And the game is just maybe over.
Dude, I'm too old for this shit, man. Like, I don't know anymore, man. I'm too old for these games. Like, what? How did we go from Liquid outmaneuvered themselves to they went through the gate one by one?
Yeah.
Instantly lost the Shaman, Insania TP'd outpost. Somehow that works. You lose the carry. Because you waited so long, Roche goes through the gate back to bottom, which means you can then gate back to bottom, which is the enemy outpost, which is Gaiman's. So they should be favored again with buybacks.
Yeah.
But then they trickle in one by one and feed.
I mean, they also aren't playing around buybacks. Like, Boxy went through the gate and died, but he was also able to buy back.
Right. But then you should have been able to regroup Radiant after all of that as Gaiman and buy back into your outpost. Like Tofu had buyback, right? You had another Dragon Form in 10.
Yeah.
You had the Sniper buyback.
Quickly turned into a dieback.
And that's, in theory, a fight that you get the Sniper there before the Monkey does. I don't know what that was, man. That was a wild sequence that Liquid absolutely capitalized on, and now they got a refresher shard on the Shaman, so that's a double ward drop if he really wants it.
Yep. Liquid. The game's not over, but they should be able to get 2 lanes of Barracks Boxy. Thought about making a jump for it.
I mean, that was just so much gold is the thing. Like, all right, Dragon back.
Pull back into the tier 4s.
He does have Aegis, gotta remember.
Yeah, and Insania, False Promise. They're gonna try and keep the Aegis intact here.
Yeah, that's fine play here. He's gonna heal the full. You just back up. Dragon form used. I mean, Liquid are just in such a good spot now because they got the Aegis, but they got level 25 on all 3 of their cores.
I mean, don't they just go back in as soon as Dragon forms?
Yeah, I think so. They're just gonna wait it out.
Okay.
And you have 25 Bristle, you have 25 Shaker with the enchant talent, you have 25 Monkey with the Mega Ring. So you're chilling in the team fight now. You have a mega talent advantage over Gaimin.
With between Ward Drop and Wukong's command, Game of Gladiators are going to be hard pressed to take a fight in that area.
I mean, they have no Doom, no Dragon
calling off the
form.
side, spots the Riki. Quickly killed. No buyback there.
Oh, this Ancient Guardian on the Sniper is good.
Yeah, he's getting plus 100. Big K jumps for it. Oh, good timing there from Quinn.
Great.
Knocks him down on the concussive grenade. Meanwhile, Shackles on to Watson. Ooh, Malady missed his mark there. Went for the lasso, but he saw the Lincolns went up, so.
And Quinn had to like pre-BKB. He saw Nisha walking in. He thought he was going to get Echo Slam.
Did you see this? Saberlight is building a Revenant's Brooch?
I mean, he hits hard, man.
Okay.
It's going to chunk that DK, right?
Yeah, but is he the person that should be doing that?
Why not?
Okay.
He's got an AC.
Yeah, that works really well with the Revenant's Brooch.
That's right. you turn the Revenant's Brooch off.
He's like literally this existing of minus armor, and he wants to turn his damage into magic damage. All right.
Radiant's top tower.
Well, he's not going to turn it on.
Okay. Wukong's command, it goes off before the lasso does, and he's stuck. Surrounded by statues.
These barracks just look dead no matter what here.
Yeah, that's good. It's surely going to be Megas. Echo Slam onto Nisha Sauce. Opportunity to close out the game. Catches 2 cores in the Echo. A False Promise on Saberlight, who is taking his fight to Watson right now.
Hey, smack
with his Revenant's Brooch. Another Wukong's command.
Watson versus the world. Has Moon Shard.
He's ignoring the soldiers. He's good against the physical damage, but not against the magic damage that Saberlight provides.
Struck down in his prime. Watson could not 1v9 that game.
No.
And it will go Liquid's way. A very chaotic game. A lot of crazy sequences. I don't know what we were watching, but that man was victorious after receiving none of the stacks. He went, I do not need them. I'm a man of the land. I'll grow my own.
Grow my own
crops, my own farm.
Built his own farm. The hunter-gatherer type, you know? He doesn't stay in one area.
Yeah, exactly.
He roams the land, plucking berries, hunting deer.
Honestly, very, very strange game.
And as a result, he ends up second highest net worth in the game.
I mean, it still goes back to this thing for me with Liquid where every game it seems like the lanes are an issue. Saberlight is really far behind, but if they get into that mid game and pull it back a little bit,
yeah,
they still look really strong. And honestly, Saberlight plays those fights really well. Like, that's where his strength is, and they have really good team synergy.
I mean, the game broke open in a large way when he charged at 4 heroes and trusted in Insania to bail him out in the false
When
promise,
he couldn't
right?
target him, yeah, that was really heads up.
What? No, I was talking about the fight around the gate. The panel knows what I'm talking about.
Of course I do. It was a game-defining fight. Here, Gaming Gladiators thought that they had the damage necessary to take down a Roshan in the span of 30 seconds, while Liquid was doing laps around the map. And had it panned out for them, it would have been a masterstroke. Unfortunately, in comes Saberlight. They see the portal starting to quiver, and they're like, well, shit. We can't kill this thing in time. Time to panic maneuver. And initially, I thought that Liquid was still fumbling it because they were going one by one through the gate. I guess it really didn't matter because at that point, Saberlight was gigantic and Bristleback was too much of an issue.
I think you have to be like a different level of psycho to play Bristleback perfectly. You have to be unafraid, but at the same time, know that at any moment you could just get broken and bursted. Not so much in this game, but in general, you know, when you play Bristle, and it feels like it just fits Saberlight exactly. Loves to kind of just run in there blindly. He's like, my team's got my back. Eventually, they'll make it to Roche. They'll come through that gate. And if they don't, we're like, whatever, I died for a good cause, right?
Right,
we know that they're at Roche, right?
Space created, guys.
Right?
Right?
At least that's how I feel.
Yeah. I mean, I like you said, eventually you get broken when you're Bristleback. That wasn't a threat at all this game. Like, the kill threat that was on Bristle was the lasso pullback into the Ricky Cloud, into not being able to be saved by supports, which was also the threat for any one hero at Liquid at any time in the game. But Liquid just played so well. Like, they understood how their win condition in these fights went. And honestly, it was to go on the Ricky first. I thought Tofu had a really rough game. Like, every time I looked, his hero felt like the most instrumental hero for the fight that was happening, and he was either shackled for 6 seconds, solo caught by the Earthshaker on the side, like getting dusted and chased all the way into the triangle, and then while he's getting chased into the triangle, the rest of Liquid is going on Sniper on the right side. It really felt like Gaimin were they didn't play together as much as they should have this game, and we needed to see more out of that Ricky pick.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even all the way to the end, right, where we see Liquid taking this last lane of racks, the Ricky's just a little bit off to the side, and at no point did Liquid falter on going for the Ricky. It's a fissure, it's a boundless strike, it's the shackle on top of it. Like, they dumped all of their stuns and all of their lockdown into it because they knew how important it would be to make sure he's no longer there. That's an easy number to take out. Yeah, it's just like the damage is gone, the silence is gone. You're kind of free to just play around this fight now. You don't have to worry about someone coming out of nowhere.
And if you also are able to freely cast all your defensive spells like the Hex and the Oracle spells on the Bristleback, then what was the point of the Ricky pick? Although maybe it was made difficult by a product of some vision, like our Kadeo Ward of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe the Ricky didn't give that good vision, but the Observer Wards did. So the Kadeo Ward of the game does go to Liquid here. They have a nice deep ward inside the enemy triangle here, or not the triangle, sorry, by the outpost. And you saw early on that Shaker did ping this. He did get caught immediately, but you see, the team is coming to back up really quick on Liquid. So even though they did kill the Shaker, he got his echo off. His team was already on the way, so they're able to follow this fight up by just cleaning up. You see the gate play as well through Saberlight. Insania clutchly saving here at this moment. They're standing on that ward I'm talking about. They knew this fight was happening, so they have the numbers advantage here now. Great positioning by Boxy as well. Vision really helped them get that fight as best as they possibly could, and they went the way of Liquid in the end.
Gaimin do falter in this game number 1, but I'll say, at least at the bare minimum, we're not even talking about Malady. That's a good thing, right? Or maybe there are bigger mysteries to uncover right now, as a chest has just been illuminated on our stage, and I'm told that Fear, you've been enlisted to open up this chest. Fear. Check out this mystery chest.
Is this royalty-free Zelda music? Is that what? Is that what's happening here? Oh, did you want to walk in? He's slow, old man Fear.
There's Fear.
Okay, apparently you did.
There he is. Even slower. Perfect. Nice.
Too fast.
This is a new thing that we've been doing this season. We have these mystery chests that are filled with pieces of a costume to make up a hero. So Fear, if you could crack open that chest for me. And we're gonna try to attempt the hero that you are low-cost cosplaying right now. Get a piece out. A sheriff's badge? A shield.
Shield.
A
It's
shield?
Mars. Oh wait, is it someone that was in the game?
No,
It's just
How
a.
do I wear this?
I
That looks good to me.
I like the Mars theory.
It is Mars.
Helmet.
There's more. This isn't it.
There's more.
Sven, Dragon Knight, or Mars all have armor.
They do have armor. They do have
Okay,
helmets.
that's true. Shield.
Fear's
Dragon Knight does have a shield. I forgot about
Fear's
it.
free-to-play hero.
Okay, it's Dragon Knight.
It's
not a spear.
I think it's Sven.
It's Sven or Dragon Knight.
Dragon Knight.
What is your free-to-play cosmetic hero, Fear?
Sven.
That's what I thought.
But he doesn't have a shield. He wears it on his back, dumbass.
I thought your
Well, put it on your back.
That sounds like a
You're
you issue.
wrong.
That's a you issue,
They
not a me
supplied the
issue.
correct
I guess I'll roleplay a little. Rana's been a bitch. I need a beer.
Like married with children, Sven? Is that what we're getting here?
Can you?
Do you even know what it is?
You want to come sit down here, Fear?
Did they tell you what it is?
Yeah. Did you actually know it was Sven?
It's not, guys.
It's not
Keep
Sven.
guessing.
It's
So
DK?
it's not DK? It's not Mars.
Yes.
Do you? It is. So
What is
it's all
DK?
right. What is Dragon Knight?
By Skriok.
Now you're giving me Skyrath.
Wait,
Do you
so,
know
Wait,
any?
is Skriok not it?
What's yeah? you need-
Skyrack?
so are we wrong?
No, it's Dragon Knight.
It's
Oh,
Dragon
Dragon
Knight.
okay.
Are you... Which facet are you?
Fire.
It's the Davion persona.
He's fire.
How did you feel about the game, Dragon Knight? Because now you have to pretend to be him. What went wrong?
Look at him cleave.
Can we interview him? What went wrong, Dragon Knight?
My team sucked.
That's super
Why didn't
insightful.
you
Core carry
carry?
mentality.
Where do the wings go when you're not in your dragon form?
My back.
Okay.
Massive lats.
Actually, I have a question to you. When you transform into a dragon, where do your clothes go?
My back.
No, because like don't
Massive
they-
lats?
This is what I've always wondered. Because shouldn't all the armor like
Yeah.
break and shred?
And then he
because
gets
it goes
it back.
giant dragon. How does it shrink again? Like who made your armor?
Are we really going to talk about the logistics of where do your clothes go when we have a human turning into a dragon?
I mean, isn't
that's
it?
that's
Didn't
the
you
reality
watch
breaking
Dragon's
thing.
Blood? It's like Invoker or something. He like goes to the Invoker realm.
He tailors your clothes for you?
Yeah.
Fixes them up, sews them back together. So when you go back to a human form, here you go,
Yeah.
all in one piece.
Even superheroes get their outfits custom made so that they don't like they
Dude, the
transform
Fantastic
with them.
Four, all desert. I don't know why that was the first superhero that came to my mind.
You're so rivals-brained right now.
Yeah,
Because Reed
Human
needs
Torch.
To, Reed needs to. Human Torch has things burn off.
That's true.
Yeah, not when he got his suit made. Anyway, this is a really
When
fun
you go to
segment.
This man
Thanks,
is
Mia.
bursting at the seams
I
with his
thought
clothes.
Marcy was the quiet one in Dragon's
Lives
Blood.
by
Why?
the sword, died by the dragon.
There we go. That's the voice. There's got to be some other signature DK voice line.
Can you turn into a dragon now?
No.
Do you like turning into a dragon, or you look very?
It's incredibly painful.
Can you give us a rendition of the noise you make when you turn into a dragon?
What is it?
I thought you were gonna scream in pain.
Incredible. That sounded brutal. Dragon Knight, Davion, what an absolute pleasure it was to have you on our panel.
have this?
But we've got one more game to conclude, and maybe you'll see this man in the game in game number 2. We'll see you then.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
There were two little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bows of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
Now me grandmother, she at the age of 83 took sick into her bed and then her died. And after she was dead, why the will of course was read by a lawyer as we all sat by her side. To me brother it was found she'd left £100, likewise to me sisters I declare. But when it came to me, the lawyer says, I see she's only left you her old armchair. How they tittered, how they chaffed, how me brothers and me sisters laughed when they heard the lawyer declare, Granny's only left you her old armchair. Well, I hardly thought it fair, but I said I didn't care, and in the evening took the chair away. How the neighbours chaffed, me brother he laughed, but said 'twould come in useful someday. When you settle down in life and find yourself a wife, you'll find it very handy, I declare. On a cold and frosty night, when the fire burns bright, you can sit her in your old armchair. How they tittered, how they chaffed, how me brothers and me sisters laughed when they heard the lawyer declare, Granny's only left you her old armchair. Well, what me brother said was true, for in a year or two I settled down in married life. First the lass I court, and then the ring I bought, and so I took her to the church to be me wife. Now me wife and me are as happy as can be, and in the evening when me work is done, I never like to roam, prefer to stay at home, sitting in me old armchair. How they tittered, how they chaffed, how me brothers and me sisters laughed when they heard the lawyer declare, Granny's only left you her old armchair. One night the chair fell down. When I picked it up I found the seat had fallen out upon the floor. And there to my surprise, right before me eyes, lay a lot of notes, £1,000 or more. When me brother heard of this, the fellow I confess he went nearly mad with rage and tore his hair. But I only looked at him and said unto him, Jim, don't you wish you had her old armchair? How they tittered, how they chaffed, how me brothers and me sisters laughed when they heard the lawyer declare, Granny's only left you her old armchair.
I'm landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong.
Welcome back, friends, to the final game of the night for our inaugural day here at DreamLeague Season 25, where Liquid are currently up 1 game against Gaming Gladiators. But it's not all doom and gloom for Gaming Gladiators. They did well in their earlier series, and now it's just a 1-game loss. And maybe it's a product of some unfamiliarity with what's popular right now. Tofu seemed a little bit off balance on the Riki. Maybe that attributed to them not being able to deal with this bristleback.
I think it's the opposite. I think they're too familiar with what's popular. They're forgetting their identity as a team. For me, when I see a Batrider get picked up, of course you pick it in retaliation to that Monkey King. But when I see it, I want it on Tofu, right?
Okay.
That's where I want it to go. And I think maybe I'm a little bit biased because I'm not used to seeing Malady on the team yet, and so I don't know where exactly he does fit into it. But in my eyes, Batrider is just such a Tofu hero that when you get a Batrider Riki support duo, yes, it might be fine on paper, but when I see how these two play, it's like I really would have just preferred that Batrider to go to Tofu.
Maybe it's because Liquid went so hard on countering the Batrider, they rearranged the farm position because it was like, we got the Oracle against it, we got the Shadow Shaman against it, this Batrider's gonna have a miserable time.
Yeah.
Fine, we'll put it on 5.
It's also more so that you can't play Riki 5. Like, if you're playing Riki 5, you're doing something wrong. That hero does not offer you much as a 5. That hero needs gold, first of all, because you're very likely buying Shard if it's not being dropped from Tormentor. You also need Diffusal Blade to be useful, and you need to be able to roam around, scout, snipe couriers, just be a nuisance. If you're running that hero 5, it doesn't work. So in that sense, if you're picking Batrider, you have to be willing to flex it to 5. And I thought Malady played it quite well. It didn't look like he was doing anything wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
I just think that, like I said earlier, the game and offline, if they have a good game, then Gaming looks good. And if they both have over 10 deaths like they did on Ace and Tofu, it just doesn't feel like their fighting is very put together. Yeah.
Well, hopefully with a Beastmaster in their corner, things can look a little bit more cohesive, as that is going to be Gaming Gladiators' first pick after banning out the Tiny, the Monkey King, the Gyro, and the Warlock. Liquid, they ban out Alk, Mag, PA, and Pango, and return with a second pick, Bristleback.
I want to ask about the Beast a little bit here, because I've had a lot of internal dialogue with myself on when to build what. Yeah, I pretty much just argue with myself in my spare time of a Beastmaster build. It's Axe. It feels like everyone was going it originally, and then slowly we've been seeing this Helm kind of come back. But when exactly is it best to do what? Like, what are the requirements for a certain build to be better suited?
Sure. I mean, I guess I could answer this one. I think
Thanks, Vio.
generally speaking, like, you want to go the Ags build when the creep is not going to have a lot of impact in the game. It's like heavily countered, and you're not going to be able to just snowball the map, go from tower to tower, get Roshan. Of course, you can still do that Ags, but if you do go for the facet that gives you more attack speed with more units, you do want to go for the Helmet Dominator build, but it's really going to be all around tempo. And the biggest problem Beastmasters do have is if you do an all-in build, which I do consider the Helmet Dominator, and you don't hit that timing, you feel completely useless. Or if you go for the Ags build, you're playing more for skill, you're playing for the late game. You have a vision of like, I'm not going to be able to hit this certain timing, snowball the game, so I'm going to be useful later on in the game, and the Ags build will help you reach that.
Thank you, Fia.
No problem.
Yeah, that's my
And I think, in generally speaking, this is already kind of a hard game to snowball. You are playing versus a Bristleback who is historically good versus these Hod creeps early on. And if you do pick more heroes such as like maybe these Chen Enchantresses, it might dissuade you even further.
I thought you were going to do a pop quiz. You're going to ask me, like, what build would you then go? I was not ready for it.
I could have, technically.
No, yeah, I'm good. Thank you, though. Thank you for not doing that.
It's not a Hod anymore. It's Ho.
What'd you call me?
Wait, what? What?
It's my first day here, so not. I'm done.
Helm of the Dominator. It's Helm of the Overlord.
But the small one's still Helm of Dominator.
Yeah. Is he going to keep it like that?
No, you would back-to-back build that. I do know that one.
You need the Hod to be good too.
I see.
It can't just be the Overlord.
I see.
It has to be both.
The Hod and the Ho.
Because like the Hod, if it's not good, then the Ho's not going to be good either.
Gotcha.
So the Hod has to be good first.
I know when the Ho's aren't good.
Yeah. But you got to know
Good
when
for
your
you.
Hods aren't good.
They get scared. It seems that it's going to be a lot of AoE damage getting taken out, though, because that's why I imagine they target ban the Gyrocopter and the Templar Assassin. So maybe they do want to go that Hod build. But they follow up the Beastmaster with a Muerta and a DK.
Follow up on that, you always want to go to the Hod build. That's like your number one option. That is the best way to play Beast, in my opinion. If you can get the Hod, you can get the drums, you can control the whole map. Who doesn't want to be in that position, right? So that's the goal. But when you pick Beast this early, sometimes you don't always have that option.
It really does depend on how the early game goes. Like, Muerta is one of his common lane pairings, right? You get the dead shot back into the calling, into the boar slow, a lot of kill threat coming out of there. As the game progresses as well, you have Muerta who's going to be able to scale and do damage through the Frost Shield. But the issue of the bristles still exists within this game. Like, you're going to have him be buffed up by the Lich with the Frost Armor, and your DK is the solution for later once he gets that Silver Edge, but it's going to take time to get there. And Bristle's going to hit his timing before your DK is strong enough to break him and kill him, and he's got the assistance of Frost Armor. And this is typically in the past where people would pick Shadow Demon just to dispel that armor to purge that Bristle back, but we haven't seen that hero see some play in a while.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he went. He was so popular for so long, but this is a really good game for it. You're playing versus Lich, Bristle, Land Bat. Has a lot of purpose, but I'm clueless on why he's not picked, to be honest with you. That's why you're here.
No, do you guys still think that the Lich SD matchup is SD favored? I have to make sure I have this the right way around.
In theory?
Yes. You still think it's that?
In theory, yeah. Okay. I'm not entirely sure.
Because I think players are starting to think it might be the other way and not as favored, and that's why. So when Lich came up on the rise, SD fell down. People weren't finding it had the same impact. That's what I was looking for.
I think the issue with SD is that he's been feeling a lot slower, and there's a lot of bursty heroes coming out of the mid lane. We're seeing these tinies with blink daggers, we're seeing these Earthshakers, we're seeing PAs come out of the safe lane. Heroes that two-shot you, force you to defensive disrupt, and not necessarily cast your spells the way that you want to.
Well. Gaming Gladiators go for a not last pick Huskar.
Do we have the stats on how many games a second phase Huskar loses?
I mean, to be fair here, this is the last pick of first pick, if you want to look at it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
The last time you can ban to protect the Huskar.
This is the best pick possible for first pick, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Whereas on second pick, the 24th pick is the best pick. So you already see Bristles going off lane. Shaker has to go mid.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't have to, technically, here. You could run him as a carry, which they might do. You might have to do that. But will it work? Will Liquid be okay, we're going to put Bristle or... either way, we're going to have Bristle or Shakers or side laners. We're going to pick a new mid laner here to deal with this problem. Or we're going to do what happened in the last game. It's Falcons. Are we going to gank in the mid lane and make this a matchup where it can be skewed by rotations?
And I think it's good to pick Huskar on 18 here, because if they had banned to protected, Liquid themselves would have just taken it out.
Yeah.
And it honestly is great. It's going to do a lot of magic damage through the Lich armor that we talked about being an issue in that early game. It's going to bully that Earthshaker on that mid lane. And I mean, it's a hero that's been building Glimmer Cape even before it was a trend. People in pubs are doing this all the time. With that Glimmer SI, you have a means to play against the Bat Rider. Gaming still are missing that support that will protect in the worst case scenario. That Shadow Demon, that Abaddon, that Oracle type hero, which seems like Liquid are just going to target ban in this phase.
How worthwhile is it to rearrange the Shaker? Even though putting it in the safe lane won't be optimal, if you can really abuse a Huskar mid, then is there a pick that justifies moving the Shaker?
I actually think it can be justified, yes, because we've seen a lot of safe lane Shaker have success as an independent carry type and something that's going to be useful later on. It's just a matter of whatever pick comes out of game in here, if Liquid see it's the best option, they can do it.
I just remember being heavily discouraged with carry Shaker during Bangkok. Every single time it came up, it was a fat L on arena stage.
Well, that's because people were not using it correctly. I think every time I saw carry Shaker, I wanted to see more scaling from the mid, Sniper, Lena's, these type of heroes.
Do you think it was more supporting cost struggled around?
I mean, look at gaming. They're already banning mids. They already are suspecting that they're going to move the Shaker as a result here.
But you're saying carry Shaker falls flat when your mid or your off laners, the other two cores, don't really kind of compensate for the timings.
Yeah, I mean, I think Carry Shaker doesn't scale very hard, right? It's like good, it does what Shaker does, it can scale, but if you are playing versus like more harder carries, hold on, like the clown car is coming through.
Beep beep.
Avery talked about the clown car, the NA Dota Classic.
Got any clown takes?
Manifested.
On my way to work.
He's on his way to work. His morning commute.
I mean, it is too American in this sense.
Quite the sad glow down for Shadow Demon, that
I thought you were going to say for Cap, and I was like, whoa, whoa.
That too.
Oracle is a higher value pick now to counter like the lassos and the bristles now than the Shadow Demon. But I mean, it makes sense because like with Oracle, you can also play versus Batrider on lane. So it does give you added value in that laning stage, plus the ulti that's going to save against the echoes, potentially, the echo initiation. Then you have the lasso initiation. You also have the added like Fate's Edict. Magic damage resistance against Lina in the early game is going to be helpful too.
And that is indeed Liquid's last pick. They get Nisha a Lina, which does rearrange the Shaker to carry role in Mikkei's hands, and Quinn is committed to this mid Huskar.
So I will say that, like, if you are going to play carry Shaker, I like this type of lineup around it. You have, like, a support that can initiate. You do have a mid that does damage. You have an offlaner who does damage. So you do have plenty of scale. So if you are going to play carry Shaker, they have a good lineup for it. But Gaming has a scary lineup, too, here. I'm not sure which one I favor, but I think both of them have their pros and cons. You are Oracle plus Huskar as well, which is very strong. You've got Shaker combination. I don't know which way to go. I like them both.
Lena's too broken, that's all I'll say.
I think there is a bit of a Lina issue where you have to like allocate so much of like Ace's game, like his macro play, to like blink roaring this Lina, or she's just gonna like insta kill your supports early on, get your Oracle and Muerta out of the way. Later on, she's gonna be able to like 0 to 100 to 0 your DKs and your Huskars. Like this hero, you need to target it if you're gaming Gladiators, which maybe opens space for Bristle to have a really good game. We saw him pop off in that game 1.
A lot of stress on the shoulders of Malady as well, because we already saw how on the precipice, like if an Oracle has to deal with a Riki or anything that jumps on an Oracle, it's very difficult to look good. And now the newcomer to the squad is being given a high responsibility support hero on the shoulders of his Oracle. Let's see how he's able to do in this game number 2 with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
It's right. It might be difficult for him to look good, but not for us. Am I right, Avery? Am I right?
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to Game of Gladiators versus Liquid Game 2. Liquid did manage to take that first game, and now going into the second game, they've opted for, once again, the Saberlight Bristleback, but they go for an all-around last pick, Lina? You believe in this? I think Lina is broken. I'm curious what your thoughts are.
I think Lena's maybe the most overrated hero in Dota right now, honestly.
This is...
No, I actually...
How would you know? You
I
don't even,
actually think that.
Like, you know what? I know why we have a difference of opinion on Lina.
Oh, here it comes.
Because Lina absolutely destroys in pubs. And you ain't playing any of those, so I understand now why we have a difference in our experience.
You mean I'm not playing ranked win trading? The minigame? Yeah. You're right. Somebody has to take a stand.
Yeah, do you feel like you're getting a lot more information playing
Protests are going well, my man.
Devastation stats?
Yeah. I learned a lot in the party games.
With Jenkins off-lane sniper feeding divine rapiers.
You learn a lot. Your heart rate goes up and down a lot. I've learned a lot about human psychology and behavior and physical health as it relates to Dota 2, and I think that's a really important aspect.
Well, how is that going to translate into analyzing this game?
Well, I can tell you one thing.
Okay.
Oracles save lives. We got another Oracle. And it's looking like a good Oracle game. You got nothing for it.
Yeah, the best they have is, I guess, Earthshaker Fisher. Like last game, the Oracle was successful, and it was up against a Riki, which is probably one of the hardest counters in the game with the new smokescreen.
For sure. I mean, Silencer owns this hero, but ain't no one picking Silencer.
Yeah, nobody's picking that trash bag.
So you have the Fisher, you have Bat who can find him, but I mean, it's an Oracle versus Bat. As a little early trialing action should get the
Net a kill. Yep. Flame Break, bump back. He's holding on to that one. And a second kill, perhaps. Blood Grenade on Ace. Translates to a lot of damage. Not quite enough, though.
But I think it's a pretty damn good Oracle game. I think Oracle Huskar is also one of those combinations that you forget how strong it is until it owns you in a game. And you go, oh yeah, that thing is broken. You just do so much damage in the duration of the False Promise. It's like, even if you end up killing him, it's sometimes just wins you the fight. So I kind of like the end combination the gaming got here. But you're all right. Lina can do some work in this game. If you get to that point where you have dags, you go over some tree line, you just ult the Oracle, maybe he just dies instantly.
How come we never see lane swaps like this anymore? So they opted to move the Bristleback away from the Dragon Knight and against the Beastmaster, which I think is favorable for both cores. I mean, I don't know.
I mean,
Bristle
happy with this, owns Beast in theory, but I don't think that matchup was as good once the Axe-style Beastmaster came into play more. I actually don't think that Beastmaster is that bad against the Bristle. I think Bristle in the safe lane still freeforms for sure, but if you're not feeding him boars and stuff.
Mickey should be dead here as...
Oh, okay. Nice little kill there.
Gets caught in the separation between Boxy trying to deal with the pull, and then he's on the other side of the two heroes. They just all in on the Earthshaker.
I mean, anytime you get extra XP on Oracle, you will absolutely take that.
Yeah.
So safe lane going well for gaming here. Lane swap for Liquid. Maybe they felt bad, you know, they didn't give Saberlight all those stacks last game. They're like, all right, you can go to the safe lane and just farm and have a nice little secure laning phase down here. We're going to tri-lane at the start, give you the royal treatment.
Well, all I'm getting from that is they're pulling him farther and farther away from the stacks.
It's all a deception.
How's this mid lane matchup? Lina versus Huskar. 11-7, so it looks like Nisha's doing pretty well for himself CS-wise against the Huskar. Quinn keeps on trying to challenge him.
So, I mean, it's got to be one of the better matchups versus Huskar in general.
Sure.
Lane-wise, the game's not too bad either. Just how much burst damage you pump out. Any of these long-range turret heroes are generally good versus Huskar. Of course, the gap close as how much damage Saberlight can return here. Not insignificant.
Should be noted, Saberlight did opt for the Seeing Red facet this time around, as opposed to the Goo facet that he went last time.
Oh, he's just playing carry straight up.
Yeah.
Man's got a promotion.
Sorry, Mickey.
Happens to the best of us, you know.
Wins a TI 4 months later. Demoted to offlane. Nice body blocking from Saberlight here. Nets the kill on the Tofu.
Look, this guy's a natural carry player. Remember when he stood in that one tournament as carry? Who was that for? They got top 4.
I don't remember that.
It was the old Fishman stack, right?
Yeah, there's... Saberlight has been probably the ultimate mercenary. He seems to be aggressively willing to stand in for teams, as he did for Liquid.
Yeah, he stood in for Shopify for like a year and a half.
He was really keeping that that seat warm for the next offlaner.
Yeah, that was a long, maybe the longest standing we've ever seen. I will say, you think he ever would have been farming safe lane on that team? I don't think so.
No way in hell. But he certainly weren't going to be lane swapping for him.
Hell no.
Boxy caught trying to do some lane pulling here.
Another kill.
The higher levels of Oracle net yet another kill. Get to that level 3 Purifying Flames. Starts doing some damage.
Safe lane putting in work. This Bristle's going to have to do some lifting here with how many resources Liquid have poured into him.
It's going to have to build another Revenant's Brooch against Dragon Knight.
Feels like they have some toggle switch. Like, either you get nothing Saberlight or you get everything. There's no in between.
See the Axe fan really beginning to mount up on this Bristle. He's not having the most fun with that one. Silence goes off. Saberlight.
Fight.
Yeah, I don't... Does he win this fight?
Very close.
Oh, barely gets it. He survives somehow, and they net the kill. That was extremely close.
I mean, you should think twice before you challenge Saber God. Best carry player on Team Liquid, apparently.
Just too much of a chat.
Imagine being on a team with Mickey and Nisha, and you playing the safe lane.
That is true.
What world are we living in? I don't understand anymore. That's like
Question
you're on
is,
a team with Sumail and Miracle, and you play mid. Somebody did that. I forget what roster that was.
Yeah, Sumail played offlane, right?
Yeah, I can't remember.
I don't remember who was the mid.
That was a crazy roster decision. You have been Huskard, sir. Goodbye.
No getting away from that one, not with Tofu.
Insane. That was, you saw Insane's reaction there?
No.
It was a sigh of despair, but it was I could tell exactly what he was thinking. You know? It's like, oh man, I forgot I'm playing versus Game and I just can never enter the river for the first 10 minutes. Oh, my bad, guys.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I entered the river before 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm dead. Okay, you got me.
Also, frankly, like, should you even, like, Lena's just going to play back in lane and farm neutrals, right? Like, isn't that going to be the gameplay against the Huskar?
It's not a lane you have to go to.
Yeah.
If anything, go top, kill this DK once or twice, and kind of swing the lane back for the Shaker a bit if the Bristle's independent.
Yeah, we saw it earlier. They got pretty close, just the two of them here.
Yep. I could see the Bristle go through the gate too. You really want to commit that move. Otherwise, you're just kind of farming here. And Gaimin are going to farm. They are not going to get too aggressive, I think, because they got 3 cores that love clearing through the stacks. They're already prepping them. Ace is already doing them.
Yeah, it feels like with this draft, they're going to do a little bit of the gameplay that they showed in that series against Falcons at Blast. A lot slower, a lot more.
Yeah, maybe.
Farm heavy on 3 different cores.
Refined Gaming Gladiators, some might say. A mature Gaming Gladiators.
Or maybe too mature. Maybe over the hill. Gone past their prime. Saberlight gets that kill, dive in the tower, and will not be punished. The TP is going to come far too late for that.
Well, this man is cooking right now. Where are all those Saberlight haters now? All he needed was a safe lane, a tri-lane at the start.
Oh, they'll show up.
A pick that's protected. A good core-to-core matchup. And he's off to the races.
I can't. You just keep on fluctuating between praising Saberlight and flaming him. I don't know where we stand.
That was not a flame. How was that a flame? I'm saying nice things about it.
That was a backhanded compliment if I've ever heard one.
Look, they're even stacking for him. Look at that.
That is not a stack for him.
What do you think the odds are?
Oh, yeah. Oh. That feels good.
That was satisfying.
Dude, that was still the funniest clip. Oh, was it Blast? And they try and walk in, and the Earthshaker has an Ancient stack. Somebody invades into that area. Earthshaker just instantly echoes him and the stack. Yeah, God, that was such a great clip.
Set them traps. Well, just like that, Mickey's top of the chart. I guess he was the carry all along.
Yeah, he worked real hard for all those stacks.
This is going to be a stacking game for sure. There's a lot of them. What is
and
this
a smoking game for Quinn.
Yeah, this is interesting smoke. Kind of an unconventional.
I mean, it could be a really good time here as Saberlight and Insania go for a push onto Ace, and the Chain Frost just sticks onto him. But let's see if they can get the punish. A jump onto the Bristle back should net at least 1 kill. Nothing more for it, though. So the fact that Ace dies, especially after clearing out an Ancient camp, probably had a good amount of unreliable gold.
Not what Gaimin wanted, though. They wanted that smoke to go into the lane and kill the Bristle first.
Yeah.
Instead, they had to TP the 2 heroes that were smoking to that tower. It's kind of awkward.
Yeah, I would say
loses Courier, too.
I would say that was bad for Gaming Gladiators, because you get reliable gold for getting kills, you get unreliable gold for killing Ancients, right? One team lost a lot more gold off of that, most likely.
Plus, that Chain Frost killed the big lizard, so...
Yeah.
You look at Insania's net worth right now, he's cruising. Morale loss as well. Mickey's going to have a fast blink here. Good sign if you're a Liquid fan. Since he can be the one factor that kind of controls the Oracle in the fights a bit. Maybe just jumps him straight up.
Why is this not an Aghanim scheme?
He's offlaner, Austin.
Okay, but...
TP.
Got him. Too much burst damage, man.
Why are you going in the river? Like, I don't understand. It's the one rule against Gaming Gladiators. Just don't go in the river.
That was a weird spot for Nisha to be in. Guess he was rotating up to top. Saberlight with another jump into the triangle area to see if he can stop Ace from farming up Ancient stacks. Instead, they'll sandwich tofu, but Quinn is here. And I don't think anybody
I mean, he
wanna
went into
fight
the
this
river,
guy.
Austin. Like, I don't know. You should have just ran up or something.
It's true.
You're in the river, too.
Yeah, but he's a bristleback, so. They can't touch him. Avery's just sitting here shaking
what do you
his
want me to
head.
say, man?
You gotta go in the river at some point.
You don't fight somebody on their terms, you know?
Okay. Okay, but seriously, why do you go Aghanim Scepter? When do you go Aghanim Scepter? When do you go Blink? Because you've seen Sumail do the Blink Kaya Sanj over and over again.
I honestly think either route is fine as long as you make the item pay off. I think you only go Ags on the carry shaker if you're having a really good game.
Dire's middle tower has been
I think Blink is just better. Almost in any situation, early game fighting wise. It comes out faster and you can usually make it pay off pretty well. Even if you don't, it's not like this hero farm's incredibly slow. The Ags is a big upgrade. That's why I lean towards if your early game's really good, you're in the safe lane, you get it really fast, then you can just translate it into Ags, into Blink a lot faster and you're happier. It's more efficient. I think he could have gone Ags this game, honestly, but...
Yeah, I mean, considering the way he had all those stacks, he was the highest net worth in the game at some point.
Dire's top tower is
It does feel like there are going to be... I mean, unless he's just going to be hunting down the Oracle or whatever, it does feel like there are going to be some longer, drawn-out team fights that having the jump in and out.
Maybe Liquid were
useful.
expecting more early fights in this game. They were expecting Gaimin to be pushing into them with this Huskar Dragon Knight lineup, right? There's a lot of push here. A lot of heroes that want kind of these 15 to 25 minute fights to go their way to translate it into Roshan.
Spots Bat Rider, he tries to piggy himself away, but Quinn gets on top of him. There we go. 5-7, 1,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators. Not a huge lead.
Right, Saberlight has continued to just be a brick wall down here for the Beast. You're not getting any tower pressure there. And Nisha, he's been the one having the worst game of all the cores.
is under attack.
You know, he hasn't really been touched that much. Just didn't get the massive farm priority, I guess. Stania gonna have another poke here. Eyeing that 14-minute Wisdom Rune. This would be aggressive.
Yeah, that's difficult. He's got to be careful with the Hawk and the Chain Frost here. And Saberlight has drawn too much aggro.
Yeah, that's 5 heroes.
They're still coming in through the side here, trying to get a D-ward.
I'd love a quick little snipe on this Huskar, but you have that Oracle ult behind him.
And he's Glimmer Cape, so no chance of blowing him up while he's got that extra barrier.
Very defensive game from Gaimin. Like you said, we saw this at Blast. They are willing to play this style now. And they've been more successful at it than I think a lot of people would have given them credit for. Honestly, they may look better playing this way than trying to do their usual snowball around mid-push strat, you know?
Yeah. I mean, meta-wise, it definitely feels like this would be a strategy that would work out more often than
I also think it just utilizes Watson better.
Sure.
Maybe they don't want to admit that, but I think Watson prefers to play this kind of style. Where he can farm up, there's not a lot of pressure to have to join early fights, and then they can hit like a triple core timing that all aligns and everybody's farming and happy. And I'll tell you, Quinn doesn't prefer to play this style, but he can.
Question is it good for this game? Because the Lina now has an Aghanim Scepter. At some point in time, the Lina becomes a hero that is exceptionally good at pickoffs. So if you continue to play slow and split, Nisha should be able to punish you again at some point. He's also a Boots of Travel hero. Jumping on to the Lich here, but Liquid are set up. Chain Frost goes out. Got to deal with the Oracle first if you want to go for this guy. Oh, they got him! The Fisher hits the Oracle, and they kill the Huskar nice and quick before the False Promise can come out. It has to be used instead onto the Beastmaster, who does manage to get a kill. but it's 2 supports for the Huskar. I think Liquid probably okay with that trade-off. Numbers favor Gaming Gladiators, but they keep their safe lane tower alive, and the Huskar, perhaps the most important hero of the game, and if they get it even more, it's bad for Gaming Gladiators. Watson's going to come through the side, though. Goes straight for Saberlight, and he's faced the wrong direction. Puts his back to Watson, but it's too late. The damage is done. They trade off offlaners. Now Watson is the one in trouble as Nisha starts throwing some magic damage his way.
Mickey just out of mana here.
Covering Mickey's retreat, who has now got himself halfway to his Aghanim Scepter.
I mean, another fight that Watson does some work in with this Dragon Knight. He's looking good on it. If that Oracle ult goes off, that's absolutely a one fight for Gaiman.
And a haste rune found in the river for Quinn. Flame Cloak gets Lina up to the high ground. Quinn is able to chase after him with the extra movement speed. Nisha nowhere to run to.
Took a gamble. He was trying to go for a rune in the river, and playing versus Gaiman, you can't do that.
No, you can't.
He got punished.
Well, I think that means Gaming Gladiators will finally get this safe lane tower. So that's going to be good for them. 3K. This will crack open the side lanes a little bit more. Roshan is also on the table.
I mean, back to your question, is this style good for this game? I think it is. I think Gaiman are pretty happy scaling and going late here. I think all of their cores are very happy in that situation. I think their 2 supports are very good late game supports. I don't know. This looks like a tough game for Liquid to break, especially if Gaiman start getting Roshans. If they get the next 2 Roshans, those fights just look hard. You're going to have to find Oracle, you're going to have to deal with Aegis, you're going to have to deal with Huskar just running into you.
And considering the way that Huskar scales nowadays.
Yeah, he is no joke.
This is a hero that he's got a carry to back him up. It's scary to take those.
Imagine if you get late game with a Huskar Ags and stuff, right? You just start forcing this bristle into you.
Yep.
He's locked there facing you. You just pile in the spears. Can even get a break on this DK if you really want to at some point. Good break targets in this game. I think you got to get this blink on Bat to start putting in some work. Start finding some pickoffs here, taking away some of the map, and if you can somehow get this Roshan away from the Huskar in the next few minutes.
Yeah, but if you haven't gotten those pickoffs yet, you are less and less likely to get them. Malady has a blink dagger of his own, so you blink in, lasso somebody, Malady can follow that up, counter you pretty easily. Watson leading the charge with the remnants of a shield rune, almost catches Box.
Okay, but they can also just Rosh here if you vacate completely.
Right, Liquid does need to stick around if they want to contest Rosh. Quinn pushing forward into the river with a Glimmer Cape, tried to get him on the lasso there. Instead got silenced up. Mickey gets gone on the side. Meanwhile, by Tofu, Saberlight, he's taking a lot of damage here, and it looks like he's going to burn out. They couldn't finish off the Huskar. It got off the false promise, instead have to throw the Laguna Blade to finally finish off. Tofu will blink away from the Bat Rider, dodges the axes, and Mickey will be able to stay one step ahead of the rest of Game of Gladiators. Still, though, a support for a core. Game of Gladiators very happy with that trade-off. They can take this off-lane tower. Again, just more map control for the Game of Gladiators side. They're going to go back and do Rosh in this 20-second window. Can they do it?
Yeah, they absolutely can. They have really good Rosh.
Pop Dragon form for it, I guess so. Five, four, not even close. All right, so now you've got the Aegis on the Huskar, so Oracle doesn't have to worry about protecting him. It just looks like impossible.
It's still good to ult him, to be fair, but yeah.
Like you mean, keeping him low for higher damage.
Yeah, I mean, part of this combo is you just ult him in a fight, and you have 7, 8, whatever seconds where you just go to 0 HP, literally, and you do so much DPS.
Yeah.
That sometimes that's just worth it alone. So the other factor I was going to say is, you were talking about the Blink Lasso cancel. I think there's a world where someone gets lassoed, you could just Blink Fate's Edict them, and honestly.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know how worried you are about them getting bursted. Maybe later on when the Bristle does a lot more physical and the Selena has a lot more burst, but you might be able to get away with it a little bit, holding on to that ult, being a little greedy.
Yeah, as it stands, if you could just stop the Lena's burst damage, that hero will, I mean, definitely won't die right away. you'll have a time to pop the false promise a little bit later.
I also feel like Gaimin are slowly picking up on these meta trends, right? Just Sanjin, Yasha, Glimmer Cape on everybody.
Yeah.
We're done messing around. Quinn just being very aggressive with these Glimmers. And the Ag's done on the Shaker, so Liquid looking for a smoke. Even into the Aegis, feel confident enough.
Oh, and if they could have caught the Oracle as they were pushing into mid, would have been a nice pickup. Instead, it's going to be Quinn who spots them, gets the silence on multiple heroes, get the grab on him. There goes that false promise. They need to be able to jump away now because this Huskar does too much damage. Sableye feeling the burn from that one. It's too much.
Might tick out again. Yeah.
He's going to tick out. There's no way he lives through all that.
Man, Quinn putting in work in this matchup. 8-1 on the Huskar. This Oracle combination really causing Liquid issues. And a really heads-up Dragon Tail from Watson. You got the last one, the Oracle, but then your bat's just stunned there. And you're just splashing all these Dragon Knight hits off him.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ace, he's just farming bottom.
He didn't even need to be there.
He's like, good fight, guys.
They go catch Malady, but he already got off the false promise. And Saberlight in his use of the Aghanim Scepter is literally facing Quinn full on.
Just can't survive on the front line right now, and this Frost Shield is not doing the same amount that this false promise is.
Yeah.
And that Shadow Blade is already done for Watson, so that Silver Edge is going to come out fast here on the Dragon Knight. There's going to be a lot of problems Liquid have to deal with in these team fights.
Time to cut waves. Boxy will be caught in the process, though. And he has no TP, so.
That's an easy pickoff for Ace, who has Glimmer as well.
Oh, they do see Malady, though, so they can get a trade-off here.
Something.
Both teams operating around some vision that they have in the area.
You know why I think Lean is overrated?
Why?
It's a Glimmer Cape meta, my man. How do you hunt people when everybody has Glimmer Cape?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the last 2 weeks, probably not good for the Lina. I don't think you're defending this one.
They would argue otherwise.
I mean, you still have a minute and a half left on the Aegis. I guess the Oracle is in here for now.
Yeah, they know Malady can't be here, so you have a free jump with this bat. You can see somebody.
Even still, with Watson pushing behind the tower and a sentry being there, Liquid, all that, they still opt not to take the fight.
Oh, this is a good ward for Gaimin up here.
It is.
They can do something with this.
You just got to get through this middle lane to get over there, try and smoke into the triangle area. The heroes have already vacated.
Yeah, this should land here.
He's pushed up into the top lane. Quinn is hunting for him, doesn't find him immediately. Instead, it's going to be the Bat Rider.
Might still get Mickey up here. He goes in the wrong way.
Oh, Quinn on the high ground.
The
He's going to get
surprise.
nice and close, and Mickey doesn't get off the Blink Dagger in time. He turns around, but the damage is already done.
Do not underestimate the amount of damage these spears do with that facet on these tanky cores, man.
Yeah, you've got strength heroes and it's percentage-based damage.
It's a lot. Gaimin putting in work with this Aegis right now. This is their MO.
The Aegis is going to expire. Can Liquid fight them without an Aegis?
They can,
when does Liquid feel good about the game, item-wise? Like, do we need more? Can they fight now?
I mean, whenever Nisha does something.
Well,
right now, they're just getting picked off everywhere.
Yeah, right now, it's not going to be a good time then.
Watson
solos him for 700 gold.
Boxy
How is he worth that much gold?
I mean, he's the most farmed core on Liquid. I don't know. Nisha's just been invisible this game.
Yeah, he has.
It's not necessarily his fault, but if you want to turn this game around, the Lina has to find some impact, right? You have to either have team fights where he kills 1 or 2 heroes, he gets some pickoffs or something, because at this rate, he's just going to be a non-factor completely. It's not his fault. The hero's just incredibly overrated.
Well, I guess it's on Liquid for drafting the hero. Here comes the push from Game of Gladiators. Everybody except for Tofu, who will get picked off here. Most likely. Will he, though? Well, I guess he didn't have Chain Frost. That was on cooldown, so... Force Staff away
chilling
from the jump in. Game of Gladiators bring Ace back, and that's enough.
Yeah, Gaming are playing this map really well. Way better than last game. Helps when you have invincible heroes.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you have a Huskar who could just run down mid, and there's no way they're going to go on him because there's an Oracle.
Look at Watson bottom. He's doing a little dance here.
And Watson can also run around hunting for heroes, and he is so tanky that it's unlikely that even if he runs into a sentry or something like that. Surrounded on the path to nowhere. Saberlight does manage to get the one kill, though.
Yeah, I wonder why Ace hung around there so long, but...
1,100 gold for that. Whew. Wow.
Can finish up his Sanj and Yasha Glimmer Cape there, Austin. Woo! A lot of item diversity right now.
Tower is under attack.
Love to see it.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Foxy, it's just going to be nonstop. Watson's always going to be hunting down heroes. So
I mean,
he's able to play kind of solo. The Huskar and Oracle are another kill team that are going to be moved around, pushing in lanes.
There's just no way to play the map if you're Liquid.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Nisha, dude. He's like, get me out of this one.
He's going to try and play off of a Wisdom Rune and see if he can kill a support or something.
Didn't even take that. Too afraid.
Take the Wisdom Rune, double Wisdom Rune, take the Tormentor. 14,000 net worth lead for Game of Gladiators. They are in the driver's seat for this game,
nice
too.
animation.
Looking to even up the series.
Little Muerta perma-stun.
And now you've got the... you already had the fire of the Huskar. Now you've got a little water action. Getting all the elements.
What are you talking? What?
The shard on Oracle.
How's that water?
Rain of Destiny?
Yeah, it's light. Cast the game. Cast the game, Mr. Caster.
Is rain water?
I thought it was like a heavenly rain, you know? It's a metaphorical rain.
Oh, Chain Frost, actually. This is looking okay with Yellow Stay onto as well. False Promise, though. It's in time. Bails out Ace. Watson's fine with the Fate's Edict. They just cannot do enough damage. Maybe with the Echo Slam. Maybe. They're struggling to be able to finish off Quinn. They can't quite get him. Game of Gladiators. They got hit by so many spells, so much AoE, and yet they live through it all. They are just too far ahead. Liquid cannot break them.
Not enough damage in the tank, man. What are you laughing at?
I see you reading the spell.
There's no lore on that spell, so we'll have to get back to
that.
we'll have to get back to that one.
Have to get back.
I mean, this is... I'll tell you one thing. In this Glimmer Cape survivability meta, Oracle looks like a god. It just does so much work. And you play these burst heroes like Lina. This is such a rough Lina game. You're trying to burst through so much magical barrier, magical sustain, tanky cores. It does not sound fun. That also did not look fun.
Shot through the heart. Tofu is to blame.
Yeah, you give lore a bad name.
I don't know. Nobody believes you on this.
Somebody does.
You're trying to turn this around on me.
There's one chat out there who's like, "Yep,
you messed up."
Yep,
on
I'm with that
rain
dude.
Being water. Oh. Nisha with another invisible LSA.
You can have a metaphorical rain. You can rain anything.
Yes.
Right? I can make it rain. Okay, so
spell,
Austin, if I go to the club,
rain coming down.
if I go to the club,
there's water puddles on
and
the
I
ground.
make it rain, I'm just throwing water out on people. That's what I'm doing.
Never said you couldn't have metaphorical
Exactly.
rain.
So why can't Rain to Destiny be something other than water? That's all I'm saying.
If you go to the club and you say, "I'm gonna make it rain," and then you start throwing water bottles around, and water is falling from the sky. Mickey, another tormentor.
We'll shelve this for another day. I'm not gonna concede this point yet.
What? like insane.
4K now. 4K gold on Nisha, man. He is saving some money. Probably for whatever hero he plays next, because I don't know if anything he buys right now is... I mean, I guess you just go E-Blade for the damage. I don't think Lincoln's is doing anything here. You need some DPS, because gaming are about to push your base with some tanky boys.
Yeah, the sad part is Game of Gladiators, they're in no rush. They can methodically take their time, build up more and more of a net worth lead, play off of these Aegises.
I mean, it's weird that the games gaming have looked better and have been the ones they have slowed down.
Yes.
The games they try and play really fast and do all their fancy stuff fall flat for them. These games where they just pick farming cores and just farm. They don't really make too many mistakes.
I mean, the faster you play, I think the more perfect you have to play.
That's true.
And Game of Gladiators has certainly not been looking that clean. Ace jumps into certain death.
I mean, that was crazy.
He was not aware of what was happening there. Watson, though, is sticking around for a pickoff.
So Lincoln's, though.
Can he get Nisha? He needs somebody to break the Lincolns for him.
He needs Tofu here.
They might just be able to get to him. Tofu is about to show up.
It's too slow.
It's too close to the base. Quinn was almost there to Nisha. I think he has begun to realize just how close he was to death. Apparently, he laughs in the face of death.
He laughs when Ace blinks into all of them and gives him the one kill he's had in the last 25 minutes.
Yeah, 2, 3, and 1. That is not an inspiring KDA for Alina.
Been a rough one.
I mean, Boxy 0, 10, and 4. That's
yeah, it's also been a rough one.
It's even worse. Oh my god.
I mean, the irony of this game is it was Liquid giving Saberlight all the farm priority, and then he's the lowest net worth core. Like, they actually would have done better just sacking him.
Yeah. Did you hear Nat when she was talking about the post game one? She's talking about how she wishes, like, you know, Tofu was playing the bat right. I think she bring that point back again.
Radiant's middle tower.
Wish Tofu was playing the Bat Rider. Because it's not been a fun time for Boxy.
I mean, score doesn't say everything. Putting that out there, you know.
Yeah.
I think he's given it a good effort.
Well, 12 to... Good effort. Good effort. Found the Oracle. Can they kill him in time? Nope. False Promise goes off. They kill the Bat Rider into return. The Chain Frost sticks around between the two of them. Think Malady might die to that?
Rain of Destiny. The waters will cleanse him.
Not quite enough. And sure enough, the waters keep him alive. Instania. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where are you, Instania? This is a 4 versus 6. Is he just throwing his life away in order to make sure everybody else gets out? How is there not in this game? Just run right.
There's no escape, Austin.
I guess so.
Age is still up for 2 minutes. Demon are entering your base. Assault Kuros done on the Huskar.
Saberlight, this cannot stand. I'm not going to be challenged by a measly 4 position like this. He sees red.
He got him.
He got his ass. Meanwhile,
right, level 20 talent.
Gladiators got their racks.
We got to see an Echo Slam before we GG out at least, you know, like.
Oh, no, the Glimmer, it's too powerful.
Not like this.
Invisibility is invincibility still, though. The Fisher looks too bad. An Echo Slam on the two of them. They finish off Ace. Now with the lasso on to Quinn. See if they can seal the deal and take away his Aegis.
So tanky, man.
It takes so much, but they finally get 1 life.
There's no false promise for 9 seconds.
No false promise. He's not sticking around to get off of Fate's Edict either. They have the control necessary. They will finally bring down Quinn and his monster kill streak.
And just like that, Liquid are back.
Well, they're still down 15,000 net worth. But
from the dead, Austin.
Okay, yeah, they're...
That was quite a throw, to be fair. That is not a fight I think Gaming had any business taking in that fashion. It's a decent chunk of gold to throw away.
The question is, what can Liquid do with it?
Well, they got a full E-Blade for Nisha. He's starting to heat up.
Okay.
You can keep finding a couple more pickoffs. You can swing this net worth pretty fast.
Listen, I'm down with the saying Liquid is back once they kill Watson.
Watson
is currently 4-0 and 9.
He has a lot of gold as well. He's already level 25.
Level 25. He's got the Dragon Blood, HP regen, so...
You gotta buy something here. 5k gold.
He has 79 HP regen a second.
Pretty good.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, I think the biggest bright side for Liquid right now is that...
Scanning.
Oh, they're just going in?
The game of Gladiators are holding this high ground. Baiting out Alina Illusion.
I mean, Boxy, he says, I'm only 0-11.
And they know it's an illusion.
You ain't gonna get me a 12th time.
He's just going through the trees, trying to find his opening. Watson went in through the side, got off his BKB, though. And he's trying in melee for him to finish off Mickey. Mickey gets off his BKB. They've lost their supports. They are on their way out. Liquid will get their cores out, leaving their supports to die. Game of Gladiators well ready for that one.
You ain't gonna get me a 13th time. I'll tell you that much. Nobody kills Boxy 13 times in a game. That was your lucky break game. This game has been so rough.
Tofu's just following around with the Shadow Blade. It's about to expire just in time for Watson. Nope. Flying through the trees, blinking after him, got him on the Rod of Atos. That should be his death, surely, right? Ace.
No roar.
Oh, no. No roar. And Nisha into the trees. Flame Cloak up, 10 seconds. Spot him for a second.
That sped him up.
It did. Ace.
Still no roar.
Still no roar. Flame Cloak, 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Melody gets caught in the side here. Nisha's ready to fly away into the trees, off the map. No, a dead shot stops him. Meanwhile, Quinn is being kited around. Can he 1v3? Sinister Gaze stops his leap out. Meanwhile, Nisha does die. They trade out heroes.
Why is... Wow, how was Quinn here?
Dire's top tower.
When all that was happening.
Sound like a cartoon character there.
Bizarre exchange.
I have to assume that they TP back and Liquid pushed out and caught them as the other two were trying to back away.
No,
or
Quinn
TP
was at
out.
their base, dude.
Well, that's silly.
Like, he is literally right out. He died right outside their tier 3, just pushing up. TP available. Rough death for him, because you got to be eyeing this next Roshan, trying to get map control. So that's a good trait, ultimately, for Nisha. He wastes a lot of their time. They get the bigger kill in the Huskar. Got the Oracle as well. I mean, maybe he was banking on the Oracle bailing him out, but Malady got caught. And now, in theory, Liquid could get Roche here, depending on the spawn timer.
Well,
in their mind, you know.
If Roshan couldn't spawn for another 50 seconds, Game of Gladiators, they'll all be up by that time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But maybe they'll be able to contest for Roshan because it's on Radiant's side.
Also, Boxy got an A on this, so you ain't gonna kill him so easy this time around.
Yeah, not gonna kill him 13 times. Something tells me he's probably gonna die again. I don't know why I get that hunch, but
they have double gem. Oh, this game is weird. Lincoln's now done for Mickey as well, so they have double Lincolns. And Bloodstone for the Bristle, so 3 big defensive items on these 3 cores. A lot of extra HP coming through.
Yeah, with the gem that they took away from Malady, they'll have really good ward control. It is going to be a fast Roshan.
I mean, good Glimmer Cape control. That
is
you should
actually
be thinking
a good
about
point,
it.
yeah.
And they have a really good high ground ward if Game just walk into it here. Send the Boar in first. No, they'll send Quinn in first.
Quinn goes in with his Glimmer Cape. They see him. Fisher onto 2.
Oh, positioning
is
so good.
Blowing him up. No, false promise. Does manage to go off. Quinn is going to be saved, and the damage output from Quinn and Watson is just too much for Liquid. They crumple under the pressure.
That was so close to being amazing for them, though. If Malady doesn't not get that save off, that's a very rough fight. He was incredibly clutch with it. Boxy did live.
That's very important.
His cores are so tanky.
Yeah,
like, are you getting a better fight than that? You had a Fissure block with 2 cores jumping in. You chain stun both of them.
I mean, you just can't burst him fast enough. You have to kill the Oracle. There's no way you kill one of these cores and Malady doesn't get off false promise.
That was very close.
And as a result, they will lose a second lane of barracks, and Game of Gladiators can back up to do Roshan, though Watson wants to try and finish the game. Seeing if he can get a cheeky little pick off inside their base, but no.
All right, well, on the bright side for Liquid, they got to 25 on the Lina, which is a big talent.
Yes.
And he got an Amp Damage Rune and Timeless Relic. So this Lina, in theory, is peaking damage-wise right now. It gives you a lot more single target burst if you can find a similar team fight and someone can check the Oracle in the back.
Yeah, he'll be very tanky with the barrier that he gets.
And they're just going to YOLO this fight. They need Mickey here for sure, though. He's going to have to TP in, which...
If they could somehow get here with their AoE stuns that they've got, Fisher, LSA.
Mickey just
get outside the pit. Fisher stun on 3. Tofu. He's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Chain Frost going around. Meanwhile, Quinn's going to be kited. There goes the False Promise. He wasn't able to get the jump, though. At the same time, the Chain Frost is still going. Watson taking some damage from that one. Tofu didn't die for it, though. Tofu's now going to take the Laguna Blade and finally go down. But it's a support, and Nisha is surrounded by cores, and he is slowed down to a crawl, trying to get over the trees, but he's burning, turn around. Looks like he's not going to take out. LSA goes out to try and help out Saberlight. The Lina does end up dying. He burned out to Quinn. It saved Saberlight, though.
See how much Quinn wants to push this, or just concede and go for Roche.
Yeah, just go for the Roche, I feel like, at this point. You've got it for free.
That is such a close fight for Liquid. If they get Lina out of there, it's not that bad, all things considered. But he just takes out to the burning spears. Every time, these spears have finished people off.
I guess my problem is they get the Lina out. It's still Roshan for Game of Gladiators. Can't stop that.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, this is going to be tough, because now you have Aegis on the Huskar. You got a Refresher Shard. You got Cheese. You can even cheese someone in a False Promise or something.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot more that Liquid have to fight through now. Backs against the wall. This game, too. Boxy did not die, though.
Thank you for the update. The Boxy update. That coveted 13 deaths still on the table.
He's hunting. Oh, blink on blink.
Who's hunting who? Watson. The first sign of heroes, he runs at him. He is not scared of anything or anybody.
And Gaiman got one of the gems back, I believe, so it's also pretty nice for them.
Aghanim Scepter for Quinn. Hard counter to the Bristleback. Good counter to the Earthshaker, too.
Yeah, that's like the big pickup here that could really just cinch the game for them.
I mean, Burning Spear duration is such a sick talent.
Yeah, he is a menace. You really cannot ignore this Huskar anymore. Not that they have been, but he just can create so much havoc on his own.
You get hit by one spear, it lasts 15 seconds. That doesn't seem right.
That's not right. That's wrong.
Still doubling up on their kills. Game of Gladiators going for the final blow here. Pushing up to the tier 2. Liquid spread out around the high ground here. This is where they want to make their stand, not inside the base. Watson thinking about making the jump on his Saberlight. He jumps to the back line, tries to go for the Lina. Meanwhile, the Bristleback,
Watson
they go
in trouble.
onto him. Watson takes a lot of damage, but he got off his BKB Satanic, and Liquid are forced to kite. Still, though, just the act of kiting away. Game of Gladiators not too bad. Boxy with the Xeontis. It goes off. Echo Slam
that Echo!
hits on 3. Big hit from Mickey. Might have just won it for them, but still, with such a net worth lead, Game of Gladiators are pushing through. It is still up to Liquid to kite back.
They are kiting
Despite
this.
the excellent initiation, Mickey gets caught in the end. Watson, what a read from him. Doubles back and finds him in the trees.
That Echo Slam was just straight nasty. He got 2 cores and the Oracle. And you still can't win the team fight.
Still wasn't good enough.
You get the buyback out of the Oracle, but that's a consolation prize. I mean, just look at the damage. It's ridiculous. You didn't even get Aegis. I don't know what you got. Where'd all this damage go? Just into thin air. All the regen, man. These heroes have so much
into the
regen.
Glimmer Caves.
Yeah, it's the Glimmers. It's the regen on the 2 tanky boys. The DK tank, a crap ton of it as well.
Time for round 2. Bristleback grabbed, forced to fight. Boxy trying to go in and find his opening on the lasso. Doesn't see it. Now he's the one caught as Watson jumps in after him and finishes him off. A buyback is available for him. Liquid are going to have to expend everything here at a prayer of stopping Gaming Gladiators, but stuck inside their base. It's the perfect situation for Malady. He can easily get off Fate's Edict.
You gotta get around somehow.
No matter how deep Quinn goes in, he can protect him. And Quinn, he mans up for it, loses his Aegis. There goes Watson and goes straight for Mickey, trying to deal with this Earthshaker. Meanwhile, the Lina has been left behind, and what a dead shot! Pushes in the Bristleback right to the midst of all the Gaming Gladiators heroes. A Fisher to try and save him, but no, too much damage. Whether it's the Huskar or the Dragon Knight, Liquid can deal with neither.
Finally a lasso.
Into a tier 4. Quinn,
he's out.
He hops over to the creeps. And now his team, Echo Slam, can they finish him off? Did they finally get this kill? They got him. Off the Fissure, it delays some of the defensive spells from Malady, who still has his False Promise. A buyback, though, is going to be used. And Quinn, he wants to end it here and now. As much as Liquid can do on the first life of the Huskar, the end is surely coming for them.
I mean, is it? They're a little tentative here.
I mean, without the Lina, they just run out of damage.
That's the thing, though. Does Gaiman know this Lina doesn't have buy?
I mean,
we know
he
that.
bought out the Kaya.
I don't know
so
if they know,
if they clicked on him.
I mean, I don't know if you see Kaya and you're like, oh, he bought out Kaya. I don't know if that's a thing.
Mean, they're a losing team that spent 2,000 net worth.
I mean, you probably make the assumption you're probably confident to force this anyway. There's no Echo Slam. There's no Lasso. There's no Chain Frost. You gotta just go, man. Dragon Form in 12. That's what they're gonna wait for here.
Yeah, wait for the Dragon. I mean, they need mana. Beast has no mana. Watson has no mana. Tofu doesn't have much to work with.
Is mana water?
What? No. Don't be silly.
Reign of mana. I think, well, mana is a biblical term, isn't it?
Yeah, mana from heaven.
Hey, we're back in the game. Austin, about to end it.
I'm about to end it?
No, they're about to end it. Cast the game, Austin.
Okay. It's the tier 4s.
You just cannot say anything.
Sometimes I just like to, you know, set you up for failure.
You're actually such a bad friend. Quinn on the front line. I'll do it myself, damn it.
All right, cast the game.
No, you do it.
No, you cast the game.
No, you do it, man.
Throne exposed. Gaming Gladiators are going to end this game one way or another. Will it be killing Liquid or will it be killing the Ancient? It looks like why not both? False Promise goes out onto Quinn. He is indestructible.
Untouchable. Well, other than the 4 deaths. But nobody kills Boxy 14 times. As he will end this game 1-13 and avoid the most embarrassing death there would have been at number 14, a cursed number. Quinn very happy with that performance. He got to play his cheese, and he delivered on his cheese with nice positioning for Malady. Honestly, not the easiest team fights for him to not get caught by some of those Fissure stuns or the Bat Rider. And he had some really clutch, timely saves, particularly that fight bottom.
Yeah.
So impressed by Malady's game. I think the synergy was there for Gaiman. Again, it's another game where when they play slow, they look better. Not that it was 100% crisp, but... And man, that Nisha Lina was impotent for 90% of that game. Started to come alive at the very end, but it was like 0 impact the whole way through.
That was definitely one of the least impressive Nisha games I've seen in a while. All around, not a great look for Liquid, but the overall series is still 1-1, so both teams can walk away sad and happy. Right, Neil?
The glass is both simultaneously full and empty. You can be an optimist or a pessimist, however you want to look at it. Even the heroes within this game. Huskar lost a game earlier today on our earlier series, but now winning a game. He's a 50-50 hero. Liquid splitting their first series against Parivision, splitting their second series against Gaming Gladiators. 50-50.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Liquid, you're walking away a little less happy with the split on this one. Game Gladiators fine. They're 2-0 this morning against Boom, so they're like a split here. Yeah, kind of sucks, but whatever. We're still in a good position. I will say Liquid, the lane swap coming out, Effie wasn't really expecting it. I mean, I don't really expect a lot in Dota, so... But Bristleback going down to that bottom lane, and I thought he was going to do more with the good start they had. The Lich was the interesting quote-unquote lane counter to Beastmaster here, because the Sinister Gaze, in case people didn't know, and we didn't talk about it during the draft, that on creeps, Sinister Gaze lasts 2 times longer and does 250 damage per second. So it pretty much, on level 1, kills boars when they're level 1 and level 2. So kind of during the laning phase, Sinister Gaze is very easy to take out at least one of the boars, and then when it comes off cooldown, again, the second one. So it's a tough one. You don't get your boars when you lane as Beastmaster, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, it is a bit of a nuisance to play against for sure. But like, you get some levels, you do some pulls, you play with your 4. Like a big part of like laning on the offlane is the 4. But yeah, it's like you said, Nat, that lane swap, it was really interesting because it looked good for a while because Bristleback is traditionally a lane counter to Beastmaster. Like you can run down the boars with your quills over and over again. We saw him kill Beastmaster one time, but honestly, all it took was a game in rotation to that bot lane to play on Bristle's lane to just out pressure him, where if Bristle were playing on the offlane, he could just retreat into the triangle. The pressure would be concentrated on the other side of the map while he farms up. It doesn't happen when you swap lanes like this. We saw Oracle come down with the Huskar. We just saw so much pressure be applied. And while Liquid did try to counterplay, it didn't work out. After a while, game stabilizes. Liquid are trying to farm. Game are farming on 3 cores that farm faster. And then that was just... SVG said it best. It's so odd seeing Gaimin slow down a game and look better doing it than they have playing anything else. Like, it was cool to see.
So if you pick a Huskar, is your mentality that you are willing to go late? Or because Bristleback had such a good lane early on, then you have to dedicate these resources to dealing with Bristleback? And thankfully they were able to get away with that because the other core is a Shaker. Shaker's not going to be able to solo carry a game anyway. So if we have to dedicate all these resources to stemming the bleeding from our Beastmaster lane and dealing with the Bristleback, that's fine. And then Huskar will eventually be able to go late anyway because all he has to deal with is heroes that don't really counter him, other than Alina.
Yeah, you're also working with a Dragon Knight, who is still one of the best heroes of the patch, something Watson's very comfortable on, and you know that this hero is going to play against the Bristleback as the game progresses anyway. The Huskar is going to have a better game. He's going to be playing with the supports. And let's not forget, it's not a regular Huskar. It's a Huskar with an Oracle. Like, that's just an entirely different beast of a pairing. And Malady looked really good on that Oracle. His positioning in these fights is top-notch. Like, as we saw Boxy always trying to get the blink lasso on the Oracle, we either saw Malady like blink out, position in a way where smoke breaks, and they can go on Boxy first. Like, it was such a tall order for Liquid to go on this Oracle first that it created like a whole problem in and of itself for them.
Yeah, there's another world where we see something similar to what was happening in Game 1, where the Riki was constantly getting caught out, and if you're just ever so slightly out of position, then the Shaker in this game could have jumped you, the Bat could have jumped you, but Malady was very, very disciplined with how he was positioned. But was he the focus of our Acer Predator head-to-head fear?
The Riki?
No, Malady.
Unfortunately, no, he was not. But for the Acer head-to-head, we do have Bat Rider on Boxy against Tofu, who is going to be playing the Morta. And I think this was more of like a redemption arc for Tofu here. We didn't see him do so hot in the Riki in the first game, but he did much better in this game number 2. He had double the net worth of Boxy here. He had double the KDA. The only thing that Boxy had more than Tofu was Death, doubling up on that one. Boxy didn't have a good one. It was really difficult to play against an Oracle, but I do have to say here, this game from Tofu was so much better. This is what we want to see Tofu play. Heroes that he's incredibly comfortable on, because he has performances like this one, where he does end up playing a Morta, he gets incredibly farmed, has the impact. He did go for the early Shadow Blade as well to pick more heroes off on the map, catching Nisha multiple times here. So I really do have to give it to Tofu on this one. He really came back from that game number 1 where he had double-digit deaths on the Riki. Came back like, give me my comfort. I'm gonna shine. I'm gonna have a good laning stage. I'm gonna scale. I'm gonna do all the things that my team needs to happen.
Thank you very much, Afir. And part of the things that needed to happen for Liquid, because you've shared your skepticism about Carry Shaker, was that he has other pieces, other cores being able to carry the torch. Why did it not pan out this time, Fear? Was it another classic case of Carry Shaker is just overrated?
Can I come over?
Sure.
All right, let's go.
Come on. No.
No?
I lied.
Wow, that is very rude of you, Neil.
couch.
That was insanely rude. But
You stay there.
Can you pretend to get up again and then sit back down? It was
down.
funny.
No, okay, to answer your question, though.
Answer my question.
Why did it not work out?
Yeah.
Nisha just didn't have a good game.
Yeah.
Like, the casters talk about it. Like, it was an uncharacteristic performance from Nisha. He was supposed to pop off. All the pieces were there for him to pop off. Of course, it is a team game. Maybe they didn't set up well enough, but your mid laner has to have a good performance for this carry shaker to work, and Nisha unfortunately just couldn't find an opening into this game.
Were you on board with the idea to do the lane swap, though? Send Bristle back to the safe lane and keep Mickey in the off lane?
I mean, it's smart. I think it's one of those things where, do you want to compromise, like, what players are playing in which lane? Because you practice typically off lane or safe lane time and time again, but the Bristleback is going to do better versus the Beastmaster. So I think in that regard, that is a good call to make, but sometimes you become a little unfamiliar with your laning stage, right? You don't. How many games has Mickey played off lane Shaker?
No.
Probably not too many, and same with the other way around. How many games has Saber played as a carry Bristleback? It becomes where the repetition of playing over and over again doesn't really help you if you lane swap. So in that regard, I did not like.
At the minimum, it does show that Liquid are open to the possibility of being musical laney.
Yeah, can you redo your Ace of Predator head-to-head? And can you have Instania's Oracle from Game 1 against Malady's Oracle in Game 2?
I don't know if I can do that, but I can try.
You got time. Can you do that, please?
I'll do you one better in the meanwhile, because why compare them when I can actually talk to them, specifically the winner for this game number 2, Malady. Congratulations on the win, and welcome to DreamLeague. Have you competed in a DreamLeague before?
Yeah, I think I have completed. I've competed in a DreamLeague before, but ended up like in bad place. So I'm kinda new to this. Yeah,
Well,
I enjoy it so far.
I can only be sure that today and these games that you've had is an indication of good things to come. How have you been enjoying your, what is it, like 3 days on Gaming Gladiators? Because we spoke to Quinn earlier, and he said that, this is like your 9th game playing with them, including scrims and everything?
Yeah, I enjoy it so far. The guys are really nice and seems very chill compared to like CIS mentality. Like before I played in CIS teams, but right now in EU teams it feels completely different. I enjoy it very much.
I've heard that from so many different players who come to Western Europe. The energy and the vibe is dramatic, though at least part of your Eastern European roots are here, because I'm told that the main reason that you've ended up on this roster is because you and Watson have known each other for years.
Yeah, me and Watson are close friends. In fact, we are keeping in touch from Hellraiser's rosters. It was like from 2021, and we're like spending some time together, enjoying some good quality time. So we're like close friends, and we actually wanted to, join some team together, but it felt like our ways were apart from each other every time.
But now the time has come, so what's it like being able to finally be lane partners with your boy? Were you lane partners on Hellraisers also?
Yeah, of course.
So does it feel just like old times?
Yeah, it feels like the old times. Old times, like the best CIS duo.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're on a Western European team now, although Eastern Europe seems just as competitive, so you're at the right place at the right time. I'm going to send you over to Fear, who's got a question for you as well.
Sure, I guess I have a question about Batrider versus Oracle. It happened in both the games here. Is this a matchup where you feel like Batrider just can't play? We saw Boxy had a very difficult time playing the game against the Oracle. Game number 1 seemed a little hard too. Is this something that you think in the future Batrider's gonna have trouble playing against?
No, I don't think so. I feel like Oracle kinda counters Batrider if the Oracle stays safe lane, but if Batrider stays safe lane and Oracle comes the off lane, like the distance from the tower to the creep wave is too much. You just cannot survive Batrider as Oracle on position 4.
Okay,
But,
go ahead, sorry?
Yeah. No, nothing else.
All right, one more question. It's a little bit spicier. What are you going to bring to Gaming Gladiators that Celery couldn't?
I don't know. I guess I'll say energy. because seems like salary recently is like burned out. That's the word, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think energy.
Good. Love to hear it. Thank you.
It's a great answer. I also have one more question regarding Celery. He was the captain, as far as we know, for Gaming Gladiators near the end of his run there. So do you know who's clicking the buttons, who's selecting the heroes right now?
We are all cooking during the draft stage, but mostly it's our coach's job. It's like CY. He is doing all the job in drafts for us all.
But you're getting included. Did you cook that last pick Oracle? Was that your idea?
Yeah, I kinda cooked Huskar pick as well, because I told Queen, like, you can go Huskar, and then we're gonna have something like Oracle, Shadow Demon, or Pugna. One of them will be left for sure.
Dude, you are slotting in perfectly. Well then, if I could get one more question then. We're also wondering, Shadow Demon comes up in conversation, but we're not seeing the hero that much, and he was so popular a few weeks ago. What happened to him?
I think it's just because all the other heroes are much stronger. There's like Phantom Assassin in the pool where people first pick it right away, and you don't want to usually pick Shadow Demon, even if it counters like all the other heroes, even if it counters Glimmer Cave, Solar Crest, but it's still like, right now, I don't know, it's kind of mid. You can pick it if it is free game, but that game was free for Shadow Demon. It was against Bristol, against Lich, and with Huskar combined, and against Batrider, it was like super free. I would have picked Shadow Demon, honestly, if Oracle was banned.
Dude, I love the confidence, because I see so many of these players join like established rosters, and they're kind of meek, they're quiet, they want to stay in their place. But I love the energy that you're bringing. So happy to see you guys finding success in this day number 1. And I think Fear has one more question for you, or no? Never mind, we're all good. Malady, have a wonderful day number 1, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Dota.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Goodbye.
See you later. Now, Fear, I must summon you.
Okay.
Oh. Are we both
So
walking?
empty. Can we slow-mo down the stairs?
Can you hold hands walking down?
I think I have another
Can you
head-to-head to
high
do.
five before you hold hands?
Yeah, you're doing the Oracle guy.
Oh,
Insania Oracle.
that's what it is. Yes.
No, are you
Program,
actually
Neil.
doing that?
All right, let's do it.
Are you actually?
Yeah.
Apparently.
No, are you?
We're doing the
Yes,
head-to-head.
let's go.
Oracle, look at these KDAs. 3-6 to 3-4. Already Malady with the win here. We don't care about assists. He has less deaths, and that's all that matters. And then moving on from there, we have healing done. 20k to 24.9k. Malady winning yet again in all metrics here. We got another one. GPM. Insania is just, he's
But that's
5.
just greedy.
The more farm you have as a 5, the worse you're playing. So here we are. 3-0 Malady already overtaking the Oracle position.
But I do have to, but like Insania is playing against the Doom, so he doesn't get healing.
It doesn't sound,
he wins.
Don't
it
worry
doesn't
about
matter
it.
what
He
other
wins.
heroes are in the
3-0.
game.
3-0.
All that matters.
3-0 sweep.
3-0 sweep.
Clean sweep. The boy said he was cooking in that interview, and I'm inclined to agree, because he's fitting in quite well.
It was a really good interview. I think there's always like this little bit worry when, I mean, he's not new to the pro scene, right? We already talked about it. He's played on a team before and whatnot, but when you get a new personality or a new character, you don't really know what to expect in an interview, but he was great. He was really informative. He was really funny. I love how he's like, yeah, we're all kind of cooking, but me, yeah, I cooked up the Huskar. I was ready to cook up the Shadow Demon, that Oracle. I don't know, I was all down to steal that stuff, you know? So it was great. Great interview.
And just to add to that, I do like how calm he was. Like, he was very thoughtful. Like, when responding to you, he would like think before he spoke. And it seems like if he can bring that like analytical energy, that's what you mostly wanted of your 5 players.
Mm-hmm.
To, like, sit down, contribute in draft, analyze the game state. And like, if that interview is like an indication of how he's already fitting into the team, there's even more room for growth and even more room for his voice as the Stream League goes on.
And he even very expertly media-trained sidesteps Fear's bait question.
Honestly, he did better than I expected.
That was
Yeah, were you trying to throw him under the bus? Like, what the?
That's how you.
I thought I was supposed
That's how you
to
haze these new players.
Based interview question.
I was just seeing where his confidence level was. That was it. It was just a, it
Oh,
was a
of
test.
course. Yeah,
He
well done,
passed.
Phil.
He passed
He
with
did.
flying colors.
Because normally most players would be like, I don't know, it's same, right? And it's
No,
just
there's no much
it's so
difference.
boring. But he gave a good
That was the
answer.
answer you gave when you were a pro player, right?
I didn't play any other teams, so I don't know.
He was a loyal,
Nobody asked
He
me
was
that
a loyal,
question.
evil genius.
What do you bring to the panel that Purge doesn't?
That's a good question.
See, you're doing
That was a
it.
shit answer.
I bring less math.
Okay.
That's it.
Oh, that was
I'm
the
just
only
like,
the same
I'm just like
amount
a
of
downgraded
energy.
purge. Yeah.
I think like less height.
You want to see some math? How about we do some math on the
Yes.
wins and losses
Let's
for
do it.
all these teams as we take a look at our day one results. What were you so excited about now?
Oh, I said 4.
4.
Yes.
Oh.
Because there would be teams with 4 wins. I was hoping I didn't
3 of
actually know
them,
that.
actually. Tundra, Shopify, and Heroic all have 4 wins on the board.
No, Mudang!
0-4, bottom of the list right now, along with 9 Pandas Extreme Gaming. And in the middle of the pack, we got BetBoom Team, Team Falcons, 1-3 right now. That's our Group A results right now. Anything stand out to you?
Actually, none.
Not really. I think that's on par.
Wow.
Yeah, weirdly enough, I think it's pretty. Maybe Heroic being they were
So
4-0,
if
right?
Falcons would have played anyone but Tundra,
They'd still have the same scoreline.
then I would have been worried. Yeah,
They
you
had a
said,
rough
you
day
said it
one.
first, so I don't know.
And meanwhile, Group B, Team Spirit topping the charts right now, 4-0. But close behind them are Gaming Gladiators and Yakult Brothers with a 3-1 score. Middle of the pack, Team Liquid going 50-50 in both their matchups against Gaimin and Parivision with a 2-2 score. And Boom, Parivision, Chimera, and Avalis all currently the bottom half with a 1-3.
But no
crazy.
0-4s.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy that Group A, it was, being just in the going to second group stage was the 3-1s, but then it's like, and the 1-3s were just below it. But in this one, it's just like, all of them were sitting there. And then Liquid's just kind of the only team out of both groups that are 2-2. The only team to have found double splits for themselves.
Would you have had a group of death, Effie, or you thought both things were pretty 50-50?
I think they feel pretty balanced to me.
Same.
Sorry, I was kind of zoned out while you guys are talking because I was looking at Team Spirit's drafts.
What
And
led them to a
they're cooking
4-0 genius?
They're cooking some new things,
beat
actually.
PA, did they not?
I did not pay
Those
attention to their...
madmen.
They did beat PA.
Yeah, with a Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker, Shaker, and Dawn,
Yeah.
but they're playing some Medusas, they're playing some Wyverns, like
Yo.
they're busting out some new tech, so I'm excited to watch them on the main stream.
Radonis spent his time off constructively as well as collapse, and maybe we'll get a chance to see them on our stream. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow for, I believe, all the streams. We're embering, we're storming, we're no subtitling on us. We're earthing also, I forgot about Earth. Earth is going to start out their day with Falcons versus Extreme.
This is Ember.
Oh, nope, false alarm. Ember. Falcons versus Extreme.
NA, am I right, guys?
Then Avalis versus Team Spirit. Then Falcons versus Heroic. Then a Boom versus Spirit. That's Ember. This is Storm. Mudang!
Anyway, I'll be
versus
on that stream.
That Boom team. You're a big Mudang fan?
I love SEA.
Woo!
SEA, yeah, Mudang and Boom.
Well, you got a
Boom's
double
not
header
SEA
for them.
anymore, but the org.
Earth stream, though, we do have NA. Shopify Rebellion taking on
go.
9 Pandas. Then we got Boom Esports versus Chimera. 9 Pandas versus BetBoom team as the third series. And last one is a Chimera versus Liquid. But here on the main stream, Shiver is going to start the day off with Heroic versus Tundra. And then second series will be Parivision versus Gaming Gladiators. Then we'll come in. We'll show you Shopify Rebellion versus Tundra Esports and
crushed.
close out the night with Parivision versus Avalis. They're going to get crushed, you say, Fear.
Oh, yeah.
Tundra is
It's
just going to
like-
make mincemeat out of
It's
them.
not even going to be close.
Not even
unfortunately.
close.
No.
Guys, in the 4 games we're going to see of Tundra, how many of them do you think they'll take a Tormentor between minute 20 and 21? The answer is all 4.
Both?
But there's 4 games because it's a 2 and 2. Both Tormentors, sorry,
Yeah,
I
of
didn't
course.
understand the question.
But you are correct.
no.
It is best of 2 series.
No, not both. I think that's impossible to get to theirs, take it at 20, and then TV back to yours and take that in
What if they have Underlord?
60 seconds. But it's the damage output. You have to be pumping out damage.
What if you have Dazzle?
If you're listening, Tundra, we have a challenge.
Challenging you to take both tormentors in
Meander,
under
you're
6
already doing
seconds.
great right now. Try taking both Tormentors. Do it for the fans.
Easy solution, Slardar. Get a Slardar, you can do both Tormentors.
That's true. What if you
Piece of cake.
split the team? I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
You can do 3 on the opponents and 2 on your own. Guys.
You're making Dota look too easy right now, Tundra. We need to figure out ways to complicate it for you. But maybe we'll save that for group stage 2, because we're only just getting started. Friends, hope you've enjoyed this very first day of Dream League Season 25. We'll see you for more action tomorrow.
Bye.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her.